When Yunji heard this, she looked at Yaoguang in surprise. She couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. This is Tianquan's residence. In the entire Taiqing Holy Land, even Tianlin doesn't dare to enter or leave this place at will. Yaoguang is just an entry-level disciple. Who gave him the courage to rush here? Wrong. Yunji was suddenly startled. Yi Yang just said that one of the two people fighting here was the one who attacked him. At the moment, Yan Ruyu is Yi Yang's pet, so the person who attacked Yi Yang is Yaoguang. By the way, this guy suddenly possessed the cultivation level of Nirvana, which means that he had been hiding his cultivation level before. Why did he hide his cultivation? As an apprentice, what can he do here? Everything became clear. Yaoguang, what are you doing here? Yunji roared angrily. At this moment, there was no blood relationship in her heart. Her first home had been destroyed by Yaoguang. She would never allow anyone to destroy her second home. Aunt, I'm just here to see Elder Tianquan. When Yaoguang saw Yunji's scrutinizing gaze, she knew that she was already suspected. How can you, a new disciple, recognize Elder Tianquan? And don't you know where Elder Tianquan lives and why you are not allowed to enter without permission? Yunji naturally wouldn't believe Yaoguang's words, as Tianquan was the most difficult elder to get along with in Taiqing Holy Land. There are not many disciples in the entire Taiqing Holy Land who have seen Tianquan. How can Yaoguang, a new disciple, get to know Tianquan? I have something important to discuss with Elder Tianquan. Ridiculous. As a new disciple, what important matter can you discuss with Elder Tianquan? After hearing this, Yunji became even more suspicious of Yaoguang. Also, why did you hide your skills and sneak into my Taiqing Holy Land? Tell me where you came from, or don't blame me for being rude. Aunt. Who is your aunt? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Seeing that Yaoguang was still covering up, Yunji was completely disappointed. At this moment, in her eyes, Yaoguang was a spy who wanted to do something bad. Just at this moment, Tianlin also rushed over. Seeing the tense situation here, Tianlin didn't understand what was going on for a moment. He had long felt that something had happened here, but he just thought that Tianquan and Yi Yang were sparring. After all, with Tianquan's personality, he was capable of doing such a thing. However, when he saw everyone from the punishment hall rushing here, he realized that something was wrong. Yunji, what happened? Who is this person? Tianlin glanced at Yaoguang in the distance and asked Yunji. Then, Yunji told Tianlin everything that happened here. Of course, she did not hide her relationship with Yaoguang. After hearing this, Tianlin figured out the problem almost instantly. A new disciple, who concealed his cultivation ability, entered the Taiqing Holy Land. Not long after he entered the Holy Land, Yi Yang was attacked here. Today, the other party is trying to break into Tianquan's residence again. All these things show that this person has ulterior motives. Tianlin glanced at Yunji unhappily. Where's Tianquan? What he cares about most at this moment must be his daughter. As for Yunji's poor judgment of people, that is just a small matter. Miss Tianquan has made some progress these days and is practicing in seclusion. I was worried about disturbing her, so I asked my pet to guard her here. I didn't expect this person to force his way into the inner hall. Chapter 227 There is no way to defend myself. I am really not a spy. Yi Yang's words directly defined Yaoguang. Tianlin already knew that Yi Yang had been communicating and practicing with Tianquan these days. Tianlin was naturally happy to hear that Tianquan had made a breakthrough during his retreat. But at this critical moment, someone actually tried to break in here and disturb Tianquan's breakthrough, which undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Boy, who sent you here? Tianlin stared at Yaoguang viciously. He knew that Tianquan had rarely left the sect over the years and had no enemies outside. Then Yaoguang's action must have been instructed by someone. Combined with his previous attack on Yi Yang, the problem is self-evident. Yi Yang's previous guess was correct. Someone wanted to target their Taiqing Holy Land, and Yaoguang was the undercover agent they had planted. When Yaoguang heard this, she was speechless. He was not instructed by anyone, but the fact that he hid his cultivation level could not be explained. Admit that you love Tianquan. Impossible. If this matter gets out, Tianquan will never let him go with his personality. But if he doesn't explain this matter, he will not be able to clear himself of suspicion. He was so stubborn that he ended up being stuck in two directions. At this moment, he was completely helpless. No one would believe him, and it would be impossible for him to continue hiding. Tianquan is Tianline's beloved one. If he confirms the assassination of Tianquan today, he will be besieged by the entire Taiching Holy Land. But he couldn't explain why he came here. He had just said it, but even Yunji didn't believe him. At this moment, he only has one way left. That means running away. Otherwise, he would surely die. But facing these people in front of me, how difficult is it to run away? You don't want to tell me. You're looking for death. Tianline became angry when he saw Yao Guang remain silent. He appeared in front of Yao Guang in a flash and then slapped her down. Tianline is a powerful warrior in the late Nirvana period. How can Yao Guang withstand his palm? Yao Guang had no choice at this moment. He suddenly raised his hand, and a scorching sun exploded behind him. The bright light instantly illuminated the entire hall. At this moment, he was like a god, rising from the ground, then turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Haoyang Shenhui, someone from the Holy Land of the Sun. When Tianline saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He finally understood who wanted to deal with their Taiching Holy Land. Although he has always been gentle in character and doesn't like to argue with others. But now that someone has set his sights on his woman, he naturally won't let the other person go. You old thief Yantian, you dare to attack my daughter. I want you to pay the price. Tianline was furious, and his voice spread throughout the Taiching Holy Land. Everyone saw a ray of light streak across the sky and disappear into the distance. Tianline followed closely behind and caught up. At this moment, only Yi Yang and others were left in the hall. Yunji has not yet recovered from what happened. Yao Guang is actually a spy. This guy actually wants to attack Elder Tianquan. Yunji's face was filled with shock. She knew very well that in the Taiching Holy Land, one must not offend Tianquan. Putting aside Tianquan's strength, this woman is still the exclusive concubine of the head monk Tianline. To provoke her is to provoke the entire Taiching Holy Land. Elder Yun, this matter is of great importance. I think you need to discuss it. Yi Yang sensed that all the elders of Taiching Holy Land had arrived outside the hall, so he quickly spoke up to remind Yunji. Yao Guang and Yunji have a close relationship, and right now, Yunji herself needs to explain the situation. After Yi Yang's reminder, Yunji also reacted. Indeed, this matter is of great importance. I misjudged people and I should be punished. Yunji looked at Yi Yang silently and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help today, great elder. If Elder Tianquan is really injured because of Yao Guang, I am afraid I will be blamed for it. After Yunji finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the hall. Afterwards, she explained the situation in detail to the elders. The result was naturally as Yi Yang expected. The fire eventually burned Yunji. Her relationship with Yao Guang was there, and it was she who brought Yao Guang into the Taiching Holy Land. No matter what, she could not deny the relationship. But her performance today was obvious to all, and the elders did not want to be too harsh on her. They simply exempted her from the responsibility of punishing the elders and asked her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. For Yunji, this punishment was already very light. On the other side, Yi Yang came to the inner hall and stood guard beside Tianquan. Tianquan was indeed in seclusion to make a breakthrough. With Yi Yang's guidance these days, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now he has broken through to the second level of Nirvana. It has only been a month since she broke through to the Nirvana realm, so this speed can be said to be fast. Soon, Tianquan woke up. After hearing what happened outside, he became furious. Damn it! How dare those bastards from the Holy Land of the Sun attack me? Don't let me see them, or I will tear them apart alive. Tianquan has a hot temper to begin with, and now those guys actually dare to deal with her, how can she not be angry? While the two were talking, Tianline also rushed back. Seeing Tianquan make another breakthrough in just 1 month, Tianline was undoubtedly relieved and became much more polite to Yi Yang. Master, how is it? Yi Yang asked, but Tianlin shook his head. This boy probably holds a special position in the Holy Land of the Sun. The bright sun divine radiance is not something that ordinary disciples can cultivate. I couldn't catch up with him. Tianline gave a bitter smile. He felt a little embarrassed after being defeated by a junior. This is a bit strange. Why would the Sun Holy Land send people to sneak into the Taiching Holy Land? Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Yang immediately spoke up to remind him. Tianline had already thought of this without Yi Yang's reminder. Just as Yi Yang said before, someone wanted to pull Taiching Sheng underground into the water. Taiching Holy Land is an outlier among the 6 holy places. They never get involved in those disputes, and therefore become the target of all parties wooing. But T-Online had a gentle personality, and those guys failed to win him over, so they came up with this trick to force the Taiching Holy Land to surrender. Yaoguang's previous attack on Yi Yang was probably also to throw dirty water on the Taiching Holy Land. If Yi Yang really died in Taiching Holy Land, then their Taiching Holy Land would inevitably become enemies with Taishu Holy Land. However, after the sneak attack on Yi Yang failed, those people shifted their target to Tianzan. If Tianxuan died, T-Online would definitely not be able to sit still. Such malicious intentions made even T-Online angry. These guys are restless. T-Online sighed. Some time ago, their Sun Holy Land obtained the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship. It seems that they want to take this opportunity to suppress our Taiching Holy Land. When Tianxuan heard this, his eyes paused. No, it was discovered that Zheng Chu died at the hands of the Sun Holy Land. Although Yan Tian admitted it, given his status, he obviously would not do it himself. If Yaoguang is also from the Holy Land of the Sun, then this incident was most likely done by Yaoguang. Back then, this guy had always been following me. At that time, he was in Qingshu County. Chapter 228. The 2 holy places are at odds with each other, and the eldest disciple returns. The dirty water that Yi Yang had prepared long ago was finally poured on Yaoguang. Yi Yang looked at Tianxuan silently. At critical moments, his woman was still reliable. Originally, Yantian had taken responsibility for this matter and it was all over. Now that Tianxuan has brought up the old story again, it will undoubtedly draw everyone's attention to Yaoguang. Those people might not dare to attack Yantian, but they still have the courage to attack Yaoguang, and it's very courageous. Is this really true? It was the first time that T-Online heard of this matter, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. That's true. When Miss Tianxuan went to my Taishu Holy Land, that boy followed her. Calculating the time, he was indeed in Qingshu County at that time. No wonder Yantian took the initiative to take this matter down. He is trying to divert attention. Seeing this, Yi Yang also added something. After hearing this, T-Online was almost certain that the inheritance of the god of craftsmen must have fallen into Yaoguang's hands. However, he was not very interested in this. But Yaoguang dared to attack Tianxuan, so this revenge must be avenged. An evil plan emerged in T-Online's mind. If this matter were to be leaked, countless eyes would be on Yaoguang without him having to do anything. Now that things here have come to an end, Yi Yang offered to resign that day. Tianxuan had just made a breakthrough and needed time to consolidate his realm. It just so happens that Yi Yang now needs to start working on his next plan. The Taiching Holy Land and the Sun Holy Land have become enemies. Their Taishu Holy Land must help out. Taishu Holy Land, on Ziyang Peak. There was a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Outside the courtyard, a man in green stood solemnly, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. She looked indifferent as she looked at everything in front of her. The veil on her face was lifted by the breeze, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Qingcheng hasn't been back here for a long time. In her memory, all that was left here was pain. She gripped the sword in her hand, a hint of coldness flashing across her eyes. Yi Yang, Qingcheng murmured in a low voice, with only endless indifference in her tone. She is Yi Yang's eldest disciple and the person who has followed Yi Yang the longest. Even before Cheng Suling married Yi Yang, she had already become Yi Yang's disciple. Therefore, she was also the person who had suffered abuse from Yi Yang for the longest time. She had been practicing swordsmanship with Yi Yang since she was young, and Yi Yang was the most harsh on her. If he was not nice to her, he would either beat her or scold her. But Qingcheng did not have such deep hatred towards Yi Yang, just like Yunqing. She hated the psychological trauma that Yi Yang left on her, but she was also grateful for Yi Yang's upbringing. Complex emotions have prevented her from returning here for all these years. This time, the reason why she came back was because the attitudes of those junior sisters towards Yi Yang had changed. She was worried that Yi Yang was going to attack them, so she rushed back to check. But when she got here, a trace of fear arose in her heart. As the saying goes, one feels timid when one is close to home. But her timidity came from that man. She tried to calm herself down and walked inside. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard the sound of piano coming from afar. Have you formed the elixir? Qingcheng turned her head slightly. She naturally knew that the sound of the piano came from Yunqing. Only Yunqing was practicing music here. No, this girl actually comprehended a little bit of the Tao. Qingcheng's expression suddenly changed. Now she has already reached the Yuantai realm, and her state of mind is transcendent and extraordinary. Naturally, it can be heard that Yunqing's current realm is no longer the same as before. Although she has been away for a long time, she has kept in touch with several of her junior sisters. Especially he has the best relationship with Yunqing. She knew about Yunqing's breakthrough to the Jindan stage some time ago. But less than a month has passed, and this girl has already comprehended a trace of Taoism. This is a little too terrifying. She herself had already reached the Yuantai realm, but had never reached this level. Could it be that Yi Yang really taught her the true meaning of being a saint? She had heard Yunqing mention this before. These days Yi Yang was teaching Yunqing how to practice, imparting to Yunqing the true meaning of sainthood, and helping him comprehend the way of joy. But based on Qingcheng's understanding of Yi Yang, it was impossible for that guy to teach them anything sincerely. But now seeing Yunqing's rapid progress, she had to believe that maybe Yunqing was not lying. But what is Yi Yang's purpose in doing this? Qingcheng was in a daze when suddenly, a scream was heard. Big senior sister. Yunshu came out with food, and the moment she saw Qingcheng, she was so frightened that she froze in place. If their fear of Yunqing came from respect, then their fear of Qingcheng is a deep fear. In their eyes, Qingcheng was as cold as a machine. Even Cheng Suling had a little fear of Qingcheng. Sure, I haven't seen you for many years. You have grown up. Qingcheng spoke slowly. Although her tone was much softer, her expression was still cold. Big sister is back, why didn't you let me know in advance? So I could pick you up. As Yunshu spoke, she was already extremely nervous. She knew that Qingcheng didn't like Yi Yang. Now that their relationship with Yi Yang had eased, it would undoubtedly cause Qingcheng's dissatisfaction. Now that Yi Yang is not here, who knows how Qingcheng will deal with them. Fortunately, Yunqi, who heard the voice, also came out. Hello, senior sister. Compared with Yunshu, Yunqi seemed much more stable. Kie, how are you? Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Yunqi appeared calm on the surface, but she couldn't help but feel a little nervous when facing Qingcheng. Where is the master? Qingcheng did not make things difficult for them. She walked forward and sat down. Master has been out for more than half a month and hasn't come back yet. Qingcheng nodded slightly, then looked towards the courtyard and said softly, Yunqing's piano skills have improved a lot. Is it because of master's teaching? Yes, Yunqi answered quickly. Was this dress on you also given by the master? Qingcheng could tell at a glance that the dress Yunqi was wearing was extraordinary. It should be a Taoist treasure, and the grade of it was probably not low. Yes. Well, that's good. You haven't neglected your cultivation over the years. Qingcheng looked at them like an elder. At this moment, she was also convinced that what Yunqi and the others had said before was true, and Yi Yang seemed to have really changed. It can be seen from Yunqi and the others' current cultivation level that Yi Yang is indeed teaching them how to practice. However, this also made Qingcheng more worried. You guys go and do your work, I'm going to go talk to Yunqing. Qingcheng looked at Yunqi and the other two who were acting cautiously and shook her head helplessly. She didn't want to do this, but she brought too much pressure to Yunqi and the others. After Qingcheng finished speaking, Yunqi and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. When she came to the yard, Qingcheng looked at Yunqing playing the piano in the distance and her eyes paused. Suddenly, a sword energy dropped from the sky and fell directly towards Yunqing. Bite. Chapter 229, What a Fate. The sound of the piano created ripples and instantly dispelled the sword energy. Yunqing opened his eyes. Big sister. That's right, Qingcheng walked forward slowly. You just got back, don't test me like this, right? Yunqing stood up. Among the sisters, she was the only one who had a good relationship with Qingcheng, and she was the only one who could be so relaxed in front of Qingcheng. What? You don't agree? How about we practice? Qingcheng rarely smiled, but it made Yunqing look resentful. You have inherited the true teachings of the master. You are the direct disciple of the #1 swordsman in Kanglan territory. Who can defeat you? Hearing this, Qingcheng's expression paused, but she was not angry. Did your piano skills really come from your master? Yunqing nodded. I don't understand why master suddenly has such an attainment in music, but this is the fact. Qingcheng lowered her head silently, she believed what Yunqing said. After all, Yunqi and the others were only at the Lingxi realm, and their understanding of Taoism was not deep. But Yunqing was different, she had already reached the Dan stage and had her own understanding of Taoism. Yi Yang can't lie in this regard. So, you are able to achieve your current level of cultivation thanks to him. Yunqing nodded. So the saint's true intention is also true. Well, Master's current cultivation is unfathomable, senior sister, Yunqing said, lowering his voice. Master may have already achieved enlightenment and become a saint. Hearing this, Qingcheng paused. Saint. That is the person standing at the top of this world. He is the Taoist master that all those who practice Taoism pursue throughout their lives. Even Qingcheng has a heartfelt respect for the saint. Now hearing that Yi Yang had become a saint, she couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't he break through the Nirvana realm not long ago? Becoming a saint, could it be that he has been hiding his own cultivation? Yunqing frowned. This was just her guess, but the strength Yi Yang showed now made it possible for him to become a saint. No matter what, Master has changed now. We should probably let go of the kindness of raising us and educating us. When Qingcheng heard this, her brows furrowed slightly. Letting go. How easy is that? Although she had never really thought about doing anything to Yi Yang, it was difficult for her to let go. As the two were talking, a voice came from outside. Qingcheng, I heard you're back. Hearing the voice, Qingcheng was startled and stood up quickly. When that familiar figure appeared in front of her again, even with Qingcheng's current state of mind, she could not hide the waves in her heart. Master. After a moment's silence, Qingcheng bowed. No thanks. I haven't seen you for so many years. You have already formed a fetus. This is really cause for celebration. Facing Qingcheng, Yi Yang seemed relaxed. This eldest disciple has followed him the longest, and also hates him the most. However, the best thing about this girl is her straightforward personality. Qingcheng has always been clear about what she loves and hates, so even though she hates Yi Yang the most, it is also easiest for her to deal with her. All he had to do was let her accept Yi Yang's gift and he could be easily controlled. But it is difficult to get her to accept the gift. Yi Yang could only choose to take it slow. The first time she saw Yi Yang, Qingcheng realized that Yi Yang gave her a different feeling now. In the past, Yi Yang always had a gloomy temperament. But now Yi Yang looks more open-minded. How long do you plan to stay this time? Yi Yang sat down and asked casually. I came back this time because of my master's order to find my senior sister. I don't know how long it will take. Oh, what's your sister's name? Do you need me to help arrange someone to look for her? My senior sister's name is Chu Shi. She went out not long ago and has not returned yet. Her life or death is unknown. Master was worried, so he asked me to go down the mountain to look for her. Hearing this, Yi Yang's expression changed. Isn't this a coincidence? Chu Shi was the little heroine he had met before. When Chu Zai's dantian was destroyed, it was Yi Yang who rescued her. Later, Yi Yang gave the little girl a ring and disguised himself as the ring grandfather. He has been secretly teaching Chu Shi to practice these days. Now, he has completely gained Chu Zai's trust. Not long ago, the little girl was completely conquered by him. I just didn't expect that Chu Shi and Qingcheng actually had this kind of relationship. I understand. I will arrange for someone to help you look for it. Yi Yang did not directly reveal his relationship with Chu Shi. At the moment, Chu Shi did not know Yi Yang's true identity. Since the young heroine has this kind of relationship with Qingcheng, you might as well take advantage of it and use it to win over Qingcheng. Thank you, Master, Qingcheng bowed. The reason why Qingcheng came back was to use the power of Taishu Holy Land to help find her senior sister. She only knew that Chu Shi was born in Qingshu County, but she didn't know the specific circumstances. Qingshu County is so large that it would be difficult for her to find the other party by herself, and this place is the territory of Taishu Holy Land, so it is most appropriate to ask Yi Yang to come forward. However, she had been thinking about how to talk to Yi Yang all the way, but she didn't expect Yi Yang to take the initiative to offer to help. This was something she had not expected. However, it seems to be a good thing at the moment. 2 days later, Yi Yang told Qingcheng where Chu Shi was. Soon, Qingcheng came to Lingshuang City according to the information provided by Yi Yang, and met her senior sister whom she had not seen for a long time. Senior sister. Seeing that Chu Shi was safe and sound, Qingcheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She and Chu Shi are both disciples of Tai Holy Land. However, Qingcheng was learning from a master and could only be considered a registered disciple, while Chuxi was a direct disciple, so Chuxi became her senior sister. However, Qingcheng has an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and is highly valued by her master. Ever since she became a disciple of Tai Holy Land, Chuxi has been teaching her how to practice over the years, so Qingcheng respects Chuxi very much. Sister, what happened these days? Why didn't you contact the sect? When she saw Chuxi, Qingcheng immediately asked about recent events. Chuxi also told everything that had happened recently. You mean, someone from the sect attacked you? And destroyed your dantian? Who did it? Chuxi shook his head. I don't know either, so I haven't contacted my master these days. Now I have received help from a senior. Although my dantian has been repaired, my cultivation has not yet fully recovered. It is not a good time to reveal my identity right now. You have to keep this a secret for me. I'm worried that someone is watching me in secret. Qingcheng nodded. If those guys knew that Chuxi was not disabled, they would definitely take action again. Chuxi really couldn't be exposed now. Who is that senior? He saved you and he is my benefactor. I will go with you to meet him so that we can thank him in person. Hearing this, Chuzai's cheeks turned slightly red and she spoke in a low voice. That senior doesn't like others knowing his identity. Chapter 230 Threatening the heroine, Yar sets an example. Just when Chuxi was trying to persuade Qingcheng earnestly. On the other side, Yunlin sect. The top of the sky. Xu Yun paced back and forth with a worried look on her face. I have experienced so much during this period of time. Just at this moment, a voice was heard. Yuner, what do you think? Xu Yun turned around and saw Qinya slowly walking up to her. Qinya and Xu Yun have known each other for a long time. At that time, Qinya was only the wife of the leader of the Wanling sect. Xu Yun met Qinya when she was out one day. The two had a great chat and became friends. Now that Qinya has become the leader of the Wanling sect, the two have more common topics to talk about and their relationship is becoming closer. But Xu Yun could never have imagined that Qinya would betray her. Not long ago, she was asked by someone to hunt down and kill someone. Originally, she believed Qinya, so she told her about this and invited Qinya to join in the fight. Unexpectedly, Qinya told Yi Yang about this. Moreover, it was not until this time that she realized that the person she was chasing was actually the direct disciple of the third elder of Tai Holy Land. The Yunlin sect is a subsidiary sect of the Taiching Holy Land. If this matter were to spread, it would inevitably affect the relationship between the two holy lands. The key point is that if this matter is known by Tai Holy Land, it will bring great disaster to the entire Yunlin sect. Now that Yi Yang knows about this, he uses it to threaten her. She is now at her wit's end. Xu Yun turned around and stared at Qinya fiercely. She never thought that her good sister would betray her. Don't look at me like that, Sister Yuner. There's nothing wrong with following the great elder. You'll know it in the future. Qinya looked at Xu Yun with a smile. In her opinion, she was helping Xu Yun. After all, she thought it was good to follow Yi Yang. It's just that Xu Yun doesn't know Yi Yang very well, so she feels a little resistant. Don't call me that, it makes me sick. Xu Yun turned her head away, bit her lips tightly, and remained silent for a long time before continuing. Go back and tell him that I can promise him, but he must swear not to tell anyone about this. As soon as Xu Yun finished speaking, Yi Yang appeared behind her. As long as you promise to be mine, I promise that no one will know about this. When Xu Yun saw Yi Yang, her face suddenly turned gloomy. She had always heard people say that Yi Yang was a humble person, but today she realized that he was such a despicable hypocrite. She had nothing good to say about Yi Yang. She just chose to surrender out of helplessness. For the sake of Yunlin sect, she had no choice but to do so. Ding, Xu Yun feels disgusted, emotional value plus 300. Yi Yang felt the other party's malice, but he didn't care. Women always need to be trained and disciplined. Yar, teach her how to do things. Yi Yang turned around and hugged Qinya. Seeing this, Xu Yun's face changed slightly. Then, she saw Qinya squatting down as if no one was around. Ding, Xu Yun is so ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 400. Ding, Xu Yun is shocked, emotional value plus 400. Ms. Xu, you don't want the news of your assassination of Chu Shi to spread, right? Yi Yang looked at Xu Yun and chuckled, follow and learn well. Seeing Xu Yun walking forward reluctantly, Yi Yang smiled. Name, Xu Yun. Identity, the heroine of Wu Po Kang Chong. Cultivation, late Yuantai realm. Kung Fu, concentration technique. Origin, Xu Yun was originally the leader of the Yunlin sect. Because the previous leader of the Yunlin sect received great favors from the ancestors of the Lin family, Xu Yun had been engaged to Lin Yan of the Lin family since she was young. Ever since Yi Yang subdued Chu Shi, he has been secretly investigating the person who assassinated Chu Shi. After all, Chu Shi is also his woman, and he doesn't want to leave any hidden dangers. He happened to mention this to Qinya at that time, and Qinya said that not long ago, Xu Yun had invited her to set up an illusion array and assassinate a woman. Yi Yang then asked Qinya to continue investigating, and finally confirmed that the person Xu Yun assassinated was Chu Shi. She didn't know Chu Shi originally, and the reason she attacked Chu Shi was just because she was instructed to do so. Someone from Tai Holy Land used a 6th grade elixir to force Xu Yun to accept the assassination mission. After Yi Yang learned about this, he immediately asked Qinya to secretly inquire about the information, and finally found out that the person behind it was Xiao Yiren, the second disciple of the third elder of Tai Holy Land. He framed Chu Shi just to fight for the secret skills of his sect. And when Yi Yang saw Xu Yun, he was surprised to find that this woman was also one of the protagonists. Yi Yang decided to go all out and used this incident to threaten Xu Yun into submission. After all, with the strength of the Yunlin sect, it cannot compete with the Tai Holy Land. Xu Yun wouldn't want anyone else to know about this. No number. Suddenly, Xu Yun took 2 steps back in fear to protect herself. I'm already engaged, this won't work. Yi Yang was stunned when he heard this. This woman, even after it has come to this, is still thinking about these things. Engagement. With that kid from the Lin family. Yi Yang snorted coldly. You are just a young boy. Do you really want to fulfill your marriage contract? When Xu Yun heard this, she was slightly stunned. Although she was engaged to Lin Yan, it was arranged by her master. Besides, she was much older than Lin Yan, although those who practice Taoism did not care about the age difference. But she hasn't met Lin Yan for so many years, so this engagement is actually just a piece of blank paper. It was just that when she got to this point, she suddenly remembered this matter and wanted to use it to cover it up. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Give me some time, I'll cancel the engagement, then. Xu Yun spoke hesitantly, but in fact she was just trying to buy time. Although she couldn't refuse this matter, she still couldn't accept it. Oh, time. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. This woman really won't cry until she sees the coffin. Time is running out. Tai Holy Land has sent disciples to investigate Chu Zai's assassination. The person is now in Taishu Holy Land. Do you want me to tell her about this directly? Hearing this, Xu Yun's face changed. No. She hesitated for a moment and stepped forward again. Ding, Xu Yun unlocked a new pose, emotional value plus 500. Ding, Xu Yun is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 600. I don't know how long it took, but everything was finally over. This is for you. Yi Yang looked at the weak Xu Yun and handed her a pill. What's this? Since Tai Holy Land is unwilling to give you the elixir that it promised you, I will give it to you. Hearing this, Xu Yun's face suddenly changed. For this pill, she almost sacrificed the entire Yunlin sect, but because Chu Shi escaped, Tai Holy Land did not fulfill the agreement. But now, Yi Yang put the pill in front of him. At this moment, she felt like a clown, and everything she had done before seemed ridiculous. Xu Yun hurriedly took the pill. Even though she still didn't like Yi Yang very much, this pill was too important to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't risk helping others do such a thing. Chapter 231. The 3-year period has come, and the hero returns. The 3-year period has come, Xu Yun, I'm here to find you. Outside the Yunlin sect's mountain gate, a ragged young man slowly raised his head. He is Lin Yan, the rare genius boy of the Lin family. Xu Yun's nominal husband. Although Xu Yun didn't remember Lin Yan remembered Xu Yun. 3 years ago, when he was traveling, Xu Yun saved his life. At that time, Xu Yun did not recognize his identity, but he recognized Xu Yun. At the beginning, he did not recognize Xu Yun. At that time, he was just a young cultivator who had just stepped into the Qi condensation realm, while Xu Yun had already reached the Yuantai realm. He felt that he was not worthy of Xu Yun, so he did not dare to recognize Xu Yun. He traveled here for 3 years and finally broke through to the Jindan stage. Now, he finally has the capital to meet Xu Yun. At the beginning, he had made an agreement with Xu Yun as a joke that 3 years later, he would definitely ascend to the Yunlin sect. Today, he finally came. He came to fulfill his original promise and also for the marriage contract. Stop, where did you come from, beggar? Is Yunlin sect a place you can come to? As soon as Lin Yan stepped forward, he was stopped by the disciple who opened the door. He sneered, these guys really look down on others. He silently released his power, wanting to give the other party a warning. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper disciple became anxious when he saw Lin Yan releasing his cultivation. He turned around and shouted towards the mountain gate. Someone come, someone is attacking Yunlin sect. As soon as this shout came out, a group of Yunlin sect disciples rushed out of the mountain gate. Lin Yan was completely numb. He just came to find Xu Yun, but he didn't want to fight with the disciples of Yunlin sect. As the leader of Yunlin sect, Xu Yun would be afraid that it would damage his image if he beat up the disciples of Yunlin sect. Everyone misunderstood, I just came to see sect master Xu. Misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. This kid just showed his power and clearly wanted to force his way into Yunlin sect. Brothers, kill him. Lin Yan had never expected that the gatekeeper disciple of Yunlin sect would be so violent. Seeing everyone rushing towards him, he could only fight and retreat. Even though he could easily kill these disciples with just a single move, he still held back for Xu Yun's sake. But soon, those disciples saw that Lin Yan had extraordinary cultivation, so they called the elders of Yunlin sect. Now Lin Yan was in a dilemma and he could only attack with all his strength. The noise here soon alarmed Xu Yun. Master, someone broke into Yunlin sect. When Xu Yun got the news, she had just rested for a while and her legs were still unable to stand up. Hearing this, her heart tightened instantly. Who is it? I don't know him. I only know that he is at the Jindan stage. Several elders tried their best but couldn't take him down. Xu Yun's face was gloomy. His cultivation level at the Jindan stage was enough to make him an elder in an ordinary sect. Their Yunlin sect doesn't seem to have any enemies recently, so why would someone break into the Yunlin sect? I'll go check it out. Xu Yun said this and stood up, but as soon as she stood up, she couldn't help but frown. As a cultivator, this injury is naturally no big deal, but I still feel pain. Xu Yun glared at Yi Yang fiercely and walked outside with all her might. I'll go with you. Seeing this, Yi Yang followed. Xu Yun originally wanted to refuse, but when she thought of Yi Yang's identity, she did not say anything. She was not sure who the person coming was. If that guy was from Tai Holy Land, Yi Yang being here at this moment might be able to repel the other party. Yi Yang reached out to support Xu Yun. Seeing this, Xu Yun wanted to step back immediately, but was held back by Yi Yang. Miss Xu's injury has not healed yet, so it's better not to move. Yi Yang spoke softly. He did so on purpose, of course, in order to let everyone in the Yunlin sect see the relationship between the two of them. It was obvious that this woman couldn't accept Yi Yang at the moment, so Yi Yang might as well force her again. Xu Yun knew clearly that Yi Yang's words were not a discussion with her, but a threat. She could only bear it and let Yi Yang help her out of the yard. Soon, they arrived at the mountain gate. In the distance, several elders were fighting with a young man. Lin Yan was covered in dust and dirt at the moment, so Xu Yun naturally did not recognize him. When Lin Yan saw Xu Yun coming, he was about to speak, but suddenly found that there was something wrong with Xu Yun's expression. There was a man standing next to her, and the two seemed to be behaving particularly intimately. Seeing this, Lin Yan became furious. Xu Yun is his fiancée, how can he allow others to get involved? Lin Yan was about to lose his temper, but suddenly he noticed that something was wrong with Xu Yun's expression. She looked shy and amorous. This is clearly. Lin Yan reacted instantly. Thinking of the man next to Xu Yun, how could he not understand? Ding! Lin Yan is furious, emotion value plus 600. Yi Yang felt the other party's anger, looked up, and was suddenly shocked. Name: Lin Yan. Identity: the male lead of Wu Po Kang Chong. Cultivation level: early stage of Dan formation. Kung Fu, burning flame technique. Origin: Lin Yan, the eldest son of the Lin family, was gifted since childhood and was placed with great expectations. However, when he was 13 years old, he encountered an unexpected change and his cultivation level dropped. Later, he accidentally obtained the secret book of the medicine saint and returned to the peak. In 3 years, his cultivation level broke through to the Jindan realm. When Yi Yang was investigating Xu Yun's background, he also investigated Lin Yan's background. This kid doesn't have any background, he just comes from a small family. Although he is considered a genius who has not yet grown up is just an ant to him. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Originally, Yi Yang was planning to let Xu Yun break off the engagement with this guy and take the opportunity to vent his anger. He didn't expect that he would come to him on his own initiative. Could Yi Yang let him go? Yi Yang silently put his arms around Xu Yun's waist and held her in his arms. Although Xu Yun wanted to refuse, she didn't dare to, so she had to let Yi Yang hold her like this. But when Lin Yan saw this scene, it completely aroused his anger. He slapped an elder in front of him and repelled him, and wisps of green flames rose between his hands. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Seeing this, several elders stepped back. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is a divine fire, and even they dare not resist it head-on. This boy actually possesses such a divine object. No wonder he can fight against several elders evenly with his cultivation at the early stage of Jindan. Xu Yun was also shocked when she saw this scene. This man is not very old, but his cultivation is extraordinary, so he must be from a prominent family. Moreover, he possesses such a magical object, so there must be an expert guiding him. Seeing this, Xu Yun wanted to take action immediately, but as soon as she moved, she was stopped by Yi Yang. You're injured. Let me take care of these things. As Yi Yang spoke, his mind moved, and a man in red suddenly descended. It was Yan Ruyu who had always been with Yi Yang. These days, she has completely surrendered and become Yi Yang's pet. But her resentment towards Yi Yang had not diminished at all. Now that she had the opportunity to take action, she wanted to vent it even more. As soon as she showed up, she rushed towards Lin Yan, raised her hand and slapped him, causing him to spit out blood. Chapter 232 30 Years in Hexi. Who gives you 30 years? Although Lin Yan is very powerful, he is no match for Yan Ruyu who is in the Nirvana realm. Even with the blessing of the divine fire, he could not withstand a single attack from Yan Ruyu. At this moment, he was seriously injured and fell to his knees. Seeing Yan Ruyu attacking again, he quickly opened his mouth and shouted. Xu Yun, I'm Lin Yan. Hearing this, Xu Yun's expression changed and she quickly spoke. Stop. Yi Yang's expression changed slightly. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Yan directly. Anyway, no one knew the identity of this kid, so he could just kill him. However, now that Lin Yan had revealed his identity, Xu Yun would not kill him in person out of friendship, so Yi Yang had no choice but to let Yan Ruyu stop. After all, if Lin Yan was killed in front of Xu Yun, this woman would have some resentment in the future. No matter what, Lin Yan's ancestors were indebted to the Yunlin sect. Although Xu Yun has no feelings for Lin Yan, they still have a sense of gratitude towards each other, so this matter cannot be done in front of Xu Yun. Are you Lin Yan? Xu Yun stared at Lin Yan carefully for a few seconds, and suddenly, she remembered that she had seen this person before. That was when she was out one day and accidentally saved this person from a monster. Is it you? It's me, I am Lin Yan. Lin Yan quickly stood up and glanced at Yan Ruyu beside him with vigilant eyes. Xu Yun, I am Lin Yan from the Lin family of Udon City. As he spoke, Lin Yan took out a jade pendant from his arms. Do you still remember that my grandfather had an old relationship with the former leader of the Yunlin sect? The two of them had made an engagement for us. I am here this time to fulfill the engagement. Looking at the jade pendant in Lin Yan's hand, Xu Yun finally confirmed the other party's identity. But how could she be qualified to fulfill the marriage contract now? Yi Yang would not give her this opportunity. Go now. You and I are not the same kind of people. The so-called engagement was just an act of loyalty by our elders. I don't take it to heart. Don't mention this matter again. Xu Yun spoke softly. Although she had no intention of fulfilling the engagement, she had thought about finding a chance to compensate the Lin family. But now, Yi Yang is here, and she doesn't dare let Lin Yan stay here any longer. Otherwise, she didn't know whether Yi Yang would kill Lin Yan directly. Although she had no feelings for Lin Yan, the Lin family had saved her master after all, and she didn't want to see Lin Yan die here. But when Lin Yan heard this, he immediately became angry. What did you say? You and I are engaged, do you just want to end it like this? Lin Yan stared at Yi Yang fiercely. He didn't know Yi Yang's identity, but now it seems that the reason why Xu Yun was unwilling to fulfill the engagement was most likely because of this person. If you don't want to, my Yunlin sect can promise to compensate you, but don't mention the marriage contract again. Xu Yun frowned. Why is this kid so fierce? Can't you see the current situation clearly? Although this guy has the cultivation level of the Jindan realm, and is considered a genius among the younger generation, he is still an ant in front of people like Yi Yang. At this moment, Xu Yun just wanted to drive Lin Yan away to prevent him from dying here. But Lin Yan didn't notice Xu Yun's hint at all. Oh, compensation. My Lin family doesn't need these junks from your Yunlin sect. Xu Yun, remember this, the Lin family may be small, but they have backbone. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, you will regret it. Lin Yan said this and crushed the jade pendant in his hand. But when Xu Yun saw this scene, her heart was filled with contempt. It is normal to be young and frivolous, but if one is too frivolous, death will await him. If it weren't for the sake of the Lin family's ancestors, she would have wanted to kill this guy just for what he said. Lin Yan glared at Yi Yang fiercely, then turned and left. Ding, Lin Yan's resentment is hard to dispel, emotional value plus 600. Looking at Lin Yan's receding back, Xu Yun's face became gloomy. Yuner, today's matter is settled. I should go back now. After all, the people sent by Tai Holy Land are still waiting. When Xu Yun heard this, her heart tightened, and she bit her lip and nodded silently. Watching Yi Yang leave, Xu Yun knew that she might not be able to escape from Yi Yang's clutches in this lifetime. She clenched her fist, but suddenly noticed the pill in her palm. Her expression softened slightly. Anyway, I finally got this pill. Although the price paid was quite high, it only affected her for now. Xu Yun turned and left. Ahem. Lin Yan fled all the way, but finally couldn't help but stop and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Being hit by a palm from the Nirvana realm was something he couldn't bear. He quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. Humph, today's shame will be avenged tomorrow. Lin Yan said viciously. But just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the side. No need to wait until tomorrow, I'll give you a chance today. Lin Yan turned his head and the person in red appeared in front of him again. He was startled and wanted to escape immediately, but as soon as he turned around, Yi Yang appeared behind him. Who are you? Lin Yan roared in anger. Not only did this man steal his fiancée, but he also wanted to kill him. How could he not hate him? You don't need to know. Yi Yang sneered and slowly stepped forward. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. What a pity, life doesn't have that many 30 years. Of course, I won't give you 30 years either. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Lin Yan's expression changed when he heard this, and he wanted to escape immediately. But how easy is it to escape from the two Nirvana realm masters? He had just flown less than 10 meters when he was hit on the chest again and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to get up. Watching Yi Yang approaching step by step, Lin Yan finally became scared. He never thought that he would provoke such a big shot as soon as he arrived here. In front of the Nirvana realm, he had no power to resist. In the last second of his life, Lin Yan suddenly felt a little regretful. Is it worth risking your life for a marriage contract? Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Lin Yan roared angrily. Humph, you're no match for me when you're alive, so how can you make waves when you're dead? Go in peace. Yi Yang waved his hand casually, and a sword energy fell, instantly killing Lin Yan. At the same time, a dark green flame gradually rose. Yi Yang raised his hand and a flame fell into his palm. This is the divine fire, something that all those who practice Taoism desire. Think about how cautious Yun Qi was after obtaining the divine fire, fearing that others would know about it. Yet this brat showed it off in public. Even if Yi Yang didn't kill him today, the elders of the Yunlin sect probably wouldn't let him go. After putting away the divine fire, Yi Yang raised his hand and pressed Lin Yan's forehead. The secret book of the Saint of Medicine is a good thing. Anyone who makes alchemy can become a saint with this treasure. Afterwards, Yi Yang put away the burning flame technique. He had used this thing a lot, but the fact that Lin Yan was able to subdue the divine fire with such a level of cultivation might also be due to this technique. This thing can be given to Yunqi. Chapter 233. Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, Crazy Harvest. 9 Transformation Soul Enhancing Pill. I hope you won't let me down. Shu Yun picked up the pill in her hand and took a deep breath. At this moment, she was also extremely nervous. For the sake of this elixir, she not only offended the Tai Holy Land, but was also threatened to sacrifice her body. If this elixir was useless, she would probably collapse completely. Shu Yun has been missing her soul since childhood, and originally she was unable to practice cultivation. However, when she was very young, she met an elder who helped her lock her soul and assisted her in her cultivation. But now, she has broken through to the peak of Yuantai, but cannot go any further. She knew in her heart that without her soul, she would never be able to break through in her lifetime. The senior once told her that only the 9 Revolution Soul Nourishing Pill could help replenish her soul. Therefore, over the years, she has been looking for the whereabouts of the 9 Transformation Soul Nourishing Pill, but this kind of pill is a 7th grade pill and is rare in the world. Until recently, the man from Tai Holy Land came to her and asked her for help with the 9 Transformation Soul Nourishing Pill, and only then did she get on board. To be on the safe side, she found Qinya and asked her to set up an illusion array in order to kill her with one strike. But he didn't expect that Chu Shi would escape in the end. Although she also destroyed Chu Zai's Qi Si, the mission was ultimately not completed, and the man from Tai Holy Land did not fulfill his promise. Now he is being threatened by Yi Yang because of this matter, and the entire Yunlin sect may be in danger at any time. Fortunately, she finally got the 9 Transformation Spirit Nourishing Pill from Yi Yang, but she was not happy at all. Now she has been completely controlled by Yi Yang. If she had known this would be the result, why did she attack the people from Tai Holy Land in the first place? Shu Yun was filled with grief and indignation. If it was just her, she would just die. But she was the leader of the Yunlin sect after all. If this matter was exposed, even if she died, the Yunlin sect would not be able to escape responsibility. If not, how could she be willing to be threatened by Yi Yang? Shu Yun swallowed the pill in one gulp. She didn't know what her future would be like, so for now she could only take one step at a time. I don't know how much time had passed. Shu Yun suddenly opened her eyes. Is this medicine really effective? At this moment, her soul was complete, and she felt that she was only one step away from breaking through to nirvana. Although Shu Yun resented Yi Yang for threatening her, she also felt a little grateful at this moment. At least Yi Yang didn't lie to her. However, now, it may take some time for her to break through. If not, go to Taiching Holy Land and buy some spiritual medicines to achieve a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Shu Yun was thinking in her heart. Now that her soul was completely complete, she was naturally a little impatient. However, breaking through the nirvana state is not that easy. Think about how many talented people in this world end up getting stuck at this level. The only solution she could think of now was to use elixirs to forcibly improve her cultivation. However, the Yunlin sect does not have this kind of elixir, so they still need to go to the Taiching Holy Land to buy it. Shu Yun immediately rushed to the Taiching Holy Land. At the same time, inside the Taiching Holy Land, Lin Shinner was looking at Yi Yang in front of her with a look of surprise. Brother, this the secret book of the medicine saint? Yi Yang nodded. He had been staying here these days. No, to be precise, it is his clone who is here. After obtaining the mysterious god-slaying technique, Yi Yang began to work on refining his clone. With his level of cultivation, it was natural for him to master that kind of technique. He had trained this clone long ago. To be precise, this thing does not have the so-called clone and main body. The mystery of the mysterious killing god art lies in the fact that Yi Yang's soul can exist in 2 bodies at any time. In a sense, this is his main body. As for his other body, he is currently handling official business in Taishu Holy Land. Ever since he obtained the secret book of the medicine saint, Yi Yang has been thinking about who to give it to. At first, he thought of Ling Zhu. That girl possessed a spiritual field in a ring, which provided her with an inexhaustible supply of spiritual medicines. However, he later thought better of it. After all, Ling Zhu didn't know how to make alchemy. It would be too difficult to learn from scratch. Making alchemy requires talent. In the end, Yi Yang decided to give this thing to Lin Shinner. This girl's talent in alchemy is already quite high. If she can obtain the secret book of the medicine saint, it is possible for her to become a medicine saint in the future. Lin Shinner was undoubtedly excited at this moment. As an alchemist, she knew the importance of the secret book of the saint of medicine better than anyone else. She couldn't even believe that everything she saw was real. She looked at Yi Yang silently. During this period of time, Yi Yang taught her a lot about alchemy, and she also made rapid progress. She was already grateful to Yi Yang, and now, Yi Yang actually gave her such a treasure. The gratitude in Lin Shiner's heart could no longer be expressed in words. Ding, Lin Shiner is filled with gratitude, emotional value plus 1000. Feeling the prompt sound coming from his mind, Yi Yang felt very satisfied. Naturally, she would not tell Lin Shiner that this thing was snatched from Lin Yan after he killed him. Lin Yan is this girl's younger brother. However, it is still a good idea to take advantage of this girl's mood. Over this period of time, they have become very familiar with each other. With the secret book of the medicine saint paving the way, it will not take long for this little girl to fall for him. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Shiner was silent for a long time, and finally could only utter these 4 words. Yi Yang had helped her so much that she had no way of repaying him. At this moment, she easily accepted the secret book of the medicine saint. You're welcome. If you have achieved success in cultivation in the future, I may need your help in refining pills. Brother, rest assured. As long as you need me, Exeter will never refuse. Lin Shiner bowed and saluted, her expression extremely solemn. This was the oath she made. Maybe Yi Yang didn't care, but she would always keep it in her heart. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the cave. Senior Sister Lin, the elders have ordered that the Yunlin sect's leader Xu Yun wants to buy a furnace of 4th grade elixirs, and Senior Sister Lin will be responsible for refining them. Lin Shiner heard the voice and responded immediately. However, when Yi Yang, who was standing by, heard this, his expression changed. Xu Yun, is she here at Taiching Holy Land? It has only been a few days since he left the Yunlin sect. Xu Yun is asking for medicine at this moment. He must have already taken the 9 transformation soul nourishing pill and is preparing to break through to nirvana. This woman is quite anxious. Brother, do you know sect master Xu Yun? When Lin Shiner heard this, she suddenly became curious. Yi Yang had never told her his identity, and Lin Shiner had never asked about it. But she knew very well that Yi Yang must have an extraordinary identity since he could travel freely in the Taiching Holy Land. It's quite familiar. Yi Yang chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Shiner stood up and opened the door of the cave. Xu Yun was waiting outside. Seeing the cave door open, Xu Yun hurriedly bowed. Miss Lin, thank you for your help. Master Xu, you're too polite. Although Xu Yun is the sect leader, as the sect leader of a sect affiliated with Taiching Holy Land, she still has to be polite when facing these disciples of Taiching Holy Land. At least that's the case here. Chapter 234, Seeing the heroine again, completely surrendering. Lin Shiner took the recipe from Xu Yun and then invited Xu Yun into the cave. As disciples of the Alchemy Hall of Taiching Holy Land, they are usually responsible for refining pills. In the past, she was only a 3rd-rank alchemist, and most of the pills she made were supplied to the disciples of Taiching Holy Land. Now, she has become a 4th-grade alchemist and is able to refine mid-level elixirs. Naturally, she needs to help some affiliated sects refine elixirs. Most of the elixirs for the affiliated sects are provided by the Holy Land. Those sects cannot afford to support alchemists. It is okay to train some ordinary low-level alchemists, but it is not easy to train alchemists above the 4th level. Small sects cannot afford such consumption. Of course, this was also done intentionally by the major holy places in order to control those small sects. Therefore, Xu Yun needed to come to Taiching Holy Land to buy elixirs. But as soon as she entered the cave, she saw a familiar figure. Master Xu, how are you? Yi Yang spoke first. Xu Yun looked at Yi Yang silently, understood what he meant, and lowered her head silently. Mr. Yi, long time no see. Yi Yang doesn't want to reveal his identity for the time being. The identity of the Great Elder has its advantages, but it also has its disadvantages occasionally. That is, it is easy to scare others, especially young disciples like Lin Shiner. If he revealed his identity, this girl might distance herself from him, and then it would be difficult for him to harvest her emotions. Xu Yun is also a smart person. When she found that Yi Yang interrupted her, she realized that Yi Yang was hiding his identity at the moment. Why? Could it be because of the little girl in front of me? Xu Yun secretly glanced at Lin Shiner. This girl is really good. She has a cute appearance and extraordinary talent. Moreover, at such a young age, she is already a 4th-rank alchemist. Such a status should not be underestimated. Is senior brother Yi very familiar with sect master Shu? Lin Shinner originally thought that Yi Yang had only heard of Shu Yun's name, but now it seems that the two of them are quite familiar with each other. Haha, sect master Shu and I are old friends. Yi Yang spoke softly. Shu Yun frowned and said nothing. Lin Shinner didn't care too much about this. Her attention was now on the pill recipe that Shu Yun brought. Now, she has just become a 4th-rank alchemist, and the elder of the alchemy hall has handed this matter over to her. It is obvious that this is also to train her alchemy ability. Naturally, she dare not be careless. Master Shu, these pills will probably take 2 or 3 days to cure. Please wait a few days. No problem, Shu Yun nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, young lady. I'll come back in a few days. Shu Yun said this and wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, Yi Yang also stood up. Junior sister, since you want to make an elixir, I won't bother you anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Shinner nodded and personally escorted Yi Yang to the door. After leaving the cave, Shu Yun was about to leave but was stopped by Yi Yang. Yuner, it's rare for us to meet, why don't you come to my place and sit for a while? Hearing this, Shu Yun's body trembled. Why is the great elder in the holy land of Taiching? Shu Yun naturally knew what Yi Yang wanted to do, and she deliberately mentioned the Taiching Holy Land in the hope that Yi Yang would restrain himself. But it was obvious that Yi Yang didn't care about these. I've been free lately, so I've been playing around in the Holy Land of Taiching. What's up? Are you concerned about this? Shu Yun hurriedly shook her head. How dare I ask more about the great elder's affairs? Then come sit at my place. Shu Yun knew she couldn't escape, so she could only nod and agree. Soon, she arrived at Yi Yang's residence. Today, Yi Yang still lives in the cave arranged for him by Yang Huang. He stayed here to harvest emotions. As the saying goes, one who is close to water enjoys great advantages. During this period of time, he has harvested a lot of emotions from this girl Yang Huang. Yang Huang appears to be generous, but is actually very shy, so this girl provides a lot of emotions. Yi Yang took Shu Yun into the cave. In the next few days, Shu Yun never left again. Taking this opportunity, Yi Yang also completely tamed Shu Yun. Perhaps Shu Yun knew that she could not escape and gave up completely, or maybe she was conquered by Yi Yang. In any case, she is now completely different from her past self. Beside Yi Yang, she was as docile as a kitten. And during these few days, there was a person who had been guarding here. Shen Xiao has been here for 2 days. He came here specifically for Shu Yun. Originally, he went to Yunlin sect, but heard that Shu Yun came to Taiching Holy Land, so he came all the way here. He is the son of the headmaster of Tai Holy Land. Of course, he has another identity, the destined villain. When he traveled here, he knew the direction of the plot of this world. The first target he set his sights on was Shu Yun. Not long ago, he learned that the second disciple of the third elder of Tai Holy Land was plotting to deal with Chu Shi, so he secretly instigated the other party to kill with a borrowed knife. He was also the one who told Xiao Yiren that Shu Yun was in urgent need of the 9 transformation spirit nourishing pill. The purpose was to drag Shu Yun into the game and then use this incident to threaten Shu Yun. At the beginning, it was he who secretly informed Chu Shi and helped Chu Shi escape. After all, that woman was also one of his targets, and he didn't want Chu Shi to get hurt. After knowing that Shu Yun's assassination attempt had failed, he realized that his chance had come. He originally planned to find Chu Shi first and help him heal his wounds in order to win his favor, but Chu Shi hid himself and he searched for her for a long time but to no avail. Only then did he turn around and try to get information from Shu Yun, and at the same time, take the opportunity to capture this woman. For this reason, he chased all the way here from Yunlin sect, but when he arrived here, he heard people say that Shu Yun and others came here, so he has been guarding here ever since. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Just a few days passed, but Shu Yun still didn't come out. He was getting a little anxious waiting. Right now Chu Zai's life or death is unknown. If anything happens to that woman, he will suffer a great loss. Just as he was waiting anxiously, the cave that had been closed for several days was finally opened. But the person who came out was actually a man. Shen Xiao recognized the man at a glance. He was Yi Yang, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land. Why is he here? Shen Xiao was shocked. Yi Yang was known as the #1 swordsman in Kanglin domain and his strength was extraordinary. He was naturally aware of this. Although he currently has the cultivation level of nirvana, he is probably still a little behind Yi Yang, who is a sword cultivator. But the next second, he saw Xu Yun following Yi Yang and slowly coming out. The moment he saw Xu Yun, Shen Xiao was startled. Xu Yun looked rosy at this moment, and Shen Xiao knew what had happened at a glance. This guy actually got there first. Shen Xiao was immediately furious. He prepared for so long, but someone else reaped the rewards. How could he bear this? Ding, Shen Xiao is extremely angry, emotional value plus 300. Yi Yang, who had just walked out of the cave, suddenly raised his head and saw a figure slowly walking towards him. Name, Shen Xiao. Identity, the male lead of A Sword to the Sky. Cultivation, early stage of nirvana. Kung Fu, sky-lifting sword. Origin, Shen Xiao, son of Shen Linfeng, the head of Taiyi Holy Land, a destined villain, possesses the golden wheel of merit, and can plunder the luck of others to improve his cultivation. Chapter 235, The Destined Villain. Yi Yang's expression changed. This kid is the most powerful protagonist he has ever seen. A destined villain, a person who can plunder luck. It seems that this guy is also a protagonist with plugins. Moreover, his ability is somewhat similar to Yi Yang's. Who has the best luck in this world? Of course, it's the protagonists and the people around them. This kid needs to plunder luck, and he must be coming for these people. If things go wrong, you might end up on his list too. Yi Yang also harvested emotional points for the protagonists. Although the two of them had different goals, they achieved the same goal. Master Xu, how are you? Although Shen Xiao knew Yi Yang, he did not show it. At this moment, he did not dare to reveal his identity. After all, he came here to coerce Xu Yun, and for this purpose, he even deliberately changed his appearance. However, the moment Xu Yun saw Shen Xiao, her heart still tightened. She had seen this person before. It was this person who asked her to assassinate Chu Shi. However, she only knew that the other party was from Taiyi Holy Land, and she was not clear about his specific identity. Now that this person has come to me, could it be that he still wants to use me? Xu Yun's face darkened instantly. When she failed in the assassination attempt before, this guy took the opportunity to shirk responsibility and refused to give her the elixir. She could understand this, after all, she had not completed her mission. But now, she has obtained the elixir, and after experiencing Yi Yang's threats, she no longer wants to have anything to do with this person. What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to deliver elixirs to Sect Master Xu, Shen Xiao chuckled. He had deliberately refused to give Xu Yun the elixir before, in order to arouse the woman's interest. When the critical moment came, he would take out the elixir and seize the opportunity to win her heart. As a villain, he knows how to play with people's hearts. Some things have to be taken out at the last minute to show their value. Now, although Xu Yun has a relationship with Yi Yang, this woman still has good luck. He has been planning for this for so long, so he naturally cannot give up easily. How could he give up without squeezing out every last bit of luck from this woman? Pills. I don't need them, and you don't have to contact me again. Xu Yun spoke up immediately. She didn't want to have anything to do with this guy at all. If it weren't for this person, she wouldn't be threatened by Yi Yang. In her heart, she hated this man even more. When Shen Xiao heard this, he frowned. This shouldn't be the case. According to the plot, what this woman needs most right now is the 9 transformation spirit nourishing pill. Now that the pill is delivered to her door, why does she refuse it? Didn't she try to assassinate Chu Shi for the elixir before? Shen Xiao was full of doubts, but soon his eyes fell on Yi Yang. Could it be that Yi Yang gave her the elixir? With Yi Yang's identity, it would be a little difficult to get the 9 revolutions soul nourishing pill, but it is not impossible. Considering the current relationship between the two, Shen Xiao quickly confirmed that it must be Yi Yang who threatened Xu Yun with the 9 transformation spirit nourishing pill. Ding, Shen Xiao is filled with grief and anger, emotional value plus 500. Shen Xiao's eyes were gloomy. He had been planning this for so long, but it was ruined like this. At the beginning, he just wanted to win over Chu Shi and Xu Yun in one fell swoop, so he used the matter of the elixir to drag Xu Yun into it. Otherwise, he would have used elixirs to force the woman into submission. But now he was just one step too late, and this woman had been picked by someone else. How could he not hate her? Now, he couldn't find Chu Shi, and Xu Yun was intercepted by someone. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I should have used the elixir to subdue this woman first. However, he still has a backup plan. Shen Xiao calmed down and spoke again. Master Shu, you don't want others to know what you did before, right? The reason why Shen Xiao planned all these things was to coerce Xu Yun. Just a pill is not enough to make this woman surrender. Only by using the future of the entire Yunlin sect can this woman be forced to bow her head. When Yi Yang heard this, his expression suddenly became strange. This kid used his tricks. Can Yi Yang let him succeed? Hey, kid, are you threatening Master Shu? Shen Xiao is the son of Shen Linfeng. Yi Yang has naturally seen him before. Now this kid deliberately changed his appearance, obviously not wanting to reveal his identity. Since he didn't reveal his identity, Yi Yang simply pretended not to know. In this way, he could do his job with ease. Senior, this is a matter between me and Sect Master Shu. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Xiao knew that he couldn't provoke Yi Yang at the moment, so he could only continue to pretend that he didn't know him. As long as Xu Yun is taken away, his plan this time will be completed. It has nothing to do with me, Yi Yang snorted coldly and hugged Xu Yun. Sect Master Shu is my person, and her affairs are my affairs. How dare you say it has nothing to do with me? When Shen Xiao saw this scene, he was immediately furious. Not only did this guy rob his person, he also hugged her in front of him. The key point is that Xu Yun had no reaction at this moment, as if she was used to it. Recalling the past 3 days when the cave door was closed, Shen Xiao could probably guess that Yun Shu had been tamed during these days. Ding, Shen Xiao is furious, emotional value plus 500. As far as I know, Master Shu doesn't seem to be married, right? Shen Xiao suppressed his anger and continued to speak, but his eyes were always fixed on Xu Yun. He knew that he couldn't stop Yi Yang, so he could only hope that Xu Yun would be coerced by him. Anyway, he didn't care about the other person's feelings. As long as he could conquer this woman, he would be able to plunder her luck. What does this have to do with you? How dare a mere disciple interfere in Sect Master Shu's affairs? Which elder's disciple are you? How dare you threaten Sect Master Shu? I will kill you right now. Yi Yang immediately unleashed his full power, and a terrifying pressure instantly attacked Shen Xiao. Seeing this, Shen Xiao hurriedly took a few steps back. At the moment, he just came here hiding his identity. The assassination of Chu Shi can threaten Xu Yun, but it is also related to him at the same time. He doesn't want to reveal his identity. Shen Xiao gave Yi Yang a vicious look, then turned and left. He knew that Yi Yang was here, so today's plan might not succeed, so he could only look for another opportunity. Seeing Shen Xiao leave, Xu Yun's face turned ugly. She knew that the other party still had something on her. Once the matter was leaked, the Yunlin sect would still be retaliated by the Tai Holy Land. Great Elder, I still have to go over there for this matter. Xu Yun was silent for a moment and spoke softly. She didn't know what that guy was trying to do, but this matter must not be spread out. He was the one who ordered you to assassinate Chu Shi, right? Xu Yun nodded slightly. Yi Yang already knew about this matter, so there was no need for her to hide it. Did Chu Shi see you? Xu Yun shook her head. Then why are you afraid? Who would believe his one-sided story? Chapter 236, The trick is not new, as long as it works. When Xu Yun heard this, she froze in place for a moment. Yes, she had made sufficient preparations to assassinate Chu Shi. It's both an illusion and a hidden identity. Chu Shi had never seen her true face. As long as she refused to admit it, no one could prove that she was the one who did it. Xu Yun turned her head and glanced at Yi Yang silently. Has he thought of this a long time ago? Xu Yun was filled with resentment. Yi Yang had clearly thought of this a long time ago, but he still used this matter to threaten her. He did it on purpose. Poor Xu Yun, when she found out the truth was exposed, she was so upset that she didn't think of this at all. Even if Yi Yang knew about this, as long as she didn't admit it, what evidence did Yi Yang have to prove that she did it? Rely on Qinya as a witness. Qinya is also involved, will he really expose himself? It was not until this moment that Xu Yun finally realized that she had been deceived. From the very beginning, this matter was done very secretly. There is no evidence at all. In this case, who can threaten her? But at that time, she was so concerned that she didn't think about these things at all. Thinking back to what she had experienced in the past few days, she was suddenly filled with resentment. Ding, Xu Yun is feeling resentful, emotional value plus 1000. What? I just helped you get rid of him. You don't think I don't have evidence of your attack on Chu Shi, do you? Yi Yang turned his head and glanced at Xu Yun. What evidence can you give me? Xu Yun reacted at this moment and became bolder. If I tell you that Chu Shi is with me and that we have a close relationship, do you think I can prove that you attacked her? Hearing this, Xu Yun's face suddenly changed. Is Chu Shi with you? Yi Yang nodded. If I tell Chu Shi that it was you who did it, she will definitely believe it. I'm just telling you that this guy doesn't have any evidence that you attacked Chu Shi, but I do. Yi Yang used force with his palms, but Xu Yun was already sweating profusely at this moment. At that moment just now, she did think about breaking away from Yi Yang's control, but now it seems that she may still only be Yi Yang's tool. Chu Shi is with Yi Yang. If what Yi Yang said is true, then as long as Chu Shi is sure that he is the one who assassinated her, then this matter does not need any other evidence. Xu Yun looked at Yi Yang with fear in her eyes. She might never be able to escape Yi Yang's control in this life. At this moment, she was completely desperate. Don't worry, I promise you, as long as you obey me, no one else will know about this. Of course, you can also rest assured that no one can threaten you except me. Xu Yun raised her head numbly. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad at this moment. Yi Yang's words seemed to be protecting her, but they also trapped her tightly. Xu Yun left, like a walking corpse. Yi Yang knew that this woman's psychological defenses had been completely broken. However, if Xu Yun's worries were relieved, Shen Xiao's plan would probably be ruined. Yi Yang walked towards the distance, still a little confused in his heart. How did that guy get into the Taiching Holy Land? Could it be that he is hiding his identity just like Yao Guang? It is obvious that Shen Xiao does not want others to know his identity. As a disciple of Tai Holy Land, secretly instigating others to assassinate disciples of Tai Holy Land, this is simply unacceptable. It is understandable that Shen Xiao behaves this way. However, since it is not convenient for him to reveal his identity, there are many things he can do. For people like Shen Xiao, their identity is their biggest protection. If they didn't have that identity, Yi Yang would have killed them directly. Wasn't it because that guy had no background that Lin Yan was killed before? He was just an ordinary disciple. Even if he was at the Yuantai realm, he would just kill him, and no one would care. But Shen Xiao's identity is different. He is Shen Linfang's son. If he is killed, Shen Linfang will definitely not let it go. This matter can only be planned slowly. Yi Yang turned around and went to the punishment hall and found Yang Huang. The method used to deal with Yao Guang can still be used again now. Great Elder, why are you here? Yang Huang has been a little afraid of Yi Yang these days. In order to take a break, she simply followed Chang Suling's example and hid in the punishment hall. But I didn't expect Yi Yang to find this place. Of course I have something to talk to you about. Yi Yang walked into the room and closed the door. Yang Huang was shocked when he saw this. Great Elder, if you have anything to say, please tell me now. I still have things to deal with. Yang Huang stood far away and spoke carefully. After all, this is a punishment hall. It would be bad if others saw it. Big deal. Yi Yang turned around and sat in Yang Huang's usual seat. Seeing Yang Huang hiding far away, he couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? Am I that scary? Yang Huang nodded with a look of resentment on his face. I really have something important to discuss with you. I just met a man who was in disguise and obviously had bad intentions. I think you should check him out. Huh? Yang Huang was shocked when he heard this. Previously, Yao Guang hid her identity and sneaked into the Taiching Holy Land. How come there is another one? But where is their Taiching Holy Land? Can they come and go as they please? Also, how come Yi Yang always encounters this kind of thing? Does the Great Elder really mean what he said? Would I joke about something like this? Where is that person? Yang Huang suddenly became serious. I don't know. I just met him. I'll give you his portrait. Please ask someone to check it out. Yi Yang then sketched out Shen Xiao's current appearance in his mind, and then drew it. Yang Huang took the portrait and found that he had never seen this person before. She immediately called someone and asked them to find the whereabouts of this person. Great Elder, why do you always meet these people? Yang Huang turned around, feeling somewhat confused. In all the years she had been in Taiching Holy Land, she had never met a few people who had disguised themselves and sneaked into Taiching Holy Land. However, during the few days that Yi Yang had been here, she had met two of them. Sometimes, she even wondered if these people were brought here by Yi Yang. You shouldn't ask me about this. You should ask why it is so easy for people to sneak into your Taiching Holy Land. Yi Yang glanced at Yang Huang unhappily. This little girl's words clearly showed that she regarded herself as a jinx. When Yang Huang heard this, his face couldn't help but become a little gloomy. What Yi Yang said makes sense. Why were these people able to sneak into the Taiching Holy Land? Doesn't this just prove that their Taiching Holy Land is not managed strictly? I will report this to the headmaster and strengthen management. Yang Huang was silent for a moment and then spoke in a low voice. Also, these people came to Taiching Holy Land. It's obvious that someone wants to attack you. I have already discussed this with Sect Master T online. Try not to make too much noise about this matter. The key is to follow the clues and find out the person behind it. Chapter 237, The Stubborn Male Lead Gets Beaten Online. At this time, on the other side, Shen Xiao was on his way back. He was filled with anger at this moment. His trip this time was in vain. With Yi Yang by Xu Yun's side, he had no way of taking Xu Yun away. If I tell that thing in front of Yi Yang, wouldn't that be tantamount to self-destruction? Although he was the son of the headmaster of Tai Holy Land, it would be difficult to explain if the news got out that he had attacked his disciples. Naturally, he didn't want anyone to know his identity. But in this case, he couldn't continue to threaten Xu Yun. Unless we wait until Xu Yun and Yi Yang separate, then there might still be a chance. Yi Yang, if you dare to ruin my good deeds, I will make you pay the price in the future. Shen Xiao said viciously. Suddenly, several figures blocked his way. Stop, I haven't seen you before, which sect are you from? Shen Xiao looked up and saw that they were all wearing the uniforms of the punishment hall. He couldn't help but be shocked. It would be bad if someone discovered his true identity, but fortunately he was prepared. I am Shen Yu, a disciple of the Sihai sect. This is my sect order. The Sihai sect is a subsidiary sect of the Tai Holy Land, so it would be easy for him to get a token with his status. This token is naturally real. Sihai Zong, what are you doing in our Taiching Holy Land? Just visiting a friend, Shen Xiao chuckled. Several disciples from the punishment hall looked at Shen Xiao silently, then took out a portrait. Shen Xiao saw at a glance that the portrait was exactly his current appearance. Someone reported you. Shen Xiao reacted instantly. He had been in Taiching Holy Land for a few days and had not come into contact with other people. If this was not done by Yi Yang, it must have been done by Xu Yun. Humph, Shen Yu from the 4C sect, huh? Someone reported you for sneaking into my Taiching Holy Land with ill intentions. Come with us. Several disciples from the punishment hall immediately took out the shackles. When Shen Xiao saw this situation, he instantly became angry. This was definitely done by Yi Yang. Based on his understanding of Xu Yun, that woman would not do such a thing. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I have absolutely no bad intentions. Someone must be trying to frame me. Oh, you said the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land would frame you. Who are you? A disciple of the 4C's sect, are you worthy of being framed by the Great Elder? When Shen Xiao heard this, he was speechless. But he also knew in his heart that these people would not believe him. Yi Yang's identity is there. As the Grand Elder of a holy land, would he need to frame a disciple of a small sect like him? He is now speechless and the key is that he cannot reveal his identity. Once his identity is exposed, even if he has no ill intentions, he will be considered to have ill intentions, and then he will be unable to explain himself. Moreover, he is the son of the headmaster of Tai Holy Land. If he causes trouble in Taiching Holy Land, the two major sects will be implicated. Shen Xiao could only follow them back, hoping that these people would not do anything rash. After all, the Sihai sect is a subsidiary sect of the Tai Holy Land, so these guys will give it some face. But unfortunately, Shen Xiao didn't know that Yao Guang had already come here once a few days ago. Nowadays, the Taiching Holy Land is naturally very wary of people like him. He was just brought back to the punishment hall and was thrown into jail without anyone asking any questions. Tell me the truth, what exactly do you want to do by sneaking into my Taiching Holy Land? Shen Xiao was pressed on a stool, and several disciples from the punishment hall stared at him viciously. The last time Yao Guang's incident happened, even Elder Yunji was punished to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. Now that they have caught such a guy, they naturally have to do something ruthless. What do I have to confess? I'm really just here to visit a friend. Shen Xiao opened his mouth to defend himself, but the next second, the disciple from the punishment hall started to torture him. They are all filled with anger. Yunji was punished to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors because of Yaoguang's matter. If something happens to them again, it may not be as simple as reflecting on their mistakes behind closed doors. Normally, they do this kind of thing, so now they naturally use all kinds of means. Even if this kid is really here to visit a friend, he must be tortured into confessing today. Only if they can catch a spy who sneaked into the Taiching Holy Land can they report to the sect. Shen Xiao didn't expect that these people would actually torture him directly, but he was not Yaoguang after all, so he managed to hold on. He knew that he could not reveal his identity, otherwise it would cause conflict between the two holy places, and he was indeed in disguise to sneak into the Taiching Holy Land this time. Once exposed, Tai Holy Land would not be in the right. It is also very likely that he would be involved in instructing Xu Yun to assassinate Chu Shi. He must hold on tight now. In order to disguise himself more realistically, he even gave up his cultivation and allowed those guys to beat him up. Great Elder, could you have made a mistake? This guy doesn't look like he's pretending. Outside the room, Yang Huang looked at Shen Xiao, who was covered in wounds, and couldn't help feeling a little suspicious. How could I be wrong? This guy is really patient. He doesn't want to reveal his identity even after being beaten like this. Yi Yang looked at Shen Xiao and couldn't help feeling a little worried. This protagonist seems to have some brains. Think about Yaoguang back then. If he just tricked him, his identity would be exposed. But this guy still has no reaction until now. In order to pretend to be more realistic, he even deliberately gave up his cultivation and got injured. Yaoguang was suspected by Yang Huang because he forgot to hide his cultivation. But this kid obviously noticed this, and even Yang Huang began to doubt it at this moment. Let him go. After a long time, Yang Huang walked into the room and spoke in a cold voice. She naturally believed Yi Yang's judgment, but since the boy was trying hard not to say anything, they couldn't really kill him. After all, the other party is a disciple of the Sihai sect, and it will be difficult to explain when the time comes. When Shen Xiao heard the voice, he raised his head weakly, but the next second, he was suddenly stunned. This woman also has good fortune. Could it be that she is also the protagonist? Shen Xiao's eyes flashed with golden light, and he instantly saw through Yang Huang's origins. It's really the heroine. It seems that this trip is not in vain. Shen Xiao endured the injuries on his body and actually felt a little secretly happy in his heart. He was worried that he couldn't control Xu Yun and couldn't find Chu Shi. There happens to be a female protagonist with great luck here right now, so why not use her to replenish your energy first? Several disciples from the punishment hall uncuffed Shen Xiao. Seeing Yang Huang turn around and leave, Shen Xiao hurriedly followed him. Thank you so much for your help, senior sister. Shen Xiao walked forward and stopped Yang Huang. It's okay. Maybe we made a mistake. I'll have someone take you to the pharmacy for treatment, and the penalty hall will compensate you later. Yang Huang knew that this guy was still pretending, but he still had to do some surface work. The reason why she let Shen Xiao go was because she knew this guy would not be exposed easily, so she simply let him go to see what he wanted to do. Thank you, senior sister. My injury is not serious. Chapter 238, Endless Interception, the hero is always one step behind. As Shen Xiao spoke, he was thinking about countermeasures in his mind. This woman doesn't seem to have any weaknesses. No, the person she cares about the most seems to be her master. Maybe we can start from there. Shen Xiao watched Yang Huang turn around and walk into the next room. He was just about to find someone to inquire about Yang Huang's situation, but suddenly he saw an arm stretched out at the moment the door closed. This woman is already taken. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the male protagonist is here? Shen Xiao's face suddenly brightened with joy. He knew that these heroine settings only belonged to the hero, and before the hero took action, the heroine had to remain a virgin. Shen Xiao didn't like this kind of setting. He enjoyed the pleasure of being a thief. These girls knew nothing. How could a wife serve others? However, he also knew that the one who could be so intimate with the heroine at this moment must be the hero. To him, those male protagonists are the ones with real luck. If he can kill them and plunder their luck, his cultivation will surely be improved again. Shen Xiao simply didn't rush to leave. He found a secluded place to hide. He wanted to see who the male protagonist was. Time passed minute by minute, until night fell. A figure finally walked out of the room. Shen Xiao stared for the entire afternoon and was almost exhausted. At this moment, he even admired the male protagonist's physical strength. But when he saw the man clearly, he was shocked. Yi Yang. How could it be him? Shen Xiao instantly became furious. He never thought that it would be Yi Yang. If this guy is Yang Huang's male protagonist, then it would be difficult for him to take action against Yang Huang. Yi Yang's cultivation level is there, and he is no match for Yi Yang anyway. Once he angers the other party, he will most likely lose his life. The reason why Shen Xiao was able to cultivate to the Nirvana realm at such a young age was by plundering the luck of those protagonists. And which one of those people is not a chosen one of heaven? Of course, you have to be extremely cautious if you want to deal with them. Even though he has extraordinary cultivation now, he has never looked down on those male protagonists. Who among those who can become the male protagonist does not have a few trump cards in his hand? If he hadn't been so cautious, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is today. Facing Yi Yang at this moment, he naturally became extremely alert. Since Yi Yang is also one of his targets, he will definitely take action, but he needs to use a certain method. Shen Xiao silently looked at Yang Huang. At this moment, Yang Huang's face was rosy and her eyes were charming. She was so attractive. Even Shen Xiao couldn't help feeling a little itchy when he saw it. It's a pity that this woman had already been taken advantage of by Yi Yang. Ding, Shen Xiao is resentful, emotion value plus 500. Yi Yang was just about to go back with Yang Huang, but suddenly he heard a prompt from the system, and he instantly found where Shen Xiao was. This guy is still here. Yi Yang shook his head and gently hugged Yang Huang. Since this guy likes to watch, let him watch more. Ding, Shen Xiao is full of resentment, emotion value plus 500. After returning to his residence, Yi Yang did not take Shen Xiao seriously. It was he who deliberately asked Yang Huang to release Shen Xiao. Since this guy refused to say anything, he would create an opportunity for him to do something. Now that Shen Xiao is still staying in the Taiching Holy Land, it means that he has not given up. Since he has not given up, there will definitely be next action. What Yi Yang wants is for him to take action. If he doesn't take action, how can he prove his identity as a traitor? After a night's rest, early the next morning, Yi Yang prepared to go see Yunji. During this period, Yunji was under house arrest and had to stay at home. During this period, Yi Yang visited her several times. Fortunately, Yunji liked to be alone, so she got used to it. While walking on the road, Yi Yang suddenly saw a familiar figure. Little sister, are you alone? Shen Xiao was pleasantly surprised at this moment. He originally planned to start with Yang Huang's master. After some inquiries today, he learned that Yang Huang's master was Yunji, so he wanted to come over and take a look. Unexpectedly, I met another lucky heroine while walking on the road. But, this heroine is still a little girl. Shen Xiao couldn't figure out which beastly male protagonist was actually a Lolita complex, but since he was the son of luck, he would definitely not let him go, so he simply started chatting with him. Who are you? Yunling looked at the man in front of her with suspicion. Although she looked like a child, she did not really have the mind of a child. It was obvious that this guy had ill intentions, so she naturally became alert. I am Shen Yu, a disciple of the Sihai sect. I just happened to come to Taiching Holy Land to visit friends recently. Little sister, what's your name? I don't know you. If you have nothing to do, don't block my way. I still have to go find my father. Seeing the alert look on the little girl's face, Shen Xiao was a little surprised. This girl is young, but she is quite smart. Little sister, it's dangerous for you to walk outside alone. Tell me, who is your father? I will take you to find him. Shen Xiao asked with a smile. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Her father is me. Shen Xiao turned around and was suddenly speechless. Why is it Yi Yang again? His brain was about to explode. Why did he run into this guy wherever he went? Moreover, every time he met a heroine, it was always related to this guy. By the way, this guy is the male lead. Shen Xiao suddenly realized that he had checked Yi Yang's identity before, but he couldn't see it clearly. This was normal. The power of luck on the hero is too strong, obscuring the cause and effect, and he is unable to investigate. In his opinion, Yi Yang is the male protagonist, and it is reasonable for him to have these female protagonists around him. It seems that the reason why there are so many heroines in Taiching Holy Land is because of this guy. Shen Xiao thought about it, but became more and more angry. Yi Yang has already established connections with these heroines. It might be difficult for him to plunder their luck. So it's you, senior. I'm so sorry. Shen Xiao suppressed his anger and bowed. He knew that it was Yi Yang who harmed him yesterday, but at this moment he could only pretend not to know and put on a respectful attitude. Ling come here. Yi Yang waved his hand. Yunling hurriedly ran up and threw herself into Yi Yang's arms. Why did a person run out? Ling do you miss daddy? Yunling hugged Yi Yang's neck and said coquettishly. Humph, didn't I tell you to spend more time at home with your mother when you have time? Your mother is now being punished to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. How boring it must be for her to be alone at home. Yunling lowered her head silently after hearing this. However, when Shen Xiao heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. Could it be that this child's mother is Yunji? He had previously heard that Yunji had recently been punished to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. Based on what Yi Yang said, he naturally thought of Yunji. Could it be that Yunji is Yi Yang's wife? Shen Xiao watched Yi Yang holding Yunling and walking away, and he immediately confirmed in his heart that the road they were taking was the one leading to Yunji's residence. Chapter 239, Getting There First. Shen Xiao knew that with Yi Yang here, he would probably not be able to succeed. Although these heroines are all very attractive, he is no match for Yi Yang at the moment and he cannot continue to take risks. After thinking it over again and again, he set his target back on Chu Shi. Chu Shi should be injured now. If I can find her and act as a hero to save her, this matter may be accomplished. By then, when his cultivation level has improved, it won't be too late to deal with Yi Yang. Thinking of this, Shen Xiao immediately turned around and left Taiching Holy Land. After Yi Yang chatted with Yunji and her daughter for a while, he returned to his residence. But as soon as he came back, he heard Yang Huang say that Shen Xiao had left Taiching Holy Land. After Yang Huang released Shen Xiao, he kept an eye on the other party's movements. The purpose is to find out what Shen Xiao wants to do. Previously, Shen Xiao's every move was under her surveillance. Of course, she also knew what Shen Xiao was asking about her. At this moment, she had completely doubted Shen Xiao, and that guy had obviously set his sights on her master, which was what Yang Huang could not tolerate the most. But just when he was about to find an opportunity to take action, the guy took the initiative to retreat. Perhaps because of your existence, he dares not have any more thoughts. Yang Huang knew that Shen Xiao had originally intended to go find his master today, but he happened to meet Yi Yang, and then that guy left. Perhaps he was also afraid of Yi Yang, so he gave up his plan. There is something wrong with this person. Yi Yang analyzed. If what you said is true, he asked about your situation for no reason, it is obvious that he has ulterior motives. Now that the plan has been blocked by me, I have escaped from the holy land of Taiching. However, we still don't know who sent him. This matter still needs to be thoroughly investigated. Now someone has repeatedly planted spies in the holy land of Taiching. It is obvious that they are planning to take over the holy land of Taiching. Last time it was Yaoguang, that guy was from the Sun Holy Land, this guy might be from another holy land. Since he has left Taiching Holy Land, I will take care of the next things. I also want to know what those guys want to do. Yang Huang nodded when she heard this. This kind of thing was not something she could interfere with. After all, it involves various holy places. Yang Huang knew clearly that although the 6 holy places seemed to be at peace on the surface, they were secretly at odds with each other. Now, those people have placed people into the Taiching Holy Land, and they must be trying to drag them into the water. Yi Yang was so concerned about this matter because he was worried that the group of guys were heading for the Taishu Holy Land. Of course, these are just Yang Huang's own thoughts. Yi Yang knows very well that those people's actions are purely their own and have nothing to do with the Holy Land. But what Yi Yang wanted was to muddy the waters thoroughly. Yi Yang left Taiching Holy Land that day. Shen Xiao had threatened Xu Yun before. According to Xu Yun, Shen Xiao was the mastermind behind the assassination of Chu Shi. Now that he has threatened Xu Yun, he might even attack Chu Shi. Of course Yi Yang knew very well that Shen Xiao did not want to kill Chu Shi. After all, Chu Shi was this guy's heroine. Shen Xiao planned all this probably to play the role of a hero saving a beauty and win Chu Zai's favor. However, that guy seemed to be unaware that Chu Shi had already been taken in by Yi Yang. Yi Yang left Taiching Holy Land and headed straight for Lingshuang City. In the current situation, he just needs to sit back and wait for the opportunity to come. That guy will naturally come to me on his own initiative. Lingshuang City, Chuzai's home. Qingcheng has been living here these days. Chuzai's cultivation had not yet recovered, so she naturally felt uneasy about leaving. During this period of time, Chuxi has also been guiding Qingcheng. After meeting Yunqing, Qingcheng no longer had such strong malice towards Yi Yang. Now, after experiencing Chuzai's guidance over the past few days, she gradually began to accept Yi Yang. No matter what, Yi Yang was grateful for raising her. Although she didn't like Yi Yang, she couldn't say she hated him. These 2 days, Qingcheng has been thinking in her heart that after Chuzai's cultivation recovers, she will go to see Yi Yang. Even if it's just to say thank you to the other person. After all, if it weren't for Yi Yang this time, she probably wouldn't have been able to find Chuxi. For the sake of my senior sister, I should say thank you. I just don't know who the senior who saved Chuxi is. If she really has to thank someone, she should thank that senior the most. Just as Qingcheng was in a daze, Chuxi ran out excitedly. Qingcheng, the senior who saved me is here. Hearing this, Qingcheng stood up instantly. Where? Right there. These days, Chuxi was persuading Qingcheng while reporting the progress to Yi Yang. In recent days, Chuxi has also noticed that Qingcheng's feelings have begun to waver. At this moment, if it was revealed that Yi Yang was the benefactor who saved her, Qingcheng should be polite to Yi Yang for her own sake. At that time, I can help them to repair their relationship. Coincidentally, Yi Yang also sent a message saying that he would come over today, so Chuxi hurriedly told Qingcheng the news. As the two were talking, a person walked in through the gate. Qingcheng turned her head and was stunned for a moment. Master, why is it you? Qingcheng exclaimed and turned to look at Chuxi. Senior sister, the senior who saved you is my master. Chuxi nodded. Qingcheng was a little overwhelmed to react for a moment. Wait, master, you knew that senior sister Chuxi was here and knew her situation. Qingcheng stared at Yi Yang with vigilance. She suspected that these two people were deliberately hiding things from her. If this was true, Yi Yang must have some ulterior motive. I do know, but at that time Chuxi suspected that someone was plotting against her and didn't dare to let outsiders know her whereabouts, so I deliberately kept it from you. Later, Chuxi said you could trust her, so I told you the news about her. When Qingcheng heard this, she was stunned. What's going on? I am Yi Yang's apprentice, and my master is helping outsiders to hide the truth about me. Still doubting yourself? Does this make sense? But when Qingcheng carefully recalled her relationship with Yi Yang over the years, she suddenly felt relieved. She had never spoken a few words to Yi Yang since she was a child. Now that she suddenly came back, it was no wonder that Yi Yang would doubt her. However, if you put it this way, Yi Yang is indeed doing this for Chuxi, so it is right for him to be cautious. What about you, senior sister? You already knew that the person who saved you was my master, but you kept it a secret from me. Chuxi lowered her head in grievance and muttered, it's all your fault. You never mentioned the Great Elder in the past. I only found out about your relationship with the Great Elder a few days ago. But at that time, you treated the Great Elder like that. I was afraid that even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Chapter 240, Exposing the Male Protagonist's Plan to Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. Qingcheng frowned. That was true. She had always been reluctant to mention Yi Yang in the past, so that few people in the entire Tai Holy Land knew that she was Yi Yang's disciple. It was not until she came back this time that she mentioned her relationship with Yi Yang to Chuxi. Chuxi really didn't know about this in the past. However, this woman later found out and actually kept it from me. Qingcheng looked at Chuxi with resentment, but she also understood in her heart. During that period, when I mentioned Yi Yang, I had nothing good to say. Chuxi definitely wouldn't dare to tell him directly. Suddenly, Qingcheng finally reacted. No wonder Chuxi had been persuading her to reconcile with Yi Yang these days. It was because Yi Yang saved her. Qingcheng felt like she was being fooled and was being played around by these two guys. But when she thought that it was Yi Yang who saved Chuxi, she didn't say much. How did you two know each other? Master, since you saved my senior sister, you should know who attacked her, right? Qingcheng was silent for a long time and finally regained her senses. When I first met Chuxi, she had already lost all her cultivation and her dantian was destroyed. I didn't see her being attacked by anyone. Yi Yang explained, however, I have been helping with the investigation these days, and I just happened to have some clues. This time I came here to tell you about this matter. Hearing this, Qingcheng immediately became interested. Chu Shi, do you still remember that when you were attacked, you fell into an illusion, right? Chu Shi nodded. That's the method used by the Phantom Spirit sect. The Wanling sect. Isn't that a subsidiary sect of the Taishu Holy Land? Qingcheng was shocked when she heard that. That's right. The last time Chu Shi told me that she was trapped in an illusion, I thought of the Wanling sect. I didn't doubt them at the time, but the Wanling sect is proficient in illusions, so I wanted them to help investigate. In the end, I actually found out that an elder of the Wanling sect is missing. When they found the elder, he was already dead. Killing to silence the witness, Qingcheng exclaimed, who on earth could it be? And who did it so cleanly? What those people did was not clean. Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head. Master, what clues have you found? When Qingcheng heard this, she immediately understood that Yi Yang might have found out who was behind the scenes. That elder of the Wanling sect died under the 9 swords of Tai. It was done by people from your Tai Holy Land. And in your Tai Holy Land, there are probably not many people who can practice the Tai 9 swords. Upon hearing this, Chu Shi and the other 2 immediately lowered their heads to think. Except for the headmaster and the 9 elders, among the disciples, only senior brother Shen Shao, the son of the headmaster, has learned the Tai 9 swords. These people have no grudge against me, who would attack me. To attack you doesn't necessarily mean there's a grudge against you. You should think about who among these people might attack you. Yi Yang spoke up to remind them, and Chu Shi and Qingcheng reacted instantly. Shen Shao. If the 9 elders wanted to deal with Chu Shi, there was no need to go through so many twists and turns. The 9 elders had extraordinary status in the Tai Holy Land. Although Chu Shi is the apprentice of the great elder, he is ultimately just a disciple. Those elders would not lower themselves to deal with her, and the remaining one would be the final answer. Even though I couldn't figure out why, it could only be him. Why did Shen Shao attack senior sister? Qingcheng couldn't figure out the problem either. Who knows about this kind of thing? Yi Yang could probably guess Shen Shao's purpose, but he didn't say it clearly. For things like this, they need to guess for themselves, only then will they believe it without a doubt. We are the only ones who know that Chu Shi was injured. No one in Tai Holy Land should know that Chu Shi was in trouble. Yi Yang continued to add fuel to the fire, so, I want to lure the snake out of its hole. The person behind the scenes is probably still looking for Chu Zai's whereabouts. If Chu Shi shows up now, the first person to come to him must be the murderer behind the scenes. When Qingcheng heard this, she was shocked. This is too dangerous. Senior sister's injuries have not healed yet. What if the other party takes advantage of the opportunity to attack? What are you afraid of with me here? When Yi Yang said this, Qingcheng was stunned. That's right. With Yi Yang's strength, unless the masters of the 6 holy places take action, there are probably few people in the entire Kanglan domain who can kill someone in front of him. However, if that person is really Shen Shao, he is the son of the headmaster after all. Even if we get evidence, I'm afraid the headmaster will protect him. Chu Shi spoke softly. She didn't know why Shen Shao was targeting her. But she knew very well that even if the matter was exposed, given Shen Linfang's character, he would definitely protect Shen Shao. We have no control over how Tai Holy Land handles this. However, if he attacks you again, I will kill him. Yi Yang's voice was not loud, but to Chu Shi and the others, it sounded like thunder. They knew that Yi Yang was not joking, but Shen Shao had a special identity. If he really died at the hands of Yi Yang, it would inevitably cause conflicts between the 2 holy places. Great Elder, you absolutely cannot do that. Chu Shi was touched, but he didn't want to cause chaos in the 2 holy places because of himself. She understood that Yi Yang was protecting her, but she didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Yang. Can I handle this myself? Chu Shi said softly, with pleading eyes. Just handle it yourself. I said, as long as he doesn't do anything to you, I won't do anything to him. Chu Shi looked at Yi Yang silently and bit her lip. Ding, Chu Shi is moved to tears, emotion value plus 1000. Qingcheng, who was standing aside, looked at the 2 of them and suddenly felt a little sad. Why do I feel like their relationship is a little too close? Qingcheng stared at Chu Shi with curiosity. Although Yi Yang has a bad temper, he has always been gentle to others. Therefore, he has a good reputation among the major holy places. Ching-chung knew that this was just Yi Yang's disguise. But now, Yi Yang would actually get angry for Chu Shi. Ching-chung had never seen such a thing before. The relationship between these two is definitely not ordinary. Although Yi Yang couldn't tell anything on the surface, Chu Shi was not good at hiding things. The look on her face betrayed her. Ahem, Chu Shi, your cultivation will soon recover, right? Yi Yang noticed Ching-chung's suspicious look and quickly changed the subject. Ah. Yes, thanks to the help of the Great Elder during this period I have been able to take care of my body. I think I will be able to fully recover in the next 2 days. Well, that's fine. For safety reasons, I will help you recuperate in the next 2 days and try to recover your skills as soon as possible. When Chu Shi heard this, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She knew very well what Yi Yang meant by conditioning. She finally had 2 days off, and now it happens again. Chu Shi secretly glanced at Ching-chung and found that Ching-chung was staring at her with a puzzled look on her face. She suddenly became more nervous. I like the destined villains, who are invincible, starting with the protagonist's mother. Chapter 241. The male protagonist appears and confirms the identity of the real murderer behind the scenes. Just as Yi Yang was discussing with Chu Shi and others, Shen Xiao also came to Lingxiao City. The reason why Shen Xiao was able to find this place so quickly was naturally because Yi Yang helped. Along the way, Yi Yang left a lot of clues, guiding Shen Xiao to find this place step by step. Previously, the reason why Yi Yang reminded Chu Shi and the others that the first person to find this place was the real culprit behind the scenes was simply because he had already led Shen Xiao here. At this moment, as long as Shen Xiao shows up, his identity as the mastermind behind the scenes will be confirmed, but he himself is kept in the dark. However, Shen Xiao was still cautious. He did not approach Chu Shi immediately, but hid in the dark and observed. He needed to confirm the extent of Chu Zai's injuries. He had been preparing for so long just to be a hero and save the beauty. If Chu Zai's injuries were not serious enough, his presence would not be able to win the woman's heart. Soon Shen Xiao found Chu Zai's residence, but when he arrived there, he saw a familiar figure again. Ching-chung. Why is she here? Shen Xiao naturally also knew Ching-chung. Although Ching-chung was only the third elder's apprentice, she was extremely talented and was highly valued in the Tai Holy Land. The key point is that this woman is as beautiful as her name suggests. There are countless disciples in Tai Holy Land who have fallen in love with her. However, Shen Xiao knew very well that Ching-chung had a cold personality and looked down upon ordinary disciples. Of course, from the first moment he saw Ching-chung, Shen Xiao knew that Ching-chung was also a heroine, but because of Ching-chung's personality, he was not in a hurry to take action against Ching-chung. Now that Ching-chung is also here, Shen Xiao actually becomes a little interested. He knew that Ching-chung and Chu Shi had a close relationship. Wouldn't it be great if he could take advantage of this opportunity to take down both of them? Shen Xiao immediately hid his body, hid in the dark and began to observe Chu Shi and the others. Soon, he discovered that Chu Shi looked depressed and his steps were unsteady, and it was obvious that he was still seriously injured. Moreover, the two of them went out and bought a lot of medicinal herbs, obviously used to treat illnesses. Shen Xiao knew very well that Chu Yun had destroyed Chu Zai's dantian, so this woman should still be a disabled person now. In this way, his plan was not a complete failure. At least we can take this opportunity to take down Chu Shi. Thinking of this, Shen Xiao immediately appeared. Chu Shi. Chu Shi and the other person heard the voice and turned around. When they saw the person coming, they were startled and looked at each other. It's really him. At this moment, Chu Shi believed Yi Yang's words even more firmly. At this moment, no one in the entire Tai Holy Land except Ching-chung knew that she was injured. No one else would go out to look for her. The person who came to her at this time must be the one who was hunting her, but Chu Shi was also aware of Shen Xiao's special identity and did not show it. It turns out to be senior brother Shen. Why are you here? I heard that my junior sister had been out for many days and had no news. I was worried, so I went out to look for her. I didn't expect to meet her here. Shen Xiao walked forward silently. His gaze stayed on Chu Shi and the others for a moment, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Zai's aura was intermittent, and he was obviously seriously injured. Ching-chung had just broken through the Yuantai realm and was no match for him. This is indeed a good opportunity. Shen Xiao already had a plan in mind. What happened to junior sister these days? She hasn't contacted the sect, so what happened? Shen Xiao pretended to be calm and asked. But in the eyes of Chu Shi and the others, his disguises undoubtedly made him look like a clown. Indeed, we have encountered some unexpected events, but we have already resolved them. I don't want to trouble you to worry about me. Although Chu Shi didn't quite understand why Shen Xiao wanted to deal with her, she was already very wary of Shen Xiao at this moment. Junior sister, you are too polite. You and I are from the same school. If you have any problem, I should naturally help you. Seeing Chu Shi so nervous, Shen Xiao became more certain that Chu Shi was still seriously injured and was therefore deliberately hiding it from him. This was his chance. I see that junior sister doesn't look well, but is she injured? I happen to have a Diong Jojuan pill here, which is a holy medicine for healing given to me by my father. Junior sister, take it first. The Diong Jujuan pill is a panacea specially used to repair the dantian. Shen Xiao knew that Chu Zai's dantian was damaged, and this kind of pill should be what he lacked most at the moment. You are helping this woman in her time of need, and yet you are afraid that she won't dare to make a move. As long as I put in a little more effort in the next few days, I guarantee that this woman will fall into my arms. But to his disappointment, after Chu Shi saw the pill, there was no joy on his face as he had imagined. Instead, he saw a hint of vigilance in Chu Zai's eyes. Of course, Chu Shi had already repaired his dantian at this moment and did not need this pill at all. The most important thing is that she had always suspected Shen Xiao's intentions. What a coincidence, the other party took out the elixir to repair his dantian after his dantian was destroyed. This undoubtedly further confirmed that Shen Xiao was the mastermind behind the assassination. Therefore, it is very questionable what the effect of this pill is. Junior sister, what's wrong? Seeing that Chu Shi didn't react for a long time, Shen Xiao was also confused. This shouldn't be the case. Chu Zai's dantian was destroyed at this moment. When I took out this kind of elixir, shouldn't she be filled with gratitude and eagerly take the elixir to take it? But isn't Chu Zai's current performance too calm? This medicine is too valuable, I dare not accept it. Seeing this, Chu Shi quickly waved his hand to refuse. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. At this moment, Chu Shi seriously suspected that Shen Xiao had tampered with the pill. No one could tell whether this pill was a panacea that could cure diseases and save lives, or a poison that could take lives. Naturally, she did not dare to accept it. Junior sister, you are too polite. Shen Xiao did not expect that Chu Shi could still remain so calm at this time. However, he came here just to deliver the elixir. If he couldn't deliver the elixir, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Junior sister is the third elder's personal disciple and is highly valued by the third elder. Even my father often praises junior sister for her extraordinary talent. She will definitely be the backbone of our Tai Holy Land in the future. Even if my father knew that junior sister was injured, he would probably spare no effort to treat her. Since I just happened to meet her today, how can I not help her? Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Chu Shi hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the pill. In that case, thank you very much, senior brother. Chu Shi bowed slightly and then prepared to turn around and go back. Wait, Shen Xiao suddenly called out to Chu Shi and the others. He was completely confused. He came all the way to deliver the medicine, and this is it. After these two people accepted the pills, didn't they invite me in to sit down? Junior sister, are you living here these days? Seeing that Chu Shi was unmoved, Shen Xiao had no choice but to speak up shamelessly. At this moment, Chu Shi also understood Shen Xiao's intention. This guy probably wouldn't leave so easily. Although she didn't want Yi Yang to get involved, Shen Xiao's persistence made it clear that he was not going to let her go easily, so she had no choice but to follow Yi Yang's plan. That's right, senior brother, you have come from afar, come in and have a seat. I like the destined villains, who are invincible, starting with the protagonist's mother. Chapter 242. Seeing Yi Yang again, the male owner is numb. Shen Xiao followed Chu Shi and the others into the yard. I have to say, this yard is indeed very hidden. It looks like an ordinary family's house, hidden in this busy city. If you don't come in, it's really hard to find. Shen Xiao has been looking for Chu Shi during this period. He has been to Lingshuang City twice, but he did not notice this small courtyard at that time. The furnishings in the yard are very simple, just like a small farmyard. Brother, please take a seat. I'll go make tea for you. Chu Shi spoke, glanced at Qingcheng silently, and turned into the house. How did you find this place, brother? Qingcheng looked at Shen Shao silently. She was very clear about Shen Shao's strength. In Tai Holy Land, Shen Shao was recognized as the best among the younger generation. There are rumors that Shen Shao has broken through nirvana, but Shen Shao has always been very low-key in the sect, so no one has ever seen him take action. But Qingcheng knew very well that Shen Shao's strength was definitely above hers. If the other party wanted to take action, she would definitely not be able to stop Shen Shao. Right now Qingcheng can only place her hopes on Yi Yang. Oh, I was just out for training and happened to pass by here. I saw the two junior sisters on the street just now, so I followed you. Shen Shao started talking, but Qingcheng didn't believe a word of what he said. From the moment Shen Shao appeared here, he could no longer explain this matter. Qingshu County is so vast, how could it be such a coincidence that I could just happen to meet them? This guy was able to find this place so quickly, he must have been following Chu Shi secretly. This also proves that the person who assassinated Chu Shi was most likely him. That's a coincidence. Qingcheng sneered without commenting. Looking at Qingcheng, who was still as cold as ice, a gleam of light flashed in Shen Shao's eyes. This woman's temperament is too cold, and it would be impossible to influence her slowly. It seems that we can only use other means at the moment. Just as Shen Shao was thinking about it, a familiar voice was heard. Is this your senior brother? Shen Shao raised his head immediately when he heard the man's voice. The next second, he just froze in place. Why is this guy again? The anger in Shen Shao's heart finally erupted. He couldn't understand why he could meet Yi Yang even though he was here. Yi Yang naturally knew that the person in front of him was Shen Shao. However, when they were in the Taiching Holy Land, Shen Shao disguised himself. Logically speaking, they had never met before, so Yi Yang naturally had to pretend not to know him. That's right, Great Elder, this is my senior brother Shen Shao. Chu Shi started to introduce them. She didn't know that they had actually met each other before. At this moment, Shen Shao naturally didn't dare to admit that he had met Yi Yang, so he had to stand up pretending to be confused. Brother Shen, this is Yi Yang, the Great Elder of Taishu Holy Land. It turns out to be Elder Yi. Disciple greets senior. Shen Shao gritted his teeth and bowed. No need to be polite. I have heard that Master Shen has a son who is extremely talented. Seeing him today, I find that he is indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, he has already reached the Nirvana realm. It is true that a hero emerges from a young age. When Yi Yang said this, Chu Shi and the others were shocked. Shen Shao had never revealed his cultivation level, and few people in the entire Tai Holy Land knew that he had broken through Nirvana. This has always been his biggest trump card. At this moment, it was exposed by Yi Yang on the spot. One can imagine the resentment in Shen Shao's heart. Ding! Shen Shao is furious, emotion value plus 500. Yi Yang's move was naturally intentional. Among the 6 holy places, there are not many people in the Nirvana realm. Apart from the masters of the major holy places, the few remaining people in the Nirvana realm are also the elders of the major holy places. Among the disciples, Shen Shao should be the first one to break through the Nirvana realm. But since such a big event has not been spread out, it means that Shen Shao has been deliberately hiding his cultivation level. No matter what this guy's purpose is, it is not pleasant for Shen Shao when Yi Yang exposes the matter to his face. Once Chu Shi and the other person return to Tai Holy Land, this matter will surely spread, and Shen Shao's previous efforts will be in vain. How can he not be angry? When Qingcheng heard this, she was also stunned. She guessed that Shen Shao had extraordinary cultivation, but she didn't expect that he had already broken through Nirvana. Fortunately, Yi Yang was here this time, otherwise, if this guy were to forcefully attack Chu Shi, the two of them alone would really not be a match for Shen Shao. Ha ha ha, senior, thank you for the compliment. I was just lucky. Shen Shao reacted quickly and hurriedly laughed it off to change the subject. The Great Elder is very busy, why is he here? Hey, a few days ago, Chu Shi was attacked and asked me for help. After all, Qingshu County is under the jurisdiction of my Taishu Holy Land. I should naturally investigate it to avoid causing conflicts between our two holy lands. As soon as Yi Yang said this, Shen Shao's expression suddenly changed. He was the one who planned this matter, and he didn't want others to get involved in the investigation. I don't want Yi Yang to get involved even more. He knew the relationship between Yi Yang and Shu Yun. Although he didn't know whether Shu Yun had told Yi Yang about the assassination at the moment, If Yi Yang continued to investigate, he would definitely be found out. I'm sorry to trouble you, Great Elder. Junior sister Chu is from Tai Holy Land after all, so this matter should be investigated by me as her senior brother. Shen Xiao immediately expressed his opinion, and then continued to speak to Chu Shi. Junior sister, you didn't even tell me about this important matter before. Don't worry, I will definitely investigate this matter and seek justice for you. Chu Shi watched Shen Xiao's performance silently without saying a word. At this moment, she had already determined that Shen Xiao was the mastermind behind this matter. In her eyes, Shen Xiao's current disguise was just like a clown. Haha, it's rare that my nephew has such a heart. It's most appropriate to let my nephew investigate this matter. Now that my nephew is here, I feel relieved. Yi Yang looked at Shen Xiao with a smile. He said this deliberately to stimulate Shen Xiao to continue his action. In order to cover up a lie, this guy has to continue. As long as he continues to act, his flaws will be revealed, and then his secret assassination of his fellow disciples will be confirmed. By then, even Shen Linfang would not be able to cover up for this kid in the face of irrefutable evidence. Yi Yang chatted for a few minutes and then left. If he stayed here, Shen Xiao would probably do nothing. He had to create conditions for this guy. But Yi Yang would naturally not really leave. After seeing Yi Yang leave, Shen Xiao began to ponder in his heart. Now, Shu Yun is the only one who knows about this. He did not reveal his identity in front of Shu Yun, so the woman should not know that he was the person behind her. However, for safety reasons, we still have to deal with Shu Yun as soon as possible. But before that, he still planned to figure out the current situation. Junior sister, how do you know the Great Elder of Taishu Holy Land? Chapter 243, Being Intercepted Again. The hero completely collapsed. This time I was attacked and my Dantian was destroyed. Fortunately, the Great Elder came to my rescue and saved me from danger. After I revealed my identity, the Great Elder felt that this matter was of great importance and agreed to help investigate it. Chu Shi began to answer. These were naturally the excuses she and Yi Yang had discussed long ago. So that's it, Shen Xiao thought silently in his heart after listening. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Junior sister, your Dantian is destroyed. Shen Xiao exclaimed. Of course, he already knew about this. What surprised him was that according to Chu Shi, it was Yi Yang who saved her. Could it be that Chu Zai's injury has been healed by Yi Yang? This was a plan he had been planning for a long time. Could it be that Yi Yang had intercepted it again? That's right, the person who attacked me was very powerful and destroyed my Dantian. Fortunately, the Great Elder came to my rescue and I was able to repair my Dantian. Hearing this, Shen Xiao became completely furious. Sure enough, Yi Yang had cured Chu Shi. All the means that he had prepared now came into play for Yi Yang. Ding, Shen Xiao is extremely angry, emotion value plus 500. This is truly a blessing in disguise. The Great Elder is truly righteous. Shen Xiao was resentful in his heart, but his face remained kind. His plan was now completely ruined, but he quickly thought of another plan. If the assassination of Chu Shi was pinned on Yi Yang, not only can it clear him of suspicion, but it can also destroy the relationship between Yi Yang and Chu Shi. The key point is that Yi Yang has a close relationship with Shu Yun now. As long as he tells this matter and proves that it was Shu Yun who attacked Chu Shi, then Yi Yang will definitely be implicated. However, Shen Xiao soon discovered the problem. He had no way to prove that it was Shu Yun who had done the harm to Chu Shi. Otherwise, threaten Shu Yun again. Take this opportunity to obtain evidence and frame Yi Yang. If he could seize the opportunity, he could injure Chu Shi again, and then he could continue with his plan. Thinking of this, Shen Xiao made a decision immediately. Use Shu Yun again to attack Chu Shi. Junior sister, this is a serious matter. Since I have encountered it, I naturally cannot ignore it. Junior sister, you can rest and recover here. I will investigate this matter. Shen Xiao said this, turned around and left. Senior sister, is he preparing to strike again? Qing Cheng looked at Shen Xiao's departing back and spoke silently. Of course, there is something wrong with the pill he gave me just now. The Great Elder has already checked it and found something else in it. The Great Elder told me that now we just need to wait for him to make another move. Chu Shi said in a low voice. Shen Xiao quickly changed his identity and came to Yunlin sect. But this time, he didn't even enter the Yunlin sect. Ever since Lin Yan caused a big fuss here last time, the Yunlin sect has also strengthened its guards. All outsiders are not allowed to enter. Of course, this was also deliberately arranged by Xu Yun. Now that the Yunlin sect has been involved in the struggles among several holy places, Xu Yun has no choice but to order the closure of the Yunlin sect in order to escape as quickly as possible. Shen Xiao also understood that Xu Yun's move must be an attempt to escape from his control. However, he still had Xu Yun's leverage in his hand, so how could he let that woman go easily? He immediately took out the communication token and sent a message to Xu Yun. But soon, he was completely numb. Xu Yun ignored his threats. At this moment Shen Xiao finally realized that there was a huge loophole in his plan this time, that is, he did not have complete evidence on Xu Yun. The key point is that Xu Yun no longer needs the 9 transformation soul nourishing pill, and he no longer has this last means to control Xu Yun. Now Xu Yun is completely out of his control. Do you want me to do it myself? Shen Xiao murmured to himself. After all, this was Qingshu County, the territory of Taishu Holy Land. He didn't dare to take action against those disciples of Taishu Holy Land, as that would only give Yi Yang evidence. Now, he only has one last way left, to do it himself. Shen Xiao took a deep breath, and Yi Yang's face kept flashing through his mind. Ever since he met Yi Yang, everything started to go wrong for him. That guy not only ruined his plan and snatched Xu Yun away, but now he is even together with Chu Shi. If Xu Yun is just Shen Xiao's backup plan, then Chu Shi is the forbidden fruit in Shen Xiao's heart. That woman was his target from the very beginning, and he would never allow anyone else to get involved. But now, even Chu Shi is together with Yi Yang. This made Shen Xiao feel more resentful towards Yi Yang. Ding, Shen Xiao is full of resentment, emotion value plus 500. Since Xu Yun's approach is blocked, Shen Xiao has no choice but to take a risk. No matter what, he would never let Chu Shi and Yi Yang get together. That was the woman he had chosen. Shen Xiao quickly returned to Lingshuang City, but in the process, he also thought of another solution. Although he had no evidence that Xu Yun was the one who took action against Chu Shi, as long as he planted the seeds of suspicion in Chu Zai's heart, it would be enough to implicate Yi Yang. When Shen Xiao returned to Chu Zai's residence again, he saw Yi Yang teaching Chu Shi how to practice sword. This scene made Shen Xiao stunned on the spot. I was only away for a few days, and this guy has already gotten the hang of it. At this moment, Shen Xiao seriously suspected that Yi Yang had deliberately sent him away in order to steal the house. Shen Xiao wanted to slap himself twice. He actually fell for this guy's trick. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Junior sister, what are you doing? Shen Xiao spoke immediately, trying to stop the two. But when Chu Shi heard this, he seemed not to care. Brother, you're back. The great elder is teaching me how to practice swordsmanship. Why do you have to do this when practicing sword skills? Junior sister, don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? Shen Xiao was completely furious. How could his woman be so intimate with another man? What do you mean, senior brother? The great elder is not an outsider, senior brother, you are overthinking it. Chu Shi really didn't think much about it, because she was used to it, but Shen Xiao couldn't accept this kind of behavior. The key point is, this girl actually said that Yi Yang is not an outsider. Yi Yang is the grand elder of Taishu Holy Land. What else could he be if not an outsider? My wife, etc. Shen Xiao suddenly realized that Chu Shi and Yi Yang had also. Impossible, Shen Xiao suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He knew Chu Shi too well. People who practiced swordsmanship were determined and it was impossible for them to be defeated by just a few words. Otherwise, I would have taken action against Chu Shi long ago. But it was obvious that Shen Xiao didn't understand Yi Yang. Junior sister, you are a girl after all, so you should pay more attention to the impact. Shen Xiao tried to remind him again, but Chu Shi changed the subject. Brother, what information did you find out this time? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao walked forward silently and separated Yi Yang and the other person. I did gain something, but... Shen Xiao glanced at Yi Yang and bowed. Great elder, you are a senior, but this matter concerns our Tai Holy Land. I wonder if you can step aside for a moment. Chapter 244, Frame Up, Too Naive. Yi Yang looked at Shen Xiao silently and nodded. Since this is your family affair, it is naturally inconvenient for me to be here. Then I will go back first. If you need help with anything, you can come to Taishu Holy Land to find me. Yi Yang said this and turned to leave. Yi Yang had already received the news from Xu Yun and knew that this kid had been rejected by Xu Yun. At the moment, he guessed that he had come up with another bad idea. But Yi Yang didn't care. He was just waiting for this kid to make a move. Seeing Yi Yang leaving, Shen Xiao hurriedly began to explain. Junior sister, I did find out some information during my trip. Didn't you say before that you fell into an illusion when you were attacked? I found out that there is a wanling sect under the Taishu Holy Land who is proficient in illusions. I followed this line of inquiry all the way and actually found out that the leader of the Wanling sect and the leader of the Yunlin sect went out together a few days ago. Moreover, the leader of the Yunlin sect knows Yi Yang. Some time ago, someone saw Xu Yun and Yi Yang appear together in the Taiching Holy Land. The relationship between the two seemed very close. Shen Xiao said a lot in one breath. He thought Chu Shi would be somewhat surprised after hearing it, but when he looked at Chu Shi, he found that the other party seemed unusually calm. Brother, do you mean to say that this matter is related to the Great Elder? Chu Shi stared at Shen Xiao with a strange expression. I am just analyzing what I have found. There are rumors that the current leader of the Wanling sect has a close relationship with Yi Yang. Now, he is related to the leader of the Yunlin sect. This makes people suspicious. Chu Shi looked at Shen Xiao silently and couldn't help sneering in his heart. Yi Yang was right indeed. This kid started to divert his attention. Yi Yang had previously told Chu Shi that an elder of the Wanling sect had been killed and had been stabbed by the Tai Nine Swords. They were curious before as to why someone from the Wanling sect was involved in this matter. Now it seems that this guy had intended to throw dirty water on the Taishu Holy Land from the very beginning. As for the matter between Yi Yang and the leader of the Yunlin sect, this was just Shen Xiao's one-sided statement and cannot be trusted at all. What's more, who can prove that this matter is related to the Yunlin sect? This guy dared to conclude that Yi Yang was the mastermind based on some rumors. He was too naive. Brother, I'm very curious, why did the Great Elder do this? When Shen Xiao heard this, he was speechless for a moment. Yes, although he wanted to put the blame on Yi Yang for this matter, what was Yi Yang's purpose in doing so? Greedy for money and lustful. Impossible. A man of Yi Yang's status, he has all kinds of women. Is it necessary for him to have such thoughts about Chu Shi, a disciple? Even if Yi Yang had this idea, with his cultivation level, if he used force on Chu Shi, would this girl be able to resist? The reason why he had been planning for so long was because he wanted to plunder the other party's luck. He had to make the other party willing, and then slowly erode away until the other party's luck was completely drained, and then he could take action. But there is no need for Yi Yang to do this, right? Why else could he do this? Seeing Shen Xiao speechless, Chu Shi became more certain that these words were used by Shen Xiao to frame Yi Yang. Brother, there is no evidence, please be careful with your words. The Great Elder is of great status. If you falsely accuse him without any reason, it will easily cause misunderstandings between the two holy places. Chu Shi opened his mouth to remind him, and when Shen Xiao heard this, he suddenly reacted. I think the reason why Yi Yang did this is to stir up a conflict between the two holy places. Junior sister, think about it, the Yunlin sect is a sect under the Taiching Holy Land. If you die at the hands of that woman, the Tai Holy Land will definitely have a grudge against the Taiching Holy Land. At that time, wouldn't the Taishu Holy Land be able to reap the benefits? When Chu Shi heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy is willing to say anything in order to frame Yi Yang. Brother, your words are too naive. I am just a small disciple of Tai Holy Land. How can I cause a conflict between the two holy lands? If the Great Elder really has this intention, then his best target should be you, senior brother. Senior brother is the son of the headmaster. If something happens to him here, it will cause a conflict between the two holy places. When Shen Xiao heard this, he was stunned. What Chu Shi said made sense. Chu Zai's weight was obviously not enough to cause conflict between the two holy places. On the contrary, his identity was more likely to cause the two holy places to fight. No matter what, Yi Yang would not attack Chu Shi. Seeing Shen Xiao stunned, Chu Shi shook his head with disdain. The son of the headmaster doesn't even have this little analytical ability, and yet he wants to put the blame on others. Such childish tactics are really ridiculous. Brother, if there is nothing else, I need to practice. As for this matter, I will wait until my cultivation recovers and investigate it myself. I won't bother you with the worry. Chu Shi opened his mouth and ordered Shen Xiao to leave. Although Shen Xiao was unhappy, he could only turn around and leave obediently. He was thinking things too simply. How easy is it to put the blame on Yi Yang? But he still refused to give in. The key point is that Yi Yang and Chu Shi were so intimate just now that it had completely touched his bottom line. Shen Xiao did not go far, but found an inn opposite Chu Zai's residence and stayed there. Since he couldn't put the blame on Yi Yang right now, he had to at least keep an eye on him and not let Yi Yang do anything to Chu Shi. In the evening, Yi Yang returned to Chu Zai's residence. Chu Shi immediately repeated Shen Xiao's words. Yi Yang couldn't help laughing after hearing this. This kid is really good at imagining things. You said I wanted to attack you. Before I met you, I had never even heard of you. When Chu Shi heard this, he also shook his head. Shen Xiao's method of framing others was indeed not very clever. Let's ignore him for now. The most urgent task is to help you recover your cultivation as soon as possible. You still need to take good care of your injuries these days. Also, you need to practice the 10,000 swords technique I taught you earlier. Hearing this, Chu Shi couldn't help but pout. Great Elder, the 10,000 swords technique is a saint-level magical power. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to comprehend it. It's okay, I'll teach you again. Yi Yang said, took Chu Zai's hand and continued teaching. But at this moment, a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding, Shen Xiao is extremely angry, emotional value plus 500. Huh, this guy hasn't left yet. Yi Yang sneered, and his actions became more intimate. Shen Xiao saw all this, and his face turned red with anger. Yi Yang, you dare to touch my woman. Sooner or later, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Shen Xiao roared in a low voice, his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. How he wanted to rush out to stop them, but if he showed up at this moment, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Moreover, he just suspected Yi Yang today. If Chu Shi told Yi Yang about this, it would be very dangerous for him to show up now. At this moment, he could only endure it. He felt like a green-haired turtle curled up in its shell. Frustration and anger filled his chest. Chapter 245, Patience and Ease of Control. What are you doing? Just as Shen Xiao was feeling grief-stricken and angry, Qingcheng walked out of the house. At a glance, I saw two people practicing hand-in-hand in the yard. Although Qingcheng no longer felt that aversion to Yi Yang, she was still a little surprised to see the two of them being so close. She had previously guessed that the relationship between Yi Yang and Chu Shi was not simple. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she was even more certain of her guess. But she is my senior sister. The Great Elder is teaching me how to practice. Chu Shi began to explain and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Although she was already used to this way of practicing, she was still a little embarrassed in front of Qingcheng. Practice, Qingcheng looked at the two of them and her mind went blank. What kind of cultivation requires this? Chu Shi obviously noticed Qingcheng's emotions and hurriedly explained. The Great Elder is teaching me swordsmanship. Chu Shi and Qingcheng are both sword practitioners, and Yi Yang is definitely an authority in the way of the sword. It makes sense to let Yi Yang teach swordsmanship. Qingcheng could understand this, but what kind of swordsmanship required 2 people like this? Seeing that Qingcheng was still a little unconvinced, Chu Shi hurried forward. Qingcheng, the Great Elder taught me a saint-level magical power, 10,000 swords technique. Hearing this, Qingcheng's face suddenly changed. Saint-level magical powers are the secret of all the major holy places. Even the elders of the holy places are not qualified to practice them. How could Yi Yang teach Chu Shi saint-level magical powers? Are you telling the truth? Chu Shi nodded quickly, and Qingcheng looked at Yi Yang silently. This shouldn't happen. She had followed Yi Yang for many years and learned all of Yi Yang's true teachings, but she had not learned any saint-level magical powers. As far as she knew, Yi Yang was only practicing heavenly-level magical powers. Where did he get the saint-level magical powers to teach Chu Shi? Could it be that he has been hiding himself? Qingcheng looked at Yi Yang silently. As a sword cultivator, Qingcheng naturally yearned for these sword techniques, but she knew that Yi Yang would not teach her advanced martial arts so easily. But now Yi Yang would actually take the initiative to teach Chu Shi this kind of magical power, which was a bit unexpected. Unless the relationship between these two people is really what I imagined. Qingcheng, the saint-level magical powers are so profound that I cannot understand them. This is why I need the Great Elder to teach me step by step. Don't overthink it. Chu Shi began to explain, but the more she said so, the more suspicious Qingcheng became. However, Chu Shi did not notice any of this. Thinking that she had explained everything clearly, she immediately turned around and looked at Yi Yang and continued speaking. Great Elder, let's continue. Yi Yang nodded. No sword cultivator could refuse the saint-level sword technique, and Qingcheng was no exception. However, this girl has a stubborn personality and will not easily accept Yi Yang's gift. But Yi Yang was not in a hurry. Some things, once seen, would be unforgettable. This is also the reason why Yi Yang deliberately wanted to teach Chu Shi to practice at this time. He had been waiting for Qingcheng to ask these past 2 days, but this girl was also a cultivation fanatic and only discovered the fact that the two of them were practicing today. Yi Yang continued to teach Chu Shi how to practice, and each move was full of charm. Qingcheng was soon stunned. As a sword practitioner, she could naturally see the profoundness of this sword technique, but at her current level, she could not fully understand it. Shen Xiao, who was also hiding in the dark and observing all this, was also stunned at this moment. What's going on? Originally, when Shen Xiao saw Qingcheng coming out, he thought Qingcheng would speak out to stop Chu Shi and the others, but now Qingcheng was actually sitting aside and acting as a spectator. Is this still the Qingcheng he knows? The two of them were acting so intimately, it would have been fine if Qingcheng didn't stop them, but she could actually just watch from the side with a clear conscience. Shen Xiao felt that his 3 views had completely collapsed. Ding! Shen Xiao's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 500. Yes, I understand. Shen Xiao suddenly became alert, and he finally understood the purpose of Yi Yang doing all this. He had already guessed in his heart that Yi Yang did this for Chu Shi, but he had never understood why Yi Yang would go to such great lengths. But now it seems that this guy's purpose is the same as his. What Yi Yang needs to win over is their hearts, so he planned these things and slowly approached Chu Shi. This is what he had always been doing, but he didn't expect that Yi Yang's purpose would be the same as his. After figuring all this out, Shen Xiao suddenly felt a little uneasy. Now not only Chu Shi is here, but Qingcheng is also here. If Yi Yang took advantage of this opportunity to capture both of them, his loss would be great. No, we must not let this guy succeed. Shen Xiao muttered softly. At the same time, in the yard, Qingcheng was completely impressed by the sword techniques practiced by the two people in front of her. No sword cultivator can resist the temptation of the saint-level sword technique. She is no exception, but the pride in her heart forced her not to speak to Yi Yang. Perhaps, I can ask senior sister to teach me. Qingcheng thought about it and decided to go talk to Chu Shi in the evening. Anyway, after she became a disciple of Tai Holy Land, it was Chu Shi who taught her how to practice. Although this sword technique was taught to Chu Shi by Yi Yang, now that he has taught it to Chu Shi, it belongs to Chu Shi. Soon, as the night deepened, Yi Yang and the other two stopped practicing. Seeing Yi Yang leaving, Qingcheng immediately found Chu Shi. Senior sister, how is your practice of that sword technique going? Qingcheng was a little impatient, just like a child seeing his favorite toy. The 10,000 swords technique is so profound that I have not yet comprehended its true meaning. Chu Shi could naturally see through Qingcheng's little thoughts. She also understood that Qingcheng was unwilling to compromise with Yi Yang. However, this was indeed a good opportunity. Qingcheng, if you want to practice the 10,000 swords technique, why don't you let the great elder teach you? When Qingcheng heard this, her brows furrowed slightly. She has followed Yi Yang since she was young. Although several of her fellow apprentice sisters thought that she had inherited Yi Yang's true teachings, only she herself understood that although she practiced swordsmanship, Yi Yang always hid something from her. This was also the reason why she later became a disciple of Tai Holy Land. At the moment, she was unwilling to surrender to Yi Yang. Moreover, even if she surrendered, Yi Yang might not really teach her. She is different from Yunshu and others. Yunshu and others may be able to win Yi Yang's trust, but she can't. Forget it, Qingcheng sighed and left silently. She still couldn't let go of her pride and couldn't ask Yi Yang for help. Chu Shi saw Qingcheng leave and shook his head slightly. Why bother? He is your master after all. Qingcheng walked to the door and stopped, stunned for a moment, but did not say a word. The next morning, Chu Shi came to Qingcheng's room and pulled her out. I've already told the great elder, he's willing to teach you the 10,000 swords technique. Chapter 246, Sisters are united, the hero collapses. When Qingcheng heard this, she was stunned. She didn't expect Chu Shi to speak so quickly. I just mentioned it briefly, but she actually told Yi Yang directly. Moreover, Yi Yang actually agreed. Has he really changed? In the past, when Yi Yang taught her how to practice, he would always keep things to himself. Let alone saint-level magical powers, she had never seen even mysterious-level magical powers in the past. Now Yi Yang is actually willing to teach her saint-level magical powers. Qingcheng felt like she was dreaming. But at this moment, she felt a little resistance in her heart. If I accepted Yi Yang's teachings, I would be indebted to him again. She didn't want to owe Yi Yang anything. When she was young, she had no choice, but now she can choose, but she doesn't know how to choose. As a sword practitioner, how could she resist the temptation of the saint-level sword technique? Being pulled out of the room by Chu Shi, Qingcheng saw Yi Yang sitting in the yard drinking tea. I heard that you want to practice the 10,000 swords technique. Yi Yang raised his head silently and glanced at Qingcheng. Seeing this scene, Qingcheng hurriedly lowered her head. She was unwilling to admit it, yet she didn't want to lose this opportunity. At this moment, she could only remain silent. You are my disciple, you can tell me anything you want to learn. Yi Yang stood up, walked in front of Qingcheng, then raised his hand and pointed at Qingcheng's forehead. This is the sword technique, please write it down. After you remember it, I will teach you the sword technique. Qingcheng silently felt the Heart Sutra appearing in her mind and felt like she was dreaming. Yi Yang is actually willing to teach her. After being stunned for a moment, she quickly memorized the secret. After a long time, Qingcheng opened her eyes. Okay, Yi Yang looked up and asked. Qingcheng nodded slightly. In that case, come forward and I will teach you the sword technique. When Qingcheng heard this, her heart suddenly tightened. The scene of Yi Yang teaching Chu Shi previously emerged unconsciously in her mind. Do I have to practice like that too? Her face suddenly turned red and she took a step back silently. But unexpectedly, Yi Yang put his fingers together like a sword and started to perform sword techniques on his own. Qingcheng looked up quickly, appearing to be extremely serious. Fortunately, she didn't have to practice like that, and she felt somewhat relieved. But soon, her expression changed. This sword technique was so profound that she felt dizzy just by looking at it, let alone memorizing it. At this moment, she finally understood why Chu Shi needed Yi Yang's hands-on teaching. Saint-level sword technique, so terrifying. With her current level of cultivation, it is simply difficult for her to see clearly, let alone comprehend. Yi Yang naturally did this on purpose. He knew Qingcheng's character and it was impossible for her to accept it so easily. This kind of thing needed to be done slowly. Soon, Yi Yang finished performing the sword technique. How is it? Do you understand? Qingcheng bit her lip and shook her head silently. This sword technique is profound and needs to be comprehended slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Yi Yang spoke softly to comfort her. But when Qingcheng heard this, she looked hesitant. This is not a matter of enlightenment. The key point is that she couldn't even see the sword techniques clearly, so what was there to enlighten her? Qingcheng recalled the scene she had seen before, but if she were asked to do that, she would never be able to accept it. Yi Yang naturally saw Qingcheng's hesitation, but he didn't say much. Seeing Yi Yang continue to sit down and drink tea, Qingcheng couldn't help herself. Master, I am stupid, I have not yet comprehended the sword technique. Qingcheng spoke in a low voice, but still couldn't say those words. Don't worry, take your time. Yi Yang continued to drink tea leisurely, and Qingcheng was speechless. Does she have to bring it up on her own initiative? Chu Shi, who was standing by, saw Qingcheng still hesitating and couldn't help but push her. Qingcheng, just learn like the great elder taught me, it will be quick. Qingcheng took a few steps forward and looked at Yi Yang cautiously. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a low voice. Master, please teach me. Seeing that the time had come, Yi Yang stood up. In that case, come here. Qingcheng heard this and walked forward silently. At this moment she seemed extremely nervous, her little hands were cold and bloodless. As a big hand grasped her, Qingcheng felt her whole body tremble. However, Yi Yang did not take any other action, but just focused on teaching her the sword techniques. Slowly, Qingcheng finally relaxed and swung the sword in her hand following Yi Yang's movements. But when Shen Xiao saw this scene, his expression instantly turned sinister. Damn it, this guy really attacked Qingcheng. Shen Xiao smashed the table in front of him with one punch. Veins bulged on his forehead and he could no longer control his anger. Ding, Shen Xiao is furious, emotion value plus 500. He looked silently at the three people in the yard, clenching his hands tightly, his nails digging deeply into the flesh. Those were all his goals, but now Yi Yang had achieved them first. How could he not be angry? Shen Xiao wanted to rush out immediately, but reason made him stop. He is not Yi Yang's opponent now. If he exposes himself rashly, he will surely die. He could only stare fiercely at the yard in the distance. Now, he could only wait for Yi Yang to leave, so that he would have a chance to get close to Chu Shi and the others. Finally, in the evening, Yi Yang left this place. After seeing Yi Yang leave, Shen Xiao couldn't wait to go to the yard. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw Chu Shi and Qingcheng talking and laughing, as if they didn't care about what happened during the day at all. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Looking at the two people in front of him with smiling faces, Shen Xiao felt a pang of grief in his heart. He stepped forward hastily. Junior sister. Shen Xiao spoke. Chu Shi turned around and saw Shen Xiao, and suddenly felt curious. Shouldn't this guy be gone? Could it be that he still wants to attack me? Brother, why are you still here? Chu Shi opened his mouth to ask, but Shen Xiao had no time to care about that at the moment. He hurried forward and said seriously. Second junior sisters, you must be careful of Yi Yang. That person definitely has bad intentions. When Chu Shi heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Brother, how did the great elder offend you? Why did you frame him again and again? No, junior sister, you have to believe me. Shen Xiao became anxious when he saw that Chu Shi still didn't believe him. That guy deliberately taught you how to practice, but he was actually taking advantage of you. Can't you see that? Upon hearing this, Chu Shi and Qingcheng's expression suddenly changed. How do you know these things? Qingcheng spoke in a cold voice. They all knew that Shen Xiao wanted to attack them. Yi Yang was here these 2 days, so Shen Xiao had no chance to take action. They all thought that Shen Xiao had given up. But now it seems that this guy not only did not give up, but was even secretly monitoring them. I'm worried about the safety of my 2 junior sisters, so I've been guarding here all these days. Shen Xiao began to explain. But his words undoubtedly admitted that he was monitoring Chu Shi, which undoubtedly deepened Chu Shi and the others' suspicion of him. Chapter 247. The hero is reduced to a clown in grief and anger. If Chu Shi had only doubted Shen Xiao before, then what Shen Xiao did at this moment undoubtedly deepened their suspicion of Shen Xiao. This guy said he was going to find out the truth, but he was actually hiding and monitoring them. Shen Xiao said that he was worried about their safety, but in reality, who knew if he was looking for an opportunity to attack them again? Brother, have you been following me these days? Chu Shi spoke softly to test. When Shen Xiao heard this, he reacted instantly. Junior sister, I am not following you, but Yi Yang does have ulterior motives. Junior sister, don't you think about who Yi Yang is? Why would he guide you in your cultivation? He is clearly taking advantage of you in the name of cultivation. Besides, junior sister, you were saved by Yi Yang, so maybe we have known each other for some time, but junior sister Qingcheng has only been here for how long? Then why is Yi Yang willing to teach junior sister Qingcheng? All these things show that he has evil intentions. Shen Xiao's mind was completely confused. He could feel that Chu Shi now trusted Yi Yang extremely. Since he couldn't convince Chu Shi for the time being, he decided to start with Qingcheng first. After all, Qingcheng has a cold personality and doesn't like to interact with men, so perhaps she wouldn't be so easily deceived by Yi Yang. Junior sister Qingcheng, don't you think this is strange? Shen Xiao turned to Qingcheng and asked. But at this moment, Qingcheng seemed exceptionally calm. Is that weird? Qingcheng found it funny. She had followed Yi Yang for many years and knew Yi Yang's personality best. If Shen Xiao said other things about Yi Yang, perhaps she would believe it. But she absolutely didn't believe that Yi Yang was greedy for beauty. Yi Yang has rarely touched a beauty like Cheng Suling in all these years. Would such a person be greedy for beauty? Qingcheng's answer really caught Shen Xiao off guard. Didn't this woman always hate men in the past? Why can they act so intimately with Yi Yang just after meeting him? Shen Xiao, aren't you curious about why the great elder would teach us to practice? I'll tell you now, because junior sister Qingcheng is the great elder's disciple. Chu Shi spoke again, and this news made Shen Xiao stunned on the spot. Qingcheng had never mentioned this matter before, so naturally he didn't know about it. Now that he knew this relationship, he couldn't help but be shocked. Qingcheng is Yi Yang's apprentice. The relationship between these two people is much closer than he thought. If Qingcheng tells Yi Yang what happened today, he will be in danger. I don't know what you want to do, but I want to tell you that you are not welcome here, please leave immediately. Chu Zai's expression turned cold. She was already certain that Shen Xiao was the mastermind behind her assassination. Due to Shen Xiao's identity, she couldn't get angry, but at this moment she only felt disgust towards Shen Xiao. Now, this guy is still monitoring them, which makes Chu Shi even more uneasy. She just wanted Shen Xiao to leave here quickly. Shen Xiao also noticed the disdain in Chu Zai's words. Now that this woman was calling him by his name, one could imagine the disgust in her heart. Shen Xiao didn't expect that in just these few days, Chu Shi actually trusted Yi Yang so much. He and Chu Shi have been in the same school for many years, and this woman has always been lukewarm towards him. But after spending a few days with Yi Yang, this woman has completely fallen for him. Shen Xiao was extremely angry at this moment. He didn't understand why Chu Shi believed in Yi Yang so much, but in his eyes, Yi Yang had undoubtedly become his biggest obstacle. It seems that before he gets rid of Yi Yang, he may not be able to win back Chu Zai's heart. Shen Xiao looked at Chu Shi deeply, then turned around and left. He knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Now the only way to completely expose Yi Yang's false face was to produce solid evidence. Shen Xiao left Lingshuang City. He knew that his top priority now was no longer to deal with Chu Shi, but to collect evidence against Yi Yang. If he couldn't expose Yi Yang's conspiracy, Chu Shi would probably never return to him. And just after he left, Yi Yang also left. Yi Yang has been monitoring Shen Xiao, and he knows very well what Shen Xiao is going to do. Since this kid has failed to frame him several times, he will naturally try to find a way to produce solid evidence. In this way, Chu Shi and the other person were safe. Yi Yang knew very well that Shen Xiao would not kill Chu Shi, but there was no guarantee that this kid would use some dirty tricks. This was also the key reason why Yi Yang stayed here for the next 2 days. Now that this kid's target has turned to Yi Yang, Chu Shi is naturally safe. Now, Yi Yang finally has time to deal with another guy. Last time, he used Yao Guang to stir up a conflict between the Taiqing Holy Land and the Sun Holy Land, but it was just this one time and it obviously failed to arouse the anger of the Taiqing Holy Land. After all, that old guy Tianlin was too cautious and didn't want Taiqing Holy Land to be involved in these disputes. In this situation, they need to be given a strong dose of medicine. The ingredient for this powerful medicine is naturally Yao Guang. That guy won't give up his aunt so easily. Since Tianlin is unwilling to make enemies with the Holy Land of the Sun, then let the Holy Land of the Sun take the initiative to make enemies with the Holy Land of Taiqing. The guy Yao Guang cares about Yunji the most. If Yunji is wronged in Taiqing Holy Land, Yao Guang will definitely help Yunji get justice. By then, given that kid's personality, he will definitely risk his life to cause trouble for the Taiqing Holy Land, and the two Holy Lands will definitely become enemies by then. Moreover, once Yunji is expelled from Taiqing Holy Land, Yi Yang can take over. By then, we can not only capture Yunji, but also provoke confrontation between the two holy places, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Taiqing Holy Land, inside the sect's main hall. Tianlin covered his forehead, feeling annoyed. Several elders were arguing below. Master, the Sun Holy Land sent people to infiltrate our Taiqing Holy Land. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. That's right, Master. We absolutely cannot give in on such an important matter. Otherwise, wouldn't our Taiqing Holy Land become a vegetable garden where anyone can come and go as they please? These days, these elders come to see Tianlin every now and then. They said they would thoroughly investigate Yao Guang's infiltration into the Taiqing Holy Land, but in fact, their goal was to make Yunji hand over the position of punishment elder. A sect's criminal law elder holds great power. Although the 9 elders are the elders in charge of the Holy Land, if they commit crimes, the punishment elder still has the power to punish them. Yunji has a straightforward character and has offended these guys many times. Now that Yao Guang's matter involves Yunji, they will naturally take advantage of the situation and take the opportunity to pull Yunji down. Tianlin also understood the little thoughts of these elders. Yunji's character was too upright, and although this was beneficial to the sect, it offended many people. At this moment, no one in the entire Taiqing Holy Land spoke up for her. I like the destined villains, who are invincible, starting with the protagonist's mother. Chapter 248 Framed, Dilemma. Facing the persecution of the elders. T-Online was also a little overwhelmed. At the beginning, Yi Yang wanted to prevent Yunji from being implicated, and reminded Yunji several times to cut off her relationship with Yaoguang. But there are some relationships that Yunji cannot get rid of cleanly. After all, Yaoguang was accepted into her sect personally by her. Now that Yaoguang's identity has been confirmed, Yunji cannot clear herself of suspicion even if she jumps into the Yellow River. With the elders adding fuel to the fire, T-Online could no longer bear the pressure. What are your plans, elders? T-Online sighed and asked. Remove Yunji from her position as the punishment elder and take her to the punishment hall to investigate her relationship with Yaoguang. When T-Online heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He originally thought that these elders just wanted to remove Yunji from her position, but he didn't expect that they actually wanted to kill her. Yunji has been working diligently over the years, and T-Online has naturally noticed it. But these elders didn't care about this. Over the years, the hidden dangers left by Yunji finally broke out at this moment. Yaoguang was accepted into Yunji's sect. If I say that she has no relationship with Yaoguang, no one will believe it. I have reason to suspect that Yunji is probably also an undercover agent planted by the Holy Land of the Sun. That's right. The Sun Holy Land may have already been eyeing us. I wonder how many of their people are still under my command at the Taiching Holy Land. We must thoroughly investigate them all this time. Master, this matter concerns the safety of our Taiching Holy Land. I hope you can look into it. Several elders spoke up one after another, determined to bring Yunji down completely. They did this to vent their resentment over the years. Secondly, they naturally want to completely defeat Yunji so that they can place their own people in place to take over the position of punishment elder. By then, they will certainly have greater power. T-Online was aware of all these thoughts, but facing the elders joining forces to force him to abdicate, he had no way to do anything. He couldn't force all these elders to the opposite side just for Yunji. What's more, this time, Yunji is indeed too suspicious. Although T-Online also didn't believe that Yunji would collude with the Holy Land of the Sun, her relationship with Yaoguang was there. Moreover, it was Yunji who personally accepted Yaoguang as her disciple. No matter what, she couldn't escape the fate of being investigated. But T-Online didn't want Yunji to be targeted like this. After all, Yunji had made contributions to the Taiching Holy Land over the years. Elder Yunji is indeed not good at judging people this time, but I still believe in Elder Yunji's character. She will definitely not collude with the Holy Land of the Sun. I think we should temporarily remove her from her position as the punishment elder. As for the rest, we will make a decision after we find out the situation further. When T-Online said this, although the elders were unwilling in their hearts, they also saw that T-Online wanted to save Yunji. After much deliberation, everyone had no choice but to agree. As long as Yunji gives up the position of punishment elder, won't they have the final say on how to conduct the subsequent investigation? By then, Yunji would no longer be an elder, and it would be easy for them to frame her for a crime. Soon, the news that Yunji was released from the position of punished elder spread throughout the Taiching Holy Land. Yunji had anticipated the current situation. The position of the punishment elder is an offensive job. And she was of a strong character, so she was destined to end up like this. However, she didn't expect this day to come so soon. Mother, those old guys are clearly deliberately accusing you. Mother, why don't you go and explain it to the headmaster? When Yunling heard the news, she was immediately filled with indignation. She couldn't bear to see Yunji suffer any injustice and wanted to rush out immediately to beat up all those elders. Unfortunately, her cultivation was shallow and she didn't even have the right to speak. Yunji touched Yunling in her arms and smiled bitterly. What is there to say? A mother who is upright has nothing to fear from her own shadow. Besides, now that you are no longer an elder, mother will have time to accompany Ling right? Yunji was quick to see it, but Yunling knew in her heart that Yunji was just saying this to comfort her. I really want Dad to knock out all the front teeth of those old guys so that they won't talk nonsense. When Yunji heard this, her expression changed slightly. She naturally knew that the daddy Yunling was referring to was Yi Yang. This girl had always called Yi Yang daddy. Although she wanted to stop her, seeing that Yunling and Yi Yang had a good relationship, she simply followed the little girl's wish. However, Yunling still felt a little ashamed and angry when she called Yi Yang like that. If outsiders heard it, they would probably think that there was something going on between her and Yi Yang. As the mother and daughter were talking, Yang Huang walked in excitedly. "Master," Yang Huang bowed, looking quite anxious. "What's wrong? Aren't you on duty at the punishment hall?" Yunji felt quite pleased when looking at Yang Huang. It was worth it for her to be able to train a disciple like Yang Huang in her life. Fortunately, Yang Huang's personality is very similar to hers. Now even if she quits the punishment hall, Yang Huang is capable of inheriting her mantle. "Master, do you know that the sect has lifted the punishment on you as the elder?" Yang Huang spoke cautiously, fearing that Yunji would be hurt by this matter. "I know. The sect has made the arrangements. You just have to obey. But this matter clearly has nothing to do with Master. Who knew that Yaoguang would be from the Holy Land of the Sun?" Master was clearly deceived by Yaoguang, but now those elders want to accuse Master of this matter. It's really unfair. Yang Huang's face was full of indignation. After learning about the sect's decision, she went to find Tianlin but was turned away. Tianlin knew very well that Yunji had been wronged in this matter, but he was not the only one who had the final say in such a large sect. The sect needs people to do things, and if those elders are disobedient, he cannot kill them all. So we can only avoid it. But Yang Huang couldn't understand these things. She just felt that Yunji had been wronged and wanted to stand up for her master. But Yunji was very clear about Tianlin's difficulties. The fact that she was able to stay in Taiching Holy Land was probably the result of Tianlin's hard work. Otherwise, the elders would definitely drive them out of the Holy Land completely to prevent future troubles. And Yunji also understood that she was not free from responsibility in Yaoguang's matter. After all, it was she who personally accepted Yaoguang into the Holy Land. Perhaps Tianlin also suspected that she was colluding with Yaoguang. This incident happened too coincidentally, anyone would think so. "Wanzher, this matter has nothing to do with you. Just do your job and don't get involved. Otherwise, you will be a burden to me." Yunji looked at Yang Huang deeply. Now she is no longer able to refute. Now that Yaoguang's identity has been confirmed, she cannot escape the connection. She just hoped that no one else would be involved. Especially Yang Huang. "Master, I am not afraid. I will always believe in you. If those people cannot tell right from wrong, I would rather stand by you and fight with you." Chapter 249. Others set the stage and I perform. Looking at the disciple in front of her, Yunji was speechless for a moment. Now, in the entire Taiching Holy Land, the only people who can believe in her so unconditionally are probably Yang Huang and Yunling. Yunji sighed. No matter how open-minded she was, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful at this moment. When Yaoguang ran away from home, she was kicked out of the family. However, she didn't expect that many years later, the boy returned and made her lose her foothold in the sect. She didn't know why this happened, but at this moment, her disgust towards Yaoguang undoubtedly deepened. Yang Huang and Yunling naturally understood the problem. If it weren't for Yaoguang, Yunji wouldn't have been suspected by everyone. Their hatred towards Yaoguang grew even stronger. There wasn't much Yang Huang could do at the moment. He could only accompany Yunji for a meal, and then told Yunling to take good care of Yunji and call her anytime if anything happened. After settling everything, she returned to her own residence. But as soon as she reached her residence, she saw a familiar figure. "Grand Elder, are you back?" Yi Yang had already arrived. He already knew about Yunji's affairs. From the moment he discovered Yaoguang's identity, Yunji's fate was already determined. Although he had previously thought of a way to keep Yunji out of the matter, her relationship with Yaoguang made it impossible for her to clear herself of suspicion. Originally, he planned to use this incident to lure Yaoguang to attack Taiching Holy Land, but he didn't expect that the elders had already made plans for him. In this way, he actually saved himself a lot of trouble. "Great Elder, my master," when Yang Huang saw Yi Yang, he felt so aggrieved that he had no place to vent. "I know everything, come in and tell me." Yi Yang spoke softly, and Yang Huang's expression changed when he heard this. "Great Elder, do you have a solution?" Yi Yang nodded. Yang Huang hurriedly brought Yi Yang into his residence. "Great Elder, do you have any way to help my master clear his suspicion?" Yang Huang asked while making tea. In fact, the cause of all these problems lies with Yaoguang. If Elder Yunji were to come forward and capture Yaoguang, the suspicion on her would naturally fall apart. When Yang Huang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. But soon, she shook her head again. Now that Yao Guang has returned to the Holy Land of the Sun, they can't go to the Holy Land of the Sun to capture her, right? Besides, Tianlin didn't pursue the matter any further. If Yunji rashly took down Yao Guang, it would inevitably cause conflict between the two holy places. By then, if the problem is not solved, it will cause Tianlin's dissatisfaction. Yang Huang immediately expressed his thoughts. Yi Yang couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Little girl, that's good. You know how to use your brain. Upon hearing this, Yang Huang frowned and said angrily. Am I just a brainless little girl in the eyes of the great elder? Seeing this, Yi Yang chuckled, as the saying goes, well, big brainless. Hearing this, Yang Huang looked confused, then suddenly reacted. She looked down and her face turned red with embarrassment. Great elder, you are so bad. Yi Yang raised his hand and pulled Yang Huang over. Bad. Then today I will let you see what bad means. Great elder, please don't do that. Masters matter. Before Yang Huang could finish his words, he was stopped by Yi Yang. Leave this to me. Hearing this, Yang Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, Yao Guang, who was far away in the Holy Land of the Sun, received the news. Damn it, these old people from Taiching Holy Land actually dared to frame my aunt. The news that Yao Guang received was naturally sent by Yi Yang in secret. As for what happened, Yi Yang of course needed to exaggerate and blame everything on the elders. Yao Guang was unwilling to admit that it was because of her recklessness that Yunji was implicated. Now that he had this excuse, he was happy to accept it. Naturally, Yunji's current situation was blamed on the elders of Taiching Holy Land. Humph, you old fools, how dare you frame my aunt? I will make you pay the price. Yao Guang already felt guilty towards Yunji, and this time, it was because of her that Yunji was suspected. Right now, of course, he wanted to help Yunji vent her anger. That same day, he left the Holy Land of the Sun. A few days later, news came from Taiching Holy Land. The 8th elder of Taiching Holy Land is dead. The entire Taiching Holy Land was instantly enraged. The 8th elder was one of the 9 elders in charge, and his death was no small matter. Soon, the Taiching Holy Land found out the murderer was Yao Guang. Because Yao Guang did not hide her identity at all. He has now broken through to the Nirvana realm, and ordinary elders are no match for him. This time he came out of seclusion, he also intended to make a name for himself in one fell swoop. Damn it! The Holy Land of the Sun is simply going too far. How dare they kill the 8th elder? In the main hall of the Taiching Holy Land sect, several elders were arguing fiercely. Tianlin frowned as he looked at the letter left by Yao Guang in his hand. Yao Guang came here for revenge and to seek justice for his aunt. In this matter, it no longer matters who is right or wrong. The problem now is that Yao Guang clearly wants to deal with them. If Taiching Holy Land does not show its attitude, it will probably be ridiculed by other holy lands. Tianlin silently glanced at the elders and spoke softly. Yao Guang is so arrogant. I wonder who among the elders is willing to step forward and resolve this matter. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. The elders who were arguing just now fell silent when they heard this. Yao Guang is extremely powerful and is already a Nirvana realm expert, while they are only at the Yuantai realm, so they naturally dare not fight with Yao Guang. The key point is that Yao Guang is the holy son of the Holy Land of the Sun. He must be trained by the Holy Land of the Sun, and his methods are not something they can deal with. Seeing this scene, Tianlin became so angry that his face turned blue. This bunch of losers, when causing trouble, each one shouts louder than the other, but when something happens, they all become cowards. How the hell am I supposed to manage the sect with this bunch of bugs around? But Tianlin could only suppress the anger in his heart. Forget it, I'll arrange for Xuaner to come forward. Before Tianlin finished speaking, Yunji walked in. Master, this matter was caused by me. Yunji is willing to take full responsibility. Yunji's appearance instantly stunned all the elders present. Yunji, are you kidding? Do you know that Yao Guang is at the Nirvana level? How can you deal with him? Yunji, are you planning to use this opportunity to defect from my Taiching Holy Land? Haha, Yunji, Yao Guang came here in the name of seeking justice for you. Isn't it too coincidental that you stand up now? The elders did not have the courage to deal with Yao Guang, but they still had the courage to vent their anger on Yunji. And it's very big. At this moment, even T-Online couldn't bear it anymore. These old guys are really too shameless. They themselves don't dare to fight with Yaoguang, and now Yunji has stepped forward on his own initiative. Are these old guys still being sarcastic? Enough, T-Online shouted angrily. Since you suspect Elder Yunji, I'll leave this matter to you. If you can't take down Yaoguang, you'd better give up your position as elder as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Shameless, a group of insects. When the elders heard this, they were also stunned. Let them deal with Yaoguang. Isn't this making things difficult for them? Yaoguang was in the Nirvana realm. Among all of them, the only one who had broken through the Nirvana realm was the fifth elder Tianquan. Master, this matter. The third elder was about to speak but was interrupted by T-Online. What? Are you scared? Didn't you scream quite fiercely just now? T-Online had long been annoyed with these people. Each of them relied on their seniority to occupy the position of elder, but when something happened, they all shirked responsibility. It's time to give them a beating. Upon hearing this, the faces of the elders turned extremely ugly. I think Elder Yunji's suggestion is a good one. Elder Yunji is young and promising, and she once served as an elder of the punishment hall. It's perfect for her to handle this matter. The fourth elder spoke quickly. At the moment, they had no time to doubt Yunji. Since Yunji was willing to stand up, it would be best if they could hide behind him. I agree with the fourth elder's opinion. Elder Yunji has this realization, and we cannot stop her. Moreover, with Elder Yunji's status, it is most appropriate for her to come forward on this matter. T-Online felt contempt for the old man, who changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. The Taiching Holy Land is really hopeless with these old guys. Elder Yunji is young after all. This matter concerns the reputation of our Taiching Holy Land. It is most appropriate for several elders to come forward. You elders are the elders in charge of our Taiching Holy Land. Are you still going to shirk responsibility for such matters? T-Online had been harboring resentment for a long time, and now, facing the faces of these elders, he no longer pretended. Aren't these people afraid of death? Then let them die. It would be best if you died, because then you can make room for others. When the elders heard this, they immediately understood T-Online's thoughts. T-Online is trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife and get rid of them. Master, why should we intervene in front of a mere disciple? I think it is better to let Elder Yunji handle this matter. The third elder spoke again, and several elders echoed him. T-Online's face turned pale when he heard this. Okay, since the eighth elder died because of this, I think it would be a good idea to do this. Whoever can kill Yaoguang will take the position of the eighth elder. How about that? As soon as T-Online said this, the faces of several elders changed immediately. It was obvious that T-Online was planning to take action against them, and now he took this opportunity to replace the eighth elder, and he might deal with them next. The 9 elders in charge have extraordinary status and must not fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, they will surely be disintegrated. By then, how will they have a say in the Taiching Holy Land? Master, the elder in charge has an undeserved position. How can you appoint him so casually? We need to be careful about this matter. The third elder stepped forward again to stop it. In that case, third elder, you will go and capture Yaoguang. If you can't catch Yaoguang, you will lose your position as an elder. T-Online finally couldn't bear it anymore. It was obvious that these old guys were going to fight to the end, so he had to strike back with a heavy blow. When the third elder heard this, his face turned pale. He was about to refuse when Tian Lin suddenly burst out with murderous intent. Third elder, are you going or not? T-Online was unable to force all the elders to submit, so he had no choice but to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. The third elder quickly looked at the other elders, but they all noticed that T-Online was already angry. At this moment, if they continue to refuse, the next knife might fall on them. Seeing that no one dared to come forward, the third elder could only grit his teeth and agree. Anyway, he has no intention of showing up, so what's the point of agreeing? If he doesn't go out, can T-Online still force him to take action? Yunji looked at the scene in front of her and felt a little speechless. Originally, after she heard about this, she didn't want to step forward. After all, with Yaoguang's level of cultivation, her presence probably wouldn't be of much use. It was Yi Yang who told her that she had to come out at this moment. Regardless of success or failure, the attitude must be right, so as to clear yourself of suspicion. Even if the sect really wants her to take action against Yaoguang, Yi Yang will help secretly at that time. But now everything is a little different from what they planned. Tianlin actually withstood the pressure and forced the third elder to come forward. Yunji returned to her residence and told Yi Yang about this matter. Yi Yang felt a little strange. Tianlin has always had a gentle personality. It is precisely because of this that the Taiching Holy Land has always remained neutral and has not interfered in the affairs of the major holy lands. But now it seems that Tianlin has also been annoyed by this group of people. Tianlin obviously wants to attack those elders. Yi Yang could naturally understand what Tianlin was doing now. After all, he had used this trick before. Kill with a borrowed knife and take the opportunity to purge the sect from within. This is how Yi Yang first subdued the elders of Taishu Holy Land. Since Tianlin has this idea, Yi Yang is of course ready to help him. If Yaoguang can't deal with the third elder, he can help. However, what Yi Yang did not expect was that after several days, the third elder did not take any action. Yi Yang understood all this. The third elder didn't listen to Tianlin at all. It's obvious that he wants to hide in the sect and not go out. Yi Yang suddenly felt a little pity for Tianlin. As the head of the Holy Land, he held supreme power. But many times, power cannot be exercised. Yi Yang understands this kind of frustration. Sometimes, when a person's identity is there, strength becomes less important. If Tianlin was not the head sect leader, he could have just killed these elders directly. But as the headmaster, he cannot do that. The sect needs people to do things, and killing a chicken to scare the monkeys also requires methods. If not done properly, the entire sect will be in chaos. Being in that position, many things become restrictive for you. However, it is not easy for Tianlin to step forward in this kind of matter, but there are people who are suitable to step forward. The third elder was drinking tea leisurely in his cave when he suddenly heard a loud thunder in his ears. He woke up instantly, looked up, and saw a bronze bell falling from the sky. Tianxuan, what are you going to do? The third elder shouted angrily immediately. The headmaster has ordered you to hunt down Yaoguang. What are you doing here? Do you need my help? Tianxuan descended from the sky and stepped on the bronze bell. Clang! The magnificent bell sound instantly blew away the cave's defenses. The third elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Tianxuan, don't go too far. You disobeyed the orders of the headmaster. I will kill you now. Tianxuan snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped the bronze bell again. Now the third elder was really scared. As everyone knows, Tianxuan is a psychopath. In the Taiching Holy Land, there is no one she dares not fight. The key point is that this woman does things without any scruples. They may be able to use the sect to coerce Tianlin, but Tianxuan doesn't care about that. This woman is really capable of killing people. Tianxuan, when did I ever say I would not obey the orders of the headmaster? Then why don't you go hunt down Yaoguang? I need 2 days to prepare, right? Are you ready? Not yet. Then don't prepare it, just get out. Chapter 251, Frame Up and Act Together. Wu Saitong didn't expect that Tianxuan would be so arrogant. In front of everyone in Taiching Holy Land, he was expelled from the sect. This time, he had completely lost face. Tianxuan, just wait for me. Wu Saitong snorted coldly. He really couldn't deal with Tianxuan. That woman was unreasonable and he couldn't do anything about it. But he can still deal with Tianlin. As long as he is still the third elder of Taiching Holy Land, Tianlin will always be controlled by them. Now that the Sun Holy Land has repeatedly targeted their Taiching Holy Land, this is a good opportunity. Many people in the Taiching Holy Land are already dissatisfied with Tianlin's concession. If used well, it can be used to force Tianlin to abdicate and give way to someone more capable. Previously, they collectively attacked Yunji in order to weaken Tianlin's power. After all, the Punishment Hall is the key to the Taiching Holy Land. As long as they control the Punishment Hall, they can secretly support their own people and slowly undermine Tianlin. By then, Tianxuan would no longer have Tianlin's protection. If she dared to act recklessly again, she would be going against the entire Taiching Holy Land. Wu Saitong thought in his heart and his face turned gloomy. However, he still had to solve the current trouble first. Of course he didn't dare to look for Yaoguang. Firstly, he was no match for Yaoguang. Secondly, Yaoguang was of extraordinary status. If something really happened to Yaoguang, even if the Sun Holy Land didn't go to war with the Taiching Holy Land, they would inevitably seek revenge on him. It's better to find a place to hide first, and then go back after a few days and say that we didn't find Yaoguang. Wu Saidong thought in his mind, turned around and flew away. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. In the distance, a guy covered in golden light blocked his way. Yaoguang. Wu Saidong was shocked and turned around and ran away. But the next second, a beam of golden light flashed by. Haoyang Divine Glory. This is the supreme magical power of the Holy Land of the Sun, and it is extremely fast. The golden light caught up with Wu Saidong in an instant. Yaoguang, do you know what you are doing? I am the third elder of Taiching Holy Land. Do you dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two holy lands? Humph, you are a bunch of rubbish from Taiching Holy Land. Even if I kill you, what would Tianlin dare to say? The golden light snorted coldly, and the next second, endless brilliance turned into pure yang fire. The golden light fell down like a sun. When Wu Saidong saw this, his face changed drastically and he immediately raised his hand to form a seal, intending to block. But in front of the Nirvana realm, his level of cultivation is really not enough. With just one move, he fell to the ground seriously injured and unable to move. The next second, raging flames fell, his entire body was wrapped in flames, and his skin was instantly ignited. He only felt the heart-wrenching pain. But at this moment, an angry shout was heard. Yaoguang, stop! Yunji came towards him with a sword, and seeing this, Jin Guang hurriedly retreated. Aunt, I'm not your aunt. Yunji was anxious when she saw Wu Saidong engulfed in flames. She quickly flew down and raised her hand to disperse the flames. But at this moment, Wu Saidong had completely turned into charcoal. Yaoguang. Yunji raised her head, her face full of grief and anger. You killed my Taiching Holy Land elder. Today I will sever all ties with you. Give me your life. Yunji shouted angrily and rushed forward immediately. Seeing this, Jin Guang quickly dodged and stepped back. At this moment, Yi Yang was speechless. That's right, this golden light is not Yaoguang, but Yi Yang. His original plan was to kill Wu Saidong and let Yunji bring back a body, so that he could put the blame on Yaoguang and at the same time clear Yunji of suspicion. But why doesn't Yunji do as she is told? Didn't you tell her to save the person and leave? Why did you still have to use force? Yunji didn't know that the person in front of her was Yi Yang. Yi Yang didn't dare let her know about this. She just thought that it was really Yaoguang who killed Wu Saidong, even though Yi Yang repeatedly reminded her that she was no match for Yaoguang and asked her to save the third elder and leave. But at this moment, she couldn't help it. Although she also disliked the third elder and his gang, after all, they were all from the Taiching Holy Land. Now that they were dead at the hands of Yaoguang, as a disciple of the Taiching Holy Land, how could she not help them take revenge? Yi Yang blocked Yunji's attack while retreating. This woman Yunji is obviously dizzy. Fortunately, he was pretending to be Yaoguang today. If he had met the real Yaoguang, who knows if that boy would be careless and hurt Yunji. Thinking of this, Yi Yang was suddenly stunned. Yes, since Yunji had fought with Yaoguang, it would be unreasonable if she was not injured. Thinking of this, Yi Yang waved his hand, and the blazing flames instantly enveloped Yunji. I'm sorry. Yi Yang sighed. If this woman had followed his plan, wouldn't she have to suffer so much? But she just didn't listen. Now that the two of them have started fighting, Yunji must suffer some losses, otherwise the people from Taiching Holy Land will definitely suspect Yunji. Facing Yi Yang who is in the Nirvana realm, Yunji is naturally no match for him. Yi Yang showed mercy, otherwise Yunji would probably be dead by now. But even so, Yunji was already seriously injured at this moment. But this also made her wake up and remember Yi Yang's plan. She immediately turned around, grabbed Wu Saidong's body, and fled. Seeing this scene, Yi Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and left the place quickly. Soon, Yunji returned to the Taiching Holy Land. When Wu Saidong's body was placed in front of the elders, everyone was silent. At this moment, anger and fear occupied their minds. They couldn't imagine that Yaoguang was so powerful, and they couldn't imagine that the boy would actually kill the third elder. This matter obviously cannot be resolved amicably. Everyone's eyes turned to Tianlin. Tianlin seemed calm at this moment. He originally wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife and eliminate the sect. It's a good thing that the troublesome third elder is dead. However, by doing so, their feud with the Holy Land of the Sun was completely established. But right now, he has one more important thing to do. Elder Yunji, did you fight with Yaoguang? At this moment, Yunji's face was pale and she was a little unsteady on her feet. Yes, I am no match for him and I was seriously injured. After hearing this, Tianline's doubts about Yunji were completely dispelled. Yunji had already informed him before she went out. At the beginning, he also wanted to use this matter to test Yunji, so he simply agreed. Now it seems that Yunji and Yaoguang really have nothing to do with each other. With his level of cultivation, he could naturally tell that Yunji was seriously injured and it didn't seem like she was acting. Although several elders suspected Yunji, they did not say much seeing Yunji in such a state. What's more, now that Yaoguang is provoking the Taiching Holy Land, Yunji is the only one who dares to come forward. If they continue to question now, they will be the next charred corpse lying on the ground. In that case, Elder Yunji, please go back and heal your wounds first. I will arrange for someone to handle Yaoguang's matter. When the elders heard this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 252, Life-Saving Grace, should repay with one's body. As soon as Yunji returned to her residence, she fainted completely. Seeing this, Yunling hurriedly carried him into the house and then found Yi Yang. Looking at the dying Yunji, Yi Yang couldn't help feeling speechless. He didn't use much force and kept monitoring the timing. Although Yunji was injured, he didn't hurt her so badly. Apparently, Yunji was worried about being chased, so she consumed too much spiritual energy along the way, which resulted in further injuries in this state. Dad, how is my mother? Is she okay? Daddy, please save mommy. Yunling was so anxious that she was about to cry. Don't worry, it's okay. Yi Yang comforted Yunling, then took out the pill and gave it to Yunji to take. Then, he began to use his internal energy to help Yunji heal her wounds. It was not until the evening that Yunji finally opened her eyes. Mom, you're awake. Seeing this, Yunling hurried over. Looking at Yunling with red eyes from crying, Yunji suddenly felt distressed. She quickly sat up and reached out to wipe the tears from Yunling's face. Mom is fine, Ling don't worry. Yunling finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and then hurriedly took out the pill from her arms and handed it to Yunji. Mother, this is the elixir that father left behind. Please eat it quickly. It can heal your wounds. Grand Elder, Yunji's face changed slightly when she heard this. She also knew that she was seriously injured and it would be difficult for her to recover so quickly with just pills. Where is the Great Elder? Yunling pursed her lips and said, Dad has been helping Mom heal her injuries for a whole day, and now he's going back to rest. Upon hearing this, Yunji lowered her head silently. She felt a little regretful at the moment. Yi Yang had reminded her before that she should never confront Yaoguang head-on. But she didn't listen, and that's why she is in this state now. Now she still needed Yi Yang to help her heal her injuries, and she suddenly felt a little guilty. Yunji felt that her internal injuries had basically recovered. She understood that Yi Yang must have spent a lot of effort on her, which made her feel even more ashamed. If I hadn't been impulsive, things wouldn't have turned out like this. She took the pill from Yunling's hand and swallowed it silently. The next day, Yunji's injuries had completely healed. She brought Yunling to Yi Yang's cave, ready to see Yi Yang. Just as I walked here, I saw Yang Huang walking out. Yunji suddenly remembered that Yaoguang had said that there might be some relationship between Yi Yang and Yang Huang. Coupled with the way Yang Huang's eyes were evasive at this moment, she was basically certain in her heart that what Yaoguang said might be true. However, as a master, she couldn't say anything about this matter. Besides, this was a good thing for Yang Huang, so Yunji naturally wouldn't stop it. Master, are you healed? Yang Huang went to see Yunji yesterday. Knowing that Yi Yang was helping with her treatment, she also knew that Yunji should be fine. However, she felt a little embarrassed as she was caught by her master. Well, thanks to the help of the Great Elder, I have fully recovered. Is the Great Elder here? Yunji did not expose Yang Huang's little thoughts and deliberately changed the subject. Yes. Well, I have something to ask the Great Elder. Then Master, please go in quickly. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Yang Huang turned around and left quickly, like a frightened rabbit. Yunji naturally understood that Yang Huang was just a little girl, and would definitely be shy in front of her after something like this happened. However, she doesn't care about that. It is Yang Huang's good fortune to have a man like Yi Yang. As a master, she can only be happy for Yang Huang. However, Yunling on the side frowned silently. My mother is too calm. It won't be good if this continues. Yunling was still hoping to get close to Yi Yang and observe the green lotus sword body. She has been trying her best to bring Yi Yang and Yunji together in order to bring them closer together. But Yunji's current attitude clearly shows that she still treats Yi Yang as an outsider. This won't work. Are we going to let them cook the rice until it becomes a pot crust? Yunling was thinking silently in her heart, and an evil plan emerged in her mind. Since Yunji doesn't take the initiative, she can only use force. Mother, please don't blame me, I'm doing this for your happiness. Yunling looked at Yunji silently and sighed softly in her heart. Yunji knocked on the door of the cave, and soon Yi Yang came out. Seeing Yunji coming, Yi Yang was also a little surprised. This woman rarely leaves her residence, but today she came to my place specially. It seems that my offensive has been effective. Yi Yang immediately welcomed Yunji and the other person in. I have no way of repaying the Great Elder for saving my life. If the Great Elder needs anything in the future, I will not refuse. As soon as she entered the cave, Yunji knelt down on the ground. What is Elder Yunji doing? It's just a small favor, please don't worry about it. Yi Yang hurriedly helped Yunji up. Mother, I should repay you for saving my life with my body. Seeing this, Yunling immediately started to add fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Yunji blushed immediately. Ling stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Daddy saved Mommy, so Mommy should pledge herself to him. Then Daddy will really become Ling daddy. Yunling said this, opened her little hands, and crawled into Yi Yang's arms. Yunji was filled with shame and anger when she heard this, and she quickly spoke. Don't mind it, Great Elder. It's just the kid talking nonsense. It's okay, children should say whatever they want. Yi Yang rubbed Yunling's little head and chuckled. This little girl really wins my heart. However, Yunling felt more and more depressed when she saw the two people treating each other with respect. This cannot go on. Now is a good opportunity. If we can't bring the two of them together now, there will be no chance in the future. Yunling pondered in her heart. Elder Yunji, please take a seat first. I will go make you some tea. Yi Yang said as he put Yunling down and turned to go into the house. Yunling suddenly spoke. Dad, let me handle this kind of thing. You just sit with Mom. Yunling pulled Yi Yang to sit down and hurried into the house. Yunling quickly made the tea, and then she took out a lotus pod from her arms. The lotus pod had a strange shape, it was actually two lotus pods growing together. There are only two lotus seeds on the lotus pod, shining like two golden pills. Hee, let me show you how powerful my twin lotus is. Yunling muttered softly, then picked two lotus seeds and dropped them into the tea. The lotus seeds melted in water and disappeared in an instant. This twin lotus is a different species of lotus that grew out of Yunling's original green lotus. After taking these two lotus seeds, you can have the same heart, the same root and the same origin, and the yin and yang will be united and merged into one. This thing is much more effective than those medicines. According to human standards, this thing is at least at the level of a holy medicine. Chapter 253, Filial Piety Turns Bad, Little Loli Assists. Dad, Mom, have some tea. Yunling came out with tea, looking particularly well behaved. Hearing Yunling calling her like this, Yunji felt a little guilty. But she also understood that Yunling had lacked fatherly love since childhood, and it was rare that Yi Yang got along well with her, so Yunji was patient. The two of them took the tea and chatted while drinking. Yunling, who was watching from the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually, Yi Yang finally discovered something was wrong. This tea seemed to be able to mobilize the pure yang energy in his body, and he suddenly felt a voice in his heart. He looked at Yunji silently and found that Yunji's condition was a little abnormal at the moment. Ling is there something wrong with this tea? Yi Yang reacted suddenly and turned to look at Yunling. Daddy, don't blame me. Only in this way can you truly become my daddy. Yunling chuckled and then ran out of the cave. Yunji also reacted at this moment. She immediately stood up and wanted to leave. But she felt her legs go weak and she fell into Yi Yang's arms. Ding, Yunji is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Yunji's lust is hard to quench, emotional value plus 1000. The twin lotuses were indeed powerful. Even Yi Yang was tricked by them, let alone Yunji. At this moment, the two of them were in tune with each other, and everything seemed to be falling into place naturally. Ding, Yoonji is too shy to handle the lust, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Yoonji is shocked, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Yoonji unlocks a new pose, emotional value plus 1000. This time, Yi Yang was also caught. Although he knew that Yoonji had just recovered from her injury and should not overwork, he could not control himself. The key is that the medicinal power is too strong. With Yi Yang's knowledge, he can feel that the medicinal power is not weaker than that of the holy medicine. For the next 4 or 5 days, the two of them hardly slept. The abundant medicinal power supported their bodies. Heaven and earth are in harmony, yin and yang are in harmony, different bodies have the same heart, and share the same roots and origins. The terrifying power of the medicine actually directly raised the cultivation level of the two people. It was not until the early morning of the 5th day that Yi Yang finally calmed down. At this moment, he was only one step away from breaking through to become a saint. However, Yoonji took this opportunity to break through directly to the Nirvana realm. At this moment, both of them have woken up. Yoonji blushed and didn't dare to face Yi Yang. She knew very well that Yi Yang was Yang Huang's man, and now that they were like this, she could not face Yang Huang even more. At this moment, Yoonji wanted to grab Yunling and give her a beating. This girl actually attacked herself. Great Elder Yunling is ignorant. I will punish her. I hope you will not blame her. Let's just pretend that what happened today never happened. Yoonji spoke in a low voice, but before she could finish her words, Yi Yang blocked her mouth. Now that things have come to this, I, Yi Yang, will naturally not deny her. Since Ling wants to acknowledge me as her father, I will be her father. Yoonji was shocked when she heard this. She was already grateful to Yi Yang in her heart. If it weren't for the relationship with Yang Huang, she might not have been so resistant. But they were like this now, how could she face Yang Huang in the future? Great Elder, I am Yang Huang's master. You and Yang Huang have such a relationship. If I were to treat you like this, how would I face her? What's the problem? She won't have any objection. But, do you have any objections? No, Yoonji's face was filled with shame and indignation, but she finally made up her mind and said, Great Elder, let's just pretend that this never happened. It didn't happen before. Then let it happen again. Yi Yang had finally subdued this woman, how could he let her escape so easily? What's more, Yunling even took out the holy medicine for this matter. If he doesn't take the initiative, wouldn't he be letting Yunling down? Ding! Yoonji is filled with shame and anger, emotional value plus 1000. Ling what happened to Master and the others? Next door, Yang Huang lives. Yunling has been staying here for the past 2 days, of course, to prevent others from disturbing Yi Yang and the others. She was well aware of the power of the twin lotuses, and that thing could not be solved in a day or 2. After this matter is over, Yi Yang should be able to subdue Yoonji, and the relationship will be established. Then it will be much easier for her to get close to Yi Yang. Don't worry, senior sister. Mother was injured this time and she also felt something. Maybe she can use this to make a breakthrough. She is discussing with Daddy, it's better not to disturb them. Upon hearing this, Yang Huang nodded. Practitioners will indeed gain insights during battle, and with Yi Yang's guidance, perhaps Yoonji can really make a breakthrough. By then, he would have a master who was at the Nirvana realm, and Yang Huang would naturally be happy. While thinking in his mind, Yang Huang suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming, and then disappeared in an instant. Could it be that master has made a breakthrough? Yang Huang was startled and stood up quickly. But he was stopped by Yunling. Senior sister, don't disturb mother, I'll go check it out first. Yunling didn't dare let Yang Huang know what was happening next door. She had witnessed what happened between Yang Huang and Yi Yang with her own eyes. Although she knew that Yang Huang didn't dare to do anything to Yoonji, problems were bound to arise if the matter was exposed. Although Yunling is young, she understands the key. She immediately walked out of the yard and came to the cave next door. She had the token of Yi Yang's cave, so she could enter and exit freely. However, Yunling was still worried that she might see something she shouldn't see, which would embarrass Yoonji. She first sneaked in to take a look, and when she found that they were not in the yard, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. But as soon as Yunling walked in, she saw Yoonji with an angry face. Yunling was so frightened that her face turned pale. Mother. Don't call me mother, I don't have a daughter like you. Yunji yelled angrily. Her face was full of anger, but there was a hint of guilt in her heart. She knew Yunling did this for her, but how could a little girl like her use such means, and use it against her? Mom, I'm sorry. Ling just wants to have a daddy. Ling knows that daddy is a good man. Mom will definitely be very happy following daddy. Mom, don't blame Ling Ling doesn't want to lose mom. Yunling lowered her head and tears fell unconsciously. She was very familiar with this move and the tears came easily. Sure enough, when Yunji saw this scene, her expression instantly relaxed. She also understood Yunling. The child lost her parents at a young age. Although she always treated Yunling as her own child, she did not have time to accompany Yunling. Naturally, the child would have some other thoughts in his mind. What's more, Yunling and Yi Yang get along very well, and she sees all of this. But Yunling's behavior made Yunji a little angry. Besides, it was this girl who caused the situation between Yi Yang and me now. When she thought of what had happened in the past few days, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Chapter 254 The Incorruptible Female Protagonist. The conversation between the few people did not last long, and there was a knock on the door. The person who came was Yang Huang, who had been waiting anxiously. Yunji became nervous when she saw her apprentice, but fortunately Yang Huang's attention was not on these at all at the moment. She just felt that Yunji's aura was strong at this moment, and it was obvious that her cultivation had improved. Master, have you made a breakthrough? Yang Huang spoke, and Yunji finally reacted to what had happened in the past few days. Yes, the master has just achieved nirvana. Yunji glanced at Yunling silently, and couldn't help but feel suspicious. She also wondered why she had made a breakthrough so quickly. Naturally, she would never have thought about how powerful the medicine that the little girl in front of her could be. The only reason for all this can be attributed to Yi Yang. Recalling what happened in the past few days, perhaps it was because of Yi Yang's special physique that his cultivation level increased greatly. Congratulations, Master, Yang Huang was overjoyed when he heard that. Everyone's attention quickly shifted to Yunji's breakthrough. Yang Huang then cooked some dishes and everyone celebrated for Yunji together. Around morning, Tianline suddenly came over. Several days have passed since Yunji was injured. The sect also sent people to deliver pills during these days, but they were all blocked by Yunling. Now, several days have passed, and Tianline is a little worried about Yunji's condition, so he rushed over to check on her. The first time he saw Yunji, Tianline discovered that Yunji had broken through to the Nirvana realm. This made Tianline very surprised. A powerful person in the Nirvana realm is of great importance to a holy land. Yunji is the second Nirvana realm expert in the entire Taiching Holy Land, following Tianquan. Tianline naturally paid more attention to it. Congratulations to Elder Yunji for breaking through Nirvana. This can be considered a blessing in disguise for Elder Yunji. Tianline looked at Yi Yang silently, and felt a little more grateful towards Yi Yang in his heart. Yi Yang had been in Taiching Holy Land these days, and he knew everything very well. For the major holy places, this kind of thing is not uncommon. There were many exchanges between the major holy places, and he had also spent several years communicating in the Taiyan Holy Land. However, Yi Yang had first guided Tianquan to stabilize his realm these days, and now he was helping Yunji break through to Nirvana, which made Tianline very grateful. Great Elder Yi has helped me many times, Tianline is grateful. Master, you are too polite. This is just Elder Yunji's good fortune. I dare not take credit for it. Yi Yang looked at Yunji silently. At this moment, Yunji was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Only they themselves knew why Yunji had made a breakthrough. Yunji didn't want anyone else to know about this. Now, my Taiching Holy Land has added another Nirvana Divine Lord, which is cause for celebration. I hereby announce that from today on, Elder Yunji will serve as the 8th Elder and rank among the 9 managing elders of the Taiching Holy Land. Tianline spoke on the spot and promoted Yunji to the 8th Elder of Taiching Holy Land. This was his original plan. As long as he confirmed that Yunji was not in trouble, he could find an opportunity to clear Yunji's name and take this opportunity to promote her. Now that Yunji has broken through to the Nirvana realm, even the elders probably wouldn't dare to stop her. Master, this may not be appropriate. Yunji was still a little hesitant when she heard this. The headmaster said before that whoever captures Yaoguang will be able to take on the position of the 8th Elder. Yunji has failed the headmaster's trust before and dares not accept the order. Yunji knew very well that if she wanted to shut up the other elders in charge, her cultivation alone would not be enough. After all, not everyone is Tianquan. What's more, she has many opponents in Taiqing Holy Land, and if she is promoted rashly, she will definitely not be able to win the support of the people. In addition, her heart was still filled with resentment towards Yaoguang, so she should take this opportunity to get rid of that guy once and for all. When Tianlin heard this, he understood Yunji's meaning and nodded. What Elder Yunji said makes sense. These days, I have been discussing with the elders that Yaoguang dared to openly challenge our Taiqing Holy Land. It is indeed time to resolve this problem. Elder Yunji, I'll leave this matter to you. When you capture Yaoguang, I'll personally give you the order. Tianlin spoke cheerfully. It must be said that this old fellow Tianlin was able to control the Taiqing Holy Land for many years despite the constraints of so many elders. He must be very scheming. Yaoguang has a special identity. No matter who comes forward from the Taiqing Holy Land now, it is bound to cause conflicts between the two holy lands. Yunji and Yaoguang have a close relationship. If Yunji comes forward, even if problems arise, there will still be room for easing the situation. Tianlin has a gentle personality and doesn't want to make the conflict worse because of a disciple's affairs. Now that Yunji has taken the initiative to bring up the matter, he is of course happy to help Yunji. After seeing Tianlin off, Yunji's thoughts once again fell on Yaoguang. Now that she has just broken through to the Nirvana realm, she should take the opportunity to consolidate her realm. However, a battle is enough for her to consolidate her realm. What's more, Yaoguang killed the two elders of Taiqing Holy Land, and Yunji only had hatred for that boy in her heart. On that day, Yunji left the Taiqing Holy Land. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yaoguang also received news these days that the third elder of Taiqing Holy Land was killed, and it was said that he died at his own hands. Yaoguang quickly guessed that someone was deliberately framing her. But he didn't mind taking the blame. After all, several elders of Taiqing Holy Land joined forces to deal with his aunt. In Yaoguang's heart, they are all dead. He did not leave this place these days. His goal is to kill all the elders of Taiqing Holy Land. Now he will never let his aunt suffer any injustice again. Yunji was kicked out of the Meng family because of him. Now, he would never let his aunt suffer any more injustice. Of course, he has also been investigating who is framing him. But after some investigation, he became even more confused. Judging from the current clues, that person is proficient in Haoyang divine brilliance and uses pure yang fire. He looks like a person from the Holy Land of the Sun. And currently, in the Holy Land of the Sun, there are only a handful of people who are qualified to practice Haoyang divine brilliance. This gave Yaoguang a bold guess in his mind. Perhaps the Holy Land of the Sun was also behind this. He has made such a big fuss, but the Holy Land of the Sun has not stepped in to stop him, which seems a bit abnormal. Thinking back to how her master had recently claimed to have inherited the legacy of the god of craftsmen, Yaoguang instantly understood. Perhaps the Holy Land of the Sun has already planned to dominate the Kenglin domain. And they also wanted to take this opportunity to test the attitudes of the major holy places, so the Sun Holy Land had no reaction to what they were doing. They are just using themselves to test the reaction of Taiqing Holy Land. After realizing this, Yaoguang naturally became even more unscrupulous. Chapter 255. No way to defend yourself, the protagonist runs away. Just when Yaoguang was busy preparing her revenge plan. What he didn't expect was that Taiqing Holy Land had lost two managing elders, but there was no reaction at all. Yaoguang had heard that Tianlin was weak, but she didn't expect that the old guy was so weak. Even though I had come to his door, he was still so calm. But since Taiqing Holy Land didn't send anyone out, he didn't dare to really break into Taiqing Holy Land. These days, he has been wandering around the Taiqing Holy Land, but he has not seen any elders of the Taiqing Holy Land come out, which makes Yaoguang even more contemptuous of the Taiqing Holy Land. Just when Yaoguang was bored, suddenly, a figure attracted his attention. Aunt. Yaoguang caught a glimpse of Yunji leaving the Taiqing Holy Land, and he immediately chased after her. He had done so much for Yunji, and what he cared about most now was Yunji's condition. Aunt. Yaoguang catches up with Yunji. Hearing this voice, Yunji turned around, and the moment she saw Yaoguang, she was immediately filled with anger. I'm not your aunt. Now Yunji only has hatred towards Yaoguang. In her eyes, this guy has always been the unfilial son. When he was a child, he abandoned his parents and ran away from home. Now he has even seriously injured himself. Yoonji just felt regretful in her heart that she had actually retained a bit of affection for this kid and accepted him into the Taiching Holy Land. Thinking of this, Yoonji attacked angrily without even waiting for Yaoguang to speak. When Yaoguang saw this scene, she was also stunned. Of course he heard that the person who pretended to be him also attacked Yoonji at that time. These days, he has been looking for information about that person in an attempt to avenge his aunt. But now it seems that Yoonji has obviously misunderstood herself. Aunt, someone pretended to be me and attacked you before. It was a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Yaoguang explained while fending off Yoonji's attack. Humph, you are still quibbling until now. I saw you kill the third elder with my own eyes, and you also attacked me. Do you think I am so easy to fool? Yoonji naturally knew that the Haoyang divine brilliance could only be practiced by people from the Holy Land of the Sun. In her opinion, the people who attacked her at that time could only be from the Holy Land of the Sun. Regardless of whether that person is Yaoguang or not, this matter is inseparable from Yaoguang. Aunt, that person is really not me. I am also investigating that person's whereabouts. Then let me ask you, did you kill the 8th elder? Yoonji stopped attacking and shouted harshly. Yes, but that's because they framed my aunt. I'm trying to get justice for her. Haha, Yoonji sneered when she heard that. Get justice for yourself. She didn't know how Yaoguang said this. It was Yaoguang herself who got herself stuck in this quagmire. How ridiculous that he sought justice for himself. In that case, there is nothing more to say. Give me your life. Yoonji stopped talking nonsense and took action immediately. Yaoguang became furious when she saw this. But he also keenly discovered that Yoonji had actually broken through to the Nirvana realm at this moment. Yaoguang was pleasantly surprised, but facing Yoonji who was also in the Nirvana realm, he did not dare to be careless and could only fight back desperately. But Yoonji was fighting for her life at this moment, and soon Yaoguang fell into a disadvantage. If he tried his best, he could certainly defeat Yoonji, but Yoonji was his aunt after all, and he didn't want to hurt her. Seeing that there was no way to explain it, Yaoguang could only display the divine light of Haoyang and retreat for the time being. Who is framing me? Could it really be Master? Yaoguang was filled with grief and anger. When Yoonji saw Yaoguang using the Haoyang divine light, she knew she couldn't catch up with her, so she stopped. However, this also deepened Yoonji's suspicion of Yaoguang. Haoyang divine brilliance is the top magical power of the Holy Land of the Sun. Not many people are qualified to practice Haoyang divine brilliance. And currently in the Holy Land of Taiching, the only one who understands Haoyang divine brilliance is Yaoguang. The one who attacked her at that time must have been Yaoguang. It's a pity that Haoyang Shenhui is known for his speed. Even T-Online failed to catch up with Yaoguang last time. If Yaoguang wants to escape, she probably has no way to do it. Yoonji had no choice but to turn around and go back. At this moment, not far away, Yi Yang appeared silently. He was also worried about Yoonji, so he followed her secretly. Now it seems that Yaoguang still has some feelings for Yoonji and probably doesn't want to harm her. In this way, Yi Yang felt relieved. What happens next can be left to them to handle on their own. Even if Yaoguang jumped into the Yellow River, it would not be clear anymore. The rift between the two holy places had already been left. Yi Yang only needed to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers. Moreover, the fact that the Sun Holy Land did not step forward to stop Yaoguang this time also showed that those guys in the Sun Holy Land also wanted to test the attitude of the Taiching Holy Land. This undoubtedly made Yi Yang's plan go more smoothly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Xiao returned to Lingshuang City. These days, he has been investigating Yi Yang. But to his disappointment, Yi Yang had a very good reputation outside. Over the years, Yi Yang's business reputation made it difficult for him to find an opportunity to take action. Previously, he had also thought about sneaking into the Taishu Holy Land to look for clues. But Taishu Holy Land is not Taiching Holy Land, he cannot sneak in at all. In the end, Shen Xiao had to return to Lingshuang City. Since Yi Yang had no chance to attack, he could only shift his target to Chu Shi and the others again. Previously, he had already planned a conspiracy against Chu Shi. It's okay to do it again now. Last time, his plan to be a hero and save the beauty was ruined by Yi Yang. This time, he planned to do it himself and follow Yi Yang all the way. There would be no one who would come out to intercept him, right? Shen Xiao has been waiting here for several days. During these days, he watched Qingcheng and the other person coming in and out, but did not see Yi Yang. He was sure that Yi Yang had left. As long as Yi Yang is not here, no one can stop him. That day, in the evening, Qingcheng finally went out. Shen Xiao followed all the way. When he saw Qingcheng come to the pharmacy and buy some elixirs, and was about to go back, Shen Xiao began to act. Qingcheng was walking on the street when she suddenly felt a flash of light in front of her eyes. The noisy sounds around gradually disappeared, and Qingcheng reacted instantly. She turned around suddenly, only to see a dark shadow approaching her. Qingcheng raised her hand and drew her sword, and countless sword shadows fell from the sky. These days, she and Chu Shi practiced every day and had a deep understanding of the 10,000 swords art. Although they did not have Yi Yang's hands-on teaching, they had already mastered the first level of the 10,000 swords art. It's easy to use. However, the black shadow took a step down and waved his hand. The sword shadows in the sky dissipated in an instant. When Qingcheng saw this scene, she instantly realized the gap between herself and the other party. Shen Xiao. Qingcheng opened her mouth suddenly, trying to test the other party's identity. But how could Shen Xiao be fooled by such a strategy? He seemed not to have heard it and raised his hand to point directly at Qingcheng's face. 5 Tiger Soul Severing Finger. Chapter 256, Qingcheng is in danger, Yi Yang comes to the rescue. This finger was infused with all of Shen Xiao's cultivation. What he wanted was to completely tear apart Qingcheng's soul. The 5 Tiger's soul-severing fingers were something he acquired by accident, and no one else knew about this magical power. Anyone who is hit by this move will inevitably have their soul shattered and lose part of their soul. By then, she will be like Xu Yun, with a missing soul, and will never be able to break through in her lifetime. In order to control Xu Yun, Shen Xiao had prepared the 9 transformation soul-nourishing pill. Although Xu Yun no longer needed this pill, it would not be a waste if he could use it to control Qingcheng now. Anyway, he had no way to deal with Chu Shi now, so he simply shifted his target to Qingcheng. Speaking of which, this woman Qingcheng is as beautiful as her name suggests, she is the most beautiful woman in the country. In terms of appearance, Chu Shi is not as good as Qingcheng. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was too cold in nature, Shen Xiao's first target would have been Qingcheng. This time, it's not a loss. As the finger fell, Qingcheng felt her brain go blank and her soul seemed to fall into the abyss in an instant. At this moment, she felt death approaching. Qingcheng fell down helplessly. She watched the black shadow gradually approaching, but she could no longer control her body. At the last moment before she closed her eyes, a beam of light seemed to appear in front of her. A familiar face appeared before my eyes. But Qingcheng could no longer see clearly. "You are courting death, you bastard!" Yi Yang shouted angrily, and with a sword he brought down, the nirvana barrier shattered. Shen Xiao looked up and saw Yi Yang, and was immediately shocked. Wasn't this guy not here? Why did he suddenly appear? Shen Xiao was filled with resentment, but at this moment, he did not dare to fight Yi Yang head-on, so he had to turn around and run away. Yi Yang did not chase Shen Xiao. Qingcheng's situation was not optimistic at the moment. Shen Xiao's attack had crushed Qingcheng's soul. She now had only her last breath left. Yi Yang immediately picked up Qingcheng and turned to leave. He had just arrived here. Originally, he gave Chu Shi a ring. If Shen Xiao attacked Chu Shi, he would naturally be able to appear at the first time. Who would have thought that Shen Xiao actually changed his target? If he hadn't arrived in time this time, Qingcheng might have lost her life. But even so, Qingcheng's situation is not optimistic at the moment. As soon as Chu Shi returned to his residence, he saw Qingcheng, who was dying. "Great Elder, what happened?" Chu Shi hurried forward. Qingcheng was attacked and her soul was shattered. Hearing this, Chu Shi reacted instantly. The person who attacked her attacked again, but this time the opponent's target shifted to Qingcheng. When Chu Shi saw this, he felt extremely guilty. If it weren't for me, Qingcheng wouldn't be in this state now. But Yi Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to these things at the moment. "I'm here to help her heal. Don't let anyone disturb me." Yi Yang gave an order and walked into the room carrying Qingcheng. For anyone, the collapse of the soul means certain death. But those who practice Taoism cultivate their essence, energy and spirit, and have a strong soul, so they still have a glimmer of hope for a short period of time. However, this situation is extremely difficult, and even Yi Yang would have to put in some effort. He put Chingcheng on the couch, then raised his hand and pointed a finger at Chingcheng's forehead. A trace of soul penetrated into Chingcheng's body. In this situation, Yi Yang can only use his own soul to forcibly gather Chingcheng's soul, and then consider other methods. Fortunately, Yi Yang practiced the god-slaying technique, and his soul became strong, so he quickly gathered Chingcheng's soul. However, at this moment, Chingcheng's soul could still collapse at any time. Yi Yang could only wrap it with his own soul to ensure its immortality. It is just the intersection of two souls, which means that each is completely exposed to the other. Although Chingcheng only had a soul left at this moment, she could still feel everything. She knew that Yi Yang was saving her, but while she was moved, she couldn't help feeling a little shy inside. At this moment, she was almost completely exposed in front of Yi Yang. How could she not be ashamed and angry? Ding! Chingcheng is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Feeling that Chingcheng had regained consciousness, Yi Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your soul is still unstable, so this is the only way for now. I will take you back to the sect and treat you. Yi Yang opened his mouth to speak, but Chingcheng was too ashamed to speak. Seeing this, Yi Yang glanced at the snow-white warp. Although Chingcheng is only in soul state at the moment, it must be said that she is so stunningly beautiful and terrifying. Yi Yang left a soul in Chingcheng's body to protect Chingcheng's broken soul, and then walked out of the room. Chu Shi had been waiting anxiously for a long time. When he saw Yi Yang coming out, he hurriedly walked up to ask. Great Elder, how is Chingcheng? It's all right for now. I need to take her back to the Holy Land. You can come with me. Yi Yang was naturally worried about leaving Chu Shi here alone. If that guy failed this time, he might attack again. Although Chu Shi has the ring in her hand and Yi Yang can appear at any time, if something happens and delays her, Chu Shi will still be in danger. Chingcheng had told Chu Shi about this matter before, and asked Chu Shi to go to Taishu Holy Land, which would be safer. But at that time, Chu Shi did not dare to go to Taishu Holy Land because of Yi Yang's identity. But now Chingcheng was seriously injured, Chu Shi knew he couldn't refuse, so he simply agreed. Soon, Yi Yang brought Chingcheng and the other two back to the Taishu Holy Land. Yunqing and others became anxious when they saw Chingcheng was seriously injured. Yi Yang comforted everyone, and then asked Yunqing to take care of Chingcheng. Oh, this is Chu Shi, Chingcheng's senior sister. She is staying here temporarily. Here, help Chu Shi settle down. I will go to the second elder first and ask him to help refine another 9 revolutions soul-nourishing pill. After Yi Yang gave instructions to everyone, he turned around and left. Facing disciples like Yi Yang, Chu Shi was a little shy at first, but Yunqi and the others were quite kind, and Chu Shi soon adapted to the situation. At the same time, Shen Xiao, who had escaped the disaster, was angry at this moment. Yi Yang, it's Yi Yang again, why do you keep ruining my plans? Shen Xiao roared to the sky, feeling grief-stricken and angry. He made 2 attempts, but both were thwarted by Yi Yang. One can imagine the hatred he had for Yi Yang in his heart. But at the moment, he is no match for Yi Yang. Ding, Shen Xiao is furious, emotion value plus 600. After venting for a while, Shen Xiao finally calmed down. He couldn't just give up like that, the most important thing right now was Chingcheng. He knew the power of his move. Without the 9 transformation soul-nourishing pill, Chingcheng would surely die. Originally, he had the chance to save Chingcheng, but was interrupted by Yi Yang. He also didn't know whether Yi Yang could save Chingcheng, and he didn't want Chingcheng to really die. Shen Xiao took off his disguise and turned to rush towards Lingshuang City. But when he returned here, the courtyard where Chu Shi originally lived was already deserted. Did they return to the Taishu Holy Land? Chapter 257 Moon Palace, Luo Xian. Shen Xiao knew very well that under the current circumstances, Yi Yang would never dare to let these 2 people continue to stay in Lingshuang City. Then they will definitely return to Taishu Holy Land, which is the safest place. No, we must not let Chu Shi fall into that guy's hands. When Shen Xiao thought of this, he became even more worried. Chu Shi has only been staying in Lingshuang City, but she has already been so protective of Yi Yang. If they return to Taishu Holy Land and spend time together day and night, Shen Xiao dare not imagine how their relationship will develop. When Shen Xiao thought about how his woman looked in front of other men, he felt like he was being cheated on. He is the villain, how could he allow such a thing to happen? Anyone he sets his eyes on is his woman, and he will never allow anyone else to touch her. Yi Yang, you are seeking death. Shen Xiao said this viciously, but at the moment he didn't dare to fight Yi Yang head-on. But he was still worried about leaving Chu Shi and the other two in Taishu Holy Land. It seems that this matter still needs long-term consideration. After much thought, Shen Xiao decided to inform the sect first and tell them Chu Zai's whereabouts. In this case, the third elder will definitely come forward and call back Chu Shi, so that at least they can separate first. At the same time, in Taishu Holy Land, on Ziyang Peak, Yi Yang asked for the 9 transformation soul nourishing pill and gave it to Qingcheng to take. Soon, Qingcheng woke up. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. At this moment, Qingcheng was completely unable to face Yi Yang. She had no secrets left in front of Yi Yang. Ding! Qingcheng is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang felt Qingcheng's emotions, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scenery he had seen in the past 2 days. It doesn't matter. You are my disciple, so I will not sit idly by. Yi Yang waved his hand and continued, I will find out who attacked you. For the time being, you should stay in Ziyang Peak. Qingcheng wanted to refuse from the bottom of her heart, but at the moment, she also understood that the only way to be safe was to stay in Ziyang Peak. She nodded silently. At night, Yunshu and a few others gathered together to celebrate Qingcheng's recovery. It was very lively. Even Chu Shi has become friends with a few of them. Only Qingcheng was a little restless, and her eyes kept moving over Yi Yang. She knew Yi Yang had seen it, and at this moment she had no idea how to face Yi Yang. Moreover, if the other junior sisters knew about this. Thinking of this, Qingcheng became even more ashamed and angry. Throughout the dinner, she almost never raised her head. At this moment, even Yunshu, who was a thick-skinned person, had noticed that something was wrong with Qingcheng. However, she didn't have the courage to ask Qingcheng what happened. Fortunately, it was nothing serious and everyone just turned a blind eye. The days passed one by one, and everything was peaceful. During this period, Ning and several others came out of quarantine one after another. Yi Yang's surroundings suddenly became much more lively. Ning is different from others. She is always noisy and not afraid of Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang also likes Ning like this. People often say that if you practice Taoism for too long, you will lose your humanity. Yi Yang's serious personality in the past also made people around him fear him. Even Cheng Suling seemed cautious in front of Yi Yang. This made Yi Yang quite uncomfortable. Therefore, Ning's personality is more to Yi Yang's liking. Now that Ning has just come out of confinement, she naturally hangs around Yi Yang every day. On this day, the two came to Linan City. Ning still has the personality of a little girl. When she came to the city, she was busy buying all kinds of small gadgets. Yi Yang followed behind, and it was a rare opportunity for him to have some free time. Suddenly, Yi Yang's eyes paused. A vague figure flashed by in the distance. Although it was only a moment, Yi Yang was still keenly aware of the other party's presence. The man's figure was elusive, and he passed through the crowd without alarming anyone. Obviously, his cultivation is extraordinary. The most important thing is that the other party's identity made Yi Yang's heart tremble. Name: Luo Xian. Identity: the protagonist of Xian Tomb. Cultivation: Late Nirvana Realm. Kung Fu: Devil power of devouring the sky. Origin: Luo Xian is a metamorphosis of an ancient immortal. She was buried in an immortal tomb and was reborn after 1,000,000 years. In ancient times, Luo Xian's name shook the world. She overwhelmed the heroes with her heaven-swallowing magic skill and was called a peerless, ruthless person and the supreme empress. Yi Yang's expression changed. This was the strongest protagonist he had ever seen. Moreover, she is the protagonist of a female drama. That's a little different. Yi Yang had seen female protagonists before, for example, Ling Zhu was the protagonist of a female farming novel. But that girl obviously took the path of pity. But the one in front of him was obviously different. He appeared as the incarnation of an immortal. In his previous life, he was known as a peerless, ruthless person and the supreme empress. This kind of person is not easy to deal with. An empress who was able to dominate a region in ancient times would naturally not have the same thoughts as that of a little girl. Moreover, the other party's cultivation is extraordinary, so some of his methods are not effective. Yi Yang looked at the other person silently, called a Ning and followed quietly. Since the other party came here, there must be a reason. The most urgent task, of course, is to find out the current identity of this woman. Soon, Yi Yang followed the woman to the largest auction in Linan City. When he arrived here, Yi Yang suddenly discovered that the owner of the auction was particularly polite to the woman, and it was obvious that he knew the woman's background. After the woman went in, Yi Yang immediately found the shopkeeper to ask. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has influence throughout the Kanglan region, so it is naturally well informed. As the shopkeeper of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Linan City, he naturally knew Yi Yang. Seeing Yi Yang coming, the shopkeeper hurried forward to greet him. I didn't know that the great elder was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me. Manager Yu, you're too polite. Yi Yang waved his hand and spoke in a low voice. Manager Yu, who was that woman just now? Hearing this, shopkeeper Yu's face changed slightly, and then he whispered, Great Elder, that person is a disciple of the Moon God Palace, known as Little Moon Fairy, Lord Luoxian. Yi Yang was shocked when he heard this. Moon Palace. That is one of the 5 great immortal gates. The 5 top sects in the world are called the 5 great immortal gates. Rumor has it that each of the 5 major sects has produced great emperors. They have the legacy of the great emperor and have stood for hundreds of thousands of years without collapsing. Their rich heritage is unimaginable. Compared with them, the 6 holy places are not up to par. However, Yi Yang didn't know much about these. After all, their contacts with the 5 major immortal sects were not close. There is almost no contact. Now that this woman has come here, it is obvious that something is wrong. Yi Yang did not enter the auction, but turned around and returned to Taishu Holy Land. Immediately ask someone to find out Luo Xian's identity. This kind of information is easy to check, as Luo Xian is too famous in the Moon God Palace. She is the direct disciple of the Moon God Palace master. She entered the Moon God Palace hundreds of years ago and showed extraordinary talent since she was young. She formed the Dan at the age of 20 and broke the Yuantai at the age of 30. She was hailed as the #1 person in the Moon God Palace throughout history. Chapter 258 The Mystery of the Immortal, Luo Xian's Identity. Immortal Transformation. What is that? Yi Yang tapped the table with his fingers. In this world, things related to immortals are often very important. However, this so-called immortal transformation was the first time Yi Yang heard of it. After a long silence, Yi Yang decided to ask a professional. Fairy Fu Hua has been recuperating since she followed him. After all, only a wisp of soul is left of Fairy Fu Hua now. Previously, Yi Yang used the soul trampling pearl to help her solidify her soul. Now, Fairy Fu Hua has fewer opportunities to follow Yi Yang in action, and her soul has become much more solid. Although Yi Yang didn't know what the immortal transformation was, Fairy Fu Hua, who is also an immortal, must know this. Fairy. Yi Yang called softly, and Fairy Fu Hua woke up and then slowly appeared. What's wrong? Does the fairy know the immortal metamorphosis method? When Fairy Fu Hua heard this, her expression changed slightly and she began to explain. When the great emperor attains immortality, he must slay the 3 corpses, namely the past, present, and future. Only after slaying all causes and effects can he ascend to immortality. And the 3 corpses beheaded by the great emperor are called the immortal transformation. Can the immortal metamorphosis be resurrected? Yi Yang hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Fairy Fu Hua looked bewildered. Impossible. The 3 corpses of the great emperor also contain all their negative emotions. They are born evil demons. Therefore, when the great emperor kills the 3 corpses, he will often kill them completely. Therefore, there is no possibility of resurrection. Yi Yang was confused when he heard this. If this was true, then what was going on with Luo Xian? Fairy, have you ever heard of a ruthless person in ancient times? The Supreme Empress. Fairy Fu Hua suddenly looked at Yi Yang and exclaimed. How do you know her? Seeing this scene, Yi Yang immediately understood that Fairy Fu Hua really knew Luo Xian. Fairy, was this person famous in ancient times? Yi Yang did not dare to directly expose Luo Xian's identity. After all, judging from the name, this Luo Xian was not a good person in ancient times. It's possible that she has a grudge against Fairy Fu Hua, so it's not convenient for her to reveal the other party's identity at the moment. The hatching fairy seemed to have sensed Yi Yang's thoughts. Her eyes became sharp, but she still opened her mouth to explain. The name of this ruthless person has shocked the world since ancient times. In ancient times, she used her mortal body to prove her truth and overwhelmed all the heroes. She is truly amazing. However, her skills were too powerful, which angered the ancient emperor. In the end, she fought against the 18 emperors of the immortal court alone. The battle was earth-shattering, and no one knew what the final result would be. It's just that since then, the immortal court has fallen, and everything about ruthless people in this world has been completely wiped out. As an immortal, I know these things. Fairy Fu Hua said this and looked at Yi Yang silently. Since that great man back then was able to completely wipe out all traces of a great emperor from the world, his strength must have been very strong. In this world, apart from the immortals, I am afraid no one knows the existence of ruthless people. Where did Yi Yang hear this name? You'd better not get involved in anything about her. She is involved in too many causes and effects. In ancient times, many emperors died tragically at her hands. You can't bear the consequences of those causes and effects. Fairy Fu Hua began to give instructions, and although Yi Yang was hesitant, he just nodded silently. Even if he didn't want to take responsibility for this cause and effect, he probably couldn't. He couldn't avoid the protagonist who came to his doorstep. What's more, the emotions provided by such a powerful protagonist are probably not low, and Yi Yang doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Fairy, do you think it's possible that the ruthless man didn't kill all 3 corpses back then, but resurrected using the 3 corpses? Yi Yang spoke in a low voice, and when Fairy Fu Hua heard this, her face became solemn. It's not impossible. The methods of those great emperors should not be underestimated. In ancient times, there were great emperors who sacrificed themselves and merged with the great Tao in order to avoid the great catastrophe of the millennium. Resurrection from the dead with the help of the 3 corpses is not a rare thing. Fairy Fu Hua explained silently, but there were some things she didn't say. The 3 corpses of the great emperor are extremely powerful, and they are also the source of the great emperor's inner demons. Anyone who can become a great emperor will naturally not leave behind such disasters. Therefore, most emperors would never leave the 3 corpses behind. But except for the ruthless ones, that woman's actions cannot be judged by common sense. There is only one person in the history who can achieve the status of an emperor with a mortal body. What she does is often beyond people's imagination. Yi Yang also knew that it would be difficult for such a person to figure out the other party's purpose in a short period of time. He also didn't dare to send anyone to inquire about Luo Xian's whereabouts. That woman was in the late nirvana stage. Looking at the entire Kanglan domain, except for the heads of several major sects, no one could be her match. If this woman is provoked, it might even bring down the wrath of the Moon Goddess Palace. Yi Yang doesn't dare let others take risks. This matter can only be done by him. However, Yi Yang was not in a hurry. Luo Xian didn't come here just for sightseeing, and she would not leave in a short time. This matter needs to be done slowly. Yi Yang returned to Ziyang Peak, where Qing Cheng and the other person were practicing. Ever since obtaining the 10,000 swords technique, Chushi and Qing Cheng have been particularly serious. Most sword practitioners are so obsessed with cultivation that they are called sword maniacs. Seeing Yi Yang coming back, Chushi quickly stopped what he was doing and walked over to him. After all, she is not Qingcheng, so she doesn't have so many concerns in her heart. He immediately pulled Yi Yang over and asked for advice. Qingcheng watched from the side, feeling a little hesitant. Even though she had been living this way these days, she still felt a little uncomfortable here. Thinking that she was Yi Yang's apprentice, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Senior sister, what's wrong? Yun Qing walked forward. She was already accustomed to Yi Yang's hands-on teaching. After all, she had been through the same thing before. Seeing Qingcheng in a daze, she realized Qingcheng's little thoughts. At first, she couldn't accept this way of practice, but later, as her cultivation level improved significantly, she gradually let go. At this moment, Qingcheng was obviously facing the same dilemma as her. Yun Qing then thought of coming up and giving some advice. Nothing. Qingcheng shook her head and avoided his gaze. Big sister, people who practice Taoism don't care about trivial matters. Big sister thinks too much. Yun Qing chuckled upon seeing this. Of course she knew that Qingcheng felt embarrassed. She felt the same way at the beginning. But later she found that Yi Yang was really just teaching them how to practice, so she gradually relaxed her vigilance. When Qingcheng heard this, she silently looked at Yi Yang and the other two. She also knew this sentence, but when it really happened to her, how could she remain calm? Just when Qingcheng was hesitating, Chushi walked up and pulled Qingcheng up. Qingcheng, stop being in a daze. It's a rare opportunity for the Great Elder to be free. Why don't you let the Great Elder give you some pointers? Chapter 259. The heroine came to the door and conspired with him. Yi Yang naturally knew Chu Zai's little thoughts. This girl has been creating opportunities to ease the relationship between him and Qingcheng. After this period of contact, Qingcheng has gradually begun to accept him. For such an obedient little girl like Chu Shi, Yi Yang naturally had to reward her well. Just when everyone on Ziyang Peak was having fun, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Yi Yang, let my junior sister go. Yi Yang looked up and suddenly found that Shen Xiao appeared outside the yard. This is Ziyang Peak. How did this guy get in? And so blatantly. Yi Yang was about to get angry when he saw a familiar figure slowly appearing. Are you the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land? The person who came was Luo Xian, but she came with Shen Xiao. Also present was a handsome young man. Luo Xian from the Moon God Palace, I am sorry for disturbing you. Luo Xian bowed and saluted with a kind attitude. But at this moment Yi Yang couldn't help but wonder, why did these guys come to Taishu Holy Land? Could it be that Shen Xiao and Luo Xian have joined forces? So it's Miss Luo from the Moon God Palace. I'm so sorry. Yi Yang waved his hand and walked out of the yard. Shen Xiao was about to step forward to look at Chu Shi, but just as he took a step, Yi Yang raised his hand to stop him. This is Ziyang Peak. Who are you? Can you come in if you want? When Shen Xiao heard this, his face turned red with anger. Yi Yang, the master of the Moon God Palace is here, don't you even know how to entertain guests? Shen Xiao silently glanced at Luo Xian and the other person beside him, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He also happened to meet Luo Xian on the road. After seeing Luo Xian's identity, he thought of using Luo Xian's identity to suppress Yi Yang. After all, the Moon God Palace is one of the 5 major immortal sects. No matter how presumptuous Yi Yang is, he dare not directly make enemies with the Moon God Palace. Miss Luo is here, so I will naturally treat her with courtesy. Yi Yang chuckled at Luo Xian, then turned to look at Shen Xiao and shouted, but who are you? How dare you act wild here? You, Shen Xiao didn't expect Yi Yang to be so bold in front of the people from the Moon God Palace. I am the son of the headmaster of Tai Holy Land, Yi Yang, don't go too far. HMPH, don't say you are the son of Shen Linfeng. Even if Shen Linfeng comes in person, you must abide by my rules in my Taishu Holy Land. Roll. Yi Yang shouted angrily, and a burst of energy directly knocked Shen Xiao away. If they were outside, Yi Yang would have done nothing to Shen Xiao. After all, the other party's identity is there, and it would not sound good if it were to get out that he was bullying the weak. But since this kid dared to come to Taishu Holy Land and act wildly, nothing he did would be excessive. If Yi Yang hadn't considered that this kid was still useful, he would have killed him directly. However, Yi Yang's actions still aroused the dissatisfaction of the young man next to him. Elder Yi, you are so arrogant. You don't even take the people I brought with me seriously. Yi Yang glanced at the man. He could tell from the other person's eyes that this guy was most likely Luo Xian's bootlicker. The female protagonists in female movies are like this, there is always a lack of bootlickers around them. Moreover, the identities of these bootlickers are often unusual. This is, Humph, I am Longao from the Immortal Palace. When Yi Yang heard this, he was shocked. The Immortal Palace, one of the 5 major immortal gates. As expected, he is worthy of being the heroine's bootlicker, and his background is indeed not small. What? That man is your servant? Yi Yang asked softly. Longao frowned slightly when he heard this. He naturally could not admit that Shen Xiao was his slave. After all, Shen Xiao is the son of the master of Tai Holy Land. If he becomes his slave, wouldn't he be rubbing Shen Linfeng's face on the ground? Although he was not afraid of Shen Linfeng, a strong dragon could not defeat a local snake. Here, he still had to consider the other party's face. No. In that case, since he doesn't follow the rules of my Taishu Holy Land, what's wrong with me teaching him a lesson? Longao was choked and speechless for a moment, and could only turn his head away. Don't be offended, Elder Yi. We are not familiar with Shen Xiao. We just happened to meet him on the road and asked him to help lead the way. Luo Xian interrupted the two of them. I am here to ask Elder Yi for help. May I have a word with you? Luo Xian seemed polite, and Yi Yang immediately took the two of them to the sect's main hall. Arriving here, Luo Xian began to explain. Elder Yi, I came to Kanglan territory this time to find a secret place. That place is full of dangers, and the two of us are afraid that we can't handle it, so I want to ask Elder Yi for help. Of course, after this is done, I will owe Elder Yi a favor. If Elder Yi needs anything in the future, I will definitely not refuse. After Luo Xian said this, Long Ao on the side could no longer sit still. Miss Luo, aren't the two of us enough for this matter? Why do we need to look for this guy? Luo Xian shook her head. That place, young Master Long, is very dangerous. I've already told you that you don't have to take risks with me. Obviously, Luo Xian didn't like this bootlicker very much. Although Long Ao was extremely talented, he was arrogant and had a high opinion of himself. This was the kind of person Luo Xian hated the most. If this guy hadn't insisted on pestering her, she wouldn't have wanted to take him with her at all. Although Long Ao has the cultivation level of Nirvana realm, he has been spoiled since childhood. In terms of combat power, he may not be as good as those elders in Yuantai realm. Bringing him along would be a complete burden. However, the other party was of extraordinary status, and she couldn't drive him away by force, so she could only let this guy follow her. When Long Ao heard this, he stopped talking immediately. He fell in love with Luo Xian at first sight, but it was a pity that this woman was too proud and arrogant to look down on anyone. He had been pestering Luo Xian for so long, but he had never really gotten close to her. Of course he couldn't miss this opportunity to show off. If I help Luo Xian accomplish this, maybe I can win her heart. As for Yi Yang, Long Ao didn't take the other party seriously at all. He was born in an immortal sect, and a small sect like the Taishu Holy Land was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Even though Yi Yang's cultivation was far superior to his, he just treated the other party as a bumpkin. At this moment, Yi Yang finally understood Luo Xian's intention of coming to Kanglan domain. However, given Luo Xian's identity, the secret realm she wants to explore is probably not just full of dangers. This trip is bound to be dangerous, otherwise, with her level of cultivation, she wouldn't have asked me for help. But after thinking for a moment, Yi Yang agreed. After all, Luo Xian is related to immortals, and there might be something extraordinary in that secret realm. Furthermore, he can also use this incident to make friends with Luo Xian. After they get to know each other, this woman will surely become the leak for him to harvest emotional value. Since Miss Luo has asked me to help, I am willing to help. When will I leave? If the Great Elder doesn't mind, we will set off immediately. Luo Xian was already impatient. After all, the things in that secret realm were of vital importance to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here from afar. That's fine. Wait a moment, the two of you. I'll tell the sect. Chapter 260, Self-Cultivation of a Dog. Yi Yang and his companions walked out of Taishu Holy Land. At this moment, Shen Xiao was squatting outside the mountain gate guarding it. When Yi Yang saw this scene, he suddenly found it a little funny. This kid wanted to borrow the power of others, but he didn't know that many times, the statuses are not equal. In the eyes of others, he is just a dog. Shen Xiao, my Taishu Holy Land does not need a guard dog. Go back and stop embarrassing your father. When Yi Yang's voice came, Shen Xiao was stunned. The look he gave Yi Yang was filled with anger. But he finally restrained himself. He looked at Luo Xian silently. The reason why he cooperated with Luo Xian was that he wanted to use Luo Xian's identity to enter the Taishu Holy Land. Previously, he had actually tried to enter the Taishu Holy Land, but no matter whether he changed his identity or exposed his identity, he could not enter the Taishu Holy Land. The identity of the son of the headmaster of Tai Holy Land is not useful here. Therefore, he got in touch with Luo Xian. After all, the people from Taishu Holy Land dared to stop him, but they did not dare to stop the people from the 5 major immortal sects. But now, he finally managed to sneak into the Taishu Holy Land, but was slapped out by Yi Yang. At this moment, he finally understood Yi Yang's character. This guy was definitely not as kind as the rumors said. If you really provoke him, he will attack you without any scruples. Right now Shen Xiao can only place his hopes on Luo Xian. But what he didn't know was that in Luo Xian's eyes, he was just a guide. Since they were not familiar with each other, Luo Xian naturally would not speak for him. Seeing that Luo Xian showed no reaction, Shen Xiao became completely furious. Ding! Shen Xiao is furious, emotion value plus 700. Yi Yang glanced at Shen Xiao silently, intending to add fuel to the fire. Yi Yang turned to look at the disciple who opened the door and shouted, "You are here, you should do your duty and don't let any random people in from now on. If you allow outsiders to sneak into the Grand Void Holy Land again, you will have to go to the punishment hall and answer for your crimes." Upon hearing this, the two disciples were so frightened that they fell to the ground and admitted their mistakes repeatedly. Luo Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. She knew that it was her appearance this time that broke the rules of Taishu Holy Land. No one else can be blamed for this. After all, who dares to stop the 5 major immortal sects from coming here? Don't blame me, Elder Yi. I was the one who brought this person in before. If I have offended you, I hope you will forgive me. After all, Luo Xian needed help from others at the moment, so his attitude seemed much more humble. Haha, it's okay. Miss Luo came to my Taishu Holy Land, so I welcome her. It's just that my subordinates were perfunctory in their work, so I gave them a lesson. Miss Luo, don't take it to heart. When Long Ao, who was standing by, heard this, his eyes instantly became sharp. He felt that Yi Yang's attitude towards Luo Xian was a little too kind. Could this guy also be a bootlicker? No, he absolutely could not allow anyone else to take his place. Luo Xian can only have himself as a bootlicker. Thinking of this, Long Ao quickly raised his hand and took out a carriage, which was pulled by 8 dragon horses, looking very majestic. Miss Luo, please get in the car first. As Long Ao spoke, he raised his head and looked at Yi Yang with contempt. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Country bumpkin, you haven't seen him before." Seeing this scene, Yi Yang just felt it was childish. How did this guy cultivate to such a level? Could it be that it was fed by the 5 major immortal sects using elixirs? It's really ridiculous that someone in Nirvana is so childish. Luo Xian jumped onto the carriage, and Yi Yang was about to follow, but Long Ao raised his hand to stop him. Hey, don't you have a mount yourself? Long Ao didn't want to ride with Yi Yang. Along the way, it was only because of this carriage that he had the chance to be alone with Luo Xian. How could he let Yi Yang sit there as a third wheel? Yes, seeing this, Yi Yang didn't tolerate him and waved his hand. A person in red dress fell down gracefully. Yan Ruyu appeared beside Yi Yang with a cold expression. The moment he saw Yan Ruyu, Long Ao's eyes widened. If Luo Xian is the kind of fairy who is detached from the mundane world, then Yan Ruyu is the charming and attractive beauty. Even with Long Ao's vision, he couldn't find any faults. But as Luo Xian opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Jiaolong," the expression on Long Ao's face suddenly became solemn. Dragon. Only then did Long Ao discover that the woman who appeared next to Yi Yang was actually a dragon. You should know that there are no dragons in this world anymore, but any monster with some dragon blood will become a powerful ruler. He was still feeling complacent because he had 8 dragon horses pulling his carriage, but Yi Yang actually had a dragon by his side. Moreover, it is a transformed dragon. Looking more closely, it turned out that this woman had reached the first level of nirvana. Is this woman Yi Yang's mount? It was nothing to have a spiritual pet these days, but it was rare to have a dragon as a spiritual pet, especially a dragon in the nirvana realm. It can even be said that there is none. Although they are both in the nirvana realm, the dragon's bodies are so powerful that ordinary people in the nirvana realm may not be their match. It is not easy to subdue a spiritual pet of this level. Elder Yi, please come up. Luo Xian's gaze fell on Yan Ruyu and he spoke softly. She knew very well that dragons were rare to see in the world, so naturally she became interested in Yan Ruyu. When Long Ao heard Luo Xian's words, he couldn't refuse. He could only watch fiercely as Yi Yang and Yan Ruyu got on the carriage. There was a formation inside the carriage, so 4 people riding together did not feel crowded. Elder Yi, is this really the true form of a dragon? Luo Xian's gaze was fixed on Yan Ruyu, and he could faintly feel that there seemed to be a real dragon's aura in Yan Ruyu's body. This was naturally because Yi Yang had been feeding Yan Ruyu with his own essence and blood these days. Yan Ruyu had now shed her dragon body and was gradually transforming into a dragon. That's right, I met her by chance, so I let her stay with me. Hearing this, Luo Xian couldn't help but feel a little envious. Even in ancient times, when the dragon race still existed, no one had ever been able to tame a dragon as a spiritual pet. The dragon clan has always been proud, and they will not bow their heads even in front of the emperor. Being able to own a dragon as a pet is enough to make others envious. Of course, Luo Xian didn't care about this. What she really cared about was the true dragon energy in Yan Ruyu's body. This woman might be able to turn into a dragon in the future. There are no real dragons in this world now. If this woman turns into a dragon, she will definitely be the last real dragon in the world. Elder Yi is indeed blessed with great luck. Luo Xian sighed softly. Long Ao, who was standing aside, looked at the three people who were having a pleasant conversation, as if he had become the outsider. At this moment, the anger in his heart had already rushed into his mind. Humph, I'll let you enjoy it for a while. Once you enter the secret realm, I'll let you die. Long Ao looked at Yi Yang and the others with a vicious look. Mr. Long, have you seen enough? Although my pet is good looking, it's not good for you to keep staring at it like this, right? As a disciple of the Immortal Palace, don't you have this little bit of self-control? Chapter 261, The Wretched Male Supporting Role, Image Collapses. When Long Ao heard this, he was stunned. He admitted that he did look at Yan Ruyu, but he didn't stare at her all the time. The key point is that now that Yi Yang has made this matter clear, how will Luo Xian look at him? Elder Yi, what do you mean? The chariot is so small, you can't ask me to close my eyes, right? Long Ao quickly opened his mouth to refute that he must not let Luo Xian have any misunderstanding. However, Luo Xian already knew Long Ao's character. This is a lustful man and a dandy boy. She subconsciously moved to the side. It was this moment that completely ignited Long Ao's anger. He knew that Luo Xian had misunderstood him, and the hatred for Yi Yang in his eyes became even stronger. As luck would have it, Yi Yang stabbed him again at this moment. Xiao Yu, you should go back to the spirit beast bag. When Long Ao heard this, he was so angry that his heart exploded. The boy's eyes seemed full of contempt. I am really not a lustful person. Long Ao shouted in his heart, and Luo Xian beside him also turned his head. Yi Yang did this on purpose, of course. He wanted to try whether this guy Long Ao could provide emotional value, but now it seems that it is obviously not possible. In the past, it was always the heroine who provided emotional value, but now Luo Xian is the protagonist, and Long Ao estimates that he is just a supporting male role and is not even qualified to provide emotional value. Yi Yang lost interest and simply ignored Long Ao. Only Long Ao was left looking at Yi Yang angrily. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage stopped. A few people walked out of the carriage, and what appeared in front of them was a mountain range. This is it. Luo Xian sighed and looked at the towering mountains in the distance, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This is a barren mountain. Yi Yang naturally knew this place. The barren mountain was located in the Kanglan domain and was a well-known forbidden area in the Kanglan domain. Rumor has it that a demon is suppressed here, and anyone who enters will surely die. Thousands of years ago, the Tianquan Holy Land once mobilized the power of its sect to explore this place, but in the end no one came back. Since then, only 6 holy places have remained in the Kanglan domain. Elder Yi knows this place. Luo Xian glanced at Yi Yang curiously. After all, Yi Yang was the local boss. Naturally, he knew more about this place than they did. The barren mountain is a forbidden area in the Kanglan region. Thousands of years ago, there were 7 holy places in the Kanglan region. At that time, the Tianquan Holy Land used all its power to explore the barren mountain, but in the end, no one returned. Yi Yang began to explain, and Long Ao's face turned ugly when he heard this. When he heard Luo Xian say that this place was full of dangers, he thought Luo Xian was joking. After all, they all had the cultivation level of nirvana. Even the secret realm left by the saints was not too dangerous for them. What dangers could there be here? But when he heard Yi Yang's words, he couldn't help but back off. Although Long Ao looked down on these holy places, the power of a holy place should not be underestimated. The entire Holy Land has lost money in exploring this place. If they go in, I'm afraid. Long Ao glanced at Luo Xian, and seeing that the other party was unmoved, he was too embarrassed to ask to withdraw. Alas, this place is indeed dangerous. You two can consider going in. If you don't want to go in, you can retreat now. Luo Xian only asked Yi Yang and the others to help, so naturally he needed to respect their own wishes. Yi Yang obviously knew that this place was dangerous, and at this moment, they also had the right to leave. Oh, I am quite interested in this place. It's rare that Miss Luo is interested in it. I am willing to accompany Miss Luo for a visit. When Yi Yang said this, Long Ao was stunned. When Luo Xian said that just now, he had already prepared his words and was ready to leave. But now that Yi Yang has taken the initiative to express his position, it would seem inappropriate if he backs down. Seeing this, Long Ao had no choice but to force himself to speak. Miss Luo wants to enter this place, so I will naturally do my best. Luo Xian nodded, took a deep breath, and then walked towards the green mountains in the distance. Yi Yang followed closely behind. Long Ao hesitated for a moment, but still followed. They had not walked far when they felt the green hills around them gradually become desolate. There seemed to be a sense of desolation floating in the air. Their bodies unconsciously became sluggish. What's going on? Seeing this, Long Ao was suddenly frightened. This place is filled with time tassels. If you get close, time will pass. When you are here, a moment will become several months. Time passes. Yi Yang heard this and silently looked at the barren trees around him. He always thought that there was some desolate air in this place that caused the trees to wither. But now it seems that this is not the case. It is because the time here passes too fast. These trees have been here for several years in a blink of an eye, and the leaves are withering every moment, which makes this place look desolate. Thinking of time, Yi Yang once again remembered the 3 corpses that Fairy Fu Hua had mentioned before. According to Fairy Fu Hua, the so-called 3 corpses refer to the past, present and future of the emperor. This includes time. The 3 corpses beheaded by the emperor are the past and future separated from the long river of time. The 3 corpses naturally also contain the power of time. So, could this strange phenomenon here be related to the 3 corpses of the great emperor? Considering Luo Xian's identity, Yi Yang was almost certain that this place might really be related to the 3 corpses of the emperor. It is no wonder that all the Tianquan Holy Land fell here. Things related to the emperor are naturally extremely powerful. Even if a saint came, he would probably not get any good results. It is naturally impossible to explore this place with only the Tianquan Holy Land. As they gradually walked deeper, the flow of time became faster. Yi Yang and Luo Xian could still hold on, but Long Ao already had mottled white hair on his temples. His skin also had many more wrinkles. This is because he has the cultivation level of nirvana. If it were someone in Yuantai realm, he would have turned into a handful of dirt by now. Finally, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. In front of the mountain, a deep abyss stretched across the group. The abyss is bottomless, like an indestructible chasm. This was Yi Yang's first time coming here, and looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. In the abyss, an invisible sword intent permeated. As a sword cultivator, Yi Yang is keenly sensitive to this. This abyss was obviously created by someone's sword. Yi Yang couldn't imagine who could have such great power. At least Yi Yang can't do it now. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from the abyss. The sound was earth-shaking, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and the earth to crack. In the air, the tassels of time grew denser, as if visible to the naked eye. At this time, even Yi Yang's body began to show wrinkles. Wa-la-la. A shrill sound was heard, and Yi Yang suddenly discovered that a figure appeared on the other side of the abyss at some point. The man's body was covered with chains that extended all the way down to the abyss. Saint. Chapter 262, The Battle of Saints, Earth-Shaking. When Yi Yang saw that figure, he couldn't help but be shocked. The figure looked extremely old, with gray hair and skinny as a stick, like a dried corpse covered with skin and bones. He was wrapped in chains all over his body, and every time he moved, the chains became tighter. It makes a harsh, rustling sound. A terrifying pressure came from the air. The skin of Yi Yang and the other 2 was oozing blood at this moment, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be stimulated and boiled. However, Long Ao, who was standing behind the 2 men, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Saint. Long Ao's lips were trembling. Even he had no power to fight back against the saint. At the moment, he was enveloped by the saint's terrifying power and was already frightened. Luo Xian glanced at Long Ao with disdain, his eyes fell on the body, and a trace of solemnity appeared between his brows. She also didn't expect that there was a saint here. If that's the case, it might be difficult for her to get close to that thing. Miss Luo, do we need to go deeper? Long Ao finally couldn't stand the fear in his heart anymore, and trembled as he warned, that's a saint. I'm afraid we are no match for him. When Luo Xian heard this, she frowned. This was somewhat beyond her expectations. It seems that a lot of changes have happened in this place over the years. But she was somewhat unwilling to leave like this. Just as Luo Xian was hesitating, Yi Yang looked up silently. Miss Luo, I wonder what you want to do. Yi Yang's eyes were fixed on the saint in the distance, and his voice was slightly heavy. Hearing this, Luo Xian realized that Yi Yang was not afraid at all, and a sense of admiration arose in her heart. Compared with Yi Yang, Long Ao is simply a waste. I need to go under this abyss. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Ao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Xian's move is bound to alarm the saint, and then it will be difficult for them to escape. Long Ao wanted to speak to dissuade him, but heard Yi Yang's deep voice. In that case, I will stop this saint, and Miss Luo will act according to the situation. Yi Yang's words completely shocked Long Ao. He didn't understand where Yi Yang got the courage to dare to stop the saint. When a saint gets angry, millions of people will die. This is not just talk. Compared with the saints, these powerful beings in the Nirvana realm are nothing more than ants. At this moment, Luo Xian was also shocked by Yi Yang's words. She knew better than anyone the gap between them and the saints. Even she was not sure she could stop this saint. How could Yi Yang be so courageous? Luo Xian turned her head to look at Yi Yang, and seeing his serious expression, she couldn't help but feel moved. At this moment, she seemed to see her own shadow in Yi Yang. With a mortal body, he can compare with saints. This courage alone is enough to make people admire it. Luo Xian nodded solemnly. Master Yi, after this matter is over, Luo Xian will definitely reward you handsomely. Luo Xian bowed to Yi Yang. Seeing the two of them being so solemn, Long Ao was completely numb. He knew that these two guys were crazy, and they actually tried to fight with the saint. He is a bootlicker, but he is not a stupid dog. At this moment, he just wanted to escape. For these three guys who have reached the Nirvana realm, fighting against a saint is undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree, and they will not know whether they can live or die. Just when Long Ao was about to get up and run away, Yi Yang moved. Hold head high. A dragon roar was heard, and golden scales appeared all over Yi Yang's body, like a real dragon. At this moment, the tassels of time around Yi Yang seemed to have lost their effect on him. The blood in his body was suppressed briefly. The lost vitality gradually recovers. Luo Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. True dragon spirit. Is he a human or a demon? Although Luo Xian was surprised, she did not hesitate. The moment Yi Yang made his move, she flew down into the abyss. But as soon as she stepped into the abyss, countless chains swarmed over her. Luo Xian raised his hand and slapped. Boom! Beneath the abyss, countless black mists vibrated, and the earth shook for a moment. Crash! The chains twitched, and the saint on the cliff finally moved. But he did not attack Yi Yang, but attacked Luo Xian. Stay here! Yi Yang shouted angrily and pointed his finger. 10,000 swords are coming. A huge sword shadow pierced the sky, fell down with a bang, and struck directly on the saint. But such a blow only caused the saint to pause for a brief moment. Fortunately, at this moment, the man's target finally changed. Roar! The saint roared, turned around and attacked Yi Yang. Ha ha ha, just in time. Yi Yang hadn't had such a satisfying fight for a long time, and at this moment he couldn't help but feel very heroic. He raised his hand and waved it, and a scarlet sword suddenly appeared. On the long sword, countless feathers were emitting raging flames. Cracking! The sword's cry shook the heavens, like the wail of a phoenix. The flames wrapped around the feathers exploded instantly, turning into a rain of swords that poured down from the sky. The spark fell like a meteor, instantly illuminating the entire abyss. Luo Xian felt the terrifying pressure behind him and looked back unconsciously. She was completely shocked at this moment. Since she found Yi Yang, she had naturally heard of Yi Yang's name as the #1 swordsman in Kanglan domain. But in the past, she didn't take this #1 swordsman seriously. She had seen too many geniuses, but at this moment, she finally realized that Yi Yang's strength was probably more than what it seemed on the surface. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. The opponent's strength is probably comparable to mine. Luo Xian frowned and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The world is so big, there are so many talented people. Sword rain fell from the sky, covering the saint. Each of those swords seemed to contain tremendous sword intent, as if it could tear apart the space. Ding ding ding! The rain of swords fell on the saint, causing countless sparks. The body of a saint is as solid as a rock. Even a drop of blood or a hair from a saint who has died many years ago is enough to destroy an entire state. Yi Yang's seemingly powerful attack at this moment did not cause any pain to the saint. But Yi Yang was not in a hurry about this. What he needed to do was not to defeat the opponent, but to entangle the opponent and buy time for Luo Xian. At this moment, his goal has been achieved, so there is no need to fight with the other party. Moreover, if he really fights hard, he may not be the opponent's match. Yi Yang has not yet become arrogant enough to kill a saint. Crash! The saint seemed to be furious after this blow. He struggled hard, and the chains wrapped around him rubbed out sparks. It seemed as if something was being pulled under the abyss. A breath of death spread. Seeing this, Yi Yang moved his feet slightly and took a step forward, and the sky behind him suddenly changed. A picture scroll slowly unfolds. The painting scene is fully revealed. The entire abyss seemed to be included in a painting, surrounded by mountains and accompanied by green waters. The desolate atmosphere also dissipated at this moment. Chapter 263. All the tricks are revealed, Luo Xian is numb. Painting. Luo Xian moved his body to avoid the harassing chains, but his eyes were always on Yi Yang. Although her matter was important, she didn't want Yi Yang to get into trouble because of her, so she kept an eye on Yi Yang's movements. At this moment, seeing that she was surrounded by the painting, her face was filled with shock. She had only heard of Yi Yang practicing swordsmanship, but she didn't know that Yi Yang's attainments in painting were also so high. It is extremely rare for an ordinary person to be able to cultivate a skill to the highest level. And Yi Yang is actually proficient in both swordsmanship and painting. Moreover, the other party's attainments in painting are not inferior to those in swordsmanship. Such genius is rare even among the 5 major immortal sects. Include the world in the painting and use heaven and earth to paint. Only saints can match such means. Luo Xian was a little at a loss for a moment. Could it be that this person's real expertise is painting? While Luo Xian was surprised, she couldn't help but sigh at Yi Yang's scheming, as he had actually been hiding his biggest trump card. At this moment, the surrounding space collapsed. The saint smashed the scroll with one punch. The magnificent landscape shattered into pieces, the scroll burned, and everything around it seemed to return to its original state. Seeing this scene, Luo Xian was shocked and was about to turn around to help Yi Yang. Suddenly, a bell rang in my ears. Clang! The sound of the bell echoed in the abyss, like heavenly music in the ears. Luo Xian woke up instantly, looked up, and saw a bronze bell suddenly appeared, covering the saint. Yi Yang raised his hands lightly and tapped the air with his feet, which seemed both real and unreal, like a dream. Every time he took a step, a bell rang. His movements were graceful and light, like a dance, so beautiful. But the ringing of the bells was like the whisper of heaven, suppressing the universe. The bell continued to ring, and the saint inside it was radiating golden light. On the originally indestructible body, palm prints and sword marks slowly emerged. Tianshuan dance. Yi Yang shouted softly, leapt up, and stepped on the bronze bell. Buzz. The bronze bell exploded instantly, and the saint was stepped into the abyss. At this moment, Luo Xian was completely shocked. She originally just thought that Yi Yang could stop the saint, but she didn't expect that Yi Yang could actually fight the saint head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Now, he even stepped on the saint to the ground with one foot. This kind of method is really beyond Luo Xian's expectations. Could it be that this guy has already become a saint? Luo Xian was surprised, but soon she discovered a horrifying fact. What was that just now, Ladao? Luo Xian was horrified to find that Yi Yang was not only proficient in swordsmanship and painting, but also in music. Can a person really practice so many Taoist methods at the same time and achieve such accomplishments in all of them? Luo Xian couldn't believe it. At least among the people she knew, there were less than a handful of people with such talent. And all of those people were ancient geniuses with the potential to be great emperors. Now Yi Yang can actually master 3 skills, his talent is undoubtedly very high. Seeing this scene, Luo Xian did not delay any longer and flew towards the abyss immediately. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared. Luo Xian was shocked. It turned out that saints were not that easy to deal with. The person who came was the saint who had just been knocked down. Luo Xian immediately raised his hand and slapped. The saint was extremely fast and appeared in front of Luo Xian almost instantly. When the 2 palms collided, Luo Xian instantly felt a spicy sensation in his throat. Boom! The 2 men retreated one after another, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of Luo Xian's mouth. The saint was indeed not easy to deal with. Even she was injured after taking a palm strike from the saint. Of course, this was only her. If it were someone else in the Nirvana realm, he would have died from the internal organs shattered by this palm. Thinking of the scene when Yi Yang fought with the opponent before, Luo Xian couldn't help but sigh that Yi Yang's strength might be above his own. The moment Luo Xian retreated, the saint attacked again. Seeing this, she was about to take action, but a voice sounded in her ears. "Leave him to me." Yi Yang suddenly appeared and punched out. When Luo Xian saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. Use your flesh and blood to resist the body of a saint. Just now, Luo Xian didn't dare to fight the saint with his physical body. Seeing Yi Yang like this, Luo Xian couldn't help but be shocked. The reason why saints are saints is because their flesh is sanctified, their bodies are in harmony with the great way of heaven and earth, and are indestructible. In terms of physical strength, the body of a saint can be said to be immortal. Even if they could stop the saint, they dared not confront the saint's body, as that would be self-destruction. Yi Yang naturally knew this, but at the moment, the situation was critical and he couldn't care less. Hold head high. A dragon roar sounded, and golden scales covered Yi Yang's arms. The punch landed directly on the saint. Snap! The golden scales wrapped around Yi Yang's arms broke into pieces, and Yi Yang's arms were instantly covered with cracks. But fortunately, his punch finally slowed down the opponent's attack. Walk! Yi Yang shouted angrily, and Luo Xian finally reacted from her shock. She looked at Yi Yang silently, then turned and flew into the abyss. Seeing Luo Xian leaving, Yi Yang immediately stepped back. Not everyone can bear the body of a saint. Even though Yi Yang possesses the body of a dragon and phoenix, with his current strength, he does not dare to fight a saint head-on. Fortunately, at this moment, the saint's attention was attracted by him, and Luo Xian was finally able to fall to the bottom of the abyss. Beneath the abyss, there are dense chains everywhere. And in the center of those chains, there was a bronze coffin, wrapped tightly by chains. Seeing this scene, Luo Xian couldn't help but feel excited. It's been so many years, seeing you again. Luo Xian walked forward slowly, and the coffin began to tremble continuously, as if it sensed the arrival of an acquaintance. Crash! The chains in the sky kept rubbing against each other, and a series of harsh sounds were heard. Sparks flew above the coffin. Why? Seeing me coming, you want to escape? Luo Xian snorted coldly, and his whole demeanor suddenly changed. She placed her palm on the coffin, and the chains broke into pieces, and the coffin opened instantly. A figure wrapped in black mist suddenly emerged, but the moment the other party appeared, he turned and fled. Get back here! Luo Xian roared, and the black shadow seemed to be imprisoned in some way. It suddenly stopped, then involuntarily returned to the coffin, and then turned into a mutilated body. Luo Xian looked at the mutilated body with a trace of compassion on his face. The next second, she reached out and brushed past the remains. As if sensing fear, the broken part in the coffin began to tremble gradually. Suddenly, Luo Xian's eyes paused, and a black mist appeared in the palm of his hand. The remains were instantly swallowed by the black mist, but at this moment Luo Xian closed her eyes, and her body seemed to be being repaired bit by bit. After a long time, Luo Xian suddenly looked up. At this moment, she seemed like a different person, with no emotion in her gloomy eyes. Chapter 264, The Heroine is Plotted Against, the Ancient World Struggle. Luo Xian raised his head and looked towards the abyss. There was a flash of red light in his eyes. Suddenly, her face turned ugly. Someone tampered with it. Was it those guys? Luo Xian frowned, and black mist rose above his body. There seemed to be an inexplicable aura in the body that was devouring his vitality. Hateful. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and quickly sat down cross-legged. She never thought that those guys would find this place. What a deep calculation. Luo Xian formed seals with both hands, suppressing himself, and a black mist gradually gathered between his eyebrows. Xian Ting, I swear I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Luo Xian spoke viciously, but the energy in his body gradually dissipated. Oh no, those guys might have discovered my presence. Luo Xian was startled, and felt that the energy and blood in his body seemed to stagnate. It seemed that there was a trace of cause and effect entangled in his body. She quickly used her internal energy to try to suppress the energy, but the method left by the immortal was not something she could handle at the moment. She could only conceal her breath to avoid being discovered. At the same time, above the sky, Yi Yang stood opposite the saint, but strangely, the saint did not take any action at this moment. His empty eyes stared straight at Yi Yang. Tianquan dance. The saint murmured, a trace of nostalgia appearing on his dry cheeks. Seeing this, Yi Yang instantly understood the identity of the person in front of him. This person might be the saint from Tianquan Holy Land thousands of years ago. Back then, the Tianquan Holy Land mobilized all its forces to attack the barren mountain, but was ultimately wiped out there. It seems that this saint survived. But now he looks as if he has been controlled. Tianquan dance is Tianquan's method. When Yi Yang was communicating with Tianquan about music, Tianquan taught it to Yi Yang. The Tianquan dance is actually the unique magical power of the Tianquan Holy Land. The saint in front of him obviously recognized Tianquan Wu and stopped. As the senior elder Tianquan, Yi Yang asked softly. Tianquan. The saint muttered to himself, his empty eyes were full of confusion, but there was a trace of compassion on his face. They are all dead, all dead. Tianquan Holy Land no longer exists. The saint suddenly raised his head, his gray hair fluttered without wind, and blood flowed from his empty eye sockets. They're all dead. As the saint spoke, he slowly lowered his head, looked into the endless abyss, and slowly knelt on the ground. Something happened to that woman. Suddenly, the voice of Fairy Fu Hua sounded in Yi Yang's mind. Hearing this, Yi Yang was shocked. He looked at the saint silently, and seeing that he still did not make any move, Yi Yang flew cautiously towards the abyss. Fairy, what's going on? Yi Yang looked around for Luo Xian and asked in his heart. I don't know either. I just felt a flash of immortal energy just now. If your previous guess is correct, the 3 corpses of the great emperor are hidden here, then perhaps someone has tampered with the 3 corpses. Yi Yang couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this, immortal. Do immortals still exist in this world? As far as Yi Yang knew, the immortal had disappeared many years ago. Since ancient times, no one in the world has become an immortal. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, although some people have achieved enlightenment and become emperors, no one has ever ascended to immortality. Are there still immortals in this world? Whether the immortal still exists I don't know. Fairy Fu Hua was silent for a moment, then continued, but immortals have extraordinary means. They may have planned for millions of years. My existence proves that there may still be immortals in this world. Besides, isn't that woman a ruthless person resurrected? Fairy Fu Hua's words startled Yi Yang so much that he almost fell down. Although he had never mentioned Luo Xian's identity to Fairy Fu Hua might have guessed it long ago. It seems that there may indeed be immortals in this world, but they are just hiding. Based on what this woman did in ancient times, it's not surprising that an immortal would secretly attack her. After all, she is the great sinner who destroyed the entire immortal court. Fairy Fu Hua sighed, and Yi Yang couldn't tell whether her words expressed joy or pity. Fairy, what exactly is the fairy court? After hearing this name several times, Yi Yang became curious about the immortal court. There are countless immortals. In the ancient times, the immortal world was prosperous and there were countless immortals. Among the immortals, there were also forces. The largest of them was the immortal court. They set the order of the fairy world and managed the fairy world. At that time, the immortals had to obey them, but later a ruthless man appeared and destroyed the immortal court with his own strength, and countless immortals died in the battle. Of course, there are many people who have grudges against her. The karma on her body is very serious, and perhaps involves countless immortals. This is why I asked you not to get close to her. This was the first time Yi Yang heard of these things. Fairy, do you also obey the orders of the fairy court? HMPH, the immortal court. It's just a bunch of weaklings huddled together for warmth. I'm the guardian of Tianyu Mountain. I have no dealings with the immortal court. Tianyu Mountain. Are you here to watch over the cells? Ahem, Fairy Fu Hua was so angry at Yi Yang's words that she couldn't help but yell. Tianyu Mountain is a barrier to the immortal world, not a prison as you think. Yi Yang pursed his lips and stopped talking. It seems that Fairy Fu Hua is not on the side of the immortal court, so Yi Yang feels relieved. At least it shows that Fairy Fu Hua has no hostility towards Luo Xian. Soon, Yi Yang found Luo Xian who was meditating and healing his injuries. At this moment, she had been completely swallowed up by the black fog, and her entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole, constantly devouring everything around her. Demon Sky devouring art. It's definitely her. When Fairy Fu Hua saw this scene, she instantly confirmed Luo Xian's identity. Fairy, what's wrong with her now? Seeing this, Yi Yang didn't dare to step forward easily. Who knows what the situation of this ruthless guy is now? If your previous guess is correct, this woman is the reincarnation of one of the 3 ruthless corpses, so she should be trying to use the other 3 corpses here to repair herself. It's just that someone tampered with the 3 corpses here, and she fell into the trap. How can the fairy save her? When Fairy Fu Hua heard this, she was silent for a moment. She did have a way to help Luo Xian, but in her heart she was considering whether or not to help this woman. Do you know what you are doing? Fairy Fu Hua asked. She is a ruthless person from ancient times. I have told you about her deeds. Do you know what the consequences will be if you help her? You will face the revenge of a bunch of immortals. Fairy, do you think that if the immortals knew what I am doing now, they would let me go in the future? In the eyes of the immortals, I am just an ant. They don't care whether I live or die. From the moment I agreed to help her, the ending was already determined. Chapter 265, Immortals are as numerous as hemp. Fairy Fu Hua was silent. She knew that Yi Yang was right. From the moment Yi Yang came into contact with Luo Xian, a cause and effect relationship had already been established between the two. If those immortals come in the future, Yi Yang will definitely be affected. This was also the reason why she had previously advised Yi Yang not to provoke this woman. But now that things have come to this, it's too late to say anything. All right. Fairy Fu Hua sighed, then slowly appeared. Those people left a trace of karma on her. Once she absorbs the 3 corpses, the karma will be punished, and those people will feel her presence. Right now, she has also noticed this, so she wants to block the secret and avoid detection. However, she cannot erase the cause and effect left by the immortal. Fairy Fu Hua said this, waving her sleeves. The space around him suddenly became chaotic. As time passed, Yi Yang seemed to see scenes unfolding before his eyes, and then disappearing. I have disrupted the time and space here. Those people should not be able to detect her existence in the short term. However, if she breaks through to become a saint in the future and communicates with the way of heaven, she will inevitably reveal the secrets of heaven. At that time, she may have to go through another catastrophe. Yi Yang nodded silently. No matter what, this round had to be over first. Thank you, Fairy. Fairy Fu Hua glanced at Yi Yang silently, then disappeared. She has too much karma from the immortals on her body, so you better take care of yourself. The voice of Fairy Fu Hua sounded in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang was naturally aware of this matter. As the heroine, Luo Xian was probably the enemy of the whole world. This path is quite similar to his. He will definitely be the enemy of the world in the future. As a villain, the enemies he needs to face are all the protagonists, and the pressure is no less than that of Luo Xian. It seems that I still need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the black mist on Luo Xian gradually dissipate. But at this moment, Luo Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The karma of the immortal was imposed on her, which she naturally could not bear with her current level of cultivation. She was hit hard by the backlash of heaven and was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Yang hurried forward, took out a pill and gave it to Luo Xian to take. Afterwards, he took Luo Xian away. When Luo Xian returned to this place, he found that Long Ao had disappeared. This matter must not be let know by that kid Long Ao, otherwise, once it gets out, Luo Xian will probably be suspected. Yi Yang immediately took Luo Xian away from the barren mountain. After leaving the mountain, he still did not see Long Ao. Yi Yang thought for a moment and decided to take Luo Xian back first, and then slowly find out the whereabouts of Long Ao. Given Long Ao's dog-licking mentality, he probably won't expose this matter in a short period of time. Moreover, if the person who attacked Luo Xian was really an immortal, then the person behind him was probably very hidden, and such things were not something that Long Ao could access. Soon, Yi Yang brought Luo Xian back to the Taishu Holy Land. That night, Luo Xian woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt a burst of warmth coming from behind. She turned around silently and saw Yi Yang healing her wounds. A soft light flashed across her eyes. Thank you. Luo Xian spoke softly. Ding, Luo Xian is grateful, emotional value plus 400. Don't worry, just focus on healing. Yi Yang opened his mouth to give instructions, but his hands did not stop moving. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian nodded silently, and quickly calmed down and continued to heal his wounds. But the next second, she suddenly discovered that the trace of immortal energy in her body had disappeared. To be precise, the source is gone. This means that those people will not be able to find her in a short time. This made Luo Xian feel relieved. If she met those people now, she would probably die without a burial place. Who on earth did this? Could it be him? Luo Xian lowered her head and thought. At that time, Yi Yang was the only one by her side, so she naturally thought of Yi Yang first. Although she didn't know how Yi Yang did it, he undoubtedly saved her life. Not long after, Luo Xian finally recovered. However, she suffered the backlash of the heavenly secret, and her injuries have not yet healed. She may need to rest for a while. Miss Luo, although I don't know who attacked you, I'm afraid you will be in danger during this period. Yi Yang stood up and said. If you don't mind, Miss Luo, you can stay in Taishu Holy Land for the time being. However, Miss Luo had better hide your identity. Hearing this, Luo Xian nodded. She also knew that there was definitely someone outside who was secretly tracking her whereabouts. If she showed up now, she might be targeted. Hiding her identity was the best option. However, Yi Yang's words also showed that Yi Yang already knew about his own affairs. Then, was it really Yi Yang who helped to remove the aura left by the immortal in his body? Luo Xian silently looked at Yi Yang, then bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving me." Luo Xian is grateful. If you need anything in the future, I will do my best to help you. Miss Luo, you don't have to be polite. Since I have promised to help you, I naturally need to see it through to the end. But I'm afraid I will have to inconvenience you in the next period of time. Luo Xian understood what Yi Yang meant and chuckled. Please arrange it, Master Yi. Luo Xian dare not refuse. Now she needs to hide her identity in the Taishu Holy Land, so naturally she needs Yi Yang's help. Ms. Luo has a special status now, so it's best not to attract other people's attention. Yi Yang pretended to be in deep thought, and then continued, if Miss Luo doesn't mind, you can be my disciple in the future. This way, it won't arouse suspicion from others. Yi Yang naturally had his own plans for this action. As the saying goes, one who is close to the water gets the moon first. As long as this woman stays by his side, he might have a chance to win her over if he develops feelings for her over time. Luo Xian was also aware of her current situation. When she heard this, she immediately agreed. She was not a pretentious person. Moreover, she still had a great hatred to avenge. Being Yi Yang's attendant disciple was just a temporary measure and it was nothing. Luo Xian will follow the arrangements of the Great Elder. Luo Xian adapted quickly and bowed immediately. Miss Luo will live here from now on. If you have any problems, you can always come to me. Yi Yang gave some instructions, then turned around and left. Luo Xian looked at Yi Yang's leaving back, a trace of guilt appearing on her face. She was very clear that she was tainted by too many causes and consequences. If Yi Yang helped her so much, she might be dragged down by him in the future. But at the moment, she couldn't make any guarantees. In the future, I will never let you down. Luo Xian spoke in a low voice. As Yi Yang walked out of the cave, he heard a loud thunder in his ears. He looked up suddenly and found that there were thunder in the sky. Who is swearing? Or is it the oath of heaven? Chapter 266, Another Lottery, the Emperor's soldiers appear. After coming out from Luo Xian, Yi Yang did not go back, but went straight to the sect hall. At this moment, it was already late at night and the entire sect hall was silent. In the dim hall, Yi Yang sat alone on the first seat. After accumulating for so long, it's time to draw the prize again. During this period, Yi Yang gained a lot of emotional points, but he kept saving them without using them, just to make up for the 10 consecutive draws. This lottery is unusual. The limited prize pool has triggered the guarantee, and there will be golden rewards. In the past, purple rewards were all saint-level items, and gold rewards were at least emperor-level treasures. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited. He calmed himself down and finally turned on the system. Start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Void Emperor Dao Sutra, an ancient imperial scripture, created by the great Emperor Void, the body turns into nothingness, all things are annihilated. Yi Yang was shocked. He didn't expect that the first reward would be the Emperor's scripture. From ancient times to the present, not many great emperors have been born. In ancient times, the world practiced the way of immortality, and people ascended to heaven through faith. At that time, immortals were everywhere, and later generations called it the Golden Age of ancient times. Later, the immortal palace was destroyed, faith collapsed, and the world was in chaos. There were those who came later who sought the way to immortality, forged the imperial scriptures, and ascended to immortality through the imperial way, becoming the great emperor. It can be said that the journey of every great emperor was undoubtedly difficult. In that age without faith, every step of cultivation was filled with danger. And the emperor needs to take a path that no one has ever tried. Every step they take is a pioneering one, and naturally more difficult and dangerous. In the hundreds of thousands of years since the ancient times, only a handful of great emperors have been born. Each of them is a man of extraordinary talent, and the emperor's scripture is a collection of their life experiences and insights. The principles contained therein can all be called the way of heaven. Yi Yang felt a piece of golden text appear in his mind. Those words were densely packed like tadpoles, floating in the sea of qi. At this moment, Yi Yang's originally turbulent sea of energy calmed down. The golden text, like a curtain of light, enveloped the entire sea of qi. With this emperor's scripture, I'm afraid I can use it to prove my truth and become a saint. Yi Yang sighed, but was not in a hurry to comprehend the imperial scripture. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Great Void Art Emperor level magic, one of the 8 ancient magics, has the ability to travel through the void, billions of miles in an instant. Yi Yang was completely shocked this time. He had heard of the names of the 8 ancient magic arts. It is rumored that at the beginning of the world, 8 original immortals were born in heaven and earth. They were called the 8 ancient immortals. The 8 immortals created the way of spiritual practice in this world and taught mankind the art of reproduction. They also left behind 8 imperial level magic techniques. Because these 8 spells are so powerful, they are called divine arts rather than magical powers. The Great Void technique is one of them. Yi Yang didn't expect that the system could even get such a reward. With this Great Void technique, can he go wherever he wants in the future? Yi Yang has reached the Nirvana realm, so even when flying in the air, his speed is not slow. But flying always takes time. However, he practiced swordsmanship and flew with a sword, and his speed was much faster than that of an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator. But in this world, there are countless ways to fly, and naturally there are also magical powers that can cultivate speed to the extreme. For example, the Haoyang divine brilliance of the Holy Land of the Sun is a magical power known for its speed. Even Yi Yang could not catch up with the speed of Haoyang Shenhui. Now that he has this Great Void technique, in Yi Yang's eyes, any divine light of Haoyang is just as slow as a turtle crawling. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Bright Moon Sword, a heavenly Taoist treasure. The bright moon is in the sky, like a sword following you. Yi Yang curled his lips and threw it aside. Now he no longer needs these Taoist treasures. He has the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship, so it is not difficult for him to refine a Taoist treasure now. In the future, he will even be able to refine holy weapons, and these heavenly grade Taoist treasures will be nothing but scrap metal in his eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. A bottle of immaculate spiritual light pill, a 7th grade pill that can help people cleanse their marrow and strengthen their bones and muscles, and improve their cultivation. Yi Yang put away the pill. He had used a lot of this stuff, but he could give it to Cheng Suling and the others. Their cultivation is still at a low level, so this kind of elixir should have some effect on them. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Heaven Swallowing Demon Pot, an ancient ruthless emperor's weapon, made from the heaven-swallowing whale, with the power to swallow the heaven and earth. Feeling a jar suddenly appearing in the system space, Yi Yang was completely stunned. Imperial soldiers, or the ruthless imperial soldiers. This thing came just in time. Isn't the ruthless person right next to him right now? However, Yi Yang quickly calmed down. The imperial soldier was of great importance, and it was not convenient to hand it over directly to Luo Xian at the moment. Besides, it's hard to explain why he took out this thing now. However, this was the first time Yi Yang saw the imperial weapon, but he could only admire it in the system space. The emergence of the imperial army is bound to cause a change in heaven and earth, and it will be difficult to resolve. After taking a careful look, Yi Yang continued to look at the system panel. The next few rewards are just ordinary Taoist treasures. Yi Yang naturally lost interest. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 500 years of cultivation. Finally, the last reward arrived. Yi Yang suddenly felt a powerful force in his body that rushed straight to his head. "Oh no, a breakthrough is coming," Yi Yang exclaimed. Ever since he took the seeds of the twin lotus last time, Yi Yang's cultivation had reached the peak of nirvana, and he was only one step away from becoming a saint. At this moment, after reaping the fruits of 500 years of cultivation, his realm could no longer be suppressed and he had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. Yi Yang didn't care about anything else and hurriedly began to comprehend the imperial scripture in his mind. The emperor's scripture is profound, but fortunately Yi Yang has the mind of a sage, so he can understand a little bit. Soon, the majestic cultivation was gradually absorbed. At this moment, Yi Yang entered a mysterious state. He seemed to be one with the world, he was clearly sitting there, but he gave people a sense of either reality. At this moment, he looked restrained, just like an ordinary person. There is a sense of returning to nature. Yi Yang understood that this was the sign of becoming a saint. Yi Yang understood that one must first transform into a mortal before becoming a saint. Most saints are able to restrain their aura and look almost the same as ordinary people. But their bodies have been sanctified, which is the sanctification of the flesh. The blood in Yi Yang's body gradually boiled, and then a stream of spiritual energy merged into it, and his blood gradually turned golden. Every inch of his skin glowed with golden light, like a golden Buddha statue. From the void, the sound of a great road bell rang out, echoing in his ears. It seemed as if this world was welcoming him. Yi Yang only felt that his body seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth. He felt that with just a thought, he could control the heaven and earth. Chapter 267, Immaculate Spiritual Light Pill, Everyone Improves. The top of Chiang Peak late at night. A ray of golden light fell, shining like Buddha's light. Inside the sect's main hall, Yi Yang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he finally achieved sainthood. Become a true saint. But this time, there was no movement. Now Yi Yang only needs a thought to block the energy of heaven and earth and hide himself. Yi Yang slowly stood up and walked out of the sect hall. The starry sky is particularly bright tonight. The sky is clear and cloudless, with stars twinkling everywhere. Yi Yang was in a good mood. He looked down and the entire Taishu Holy Land was in his sight. Yi Yang's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in Mu Qingqing's cave. As if sensing something, Mu Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes and was immediately startled. "Great Elder, when did you come?" "Just came, let me show you something good." Yi Yang took out the immaculate spiritual light pill, poured out a pill and handed it to Mu Qingqing. "Eat this and you can improve your cultivation." There was still a hint of sleepiness on Mu Qingqing's face, and she looked at Yi Yang with confusion. In the middle of the night, Yi Yang showed up out of nowhere and scared her just for this. However, Mu Qingqing also knew in her heart that what Yi Yang gave would definitely not be bad. She took the pill and swallowed it. The next second, Mu Qingqing felt a burst of black mist coming out of her body. She felt refreshed instantly, and she discovered that her bones had changed unintentionally. The change was strange and not obvious, but she could feel it. Mu Qingqing was overjoyed and pulled back the quilt. Beside her, a snow-white body emerged. It was Ling Zhu. Yi Yang didn't even notice that there was someone hiding in the quilt. But at this moment Ling Zhu was sleeping soundly. Yi Yang was full of confusion. Why didn't this girl wear any clothes when sleeping? And how come these two girls are sleeping together? "Ling Zhu, wake up." Mu Qingqing woke Ling Zhu up. Ling Zhu opened her eyes dazedly and saw a figure standing beside the bed, and she suddenly became more awake. "Great Elder, why are you here in the middle of the night?" Yi Yang didn't explain too much, he took out a pill and handed it to Ling Zhu. "Take this pill and you will improve your cultivation." Ling Zhu's face was full of confusion, and Mu Qingqing saw this and hurriedly urged her. Only then did Ling Zhu take the pill and swallow it. Afterwards, she also became like Mu Qingqing, with black smoke coming out of her body, and she seemed to have been reborn. Seeing that both of them had taken the pills, Yi Yang reached out, lifted the quilt and got in. When Mu Qingqing saw this, her face suddenly turned red. "Great Elder, what are you doing? I originally wanted to send them some medicine, but seeing how you are, and it's the middle of the night, I decided not to scare them. Stay here for tonight and talk about it tomorrow." Mu Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. But soon, Mu Qingqing understood that it was too early for her to relax. Ding, Mu Qingqing unlocks a new pose, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Lingju unlocks a new pose, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang had just consumed so much emotional value, of course he needed to replenish it. That night, he stayed awake all night, harvesting emotions like crazy. And Mu Qingqing and the other two also broke through again under his nourishment. Ling Zhu formed the Dan directly, and Mu Qingqing also broke through to the perfect Dan. Feeling a breakthrough in their cultivation, the resentment in their hearts turned into motivation and they worked even harder. The next morning, Yi Yang returned to Ziyang Peak and distributed the remaining pills to everyone. There are quite a lot of pills in a bottle, more than 20 pills, and there are still some left after dividing them equally. Yi Yang naturally kept the rest for Yang Huang. As for Tianxuan and Yunji, they have already reached the nirvana stage. This kind of elixir has little effect on them, and there is no need to give it to them. After finishing breakfast, Yi Yang had a rare moment of free time, and was immediately pulled by Chu Shi to teach him swordsmanship. Over the past few days, under Chu Zai's supervision, Qingcheng has basically gotten used to Yi Yang's teaching methods. Although she was no longer as shy as she was at the beginning, Yi Yang could still feel the little emotions that this girl would occasionally burst out. Ding! Qingcheng is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang listened to the system's prompts and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This girl's emotional value has exceeded 1000, which means that her heart has calmed down. In the next few days, Yi Yang had some free time, so he stayed in the mountain to teach several disciples how to practice. Now several disciples have accepted him and are practicing seriously. With the help of elixirs, several disciples have basically broken through to the Jindan stage. Late at night, Chu Shi was sitting cross-legged in the room meditating. The door suddenly opened. Chu Shi opened her eyes and saw Yi Yang walking in. She suddenly became nervous. Although her relationship with Yi Yang is extraordinary, they used to be outside. Now, Qingcheng and others are living here. Yi Yang has been very well behaved these days and has not looked for her. Seeing Yi Yang coming over at this moment, her mind naturally began to wander. She didn't want Qingcheng to know about her relationship with Yi Yang. Otherwise, how would she face Qingcheng then? Great Elder, it's so late, what are you doing here? Chu Shi looked outside the door cautiously, but Yi Yang closed the door. I'm bored and can't sleep, so I came to talk to you. Yi Yang walked forward. He came here naturally to harvest emotional points. Now Cheng Suling has become completely accustomed to it, and the emotional value she provides is getting less and less, so he can only target little girls like Chu Shi. Of course, he had another purpose. After being silent for so many days, it's time to solve the trouble outside. What does the Great Elder want to talk about? Chu Shi subconsciously grabbed the quilt and moved back. Like a frightened quail, it huddled up tightly. Shen Shao has been to Taishu Holy Land before, and you saw it too. He has not left Taishu Holy Land and is still outside. When Chu Shi heard Yi Yang mention Shen Shao, he finally let down his guard. She naturally understood that Shen Shao stayed here probably because he wanted to wait for an opportunity to attack her. Why did that guy target me? Chu Shi still doesn't understand why Shen Shao wanted to kill her. Of course, she didn't know that Shen Shao had arranged all those things just to be a hero and save the beauty, but the plan was disrupted. In Chu Zai's opinion, Shen Shao just wanted to kill her, and the hatred between the two of them had long been irreconcilable. Malice never needs a reason. Yi Yang added another blow at the right time. Chu Shi nodded helplessly. I can't let people think about me all the time. I plan to take you out for a look tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Shi was shocked. The Great Elder wants to attack Shen Shao. But he is the son of the headmaster after all. If something happens to him, Shen Linfang will probably not let it go. Some things don't necessarily need to be done by yourself. Chapter 268. Apprentice becomes alert, senior sister becomes master's wife. When Chu Shi heard this, he looked at Yi Yang silently. She understood that Yi Yang was trying to solve her worries, but she was worried that this matter would involve the two holy places, so she was a little hesitant. But since Yi Yang said so, Chu Shi had no choice but to nod and agree. Naturally, she also wanted to get rid of Shen Shao, who wanted to kill her. Suddenly, Chu Zai's body shook and he stepped back subconsciously. Great Elder, don't. Qingcheng and the others are still here. Yi Yang waved his hands helplessly. My room is occupied by someone else, so I can only stay at your place for one night. What Yi Yang said was true. Cheng Suling couldn't bear it anymore these 2 days, so she called Yun Qing over to accompany her. The meaning was very clear, which was to remind Yi Yang not to come. There was no choice, Yi Yang had to come here. After hearing this, Chu Shi couldn't continue to refuse. On the other side, Qingcheng walked out of the room. Since returning here, she has been living with Yunqing. Although her room has been preserved here, Qingcheng has the best relationship with Yunqing, and they have endless things to talk about, so she simply moved here to live with Yunqing. However, Yunqing was called over by Cheng Suling tonight. It was already late at night, but he still hadn't come back, so Qingcheng thought of coming over to check on him. When she arrived at the yard where Chu Shi lived and saw a candle still on in the room in the distance, she decided to go see Chu Shi. But just as she reached the door, she heard low moans coming from inside the room. At this moment, Qingcheng's face instantly blushed with embarrassment. Although she had not experienced these things, she knew what it was. Could it be that the senior sister is having sexual thoughts? It shouldn't be like this. Qingcheng walked forward cautiously and looked through the window. The scene in the room instantly shocked her. Master. Qingcheng opened her mouth wide. Although she had always suspected that Yi Yang and Chu Shi had a complicated relationship, she had never expected that they had come to this point. She suddenly remembered Yun Shu and others' attitude towards Chu Shi these days. They seemed to already know everything. Qingcheng was stunned. Did they know all these things? Qingcheng naturally had no intention of stopping Chu Zai's choice. But now the relationship between these two people has made her position awkward. How should she call Chu Shi now? Senior sister? Or master's wife? Qingcheng was filled with shame and indignation. Thinking back to what Yi Yang had done to her during these days of teaching her to practice, she felt her body go limp. Suddenly, a pair of arms supported her. Qingcheng turned her head, covered her mouth with one hand, and silently pulled her out of the yard. Yun Qing, you, senior sister, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and running here? Yunqing took the lead in attacking, and Qingcheng was speechless for a moment. After a long silence, she finally reacted. You already knew about the relationship between Master and Chu Shi. Yun Qing nodded. We have no right to interfere with Master's choice. Besides, this is Miss Chu Zai's own consideration. Senior sister, please don't disturb them. Yun Qing was quite open-minded about it. Her personality was calm and peaceful. Besides, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was very normal in this world. What's more, Yi Yang is the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land, so what's wrong with having more wives? But Qingcheng was not thinking about these at the moment. She was just thinking, how to face Chu Shi in the future. That's my senior sister. Why didn't you tell me? Qingcheng stared at Yunqing with anger on her face. What if I tell you? Do you still want to stop them? Yunqing's expression remained cold, and he pulled Qingcheng back to his residence. You will know these things sooner or later. But that's my senior sister. What's the big deal? Yunqi's best friend has become her master's wife now. Ah, master has another woman. Don't be so surprised. Master is the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. What's wrong with having a few more women? Does master know about this? What do you think? Qingcheng lowered her head and remained silent. She just felt like a fool who was kept in the dark by everyone. She had clearly seen the problem before, but she had never dared to think about it. She didn't expect that the two of them really had this kind of relationship. The next morning, Chu Shi looked at Qingcheng with curiosity, and always felt that the way this woman looked at him became a little strange. Could it be that she discovered her relationship with the Great Elder? Chu Shi was shocked. I'm going to take Chu Shi out today. Yi Yang spoke up and interrupted Chu Zai's suspicion. Yi Yang knew very well that Qingcheng had already discovered their relationship. The moment Qingcheng walked into the yard last night, he had already noticed her presence. However, Yi Yang was unwilling to expose Qingcheng. After all, he didn't want things to be too awkward between the sisters. Where are you going? Qingcheng finally came to her senses after hearing this. Taiching Holy Land, Yi Yang spoke. Although he has been staying in Taishu Holy Land these days, he has not neglected the situation outside. He has been arranging his clones to search for Yaoguang's whereabouts outside, but that kid still hasn't left the Taiching Holy Land. If Yi Yang wants to deal with Shen Xiao now, he naturally needs a knife to kill. And Yaoguang is undoubtedly the most useful one. What are you going to do in Taiching Holy Land? Qingcheng was full of doubts. They seemed to have nothing to do with the Taiching Holy Land. You should still remember that Shen Xiao said that the leader of the Yunlin sect under the Taiching Holy Land was the one who assassinated Chu Shi. I need to take Chu Shi there to confirm it. I'll go with you, Qingcheng spoke immediately after hearing this. On the one hand, she was worried about Chu Zai's safety, and on the other hand, she was also worried about the two of them going out alone. Even though she already knew the relationship between the two, for some reason, Qingcheng always seemed to have a knot in her heart. No, you stay here. Yi Yang's expression changed slightly, and he said solemnly, it might be a little dangerous this time. That guy failed to attack you last time, so I'm afraid he won't let it go. It's safer for you to stay here. Qingcheng wanted to say something, but seeing Yi Yang's serious expression, she nodded. She also knew in her heart that the last person who attacked her might be Shen Xiao. That guy obviously failed to attack Chu Shi and changed his target. She is undoubtedly dangerous now. Moreover, facing that man, she had almost no ability to fight back. Even if she followed Yi Yang, it would probably be of no use and would instead become a burden. After Qin Yang settled everyone, he took Chu Shi and left Taishu Holy Land. Now, with the Great Void technique in hand, Qin Yang arrived at the Yunlin sect in almost the blink of an eye. Of course, Qin Yang did not come here to call for an explanation. He knew exactly what Shen Xiao said. This time I came here, of course, to deal with Shen Xiao, but these things are not convenient to do in Taishu Holy Land. Chapter 269. Three people are traveling together, but the male protagonist is missing. Just when Yi Yang arrived at Yunlin sect. At the same time, Yi Yang's clone also led Shen Xiao to Yunlin sect. Looking at the mountain gate in front of him, Shen Xiao's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't know how Yi Yang convinced Xu Yun, but now that woman Xu Yun had obviously betrayed him. However, to Shen Xiao, Xu Yun was just his target of plunder. He didn't have many feelings for Xu Yun, but he couldn't help but feel angry when he saw his own person being used by others. Shen Xiao knew that the Yunlin sect was now heavily guarded. Last time, he failed to sneak in even after changing his appearance and clothes. With his level of cultivation, he could naturally force his way in, but now that Yi Yang was here, he didn't want to have a head-on conflict with Yi Yang. Furthermore, as the son of the headmaster of Tai Holy Land, if he broke into the affiliated sect of Taiching Holy Land, it would easily cause misunderstanding. Shen Xiao has always been a restrained person. He squatted silently outside the mountain gate, waiting. He wanted to see what was going on between Yi Yang and Xu Yun. Although he had seen that scene last time in Taiching Holy Land, he did not dare to confirm the situation at that time. He just saw that Xu Yun's luck value faded, and then he guessed that there was something between the two of them. But now thinking about it, it seems too arbitrary. Shen Xiao waited from morning till late at night. Finally, three figures walked out from the mountain gate. Shen Xiao saw Yi Yang in the middle at a glance. Afterwards, he was surprised to find that Chu Shi was also here, and Xu Yun was also following Yi Yang. Why is Chu Shi here? When Shen Xiao saw Chu Shi, the anger in his heart suddenly burned up. Chu Shi is different from others, Chu Shi is the forbidden fruit in his heart. He absolutely would not allow anyone else to touch Chu Shi. Shen Xiao was about to step forward, but suddenly discovered that Chu Shi and Xu Yun both looked a little unnatural at this moment. That was shyness, mixed with uneasiness. At this moment, Shen Xiao felt as if he was struck by lightning. With three people looking like that, one can imagine what happened. How could it be? Chu Shi is not that kind of person, how could she? Ding! Shen Xiao is heartbroken, emotion value plus 1000. Shen Xiao couldn't believe what he saw. Chu Shi had always been the white moonlight in his heart, a figure like a fairy in heaven. Even he himself felt that looking at Chu Shi for even a second longer would be a blasphemy. But now, Chu Shi was actually with another woman for Yi Yang. Yi Yang must have forced her. Yes, that must be the case. Shen Xiao couldn't believe what he saw. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. He could only keep convincing himself in his heart, as if only in this way could he maintain Chu Zai's holy personality. Yi Yang keenly noticed that Shen Xiao was nearby. A smile appeared on his lips and he suddenly hugged the two of them. Chu Shi and the other two were shocked when they saw this. But thinking about what happened during the day, the two finally relaxed. Ding! Shen Xiao is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Yi Yang, let Chu Shi go. Finally, Shen Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed out suddenly and stood in front of Yi Yang. He knew that he was no match for Yi Yang, but if he watched his beloved woman being forced by another man and remained indifferent, wouldn't he be a real coward? Isn't this nephew Shen? I thought you went back home after last time. When Shen Xiao heard this, he was immediately furious. Yi Yang was obviously trying to provoke him. Last time, he was humiliated by Yi Yang in front of everyone, but he didn't dare to say a word. Yi Yang, let Chu Shi go. Shen Xiao stared at Yi Yang fiercely, his eyes seemed to be burning with anger. What's wrong with you, nephew? What does Zaire and I have to do with you? When Chu Shi saw Shen Xiao, he instinctively felt a little ashamed and angry. After all, Shen Xiao is also from Tai Holy Land. If this matter were to be reported back to Tai Holy Land, she would feel somewhat embarrassed. But at this moment, Yi Yang's arms were extremely strong and she couldn't break free, so she had to stay in Yi Yang's arms. But in Shen Xiao's eyes, this scene seemed like Chu Shi taking the initiative to get close to Yi Yang's arms. The heart that Shen Xiao had just convinced completely collapsed. Junior sister Chu, you. At this moment, he was completely sure that all this was initiated by Chu Shi. This fairy in his mind eventually shattered all his filters. Junior sister Chu, why did you become like this? Did Yi Yang force you to do this? Tell me, and I will definitely help you. Shen Xiao's eyes seemed to be filled with tears, and veins bulged on his forehead, as if he had fallen into madness. He just needed Chu Shi to say that all this was forced by Yi Yang. He could fight Yi Yang to the end regardless of everything. For the sacred and inviolable goddess in his mind, he can give up all his cautiousness. But Chu Shi shook his head. This subtle movement completely shattered Shen Xiao's fantasy. No, it's all fake, junior sister Chu, you're lying to me, right? How could you fall in love with this guy? I've already told you, he's a complete hypocrite. Look, he's still surrounded by girls. Why are you still with him? Shen Xiao clenched his fists like an angry lion. What happens to me has nothing to do with you. When Chu Shi heard this, he immediately ignored the shyness in his heart and started to scold. You have nothing to do with me, so why should you care about my affairs? Shen Xiao looked at Chu Shi with surprise, he could hardly believe his ears. Chu Shi actually scolded him for Yi Yang. Shen Xiao was filled with complete despair. He looked at Yi Yang viciously, clenched his teeth, and made a low sound. Yi Yang, let them go, let's fight. This time, Shen Xiao completely dropped all his disguises. He knew that all his conspiracies and tricks would be ineffective in the face of absolute strength. Now he just wants to have a good fight. Seeing this, Yi Yang knew that the cooking time was almost right. Then he let go of Chu Shi and the other two and gave them gentle instructions. You go in first, I'll come find you later. Chu Shi and the other person turned around and walked into the mountain gate. The next second, Yi Yang raised his hand and waved it, setting up a ban, blocking the entire mountain gate. Seeing this, Shen Xiao was about to take action, but at this moment, Yi Yang raised his hand to stop him. Wait, don't you want to cooperate with me? I have nothing to cooperate with you, Shen Xiao said viciously. I know the whereabouts of a protagonist. As soon as these words came out, Shen Xiao, who was originally furious, was instantly shocked. Main character. This word, which should only be known by him, actually came out of Yi Yang's mouth. Who are you? Shen Xiao was finally scared at this moment. He was worried that Yi Yang was someone like him, otherwise how would this guy know the word, protagonist? I am who I am. How about it? Do you want to cooperate? Absorbing the luck of that protagonist will be a huge boost for you. Chapter 270, The Tiger Swallows the Wolf, and the Hero Surrenders. Shen Xiao's heart was filled with turmoil. This was the first time he felt fear. He didn't understand why Yi Yang knew that he could absorb other people's luck, nor did he understand why Yi Yang knew the existence of other protagonists. But this is his biggest secret. If this matter were to be exposed, he would probably become the target of everyone. He didn't know how many protagonists there were in this world, but at least those people would regard him as their biggest target right away. Why do you know this? Shen Xiao stared at Yi Yang fiercely, but his body couldn't help but tremble. Is this important? You need his luck, and I need him to die. Isn't it good for us to each get what we need? Yi Yang knew that Shen Xiao had probably guessed his identity. Although Yi Yang was not the protagonist but the villain, for Shen Xiao, Yi Yang was also his target. Yi Yang knew about the protagonist, which meant that he and Shen Xiao were the same type of people. Shen Xiao remained silent, he knew Yi Yang was right. Right now, he really needs the whereabouts of the protagonist. Only by absorbing their luck can he break through again. But he also understood that Yi Yang was killing someone with a borrowed knife. He already hated Yi Yang, so how could he be willing to help Yi Yang? Seeing that Shen Xiao was still hesitating, Yi Yang continued to increase the bet. You are no match for me right now. Instead of focusing your energy on me, why not improve yourself? I'm choosing a goal for you. This is to motivate you. When Shen Xiao heard this, he became even more angry. But he had to admit that what Yi Yang said was true. With his current cultivation level, if he really takes action, he will only bring about his own destruction. At this moment, he has completely calmed down. Who is that person? Shen Xiao spoke while gritting his teeth. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel relieved to see that the boy finally got the hang of it. His name is Yaoguang. Holy son of the Holy Land of the Sun. Shen Xiao had heard of Yaoguang's name, and what's more, this kid had recently challenged the Taiching Holy Land alone, which made him even more famous. Since you know him, it will be easy. You should have heard about what happened recently. That kid is causing trouble in Taiching Holy Land. Even if you kill him now, outsiders will only think that he died at the hands of Taiching Holy Land. Now is your best chance. Yi Yang knew that Shen Xiao was a very cautious guy, so he even helped him think of a way out. Now that Yaoguang is causing trouble everywhere, and the Holy Land of the Sun has not stepped forward to stop it, it means that the Holy Land of the Sun has acquiesced to this. Those guys are using Yaoguang to test the attitude of Taiching Holy Land. The Taiching Holy Land has obviously taken these into consideration. Tianlin seems weak, but he is actually forbearing. The fact that he had previously used Yaoguang to eliminate dissidents showed that he had already begun preparations. They were having a fierce fight right now. If Shen Xiao took action at this time, no one would think that it was him who did it. After a long silence, Shen Xiao finally agreed. If he wants to deal with Yi Yang now, he must improve his strength. If the information provided by Yi Yang is true and Yaoguang is really the protagonist, then the other party is also his target. Moreover, Yaoguang is very powerful, and the other party's luck is probably not weak either. If he absorbs his luck, perhaps he can use it to break through to the peak of nirvana. By then, are you still afraid that you won't be able to deal with Yi Yang? I promise you. Shen Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Very good, that guy is now in Tian City. You go there now and kill him without anyone noticing. No one will suspect you. Yi Yang spoke again. During this period of time, he had already made clear Yaoguang's movements. But when Shen Xiao heard this, he was shocked. Yi Yang was able to accurately grasp Yaoguang's whereabouts, so did this guy secretly send someone to follow him? Shen Xiao looked at Yi Yang silently. He was almost certain in his heart that his every move was probably under this guy's surveillance. However, Shen Xiao didn't say anything. Right now, he has no say in front of Yi Yang, so it would be in vain no matter how much he says. As long as he successfully absorbs Yaoguang's luck, he will be able to fight Yi Yang. Shen Xiao turned and left. He left in a hurry. Now that Yi Yang was staring at him, he naturally didn't dare to take any action. Although Yi Yang asked him to do this, once Yi Yang got hold of the evidence, he would inevitably use it to threaten him in the future. The killing of the Holy Land of the Sun was no small matter. He didn't want anyone to know. At this moment, he must first get rid of Yi Yang's surveillance before he can take action. But Yi Yang didn't care about it at all. He had no intention of continuing to monitor Shen Xiao. Anyway, this guy knew Yaoguang's identity and would take action against Yaoguang sooner or later. He just needed to keep a close eye on Yaoguang, and Shen Xiao would show up sooner or later. Afterwards, Yi Yang sent Chu Shi back to the Taishu Holy Land. The purpose of bringing Chu Shi out was to provoke Shen Xiao. The purpose has been achieved. Of course, it is not convenient for Chu Shi to know the rest. After sending Chu Shi back, Yi Yang turned around and went to Tian City. With the Great Void technique, it became much easier for him to come and go. Shen Xiao is probably still on the road at this moment. Of course, Yi Yang didn't really want to use Shen Xiao to kill Yaoguang. Compared to Shen Xiao, Yaoguang is much easier to deal with. The person Yi Yang really wants to kill this time is Shen Xiao. Yaoguang is an impulsive and irritable guy, while Shen Xiao is more cautious. Since they are both enemies, Yi Yang will naturally kill the more powerful one first. Yaoguang's whereabouts are easy to find, as this guy has no intention of hiding anything now. Perhaps it was because the Taiching Holy Land had done nothing during this period of time that he completely relaxed his vigilance. Yao Guang is now walking on the street with swagger. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Yan Ruyu. Yao Guang was startled and recognized the person as Yan Ruyu at a glance. At the beginning, he took advantage of Yan Ruyu's weakness and forcibly captured Yan Ruyu. He originally planned to train Yan Ruyu into his own spiritual pet. That woman is a dragon, rarely seen in the world. Moreover, Yan Ruyu was as beautiful as her name suggested, and her identity as the queen of the snake people really piqued Yao Guang's interest. For Yao Guang, he not only regards Yan Ruyu as a spiritual pet, but also wants to take her into his possession. But that time, he sent Yan Ruyu to assassinate Yi Yang, but somehow, this woman was subdued by Yi Yang. Yao Guang couldn't figure out the reason. I possess the blood of an emperor, so if that woman wants to transform into a dragon, she must rely on myself. But the result was that the other party was subdued by Yi Yang. Later, Yao Guang realized that in this world, the strong are still respected. Yan Ruyu was no match for Yi Yang, so it was reasonable for her to be subdued by him. But Yao Guang never let it go. Now that he saw Yan Ruyu again, he couldn't help but become interested in her again. Ever since Yi Yang plotted against him last time, his heart has been filled with hatred towards Yi Yang. If Yan Ruyu could be persuaded to rebel now, she could be used to deal with Yi Yang. Chapter 271 Give the hero a little shock. Yao Guang followed Yan Ruyu silently. Watching the other person walk into an inn, he hurriedly followed in. Seeing Yan Ruyu walk into the room, he quickly booked a room next door. As soon as he entered the room, he heard a sound coming from next door. Yao Guang's footsteps suddenly stopped. He was sure that the voice came from Yan Ruyu. But in his eyes, the voice of the proud and arrogant queen was full of charm at this moment. Ding! Yao Guang is furious, emotion value plus 600. At this moment, Yao Guang's mentality completely collapsed. Although he initially just wanted to win over Yan Ruyu and took advantage of her opportunity, the days they spent together had already made him develop feelings for the woman. If Yi Yang had not appeared, he had really planned to help Yan Ruyu transform into a dragon. But now, his beloved woman has shown this side of him. How can Yao Guang not be angry? He clenched his fists and was about to rush to the next room, but suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that Yan Ruyu had been conquered by Yi Yang, so the only person with Yan Ruyu now could be Yi Yang. Could it be that Yi Yang had already taken that woman ahead of him? Thinking of this, Yao Guang's face turned blue with anger. At the beginning, it was he who took the initiative to ask Yan Ruyu to assassinate Yi Yang in order to take revenge on Yi Yang. As a result, Yan Ruyu was subdued by Yi Yang, which was equivalent to him personally handing Yan Ruyu into Yi Yang's hands. He has been regretting this matter these days. But now it seems that the relationship between the two is more than that. Yi Yang had already taken a step ahead of him and attacked Yan Ruyu. Thinking of that arrogant woman in her current appearance, Yao Guang became completely furious. He had always dreamed of conquering this proud snake queen, but he never expected that someone else would get there first. Yi Yang, I must kill you. Yao Guang roared in a low voice. Ever since he last saw Yi Yang, he has been feeling uneasy these days. At that time, he heard Yunling call Yi Yang, Daddy, with his own ears. Yao Guang knew that Yunling was young and perhaps not sensible. But this also made him wonder what happened between Yi Yang and his aunt Yunji. Another reason why he caused trouble during this period was that he wanted to attract the attention of his aunt, take the opportunity to explain the matter to Yunji and remind Yunji to stay away from Yi Yang. However, the last time he met Yunji, she didn't listen to his explanation at all. At this moment, Yao Guang couldn't help but have a bold guess in her heart. Perhaps, the person who disguised and framed him was also Yi Yang. Thinking about the journey I have taken, from the first time I was intercepted by Yi Yang, everything that happened afterwards seemed to be related to Yi Yang. It was Yi Yang who discovered his identity, causing him to be suspected by the Taiching Holy Land. Later, it was Yi Yang who ordered Yan Ruyu to stop him, forcing him to take action, thus completely exposing himself. All of this is related to Yi Yang. Although he couldn't understand why Yi Yang was targeting him, it now seemed that Yi Yang must have something to do with the impersonation of him this time. Recalling Yunling's intimate attitude towards Yi Yang, Yao Guang suddenly felt a sense of fear in her heart. If Yi Yang's target is his aunt, then Yunji trusts Yi Yang so much at this moment, isn't the other party in danger? No, I have to inform my aunt as soon as possible. Yao Guang finally reacted. No matter what, Yunji was his only relative in this world, and he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to her. Yao Guang silently glanced at the next room. Although he was furious at the moment, he could only let go of what was happening in front of him. In his eyes, Yunji is the most important. Yao Guang turned around and left the inn, heading straight for the Taishu Holy Land. And just after he left, Yi Yang slowly raised his head in the next room. Everything about Yao Guang is under his surveillance. Naturally, he deliberately let Yao Guang see everything that happened today. Anyway, Yan Ruyu has been completely conquered by him now, and she cannot refuse anything he asks this woman to do. But Yi Yang knew that Yan Ruyu alone was not enough to completely arouse Yao Guang's anger. The biggest weakness in that boy's heart is Yunji. Only Yunji can arouse the greatest malice in Yao Guang's heart. Therefore, Yi Yang needs to force Yao Guang to try his best to sneak into the Taiching Holy Land again. At that time, Yi Yang will appear again and expose the other party's identity. At that time, Yao Guang is in the Taiching Holy Land. If he wants to escape, he will definitely do his best. By then, the conflict between the two holy places will no longer be reconcilable. At the same time, Yi Yang also needed to let Yao Guang watch another show, a big show that he had compiled. By then, he would be able to completely control this kid. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for Yao Guang to take action and kill Shen Xiao. However, considering that it would be difficult for Yao Guang to sneak into the Taiching Holy Land again, Yi Yang was not in a hurry to start planning. Xiao Yu, let's continue. Yi Yang glanced at Yan Ruyu and spoke softly. At this moment, Yan Ruyu's face was filled with shame and anger, her eyes were full of rage, but her body involuntarily moved closer. She had completely collapsed. For the sake of the true dragon's blood, she had been ordered around like a maid by Yi Yang these days, and she had just endured it. But now, the other party is actually going to attack her. She tried hard to resist, but her body was completely out of control. Looking at Yi Yang who was so close to her, Yan Ruyu finally fell into complete despair. Ding! Yan Ruyu's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1000. Yan Ruyu could never have imagined that one day, she, the high and mighty queen of the snake people, would actually become like this. At this moment, she was extremely ashamed and angry, and there was stubbornness on her proud face. Seeing this, Yi Yang gently pinched Yan Ruyu's chin. Hiss, I just like your arrogant expression. Ding! Yan Ruyu is furious, emotion value plus 1000. As time gradually came to night, Yan Ruyu, looking tired, silently followed Yi Yang and left the inn. At this moment, she had completely lost her spirit. She followed Yi Yang like a clay or wooden sculpture. Her face was dull, as if she had lost her soul. But every time she saw the figure in front of her, endless anger would erupt from her eyes. Yi Yang soon arrived at the Taiching Holy Land. Judging from the time, Yao Guang should have sneaked in by now. Although the Taiching Holy Land has strengthened its defenses since the last incident, Yi Yang believes that with Yao Guang's means, he still has a chance to sneak in. After arriving at the Taiching Holy Land, Yi Yang went to Yunji's residence as soon as possible. As soon as he arrived here, a system prompt came into his mind. Ding! Yao Guang is furious, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang chuckled, this guy has indeed arrived. However, Yunji had just broken through nirvana these days and was consolidating his state, so Yao Guang should not have seen him yet. Chapter 272, Parents do the work, daughters protect the law. Yi Yang swaggered into the yard. As soon as I walked into the yard, a small figure ran out. Daddy, you're finally here. Yunling ran up excitedly and threw herself into Yi Yang's arms. These past few days, my mother has been busy in seclusion, and Yunling has been listening to my father and has been staying here the whole time. It's so boring. Yunling nestled in Yi Yang's arms, complaining. Yi Yang was also worried that someone would disturb Yunji's retreat, so he asked Yunling to keep an eye on her. This is also the reason why Yi Yang was confident in letting Yao Guang sneak into the Taiching Holy Land. Even if this guy came to the Taiching Holy Land, he would not be able to see Yunji. Moreover, if his identity were to be exposed, Yunji would definitely be the first person to attack him. Even though Yao Guang is completely crazy now, she is not that stupid. Ling dear, I'm here to see you, aren't I? Yi Yang touched Yunling's little head, but he couldn't help feeling a little weird. This little girl is actually older than him. At this moment, she was nestled in his arms, which seemed weird no matter how she thought about it. However, Yi Yang didn't care. He casually took out a bottle of soul-constructing pills and handed it to Yunling. This elixir can also help Yunling open up her meridians. These days, Yi Yang has been working very hard to collect emotional points. This kind of elixir is not easy to find. Cases like Yunling's are rare in this world, so there aren't many pills that can help people open up their meridians. Yi Yang searched for a long time before he found this recipe. Yunling's face darkened when she saw this. To her, these pills are not very useful. If she wanted to open up her meridians, she could only observe Yi Yang's green lotus sword body. However, she also knew that Yi Yang did this for her. Yunling immediately took the pill and pretended to be surprised. Thank you, Daddy. Ding, Yunling is filled with gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. Yi Yang naturally didn't know about these situations. He collected these pills just to help Yunling reshape her muscles and bones. Now that he saw that the pills were effective, he felt quite relieved. Where's your mother? After Yi Yang chatted with Yunling for a while, he asked about Yunji. Yunling was immediately delighted when she heard this. Mother is practicing in the house. These days, Mother has been practicing in seclusion in order to consolidate her realm. Yi Yang nodded. This was within his expectations. Yunji had just broken through to the Nirvana realm and really needed to stabilize his state. Thinking back to when Yi Yang had just broken through, it took him several months to consolidate his realm. However, now that Yi Yang is here, there is naturally no need to spend so much time. Ling Daddy wants to help your mother stabilize her realm. Can you go to Sister Yang Huang's place tonight? Yi Yang began to persuade her. Even though the little girl knew everything, Yi Yang had prepared a big show tonight. In order to avoid the girl getting hurt, it would be better to send her away first. Why? Daddy, you help Mom to stabilize her realm, and Ling can also help you protect the law outside. Yunling naturally didn't want to leave. Although she didn't know whether Yi Yang really wanted to help Yunji stabilize her realm, it was impossible for nothing to happen between the two of them after Yi Yang came back after such a long absence. This is a good opportunity for Yunling to observe the green lotus sword body. What's more, last time, she was the one who helped protect the law outside. It's a pity that her plan this time is doomed to fail. Ling be obedient. Your mother's breakthrough this time is of great importance and cannot afford any mistakes. You should stay at Sister Yang Huang's place for one night. Yunling couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard this. She probably had guessed what Yi Yang wanted to do, but she also understood that in Yi Yang's eyes, she was just a child after all. In the end, Yunling agreed. Afterwards, Yi Yang arranged for Yan Ruyu to take Yunling away, and deliberately told Yan Ruyu to protect Yao Yunling. Something big was bound to happen in Taiching Holy Land that night, and Yi Yang didn't want anything to happen to this little girl. Yao Guang, who had been hiding outside, finally saw Yunling leaving the yard. He was about to step forward, but suddenly realized that Yan Ruyu was following Yunling. Yao Guang knew that Yan Ruyu had been completely subdued by Yi Yang. If he showed up at this moment, it might alert the enemy, so he had no choice but to hide back. Originally, he wanted to follow and see. After all, he was also worried that Yi Yang would attack Yunling. But when he thought that Yi Yang was still in the yard, he calmed down. Now that Yi Yang and Yunji are alone in a room, Yao Guang is naturally worried that something might happen to Yunji. What's more, now that Yunling has left, he has the opportunity to sneak in. In case Yi Yang really wanted to harm Yunji, he could stop him. Yao Guang formed seals with his hands, and his figure gradually became illusory. Then he carefully sneaked into the yard. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw Yi Yang pushing the door and entering the house. Yao Guang was suddenly shocked. Great Elder, why are you here? Yunji had actually noticed Yi Yang's arrival a long time ago, but after what happened last time, she had been unable to face Yi Yang and simply hid in the house. Of course, she heard the conversation between Yi Yang and Yunling just now. Yi Yang deliberately sent Yunling away. How could she not understand what was going on? At this moment, Yunji's face was already blushing, her eyes were evasive, and she didn't dare to look Yi Yang in the eye. I heard that you were consolidating your realm, so I came to take a look. Yi Yang said, closing the door and walking forward with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Great Elder. Yunji lowered her head and her voice became smaller and smaller. Although she was plotted against by Yunling last time, she has been feeling uneasy these days. Because of the twin lotuses, she has become one with Yi Yang in mind. Whenever she wants to calm down and practice, Yi Yang's shadow always appears in her mind unconsciously. This made her realize that she might really have fallen in love with Yi Yang. Now that Yi Yang appeared in front of her again, she felt both terrified and happy. However, she had a cold personality and was ultimately unable to express her feelings. Feeling Yi Yang gradually approaching, Yunji's breathing became rapid. "Come, I will help you stabilize your realm." Yi Yang walked forward, and Yunji felt relieved when she heard this. Could it be that Yi Yang really just came to help him consolidate his realm? At this moment, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. But the next second, she understood what Yi Yang meant by a stable state. Yunji's instinctive shyness made her unable to help but step back, but in the end she couldn't say no. Ding, Yunji is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. After a while, low humming sounds were heard from the room. At this moment, Yaoguang, who was hiding in the yard, completely lost her mind. When he heard Yi Yang's words just now, he thought that Yi Yang was really just here to help Yunji stabilize her realm, but he didn't expect that the two of them had actually developed to this point. His cold and upright aunt had actually been overtaken by Yi Yang. Ding, Yaoguang's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 273. The hero collapses, the evil ghost knocks on the door. Yaoguang no longer cared about anything. He no longer hid his body and rushed towards the door. He didn't believe Yunji would submit to Yi Yang. Yunji has a cold personality and is a very upright person. She must have been deceived by Yi Yang. Yaoguang knew Yi Yang very well. At this moment, he could almost confirm that the person who pretended to be him was Yi Yang. This guy probably hurt Yunji on purpose so as to win her favor by healing her wounds. Yaoguang was furious. Yi Yang had evil ambitions and had already started planning. This guy's target has always been his aunt. Yunji is Yaoguang's only relative in this world. He cannot let Yunji come to any harm no matter what. He tried hard to push open the door and expose Yi Yang's true identity. But the moment his hand touched the door, he was struck by lightning and flew backwards instantly. "Ah, Yi Yang, you will die a horrible death." Yaoguang roared, golden light flashed on his body, and the next second, he punched out fiercely. But the house seemed to be covered with a layer of restriction. All his attacks on the door were like falling into the sea, without any response. Ah! Yaoguang had gone completely crazy at this moment, and he kept bombarding the house. But this house that should have been as solid as paper in front of him was now as solid as a rock. Yaoguang understood that Yi Yang must have set up restrictions in the yard to prevent outsiders from disturbing them. He roared, soared into the sky, and formed seals with his hands. A blazing sun slowly emerged from behind him. At this moment, Yaoguang was bathed in sunlight and wrapped in golden light, like a golden arhat. He raised his hand and slapped it, and golden palm lines fell down with a bang. This strike was infused with all of his cultivation. Not to mention the small house in front of him, even a mountain would be turned into dust under this palm. But this palm strike, which put all his strength into, still did not cause the slightest ripple. The house remained as solid as a rock. Even the entire yard didn't shake at all. He could still vaguely hear voices from within the house. Yunji's usual appearance kept appearing in his mind. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, like a mad lion. He couldn't believe that his aunt had been conquered by Yi Yang. He attacked the house frantically, but it was all in vain. Ding, Yaoguang is full of hatred and madness, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Yaoguang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Yi Yang felt Yaoguang's anger and felt greatly relieved. Be angry, burn. The angrier you are, the happier I am. Yi Yang's heart is calling. He had already set up restrictions in the entire yard, so no matter how loud a noise Yaoguang made at this moment, it would not alarm anyone. Yi Yang needs to wait and give Yaoguang some time to build up his anger. The only way is to let this kid go completely crazy, then the noise he makes can be completely uncontrollable. At that time, there was only one path left for Taiching Holy Land and Sun Holy Land. Ding, Yunji unlocks a new position, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang continued to stimulate Yunji. The lascivious music made Yaoguang completely go berserk. However, Yi Yang has already achieved the status of a saint. The restrictions he set up cannot be broken by Yaoguang, let alone Yantian himself. Yaoguang's crazy attack gradually exhausted his strength. His face was covered in blood and tears, and he sat on the ground in pain. At this moment, his hands were already stained with blood. His heart was filled with anger. But facing the rock-solid restriction before him, he was helpless. The sound kept echoing in his ears, like thunder exploding in his heart. He no longer cared about the pain in his body, because his heart was already broken. He could not accept that the relatives he cared about the most were deceived by Yi Yang. Moreover, facing all this at the moment, I am helpless. This made him feel powerless. Why? Yaoguang waved his fists angrily, and blood gradually dyed his sleeves red. He fell to his knees in the yard and, using the last of his strength, punched the house. But at this moment, the door of the house suddenly opened. That punch was directed towards Yunji. Yaoguang came to his senses instantly, and when he wanted to stop, it was too late. Yaoguang stood up suddenly and started shouting. Yunji was also stunned by the sudden attack. Everything happened so fast that she had no time to react. Just as the punch was about to land on Yunji, a hand grabbed Yunji and protected her behind it. Yi Yang raised his hand and swung it, and the fist shattered instantly. Yaoguang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, but the next second, he saw Yunji nestling in Yi Yang's arms with a shy look on her face. At this moment, his anger that had just been extinguished rose again. Yi Yang, let my aunt go. Yaoguang roared angrily, and his body suddenly seemed to be filled with strength. He attacked Yi Yang regardless of everything. But when facing this move, Yi Yang just raised his head slightly. Immediately, two golden lights burst out from Yi Yang's eyes, instantly knocking Yaoguang away. Aunt, are you Yaoguang? When Yunji heard this name, she finally saw clearly that the guy in front of her covered in blood was Yaoguang. Does this guy want to kill himself? Yunji recalled the punch just now and was shocked. If it hadn't been for Yi Yang, facing that sudden attack, even if she didn't die, she would have been seriously injured. When Yaoguang heard Yunji's words, she stopped silently. He covered his chest and looked up at Yunji. The two of them were behaving intimately at this moment, even without any scruples. He was completely desperate. Aunt, it's me, I'm Yaoguang. Aunt, you have been deceived by him. Yi Yang is a complete hypocrite. He was the one who pretended to be me and injured you earlier. He did all this to deceive you. When Yunji heard these words, her face suddenly turned ugly. Originally, Yaoguang killed several elders of Taiching Holy Land, and she no longer had any good feelings towards Yaoguang. Now this guy actually wants to put the blame on Yi Yang. Even if we put all that aside, it is a fact that this guy wanted to kill me just now. I saw it with my own eyes. In Yunji's heart, Yaoguang is completely hopeless. Yaoguang, I was just about to look for you, but you showed up here on your own. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving today. Yunji was filled with anger and immediately raised her finger and pointed. A command arrow shot up into the sky, and a brilliant light exploded in the dark night sky. The entire Taiching Holy Land saw this command arrow. Something happened. Tianlin woke up suddenly and left the room in a flash. The 10 killing orders. That's Yunji's residence. Tianxuan suddenly looked up, then disappeared. In the yard, Yaoguang saw this scene and felt extremely sad and angry. He knew that Yunji had already informed the Taiching Holy Land, and there would probably be a fatal battle today. Chapter 274, Battle Techniques, Setting Fire to Others. Xuaner. Tianxuan was on his way when he was suddenly stopped by Tianlin. Old man, why are you stopping me? Something happened to Yunji. Tianlin shook his head, looked at the brilliant fireworks in the distant sky, and sighed. Don't worry, let's take a look at the situation first. Tianlin didn't want to rush over immediately. He knew very well that since Yunji had issued the 10 kill orders, it meant that something big had happened there. The only enemy that Taiching Holy Land faces right now is Yaoguang. Tianlin naturally guessed that perhaps Yaoguang had sneaked in again. Now is a good time to kill someone with a borrowed knife. As the headmaster of Taiching Holy Land, Tianlin has been in charge of Taiching Holy Land for many years, and he is well aware of the shortcomings of Taiching Holy Land. Although he is now the headmaster of Taiching Holy Land, in fact, Taiching Holy Land is managed by 9 elders. Over the years, the 9 elders have basically inherited the throne and have long since formed a huge force. This is also the reason why Tianlin is constrained by them everywhere. In the past, the 6 holy places lived in peace, and T-Online could only let them go. However, now there are undercurrents among the 6 holy places. If they continue to stick to the old ways, Taiching Holy Land will be doomed. If one wants to disintegrate the power of the 9 elders, killing a chicken to scare the monkey is no longer effective. The only way is to get rid of them completely. For the Taiching Holy Land, this might be like cutting off one's own arm. T-Online was a little hesitant before, but since Yunji broke through the Nirvana realm, T-Online has made up his mind. A powerful Nirvana realm warrior is enough to match the 8 elders. Right now, T-Online naturally wanted to take this opportunity to completely get rid of several elders. But Tianquan naturally couldn't understand this kind of thing. T-Online also didn't want Tianquan to get involved in this matter, so he didn't explain too much. At the same time, at Yunji's residence, the elders of the 10 killing orders had already rushed there. The moment everyone saw Yaoguang, a trace of fear arose in their hearts. After all, 2 elders of the Taiching Holy Land had already died at the hands of Yaoguang, but this was the Taiching Holy Land after all, and the elders quickly calmed down. "You thief from the Holy Land of the Sun, how dare you show up in my Holy Land of Taiching? Today, we will avenge the 3rd elder." Several elders spoke powerful words, but no one dared to step forward. Yaoguang naturally saw the fear of several people. He did not take these elders seriously. At this moment, what he was most worried about was Yi Yang. The moment Yunji issued the 10 kill order, he had already tried to escape, but unfortunately he was stopped by Yi Yang. If it weren't for Yi Yang, these people in front of him would not be able to stop him. "Come here, close the mountain gate. We must make sure this thief never returns today." Several elders began to give orders, and Yaoguang became extremely anxious. If the Taiching Holy Land blocked the mountain gate, he would be exhausted to death even if he was not killed. Although he has the cultivation level of Nirvana, he is unable to break through the sect formation of Taiching Holy Land. Yaoguang's mind moved, and she instantly turned into a stream of light and prepared to escape. But Yi Yang had been on guard against this guy. The moment Yaoguang turned around, Yi Yang suddenly appeared in front of him. "Go back." Yi Yang raised his hand and pushed Yaoguang back with a palm. He did not use his full strength. At the moment, Yi Yang just needed to make this matter bigger. He did not want to kill Yaoguang. He needed to force Yaoguang to kill those elders, so that the Taiching Holy Land and the Sun Holy Land would become completely enmeshed in a blood feud. Seeing that she could not make a breakthrough, Yaoguang finally set her sights on the elders. He knew that he was no match for Yi Yang. If he wanted to break through now, he could only start with these elders. He suddenly turned around and appeared in front of an elder the next second. When the elder saw Yaoguang coming, he was startled and took action immediately. But how could he be a match for Yaoguang? Yaoguang just waved her hand and repelled it, then instantly attacked the opponent with one hand. But at this moment, Yi Yang caught up again and approached Yaoguang. Seeing this scene, Yaoguang felt anxious and angry. He originally wanted to kidnap the elder and escape from here, but with Yi Yang here, he didn't even have the chance to kidnap anyone. At this time, the elders around saw Yaoguang attacking them and also took action. At this moment, Yaoguang was surrounded by enemies on all sides. He could not care about anything else and could only try his best to tear open a hole. Seeing this, Yi Yang chuckled. What he wants is for Yaoguang to fight to the death. If this kid doesn't fight to the death, how can he reap the lives of these elders? If he didn't kill these elders, how could he arouse hatred between the 2 holy places? Originally there were 9 elders of Taiching Holy Land, but excluding the 2 who had died in Tianquan, only 6 were left present. And these 6 elders are basically at the peak of Yuantai realm. Even if they joined forces, they would be powerless to fight back against Yaoguang who was in the Nirvana realm. After just one encounter, several elders were seriously injured. Yaoguang had no intention of killing them, at this moment he just wanted to escape. Don't want to get entangled with everyone. But just as he was about to escape, Yi Yang appeared again and blocked his way. Then, Yi Yang slapped down again, knocking Yaoguang away. The place where Yaoguang fell was where several elders were. Yaoguang steadied herself and seeing several elders surrounding her, she attacked them again. At this moment, the 6 elders were all numb. They were all seriously injured and they had no intention of taking action at all. Why do you always rush here when you're fighting? The 6 elders were in tears, but facing Yaoguang's attack, they still had to defend themselves. But at this moment they were already seriously injured, and Yaoguang was now trying her best to escape. The moment the two fought, a terrifying energy instantly spread. 3 elders died on the spot, and the remaining 3 turned around and ran away with their last breath without any hesitation. Taking advantage of this gap, Yaoguang finally found a chance to escape. "You thief, you dare to attack me, I'll kill you." Yi Yang shouted angrily and chased after him again. At this moment, Yaoguang was about to collapse. His whole body was wrapped in golden light, and he had exerted the Haoyang divine brilliance to the extreme, but he still could not escape Yi Yang's pursuit. But he noticed that Yi Yang's speed seemed to slow down at this moment. Yaoguang's feeling is right. Yi Yang didn't want Yaoguang to die here. The reason he chased after her was to help Yaoguang escape. He also needs Yaoguang to help deal with Shen Xiao. However, the Taiching Holy Land had blocked the mountain gate at this moment, and with Yaoguang's strength, he was afraid that he would not be able to get out. Yi Yang naturally had to help him. Just as Yi Yang caught up, he keenly sensed a familiar breath chasing after him. Tianlin. Yi Yang's heart moved, and he instantly understood Tianlin's thoughts. This old guy is also using a knife to kill someone, but now he wants to get rid of the knife. Seeing Tianlin coming, Yi Yang immediately took action, raised a palm and pushed Yaoguang again. Chapter 275 Nephew, your uncle is helping you. Yaoguang finally arrived at the mountain gate of Taiching Holy Land, but unfortunately, the gate was blocked at this moment, and he was already trapped in a jar. He attacked in anger, and a scorching sun suddenly rose. At this moment, he was like the sun in the sky, with golden light all over his body. Great sun burning palm. Wherever the sun shines, flames rise. Endless flames gathered into a palm print and suddenly fell on the mountain gate. Boom! The entire mountain gate shook violently, and a huge formation gradually emerged. Yaoguang's face turned pale when she saw this. This kind of sect formation cannot be broken by him with force. Yaoguang's eyes were bloodshot and he was exhausted at this moment. Just then, Yi Yang finally arrived. At the same time, a sword shadow fell from the sky and went straight towards Yaoguang. Yaoguang was horrified when she saw this. He dodged immediately. Boom! The sword shadow passed over Yaoguang and suddenly landed on the mountain gate. The great formation reappeared, but at this moment, cracks gradually spread across the formation. Yaoguang was overjoyed when she saw this. He raised his hand and attacked the crack. This time, the cracks broke and the mountain gate formation opened. Yaoguang immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Yi Yang became furious upon seeing this and chased after him instantly. At this moment, Tianlin also caught up. Looking at the broken mountain gate, Tianlin's face turned pale. After all, he was still a step late, but he did not expect Yaoguang to be so powerful. Of course, Tianlin would never have thought that it was Yi Yang who helped Yaoguang break the sect's formation. Old man, hurry up and chase him. Tianxuan also caught up at this moment. Don't chase him, that kid is practicing Haoyang divine brilliance, I couldn't catch up with him last time. Besides, Yi Yang has already caught up. He is a sword cultivator. If he can't catch up, we probably won't be able to catch up either. When Tianxuan heard this, he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Tianlin seemed to see through Tianxuan's little thoughts and sighed softly. Don't worry, that guy is very insidious, what can happen to him? Tianxuan's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard this. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? Who is worried? Who are you calling sinister? Tianlin curled his lips, ignored Tianxuan and turned away. At this moment, not far from the Taiching Holy Land, Yi Yang stopped Yaoguang. Yi Yang, if you kill me, the Holy Land of the Sun will not let you go. At this moment, Yaoguang knew that he had nowhere to escape. The speed that he was most proud of was useless in front of Yi Yang. It is undoubtedly a pipe dream for him to escape now. He could only threaten with his own identity. He knew that Yi Yang, as the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land, had many concerns. Today, several major holy places maintained superficial peace. If Yi Yang killed a few ordinary disciples, perhaps it wouldn't cause any big trouble. But he is the holy son of the Sun Holy Land and has an extraordinary status. If he dies at the hands of Yi Yang, it will inevitably lead to a war between the two holy lands. Oh, do you think that our Taishu Holy Land is afraid of you? Yi Yang sneered and slowly stepped forward. Yaoguang was shocked when she saw this. As one of the 6 holy places, Taishu Holy Land is not weaker than Sun Holy Land. I don't want to kill you. Seeing a trace of fear flash across Yao Guang's face, Yi Yang immediately changed the subject. Can't you see that I just let you go on purpose? With your cultivation level, you can't break through the Taiching Holy Land sect formation. When Yao Guang heard this, she recalled the scene just now, and it seemed that there was indeed something weird about it. Why are you helping me? Of course it's because of your aunt. As soon as Yi Yang said this, anger instantly flashed in Yao Guang's eyes. It would have been fine if he didn't mention Yunji, but when he mentioned Yunji, the hatred in his heart towards Yi Yang burst out like a spring. What is your relationship with my aunt? Yao Guang gritted her teeth and spoke viciously. Didn't you see everything just now? Yi Yang stared at the other person with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Yao Guang became angry instantly. Ding! Yao Guang is furious, emotional value plus 700. Yi Yang, you dare to touch my aunt. Yi Yang shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health. When Yao Guang heard this, she became even more furious. Ding! Yao Guang is extremely angry, emotional value plus 700. Feeling that the other party was about to lose control of his emotions, Yi Yang finally stopped provoking him. To be honest with you, Yunji asked me to help you. Yi Yang took a deep breath and his expression gradually became gloomy. Hearing Yunji's name, Yao Guang finally calmed down. Aunt. Yao Guang murmured softly, he had been worried about Yunji these days. But every time he met Yunji, she would attack him as soon as they disagreed with him. He always thought Yunji had misunderstood him. But now after hearing Yi Yang's words, he suddenly realized that his aunt still cared about him. Otherwise, she would not let Yi Yang help her escape. Yao Guang was touched and her attitude softened a lot. Alas, after all, Yunji still cares about you. Now, as your uncle, I naturally don't want to see you die in Taiching Holy Land. Yao Guang originally had a trace of gratitude in his heart, but when he heard the word, uncle, he instantly got furious. Ding! Yao Guang is furious, emotional value plus 700. Yi Yang, although I don't know how you deceived my aunt, I will never forget what happened today. Tisk tisk tisk, nephew, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if I wanted to kill you, you would be dead by now. Yi Yang shook his head and looked at Yao Guang helplessly. This kid really has a stupid brain. You're already in a desperate situation, why are you still making such harsh remarks? I'm only sparing your life for Yunji's sake. I will let you go today, but before that, I have one more thing to ask you. Yao Guang looked at Yi Yang silently, full of resentment, but did not speak. You have obtained the inheritance of the great emperor, right? As soon as Yi Yang said this, Yao Guang became alert instantly. This is his biggest secret. In order to inherit the emperor's legacy, his family was broken up and he died. If this matter were to get out, he would probably be killed without a burial place. What nonsense are you talking about? Yao Guang finally wised up. Don't worry, I have no interest in this. Otherwise, I can just kill you and check it out later. The reason I brought this up is because I want to tell you that there's a guy named Shen Xiao who's targeting you. I also got this news from him. He originally wanted to use me to kill you, but he didn't expect that you and I have this kind of relationship. I reminded you today, all for your aunt's sake. Take care of yourself. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Only Yao Guang was left standing there. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely. Shen Xiao, the son of the headmaster of Tai Holy Land. How could he know this? Yao Guang silently glanced in the direction where Yi Yang left. He didn't know whether what Yi Yang said was true or not, but at this moment, Yi Yang knew that he was carrying the inheritance of the great emperor, but he didn't take action against him. At least it showed that Yi Yang had no interest in him. Maybe what he said was true. Chapter 276 Male Protagonist vs. Male Protagonist, who is stronger? Yao Guang felt deeply frightened. The inheritance of the great emperor has far-reaching implications. Think about Zheng Chu. After he inherited the legacy of the god of craftsmen, he was hunted down by the 6 major holy places in the entire Kanglan domain. He had no way to go to heaven and no door to enter the earth. If my secret were to be exposed, the first one to deal with me would probably be the Holy Land of the Sun. Yao Guang frowned. In the current situation, he can only choose to believe Yi Yang. Since Yi Yang knew about this but did not take any action against me, it at least shows that Yi Yang has no interest in me. So now, he must get rid of Shen Shao to prevent the news from leaking out. Yao Guang was silent for a moment, then turned and left. What he didn't know was that at this moment, under his feet, a pair of eyes were staring at him closely. Yi Yang did not leave. He knew that with Yao Guang's strength, it might be difficult to kill Shen Shao. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, he of course has to do it himself. But Yao Guang has to take the blame for this matter. At this moment, Shen Shao was waiting for Yao Guang in front. This was naturally arranged by Yi Yang. He had secretly informed Shen Shao that Yao Guang was seriously injured. For Shen Shao, now is the best opportunity to kill Yao Guang. Yao Guang had just experienced a great battle. If he died now, people would only suspect that he died at the hands of Taiching Holy Land. Yao Guang had just flown a short distance when a figure in the distance blocked his way. The moment she saw the other person, Yao Guang believed what Yi Yang said. He naturally knew Shen Shao. Although the two had never met, they had heard of each other. At this moment, Shen Shao's appearance here undoubtedly confirmed that what Yi Yang said was true. The moment Shen Shao saw Yao Guang, he confirmed that the guy in front of him was the protagonist he needed to find. The power of luck on Yao Guang's body is extremely strong. If he absorbs it, he will definitely be able to break through to the peak of nirvana in one fell swoop. At that time, as long as he gets rid of Yi Yang, he will definitely break through to the level of a saint. At this moment, Shen Shao didn't care whether Yi Yang wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. With huge benefits in front of him, those were just trivial matters. Shen Shao didn't say anything and attacked directly as soon as they met. He knew very well that Yao Guang was proficient in the Haoyang Divine Light and was known for her speed, so her first move was a killing move. Tai 9 swords. Shen Shao raised his hand and pointed, and a long sword suddenly appeared. Then, he headed straight for Yao Guang. The long sword turned into 3, 3 turned into 9, and in an instant it surrounded Yao Guang. The 9 swords trembled and gathered into a sword formation. Yao Guang's retreat was completely blocked. At the same time, in the sword formation, sword lights flashed and countless sword shadows pointed directly at Yao Guang. Seeing this scene, Yao Guang was shocked. This person's strength is not inferior to his. Yao Guang knows in his heart that this kid may also have an unparalleled opportunity. You know, he was able to achieve nirvana at this age, relying on the Taoism of the great emperor. The Shen Shao in front of him is almost the same as him. Without a heaven-defying opportunity, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to such a level. Yao Guang did not dare to be careless and immediately formed seals with both hands. A raging flame burned beside him. Soon, Yao Guang was enveloped in flames. As for Yao Guang, he had no intention of escaping. What he needed was to kill Shen Shao to prevent the news from leaking out. At this moment, the relationship between the two is irreconcilable and one of them will die. The two of them did not hide anything and used all their strength. Countless sword lights poured down. The flames wrapped around Yao Guang also rose suddenly. Those wine and sword lights fell into the flames and were instantly refined by the flames. Shen Shao frowned slightly. As expected of the protagonist, he is truly extraordinary. He snorted coldly and pointed his finger. 9 swords returned to 1. The 9 long swords instantly merged into one, turning into a giant sword 10,000 feet long, which fell down with a bang. Yao Guang looked up and moved her hands. A blazing sun is overhead, its light reaching straight into the sky. Boom! The 2 rays of light collided, causing a terrifying wave of fluctuations. Both of them were seriously injured. Just at this moment, Yao Guang leapt up. A golden rune flickered in his hand. Here, Yao Guang raised her hand and waved, and the rune spread instantly. An incomparable aura of terror gradually awakens. Shen Shao felt that breath and his legs went limp instantly. Emperor's array pattern, Shen Shao exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the rune. But soon, he calmed down. The other party used the Great Emperor's formation, which was definitely not something he could resist. Reason quickly overwhelmed the greed in his heart, and he never expected that he would encounter such a big fish. Shen Shao has already set Yao Guang as his next target. This kid definitely has the inheritance of the Great Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to produce the Great Emperor's formation pattern. In fact, this was Yao Guang's last resort. Even just now in the Taiching Holy Land, Yao Guang did not use the Great Emperor's formation. He knew that once this thing came out, it would definitely be targeted. But now, Shen Shao already knew that he inherited the Great Emperor's legacy, so he naturally didn't care. Now he just wants to kill this guy to prevent the news from leaking. Just as Shen Xiao was about to turn around and run away, the Emperor's formation pattern had already fallen on his head. He was horrified and could only raise his hand to block. At this moment, a burst of sword intent surged from his whole body, transforming into a phantom that enveloped it. The moment the phantom appeared, the Emperor's formation pattern also fell down. Under the Great Emperor's formation, all his defenses were like paper and shattered in an instant. Puff! Shen Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect that this kid actually possessed such a treasure. This time, he had to plan carefully if he wanted to take action. Shen Xiao formed seals with his hands, and his whole body instantly turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yao Guang wanted to chase after him, but suddenly her face turned red and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Activating the Great Emperor's formation consumed too much of his energy. At this moment, he was no longer able to catch up and could only watch the other party escape. The Great Emperor's array pattern is indeed terrifying. Shen Xiao finally escaped, but his internal organs were shattered. But at this moment he was undoubtedly excited, because that was the Great Emperor's formation pattern. If he obtained it, his strength would surely reach a new level. Shen Xiao was planning what to do next. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in flames blocked his way. Shen Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect that this guy could catch up with him. Shen Xiao was already seriously injured at this moment. He quickly took out a pill and put it into his mouth. Then he looked at Yao Guang, ready for battle. He knew in his heart that with Yao Guang's cultivation level, it would certainly consume a huge amount of energy to activate the Great Emperor's array. At this moment, the other party is probably just a spent force. Just then, the other party moved. The speed was so fast that Shen Xiao had no time to react. He just felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body flew backwards instantly. At the same time, the scorching pure yang fire gradually spread throughout the body. How could it be? This kid still has some energy left. Shen Xiao was startled, raised his hand, took out a jade talisman, and crushed it. Buzz! The space shook, and a shadow slowly walked out. Who dares to hurt my child? Chapter 277 The hero dies, sparks spread all over the land. Father, he is Yao Guang from the Holy Land of the Sun, and he has the Great Emperor's array mark on his body. Shen Xiao quickly spoke up. This was the life-saving method his father left him. In times of crisis, one can manifest one's true form. When Shen Linfang heard this, his eyes instantly fell on the flame. A kid from the Holy Land of the Sun. Ha ha. He's looking for death. Shen Linfang immediately attacked with a palm. The flame moved slightly and dodged the opponent's attack. In the flames, Yi Yang's heart was shocked. Fortunately, he had anticipated that Shen Linfang would not let his beloved son venture out alone, and the old man must have left some life-saving means for this kid. Therefore, Yi Yang deliberately disguised himself like this to paralyze Shen Xiao. If he had been careless just now and showed up in his true form, even if he killed Shen Xiao, his identity would have been exposed. Good boy, you have some skills, but when you meet me, you'd better surrender obediently. Shen Linfang chuckled and flew up. The 4 words, Emperor's array pattern, were enough to arouse all his interest. Although the opponent was only a junior at this moment, he showed no reservation and his first move was a killing move. But facing his move, the opponent did not dodge or evade. Court death. Shen Linfang snorted coldly and brought down a palm. But the next second, his expression changed. How come? Shen Linfang exclaimed, and the figure gradually became illusory and then disappeared completely. Shen Xiao, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this scene. His father was at the peak of nirvana. Even if only one clone descended at this moment, he had the cultivation base of the late nirvana. How could he be shattered by Yao Guang in one move? How is this possible? Although Shen Xiao couldn't believe it, the facts were before him. He woke up instantly and wanted to escape immediately. But the next second, a hand tightly grasped his throat. You can't kill me. Before Shen Xiao finished his words, there was a crisp sound in his throat and he suddenly stopped breathing. Then, wisps of pure yang fire gradually covered his body, and in a flash, Shen Xiao had turned into a pile of charcoal. Yi Yang finally revealed his true face. He glanced silently at Shen Xiao's body, then turned and left. At the same time, Tai Holy Land. A roar resounded through heaven and earth. Holy Land of the Sun, I want you to pay with your lives. Shen Linfang broke through the barrier and came out. He had already sensed that Shen Xiao's soul lamp had gone out. His only son died at the hands of Yaoguang from the Holy Land of the Sun. Yaoguang, the great emperor's array pattern. Shen Linfang roared in a low voice, and no one knew whether he cared about his son or the emperor's formation pattern at the moment. At this moment, Yaoguang did not know that Shen Xiao was dead. He was hiding in a secluded place to heal his wounds. Suddenly, his communication token made a sound. Yaoguang took out the communication token, and it was Yantian who sent the message. Yaoguang, did you kill Shen Xiao, the son of Shen Linfang? Yaoguang was stunned when he saw the news. He didn't know whether Shen Xiao was dead or not. He was just hit by the emperor's formation, so it was likely that the other party would have no chance of survival. Master, it was Shen Xiao who attacked me. Yaoguang began to explain. No need to say more, come back as soon as possible. Tai Holy Land has issued a hunting order for you. Yaoguang was shocked when she saw this. It seemed that Shen Xiao was really dead. He also knew that he had caused a big disaster this time. Tai Holy Land was not a soft persimmon like Taiching Holy Land. Those guys from Tai Holy Land will really do it regardless of the consequences. Now, Shen Xiao died in his hands. With Shen Linfang's temper, he would seek revenge on him at all costs. However, Yaoguang also felt relieved. Now that Shen Xiao was dead, no one else would probably know about the emperor's inheritance. What Yaoguang didn't know was that Shen Linfang had already known about this matter. But Shen Linfang did not make it public. He knew that once the news spread, it would attract competition from the 6 major holy places. The reason why he issued the killing order was because of the great emperor's formation pattern. For Shen Linfang at this moment, he has already determined that Yaoguang is the murderer of Shen Xiao. At the same time, there was deathly silence in the Taiching Holy Land. The death of 5 of the 9 elders was undoubtedly a huge loss for the Taiching Holy Land. Inside the sect's main hall, the only 3 remaining elders plus Tianxuan and Yunji gathered together. Several elders died in battle, and I am heartbroken. Tianlin had a sad face as he looked at the deflated elders and spoke slowly. I have decided to declare war on the Holy Land of the Sun. But before that, I declare that Yunji will serve as the 3rd elder. At this moment, no one raised any objection. The only 3 remaining elders were no longer able to fight against Tianlin. Now that those elders are dead, the power under their control has collapsed, and the 3 of them alone can no longer cause any trouble. Tianlin's attempt to kill someone by using a borrowed knife this time at least seemed to be successful. He now promotes Yunji, and among the only 5 remaining elders, there are 2 of his own people, Tianxuan and Yunji. Moreover, these 2 are both in the Nirvana realm, enough to contend with the 3 elders. Another reason why he made up his mind to go to war with the Holy Land of the Sun was to take this opportunity to eliminate those stubborn forces in the sect and completely purge the Holy Land of Taiching. Yunji obeys the order. Yunji bowed with a trace of guilt on her face. Yunji was undoubtedly truly sad at this moment, as she knew that these people all died at the hands of Yaoguang. Now that she has taken over the position of the 3rd elder, she will surely shoulder the responsibility of revenge. Master, I am willing to lead my disciples out to hunt down Yaoguang. Yunji immediately spoke up to express her opinion, but was rejected by Tianlin. You have just broken through and your realm is not stable yet. It is more important to stabilize your realm as soon as possible. The matter of hunting down Yaoguang will be handled by other elders for the time being. Tianlin would certainly not send Yunji out. He couldn't let anything happen to the people he had worked so hard to support. What's more, he also needs to use this incident to clean up the internal situation. With Yunji's upright character, she is not suitable for doing such things. Although Yunji wanted to continue saying something, she was not like the other elders after all. She could only strictly follow the orders of the headmaster. Afterwards, Tianlin dismissed everyone and arranged for his disciples to go out and search for Yaoguang. And those disciples were naturally the stubborn disciples of the elders. Yunji returned to her residence and saw Yi Yang teaching Yunling how to practice in the yard. A happy smile finally appeared on her sad face. Now, her relationship with Yi Yang has been confirmed. Seeing Yunling relying so much on Yi Yang, she feels quite relieved. At this moment, the 3 of them really look like a family. Yunji was kicked out of her home when she was young, so she naturally longed to enjoy this kind of family happiness. Mom, you're back. When Yunling saw Yunji, she rushed over immediately. Daddy just taught me a set of sword techniques. I will practice it for Mom to see. As Yunling was speaking, she suddenly noticed that Yunji's face seemed a little unhappy. She quickly put away her smile and asked carefully. Mother, what's wrong with you? It's okay, Ling don't worry. Chapter 278. A sensible little girl, but a bit of a jerk to her mother. Yunji told Yi Yang everything that had just happened. These are not secrets. She naturally did not hide it. Of course, Yunji herself is upright and not so scheming, so she can't detect Tianline's plan. But Yi Yang found some problems. Tianline's previous reaction made him feel a little strange. There was such a big commotion here, and that boy came too slowly. Moreover, Tianxuan did not come over either. It was obvious that Tianline wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife and take the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. Now seeing Tianline's arrangements, Yi Yang became more certain of his guess. However, Yi Yang also knew that Yunji had a simple mind. Tianline was not in a position to explain these things, and Yunji could not understand them. Master Tianline is right. You have just broken through to the Nirvana realm and need to stabilize your realm. Moreover, now that several great elders of the Taiching Holy Land have passed away, the burden of the Taiching Holy Land will fall on you. Master Tianline is doing this to protect you. Yunji nodded when she heard that. After seeing Yao Guang take action before, Yunji knew in her heart that with her current level of cultivation, she might not be Yao Guang's opponent. Now that the Taiching Holy Land has suffered heavy losses, Tianline naturally doesn't want to see her get into trouble again. Her most important task now is to stabilize her realm as quickly as possible, otherwise if a war breaks out, she will be of no use. Mom is so amazing. Ling also wants to break through quickly. Then she can help Mom. Yunling, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh softly when she heard this. Ling don't worry. You are still young and practicing is not easy. Yunji spoke to comfort her, but she also had confidence now. If she let go of the matter of the punishment hall, she would have more time to accompany Yunling in the future. At that time, she can personally teach Yunling to practice. With Yunling's aptitude, it won't take long for her to make another breakthrough. Speaking of which, I brought some things for Ling when I came here this time. Yi Yang suddenly remembered that he had brought the Immaculate Spiritual Light Pill with him and was going to give it to Yunling and the others. This elixir has little effect on the Nirvana realm, but it has miraculous effects on the Lingxi realm. Moreover, the lower the realm, the stronger the effect of taking the Immaculate Pill. Hearing this, Yunling immediately became interested and hurried to Yi Yang's side, looking expectant and asking, Dad, what good things did you bring me? Yi Yang took out the Immaculate Pill and handed it to Yunling, then began to introduce it. This is the Immaculate Pill. After taking it, you can cleanse your essence and marrow and improve your cultivation. Ling realm is not high now, so it's a good time for her to take the Immaculate Pill. When Yunji heard this, she was immediately shocked. She naturally knew about the Immaculate Pill, which was a 7th grade elixir and was rare even in the major holy places. Generally, the sect would keep these kinds of elixirs and give them as rewards to those peerless immortal seedlings with outstanding talents. Yunji still remembered that the last time the Taiching Holy Land rewarded Tianxuan with an Immaculate Pill was hundreds of years ago, when Tianxuan was just born. Master Tianline personally rewarded Tianxuan with an Immaculate Pill. Tianxuan's achievements are now obvious to all, and a lot of them are due to this Immaculate Pill. It is rumored that this elixir can reshape one's bones and improve one's aptitude. Its value is almost as great as that of a holy medicine. This is too precious, Yunji reacted quickly. She knew very well the importance of the Immaculate Pill. Even in the Taishu Holy Land, there might not be many of this kind of pill. However, Yi Yang gave this medicine to Yunling, and Yunji felt somewhat guilty. Yunling had never heard of the Immaculate Pill, but from Yunji's shocked expression, she could guess the value of this pill. The little hand she had stretched out was suddenly suspended in the air, and for a moment she didn't know whether she should take the summary. Although she was longing in her heart, Yunji's expression seemed serious and she stood there in a daze for a moment. Oh, what's the big deal? Ling calls me daddy, how can I treat her badly? As Yi Yang spoke, he stuffed the pill into Yunling's little hand. Ling do you dare not refuse the things that daddy gave you? Seeing Yunling staring at Yunji, Yi Yang spoke again. Hearing this, Yunji's expression softened a lot, and there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes when she looked at Yi Yang. She has always treated Yunling as her own daughter. Now that Yi Yang cares so much about Yunling, she feels quite relieved. Ding, Yunji is deeply moved, emotional value plus 1000. I am extremely grateful to the Great Elder for taking such good care of Ling. However, I have no way to repay him for such a valuable medicine. Yunji glanced at Yunling silently, her eyes full of pity. Why do we need to talk about this between you and me? Hearing this, Yunji's cheeks instantly turned slightly red. Yes, her relationship with Yi Yang is extraordinary now. Perhaps it is for this reason that Yi Yang takes such good care of her and her daughter. Yunji understood it, but when she thought about what Yi Yang did last night, she couldn't help feeling a little scared. How could she repay Yi Yang now? The only thing she could do was to pledge herself to him. But she couldn't stand it if it went on like this every day. Yunji glanced at Yunling cautiously. It seemed that she would suffer again tonight. Yunling looked at Yunji silently, her big eyes full of cunning. She naturally understood what Yi Yang meant. Yesterday's good thing was ruined by that kid Yaoguang, and it seemed that Yi Yang was also unhappy. Dad, I'm going to take my medicine. Please have a good chat with Mom. Yunling quickly got out of Yi Yang's arms and smiled obediently. After saying that, she turned around and went into her room with the pill. When she reached the door, she stopped again and turned around to speak. Oh, Mother, I may need to retreat to break through after taking the elixir. Don't worry, I won't hear anything. When Yunji heard this, her face became even redder. What is this little girl talking about? Even though Yunji knew that Yunling was a smart kid, could she not hint at this kind of thing so obviously? Yunji lowered her head, her heart filled with fear. She knew that since Yunling had said so, Yi Yang couldn't possibly not understand. I'm afraid I can't escape tonight. Great Elder, it's getting late. I'm going to clean up your room. After a long silence, Yunji finally accepted her fate, stood up and was about to go into the house but was stopped by Yi Yang. No need to go to so much trouble. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, and it would be a great pleasure to use the sky as a blanket. When Yunji heard this, her eyes widened. Here, no number, Great Elder, please go inside. Ling. That girl took the elixir and needs to go into seclusion to break through. It's okay. Yi Yang hugged Yunji tightly. Poor Yunji wanted to struggle, but was afraid of alarming Yunling. She looked at the door in the distance cautiously like a frightened little rabbit. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she felt Yunling in the room enter a state of meditation. Ding, Yunji unlocks a new scene, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 279, Observing Qinglian, my daughter has grown up. Time flies and a few days pass. These days, Taiching Holy Land has also become busy. The message has been sent out, Taiching Holy Land has officially declared war on the Sun Holy Land. Now, everyone in the entire Taiching Holy Land has become nervous. A war seemed imminent. Many disciples have been sent out to search for Yaoguang's whereabouts. Yunji, the third elder, is also busy now. All matters, big or small, in Taiching Holy Land need her to handle. Originally, she thought that being the third elder would give her some free time, but now is a time of turmoil, and her status is extraordinary, so she has become even busier. In this way, the responsibility of taking care of Yunling fell on Yi Yang. This was not Yunji's request, but Yi Yang's initiative. Yunji has a special physique. After taking the immaculate pill, she has been in seclusion for several days. This was the first time Yi Yang had seen such a situation. Previously, after Yunshu and the others took the immaculate pill, it only took a moment for them to be cured, but Yunling was obviously different. This made Yi Yang feel a little uneasy. There was no precedent for this kind of thing, so Yi Yang could only stay and observe by himself. After all, Yunling is also the heroine. If she breaks through this time, she might be able to reap a lot of emotional value. Yi Yang sat in the yard, drinking tea leisurely. Yunling has been quiet these past few days. Suddenly, Yi Yang's heart moved and he looked up at the sky. He felt an inexplicable energy slowly gathering. In the sky, a ray of green light descended into the yard and then turned into a green lotus. Seeing this, Yi Yang immediately raised his hand and set up a ban to block the way of heaven. Yunling's identity is extraordinary and must not be known to others. The ban enveloped the entire yard, and the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared. But at this moment, the yard was filled with mist, and green lotuses emerged and slowly bloomed. Yi Yang looked at everything around him and couldn't help but marvel at it. The incarnation of Qinglian is indeed extraordinary. Just at this moment, Yunling in the house was shocked, and the strange scene in the yard collapsed instantly. Yi Yang was startled and rushed into the room. Sitting on the couch, Yunling crossed her legs, her face was in pain, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yi Yang could tell at a glance what was wrong with Yunling's body. After all, it was because her original body was a green lotus and her meridians had not yet manifested, so there were many bottlenecks in her cultivation. This is why it is impossible to break through successfully. Yi Yang hurriedly stepped forward, raised his hand and placed it on Yunling's forehead. A pure yang force surged into Yunling's body, temporarily helping her stabilize her cultivation. Just at this moment, Yi Yang seemed to feel a throbbing in his body. In his sea of qi, a green lotus slowly emerged, echoing with Yunling. Green lotus sword body. Yi Yang frowned slightly. Could it be that this green lotus sword body has some connection with this little girl? The green lotus swayed, as if somehow, stirring Yunling's heartstrings. Along with Yunling's heartbeat, the green lotus slowly bloomed. At this moment, silk threads gradually emerged on Yunling's body, like meridians, visible to the naked eye. The next second, Yunling slowly floated up. Her body began to grow visibly, gradually bursting through her clothes. It looks like a green lotus breaking through the soil. In a short while, she had grown into a graceful young girl. That pretty face, pure and flawless. The proud body is in full view. She is as holy as a fairy in the sky, making it hard for people to desecrate her. Suddenly, Yunling opened her eyes and saw Yi Yang in front of her, and a hint of red appeared on her cheeks. But at this moment, she was staring at Yi Yang closely. She knew this was her chance. Although it didn't look very good now, the glimpse of the green lotus essence just now allowed her to successfully evolve into the green lotus true form. She had to seize this opportunity. Ding! Yunling is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Ding! Yunling bursts into tears of gratitude, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang sensed Yunling's emotions and subconsciously wanted to turn his head away. Although he knew that this girl was not as she seemed, he should avoid her if they were to be honest with each other at this moment. But the strange thing was that Yi Yang seemed to be restrained in some way at this moment, and he couldn't even if he wanted to look away. When their eyes met, both of them looked a little unnatural. Yunling felt extremely ashamed and angry, but she still stared at Yi Yang closely, carefully observing the green lotus sword. This process lasted for a long time, and finally, Yunling's body shook and she completely broke through the Jindan stage. The immaculate pill is indeed mysterious. Yunling had only just broken through to the Lingxi realm not long ago, but now she has formed the pill in one go. This speed is simply unbeatable. Yunling fell down slowly, her little face was already red. She quickly turned around and ran to the closet to get out some clothes and put them on. At this moment, she looked as if she had grown up a lot. She originally looked to be in her teens, but now she looked like she was 16 or 17 years old. In the blink of an eye, she grew into a graceful young girl, which really made Yi Yang a little uncomfortable. "Daddy, don't tell Mom about what happened today." As soon as Yunling opened her mouth, she seemed to become that playful little girl again. Yi Yang chuckled and nodded. "Have you succeeded in your transformation now?" Yi Yang knew Yunling's situation inside out, so there was naturally no need to hide anything between the two of them. Hearing this, Yunling shook her head. "Not yet. It will take a long time for the green lotus to be reborn." As Yunling spoke, she looked up at Yi Yang. She knew that Yi Yang was aware of her situation, so she decided not to hide it from him anymore. "Dad, I need to observe the green lotus sword body before I can evolve my meridians. What I just saw was only the first step of the transformation. I don't know how long it will take to completely transform." "Oh, is that so? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I have the green lotus sword body, and you can observe it anytime." Only at this moment did Yi Yang finally understand why this girl always liked to observe him secretly. It turned out to be because of this reason. But when Yunling heard this, she shook her head. "It's not that simple. You can't evolve into a green lotus body just by observing like this." Yunling said this with a hint of cunning on her face. "Dad, if you come and accompany Mom more often in the future, I can observe properly." When Yi Yang heard this, he was immediately surprised. He naturally understood Yunling's meaning, but was it necessary to do so for observation? If Yunji knew about this, that woman probably wouldn't be able to accept it. That's not good. Yunling sighed. She knew that this was not good, but observation required honesty and frankness. Apart from that time, she didn't know when she would be able to see Yi Yang naked. Well, otherwise, I'll help Daddy take a bath in the future, so I can watch. Yi Yang finally understood what this girl meant by observation. While Yi Yangjin was silent, Yunling came forward with a cunning look on her face. Dad has just seen it all, it's nothing. Chapter 280. The disciple returns, but the master becomes the master's wife. In the end, Yi Yang gave in. Anyway, it's all about harvesting emotional points, so it doesn't matter how you do it. What's more, Yi Yang knew in his heart that this girl knew more than he did, so naturally he had fewer grudges in his heart. Yunling had just made a breakthrough and needed time to retreat, so Yi Yang left here temporarily. Now the entire Taiching Holy Land is busy, with only one idle person left. Although Tianxuan is the fifth elder of Taiching Holy Land, she has never been in charge of affairs, and she is not good at this. These days, everyone is chasing Yaoguang everywhere, but she is the only one who still stays in Shenshao Mountain, turning a deaf ear to what is happening outside. What? You said Yunqing is coming back. Yi Yang originally planned to say goodbye to Tianxuan, but as soon as he arrived here, he heard Tianxuan say that Yunqing was coming back. Yunqing became Tianxuan's disciple, so in a sense, he could be considered Tianxuan's disciple. Now that something happened in Taiching Holy Land, she naturally needs to come back and take a look. Although Tianxuan has a carefree personality, she doesn't want her apprentice to know about her current relationship with Yi Yang. After all, she is also a disciple of the Taiching Holy Land. Given the current situation, she should come back. Yi Yang sighed. To be honest, he didn't want Yunqing to come back at this time. After all, the Taiching Holy Land was in chaos, and it was not a good time to come back. But Yunqing's identity was there, and even he couldn't stop him. Don't worry, Qinger will be fine with me. Tianxuan seemed to see through Yi Yang's thoughts and spoke to comfort him. Yi Yang nodded when he heard this, but since Yunqing was coming back, Yi Yang simply planned to wait for 2 days. By then, I can explain to Yunqing. After all, Tianxuan is not very clear about the intrigues within the sect, so Yi Yang still needs to remind her of some things. For the next few days, Yi Yang simply lived in Shenshao Mountain. Anyway, this is the only relatively quiet place in Taiching Holy Land. 2 days later, Yunqing returned to Taiching Holy Land. She naturally knew that Yi Yang had been here these days. According to Tianxuan, they were communicating about music. Yunqing had no doubts about this. After all, his master was a pure cultivation maniac. She certainly never thought that her master would fall in love. Qinger, you should have heard about the Taiching Holy Land. Now that you are back, just practice in seclusion. Don't worry about what's going on outside. Tianxuan also knew that the situation outside was very chaotic at the moment, and she certainly didn't want Yunqing to get involved. Putting aside the relationship with Yi Yang, Yunqing is still her most valued disciple. Yunqing knew that Tianzan was protecting her, and immediately nodded in agreement. In the past, Yunqing had always lived on Shenshao Mountain, and the rooms were ready. But after coming back this time, she always felt that something seemed to have changed on the mountain. It makes people feel strange, but they don't feel strange at all. Yunqing returned to her room, and the room was just as she had left. Although she couldn't be of much help this time, Yunqing knew that her top priority right now was to improve her cultivation as quickly as possible. Previously, Yi Yang gave her the Immaculate Pill, which helped her break through to the Yuantai stage in one fell swoop. Now was the time for her to consolidate her realm. Yunqing did not delay and started meditating and practicing immediately. The moonlight was dim, and in the blink of an eye it was night. Yunqing exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, her expression paused. At this moment, she finally discovered what was strange. I saw that the room where she lived was emitting bursts of golden light, and a large formation enveloped the entire room. Yunqing was stunned for a moment, then realized that this should be the formation set up by her master so that she could practice without being disturbed. Yunqing was moved and stood up and walked out. But the moment she opened the door, she was suddenly stunned. This formation did not seem to be used to protect her, and at the moment she was unable to pass through it. Yunqing was stunned. Could it be that his master was worried that he would run around and deliberately set up this formation to trap him here? Yunqing was thinking in his heart when a voice suddenly came to his ears. She turned her head and looked through the courtyard gate. The beautiful scenery came into view, and Yunqing was stunned. Is that master and master? Yunqing was dumbfounded at this moment. My own master actually. Almost in an instant, her little face was covered with blush. She would never have thought that her master would be like this. In Yunqing's heart, Tianquan has always been a cultivation maniac. Apart from cultivation, Tianquan seems to have no interest in anything. In the past in the holy land of Taiqing, if any man dared to look at her for even a second, he would be scolded. She could never have imagined that Tianquan would be like this. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Tianquan in the yard, Yunqing felt that he still didn't know his master well enough. Is this still her hot-tempered master? At this moment, Tianquan looked as docile as a little lamb. Yunqing was stunned for a moment. After a long time, she reacted and quickly closed the door. Ding! Yunqing is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Yunqing felt her face burning hot and her heart seemed like it was about to jump out. The scene she just saw kept flashing through her mind. At this moment, she finally understood Qingcheng's feelings before. Thinking back, not long ago, she was still comforting Qingcheng, but in the blink of an eye, this kind of thing happened to her. Fortunately, Yunqing had a good ability to accept things, and the words he had used to comfort Qingcheng came in handy at this moment. There is nothing wrong with the master becoming the master's wife. Besides, she couldn't stop it, right? Not to mention Yi Yang, even Tian Zan, with her temper, would not listen to her. Besides, what does this have to do with her? She had no reason to stop it. Yunqing returned to the room, but was still uneasy. Although she had a cold personality, this was the first time she had witnessed such a thing. Those scenes seem to be imprinted in my mind and cannot be erased. She had heard Yunshu and the others mention Yi Yang before. During her time at Ziyang Peak, she had tried her best to avoid such embarrassment. But now, she still met him. Ding! Yunqing is still lustful, emotional value plus 1000. Master, you really don't even know how to go back to your room. At this moment, Yunqing seemed to finally understand why Tian Zan set up a formation in her room. This is to prevent her. As for Tianquan, she was also feeling extremely ashamed and angry at this moment. She noticed it as soon as Yunqing touched the formation. She did set up the formation to prevent Yunqing, but she didn't think about it in the yard. This courtyard is separated from Yunqing's residence by a gate, and the girl must have seen it just now. Tianquan just felt that his personality was about to collapse. Ding! Tianquan is ashamed, emotional value plus 1000. Feeling the emotional values constantly coming in, Yi Yang smiled lightly. All of this was, of course, designed by him. Only in this way can they contribute better emotional value. Chapter 281 The Tragic Protagonist, The Rat Crossing the Street. Just as Yi Yang was enjoying the joy of harvesting, Yaoguang, with wounds all over his body, staggered into a cave. In the past few days, he was hunted down by both the Taiqing Holy Land and the Tai Holy Land almost at the same time. Naturally, he did not take those ordinary disciples of Taiqing Holy Land seriously, but this time, Tai Holy Land seemed to have made up its mind and sent out several elders to hunt him down. He was already injured, and faced with layers of blockades, it was naturally difficult for him to resist. Now, he was even more injured. On the way, he also inquired about the situation outside. Tai Holy Land claimed that Shen Linfang saw Shen Xiao die in his hands with his own eyes. This made Yaoguang feel confused. He remembered that although he activated the Great Emperor's formation, he did not kill Shen Xiao. What Shen Linfang saw was definitely not him. Considering the recent attack on Yunji, Yaoguang quickly guessed that it must be Yi Yang who impersonated herself, killed Shen Xiao, and gave the weapon to herself. At this moment, Yaoguang finally realized that she had been fooled by Yi Yang again. That guy just wanted to stir up conflict between him and Tai Holy Land and force Tai Holy Land to deal with him. Yi Yang. Thinking of this, Yaoguang became furious. Earlier, Yi Yang had said righteously that he would let him go for Yunji's sake. Now it seems that the guy let him go on purpose so that he could cause trouble for the Tai Holy Land again. Now he has no way to defend himself. In order to avenge Shen Xiao, Shen Linfang will definitely hunt him down relentlessly. Even the Sun Holy Land cannot protect him now, unless several major holy lands go to war outright. Although Yaoguang's brain was not very sharp, he had probably guessed Yi Yang's intention now. That guy was deliberately provoking unrest in several major holy places. And he was just a chess piece of Yi Yang. At this moment, Yao Guang became more and more angry. His aunt had fallen into Yi Yang's hands, and he himself had become like a rat crossing the street because of Yi Yang's frame-up. The hatred he felt for Yi Yang was deep in his bones. And Yao Guang also had another worry in her heart. Yi Yang knew that he was carrying the great emperor's legacy. If that guy deliberately leaked this news in order to deal with him, then he would be enemies all over the world. Although Yao Guang is conceited, the inheritance of the great emperor is of great importance. If this matter is leaked, he will have to face the siege of the 6 holy places in the future. At that time, even he would probably die without a burial place. Now, he has to find a backer to buy himself some time. Once he breaks through to the saint level, he will be able to completely master the inheritance of the great emperor. Only then will he have the power to protect himself. It seems I still have to contact Master. Yao Guang quickly thought of a solution. His biggest bargaining chip now is the inheritance of the great emperor. Instead of waiting for Yi Yang to expose him, it is better for him to expose himself. Use the inheritance of the great emperor in exchange for Yantian's protection. As long as he can escape this disaster, he will have enough time to grow. Perhaps, he can also use Yantian to completely expose Yi Yang's conspiracy. After all, he saw everything Yi Yang planned. If Yantian knew that Yi Yang was deliberately instigating the 2 holy places to deal with the Sun Holy Land, he would be in trouble. I'm afraid Yantian won't let Yi Yang go. Yao Guang was thinking in her heart when a message came from the communication token. I picked it up and saw that it was sent by Yantian. Disciple, where are you now? Seeing this, Yao Guang immediately told Yantian her hiding place. Soon, Yantian came over. Seeing Yao Guang's current appearance, Yantian was also extremely angry. Yao Guang is his most valued disciple, with extraordinary talent. At a young age, she has already broken through the Nirvana realm and it will be no problem for her to become a saint in the future. In order to protect Yao Guang, he kept her hidden for many years. Only after Yao Guang broke through the Yuantai realm did he allow her to go down the mountain. After Yao Guang broke through Nirvana this time, he placed the future of the Holy Land of the Sun on Yao Guang. But now the disciple whom he had placed his hopes on was hurt like this. How could he not be angry? Tai Holy Land, you are going too far. Yantian knew very well in his heart that Yao Guang's current state had nothing to do with Taiching Holy Land. When Yao Guang attacked Taiching Holy Land before, he did not stop her because he was testing the attitude of Taiching Holy Land. The result was naturally the same as he expected. The Taiching Holy Land was still as cowardly as ever. Even though his sect elders were killed, Tianlin did not show any reaction. Even though the Taiching Holy Land had already announced that it would declare war on them, Tianlin only sent his disciples out to look for Yao Guang. Naturally, those ordinary disciples could not hurt Yao Guang. The reason why Yao Guang was in this state was because of the killing order from Tai Holy Land. That old guy Shen Linfang really wants to kill Yao Guang. Master, seeing Yantian, Yao Guang's grievances burst out instantly. Disciple, did Shen Xiao really die in your hands? Yantian was not blinded by the anger in front of him and asked immediately. Upon seeing this, Yao Guang quickly repeated her previous thoughts. Upon hearing that it was Yi Yang who was behind this, Yantian immediately became furious. It's this guy again. Yantian couldn't help but think of the fact that his apprentice Shen Shui also died at the hands of Yi Yang. Although he killed Shen Shui with his own hands, he was forced to do so by Yi Yang due to the circumstances. Now Yi Yang actually tried to use Yao Guang to provoke the 2 holy lands to deal with the Sun Holy Land. With new and old grudges added together, Yantian was extremely angry. Let's go to Taishu Holy Land. I want to see what Yi Yang can say this time. Yantian took out a pill and gave it to Yao Guang to take. Soon, Yao Guang's injuries were almost healed. Master, I have one more thing to report to you. Seeing Yantian getting angry, Yao Guang quickly spoke. Anything else? The reason why I met Shen Xiao this time is because of a treasure. Hearing this, Yantian stopped and looked at Yao Guang silently. But when Yao Guang took out an incomplete formation pattern of the Great Emperor, Yantian was stunned on the spot for a moment. Is this the Great Emperor's array? That's right, Yao Guang nodded. He didn't know whether Yi Yang would expose this matter. But if he didn't say it, when Yi Yang told this matter, Yantian would then suspect him. He must use the Great Emperor's array to gain Yantian's trust and make Yantian stand firmly on his side. Of course, he also knew that even Yan Tian might lose his mind when facing the Great Emperor's formation, so he only took out the incomplete part of it to stabilize Yan Tian. Master, Shen Shao and I had a dispute because of this thing. But fortunately, I still got it. I have been studying this Great Emperor's array pattern these days and have discovered some of its Dao rhymes. If I am given some more time, I am confident that I can repair this incomplete array pattern. Chapter 282 The hero bleeds heavily, undercurrent surges. Yan Tian widened his eyes and stared at the array pattern. Yao Guang's words echoed in his ears, but his mind was blank. This is the formation pattern of the Great Emperor. According to legend, it contains the existence of the Great Emperor's Taoism. Not to mention being able to master it, even just getting a glimpse of its truth would be enough to benefit him greatly. It is even possible to break through to become a saint through this. Faced with such a treasure, even Yan Tian couldn't control himself. It's really extraordinary that you can get such an opportunity. After a long silence, Yan Tian finally woke up. Yan Tian was overjoyed to hear that Yao Guang was confident that she could repair the incomplete Emperor's formation pattern. Even though this is just a corner of the Great Emperor's formation pattern, once this thing is in his hands, he has the confidence that he can use it to kill the saint. Disciple, can you really repair this thing? Yan Tian opened his mouth again to confirm. Yao Guang nodded quickly, disciple dare not hide it from master. These days, I have been studying this formation and have already glimpsed a little bit of its truth. As Yao Guang spoke, she lightly tapped her fingers, and the Emperor's array pattern glowed faintly, connecting into strands of silk, crisscrossing each other to form a complex array pattern. Yan Tian was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha, my disciple is indeed a genius. He can even see through the Great Emperor's array. Master, you are too kind. Yao Guang hurriedly handed the corner of the array pattern to Yan Tian. Master, this item is precious. I am afraid it is difficult for me to control it. Master, please keep it. When I have finished repairing this array pattern, then perhaps Master can use it to reach a higher level. Seeing this, Yan Tian looked at Yao Guang with satisfaction and began to praise her. You are worthy of being my disciple. Yan Tian naturally would not refuse the One-Horn Emperor formation pattern. Even a saint would covet such a rare treasure, let alone him. However, after Yan Tian received the formation pattern, he soon realized something. You said Shen Shao once fought with you for this formation pattern. Does that mean that kid has also seen this Great Emperor formation pattern? Yao Guang nodded. Oh, no wonder that old man Shen Linfang is so eager to kill you this time. I think his revenge for his son is fake, and his real intention is to snatch the Great Emperor's array pattern. Yao Guang was shocked when he heard this. Master, do you mean to say that Shen Linfang already knows that I have the Great Emperor's array pattern in my hand? He must have known. Otherwise, given that guy's character, even if he wanted to kill you, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. Yan Tian took a deep breath. He had sensed something was wrong before. Although Shen Linfang valued Shen Shao, as the head of Tai Holy Land, he would not lose the big picture for the sake of small gains and sacrifice the entire Tai Holy Land for his own selfish reasons. Now it seems that the guy's goal is the Emperor's formation pattern. This is the only thing that is worth Shen Linfang's efforts. Master, if this is the case, will Shen Linfang tell others about this? Yao Guang suddenly felt a little worried. If Shen Linfang exposed this matter, then they would probably have to face the 5 major holy places. No, Yan Tian sneered, that kid told others that you killed Shen Shao. Obviously, he doesn't want others to know that you have the Great Emperor's array mark. That old guy is afraid that someone will snatch it from him. Yan Tian had a very accurate grasp of Shen Linfang's mentality. Naturally, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. No one wants to have more competitors. Yao Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. He had not thought of this before. If this was the case, then Yi Yang might not have revealed that he possessed the Great Emperor's formation pattern. What Yao Guang didn't know was that Yi Yang was not interested in the Great Emperor's formation pattern at all. If Yi Yang wanted to expose this matter, he would have no psychological burden. Humph, since that guy wants to do something, let him do it. It doesn't matter if I hit 1 or 2. At this moment, Yan Tian was full of heroic spirit. With a corner of the Great Emperor's formation pattern, even if it is incomplete, he is enough to overpower Tian Lin and Shen Linfang. At this moment, he was not worried at all about the two of them joining forces. Moreover, he might be able to take this opportunity to suppress the two holy places. When Yao Guang saw Yantian getting angry, she finally felt relieved. As long as Yantian accepts this great emperor formation pattern, Yao Guang will have the confidence to completely bind Yantian. By then, this guy will attract hatred, and he will have enough time to improve himself. Don't those guys want the great emperor's formation? Then I'll let them see the power of the great emperor's formation. Yantian spoke softly, looking into the distance. What is master's plan? Seeing this, Yao Guang hurriedly asked. Yi Yang is targeting our holy land of the sun so much, we have to ask him for an explanation. Since that guy is looking for death, let's start with him. Yantian has made up his mind to take this opportunity to establish his authority. What's more, Yi Yang has been deliberately provoking conflicts between the major holy places and the Sun Holy Land these days, so Yantian must teach him a lesson. When Yao Guang heard that Yantian was going to cause trouble for Yi Yang, she instantly became interested. Originally he was still thinking about how to instigate Yantian to deal with Yi Yang, but this guy actually jumped out on his own initiative. Master, Yi Yang has been targeting our Sun Holy Land everywhere. We should teach him a lesson. Humph, he even forced me to kill your junior brother. If I don't take revenge on him, I won't be angry anymore. Yantian's eyes were fierce and his heart was filled with anger. Let's go to Taishu Holy Land. Yantian said this, and then took Yao Guang to the Taishu Holy Land. At the same time, inside the Taiching Holy Land, Yan Ruyu stared at the drop of golden blood in her hand and her face changed drastically. Is this the true dragon's essence? Yan Ruyu suddenly raised her head and stared at Yi Yang in disbelief. The true dragon's divine essence is condensed from the dragon's essence and blood. Its value is no less than that of a holy medicine. And this thing is a priceless treasure to Yan Ruyu. She already possessed the body of a dragon. These days, after being fed with the blood of a real dragon by Yi Yang, she has gradually evolved dragon scales. In time, she will be able to transform into the body of a real dragon. But if she took the true dragon's essence, she would probably be able to transform into a dragon body immediately. But these days, Yi Yang always treated her like a maid. Although Yan Ruyu could not resist, she still felt resistance in her heart. What's more, Yi Yang did such a thing to her some time ago, and she hated Yi Yang even more in her heart. But now, looking at the true dragon essence in her hand, Yan Ruyu's heart began to waver. Even though Yi Yang always treated her like a maid and never respected her personal wishes, he was indeed helping her evolve into a true dragon body. Now he has taken out such a precious treasure. Although Yan Ruyu hated Yi Yang, she was still somewhat touched at this moment. As a demon beast, her lifelong wish was to evolve into the body of a real dragon and become a real dragon. Now that Yi Yang helped her fulfill her long-cherished wish, her hostility towards Yi Yang turned into gratitude. Ding, Yan Ruyu is feeling inexplicably sentimental, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 283, The proud heroine lowers her head, here comes the master. Don't just stand there, if you dare to use it, I will protect you. Yi Yang glanced at Yan Ruyu. This woman was as arrogant as ever, but there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Thank you. Yan Ruyu spoke in a low voice, this voice was a thank you from the bottom of her heart. Don't be like this, I still like your unruly look. Yi Yang chuckled, and when Yan Ruyu heard this, she frowned slightly, as if she had returned to her usual arrogant self. She raised her head and swallowed the true dragon's essence. The next second, a true dragon energy burst out from his body and then spread throughout his body. At this moment, she felt as if all the bones in her body were broken and her meridians were split. Blood oozed from her skin, gradually staining her clothes red. Her body seemed to be crushed. The severe pain made her fall to the ground instantly. She curled up into a ball, and her body kept twitching. Yan Ruyu almost fainted, but she still gritted her teeth and held on. Scales emerged from beneath her skin. The broken bones in the body began to grow again, but the new bones emitted a golden light. The meridians throughout her body gradually evolved, and a pair of dragon horns slowly appeared on her forehead. Suddenly, she roared towards the sky and instantly flew into the air. Hold head high. A dragon roar shook the earth and heaven. At this moment, she completely evolved into the body of a true dragon. Golden dragon scales covered its entire body, and its huge body occupied the entire cave. At this moment, Yi Yang seemed extremely small in front of the giant dragon. A golden dragon head slowly lowered, and its murderous eyes stared at Yi Yang. Blow. The giant dragon exhaled a breath of foul air, and then transformed into a human form again. However, when she evolved into a dragon body, Yanruyu's clothes were torn apart. At this moment, she was naked, and her perfect curvature was clearly visible. Yanruyu was immediately ashamed and angry. She turned around and was about to go back, but was stopped by Yi Yang. Ding! Yanruyu unlocks a new pose, emotional value plus 1000. Ding! Yanruyu is abnormally sensitive, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang seemed to have discovered a new world. After this woman turned into a dragon, dragon horns grew on her head, which could be used to grab onto and increase attack speed. Moreover, the dragon horns seemed to have some special meaning to Yanruyu. At this moment, the emotional value continued to flow, and Yi Yang finally discovered the true use of this woman. Yanruyu possesses the body of a real dragon and her physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. After a whole night, she was still full of energy. Now, Yanruyu was completely conquered by Yi Yang from heart to body. She has evolved into the body of a true dragon, and now her cultivation has reached a further level, having broken through to the late stage of nirvana. With her true dragon body, at this moment, her physical strength is comparable to that of a saint. Below the saint, she is invincible. We've been out for so long, it's time to go back. Yi Yang stood up and spoke softly. Now that the two major holy places have taken action, it is time for him to add fuel to the fire. Yi Yang grabbed Yanruyu with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to the Taishu Holy Land. Seeing this scene, Yanruyu's heart was already calm. But as soon as he returned to Taishu Holy Land, Yi Yang was stunned. Outside the mountain gate, Chushi and Qingcheng were waiting respectfully, looking eagerly expectant. Huh, how did you know I was coming back today? And you came all the way here to greet me? Chushi and the other two were also stunned when they saw Yi Yang. Qingcheng paused for a moment and spoke softly. Master, my master is here, and we are here to welcome her. When Yi Yang heard this, he was immediately disappointed. Did he think that these two people came specially to greet him? But it's normal to think about it. After all, he didn't inform Qingcheng and the others, so they naturally didn't know that Yi Yang was coming back. Etc. Master, Zhang Hanyi is coming, Yi Yang exclaimed, looking surprised. Zhang Hanyi is Qingcheng and Chuxi's master, and also the third elder of Tai Holy Land. Yi Yang remembered that woman. Zhang Hanyi was born into the Zhang family, a noble family in the eastern wasteland, and is the saint of the Zhang family. However, she did not want to be trapped by the Zhang family, so she left the family and became a disciple of the Tai Holy Land. The ancient family has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. Its foundation far exceeds that of the 6 holy places and is comparable to the 5 major immortal gates. It is precisely because of his extraordinary status that he became the third elder of Tai Holy Land. Of course, Zhang Hanyi's own cultivation is not weak either, and he has already reached the Nirvana realm. Actually, she and Yi Yang are of the same generation. It's just that the woman's talent was too extraordinary, and with the cultivation of an ancient family, she broke through to Nirvana very early. However, in Yi Yang's impression, the woman seemed to have always been a little girl. Zhang Hanyi looks no more than 16 years old and has a relatively simple personality. If someone who is not familiar with her sees her, they will definitely think she is just a little girl. Yi Yang didn't have much contact with Zhang Hanyi, but he still had some impression of her. As they were talking, a figure slowly emerged. Great Elder Yi, long time no see. Yi Yang turned his head and saw a little girl of about 16 or 17 suddenly appear beside him. The little girl was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, with black hair like a waterfall. Although she didn't look very old, she was very graceful and was definitely a beauty. It's just that her figure is a little disappointing, but it's consistent with her appearance. Elder Zhang, nice to meet you. Yi Yang bowed and Zhang Hanyi waved his hand and chuckled. I'm sorry to bother you, Elder Yi. I hope you won't take it as an offense. No way, Elder Zhang, you're too polite. The two exchanged pleasantries, and suddenly, Yi Yang's expression paused. Name, Zhang Hanyi. Identity, the heroine of Mu Tianji. Cultivation, Mid-Nirvana. Kung Fu, Void Sutra. Origin, the youngest daughter of the ancient Zhang family, who possesses an immortal holy body and is extremely talented. She has been revered as a saint by the Zhang family since she was young. With the help of her disciple Chu Fan, she broke the curse of the holy body and later became Chu Fan's confidant. Another heroine. Yi Yang was shocked. He didn't expect that the saint girl of the Zhang family was also the heroine. At this moment, Yi Yang suddenly noticed that there was a handsome young man following Zhang Hanyi. Name: Chu Fan. Identity: the male protagonist of Mu Tianji. Cultivation: peak of the Yuantai realm. Exercise method: Daojing. Origin: the protagonist traveled from another world, and obtained the ancient holy body by taking a magical medicine, but was burdened with an ancient curse. Through a series of opportunities, he broke the curse and became an emperor. Who is this? Yi Yang glanced at Chu Fan and asked even though he knew the answer. This is my little disciple Chu Fan. I came here to broaden my horizons with him. Zhang Hanyi began to introduce. Chu Fan bowed and saluted. Disciple Chu Fan, greetings to the great elder. No need to be polite. Since Elder Zhang is here, let's go in and have a seat together. Yi Yang was about to take a few people in, but suddenly he felt a breath approaching. As he turned around, he heard a loud laugh in the distance. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, Elder Zhang is also here. Yi Yang, I wonder if I can come in and sit down too. Chapter 284, Defeat Nirvana with one move, the male owner is numb. Yi Yang turned around. Yantian appeared with a flash of light. Yantian was in high spirits at the moment, but his eyes were full of anger when he looked at Yi Yang. With all the new and old grudges added together, he was already furious. Moreover, this time Yi Yang also tried to sow discord between their Sun Holy Land and the two other Holy Lands. Yi Yang must have some ulterior motive in doing this. Now that Zhang Hanyi is here, Yantian wants to take this opportunity to make this matter clear. Although he didn't care much about making enemies with the Tai Holy Land, he certainly didn't want to be the scapegoat if it could be explained clearly. Oh, it turns out to be Master Yantian, what a rare guest. Since sect leader Yan is here, please come in and have a chat. When Yi Yang saw these two people, he guessed that Yaoguang must have told Yantian what had happened in the past few days. Although Yaoguang is not very smart, Yantian is different. This guy must have realized that Yi Yang was behind all this. However, the Holy Land of the Sun is now in a difficult situation. There is no need to elaborate on the feud between Taiching Holy Land and them. As for Tai Holy Land, that guy Shen Linfang will not let Yaoguang go. What he wanted was the Great Emperor's formation pattern. Humph, Yi Yang, stop pretending. You have been pretending to be me, hurting my aunt, and killing Shen Xiao these days. Do you think others don't know? Hearing this, Zhang Hanyi looked at Yaoguang with confusion. Oh, Yaoguang, you have done so many evil things and caused so much trouble in the Holy Land of Taiching. Now you want to put all these things on me. When Yaoguang heard this, her blood immediately surged. Why did he cause such a commotion in the Holy Land of Taiching? Wasn't it because of what happened to Yi Yang and Yunji? When she thought of this, Yaoguang couldn't contain the anger in her eyes. Yi Yang, do you dare to do it but not take responsibility for it? Yi Yang glanced at Yaoguang unhappily and sneered, I haven't done it, so why should I take the responsibility? But you framed me in public, what's your intention? After Yi Yang finished speaking, he turned and looked at Yan Tian. Master Yan, you allow your disciple to speak so arrogantly. Are you taking advantage of the fact that there is no one in the Grand Void Holy Land? Yan Tian looked at Yi Yang silently but did not speak. From the moment he saw Yi Yang, a strange feeling arose in his heart. In his eyes, Yi Yang at this moment had already returned to his original nature, and seemed to exude a unique temperament. This made him feel a little uneasy. Yan Tian had already reached the peak of nirvana and touched the realm of saint. His perception was sharper than that of others. Yi Yang gave people a very unusual feeling at this moment, as if he had transcended the ordinary and become a saint. Yan Tian frowned, feeling a little bit unbelieving. Yi Yang just broke through the nirvana realm a few months ago, and everyone in Kanglan territory knows about it. It is impossible for this guy to become a saint in just a few months. But he was still a little unsure. After all, Yi Yang at the moment did make him feel a little dangerous. Humph, Yi Yang, you don't have to use your power to overwhelm me. My master has already achieved semi-sainthood, and he is more than capable of dealing with you. Yaoguang already hated Yi Yang to the core, and now he had even handed over all the emperor's formation patterns. Naturally, he hoped that Yantian could use this opportunity to kill Yi Yang. Even if we can't kill this guy, it's enough to seriously injure him. Master, you have that thing in your hand, and I have the advantage. Why bother to reason with him? This boy is insidious and vicious, and he framed my son Holy Land. Today is a good opportunity to test my methods on him, and also to show the power of our master. Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yao Guang's confident face. He probably had guessed what Yao Guang was talking about. The only killing weapon this kid can use is the Great Emperor's formation pattern. But Yi Yang didn't expect that this kid would be willing to take out the Emperor's formation pattern. From this point of view, this boy Yao Guang does have some brains. It would be best for him to take out the Great Emperor's formation pattern and give it to Yan Tian now. Firstly, he can use the summer heat to protect himself. Secondly, the Emperor's formation pattern is in Yan Tian's hands, which can also divert the attention of Tai Holy Land. This is also Yao Guang's best choice at the moment. However, it is a bit too arrogant to think that you can deal with me by relying on the Great Emperor's formation pattern. Unless Yan Tian breaks through to the saint level, this guy will never be able to unleash the true power of the Great Emperor's formation. Yan Tian was also struggling at the moment. With the help of the Great Emperor's formation pattern, he was indeed confident that he could fight against the saint. But after all, he had never really fought with a saint, so he could not understand the power of a saint. And if Yi Yang now really becomes a saint, once the battle starts, it is still unknown who will win or lose. Seeing Yan Tian hesitating, Yi Yang became a little impatient. You are such a scoundrel, you are so arrogant and rebellious, and you still dare to speak so shamelessly. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Yi Yang shouted angrily, his voice was like thunder, suddenly exploding. Yan Tian was shocked. He suddenly raised his hand, and at that moment, he was almost certain that Yi Yang had become a saint. He quickly stepped in front of Yao Guang, but the terrifying pressure still injured Yao Guang instantly, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. Yan Tian was shocked and wanted to leave immediately. But at this moment, a bright red figure suddenly appeared. A fist gradually grew bigger in front of Yan Tian. Seeing this, Yan Tian immediately raised his hand to block. Boom! Yan Ruyu threw a punch and actually smashed Yan Tian's arm into pieces. White bones mixed with blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Yan Tian was pushed back dozens of miles. He grabbed Yao Guang with one hand and turned around and left without any hesitation. Even though they had only exchanged one move just now, he had already sensed the huge gap between himself and his opponent. The other party must be a saint, as he can use his physical body to directly smash his arm. Yan Tian didn't know when such a master appeared beside Yi Yang, but at this moment he just wanted to escape. But at this moment, Yan Ruyu appeared again and threw a punch. Yan Tian's face changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't care about anything else, raised his hand and waved it, and an incomplete array pattern suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment the Emperor's formation pattern appeared, Yan Ruyu's fist also fell down with a bang. This punch was simple and plain, with only pure power. Boom! The wind from the fist directly smashed the Emperor's formation pattern to the point of collapse. Yan Tian's heart was shocked and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Saint! This is definitely a saint. Yan Tian's face was filled with fear. He dared not stay any longer. He held on with his last breath, grabbed Yao Guang. The golden light instantly enveloped the two of them, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yan Ruyu was slightly stunned, then raised her hand and grabbed at the void. Hundreds of miles away, a miserable howl was heard. In the void, a golden dragon claw flashed by. Hiss, what a pity, this guy still escaped. Yan Ruyu frowned. After all, she was not a saint yet. Relying on her physical strength, she could indeed suppress Yan Tian, but in terms of speed, she could not catch up with Yan Tian. Haoyang Shenhui is known for his speed, and that's not just exaggeration. Below the saint, I'm afraid no one can catch up with him. Chapter 285, The Hidden Dragon Appears, the male protagonist regrets. He ran away. Yan Ruyu returned to Yi Yang and spoke coldly. It's okay, he's just a clown, don't pay any attention to him. Yi Yang waved his hand. He didn't even need to take action to deal with Yan Tian. With Yan Ruyu's current cultivation level, she is able to deal with Yan Tian. Zhang Hanyi, who was standing by, was completely stunned at this moment. She looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of her with shock on her face. She is. Zhang Hanyi spoke softly. The incident just happened suddenly, so Yan Tian naturally didn't react and mistook Yan Ruyu for a saint. But Zhang Hanyi, who was watching from the side, saw clearly that Yan Ruyu had not become a saint. In terms of cultivation, Yan Ruyu might be a step above her, but she definitely could not reach the level of a saint. This woman just defeated Yan Tian head-on with her sheer physical strength. With the cultivation level of nirvana, he defeated Yan Tian with his physical strength. There is probably no one else with such strength in the entire Kanglan domain. At least among the people Zhang Hanyi knew, except for the saints, in terms of physical strength, Yan Ruyu in front of him was definitely ranked first. This is my friend, Yan Ruyu. Yi Yang started to introduce them. When she heard the word, friend, Yan Ruyu glanced at Yi Yang silently, and her icy expression softened a little. Yan Ruyu, Zhang Hanyi lowered his head and thought. There seemed to be no such person in Kanglan domain. She looked at Yan Ruyu deeply. This woman's physical strength was probably comparable to that of a saint. No wonder she could shatter Yan Tian's arm with one punch. Even she didn't want to mess with this kind of person. Yi Yang changed the subject and led a few people into the Taishu Holy Land. At the same time, Yan Tian, who had been fleeing all the way, finally couldn't hold on and fell heavily from the sky. Fortunately, Yao Guang was quick to act and supported Yan Tian. He hurriedly brought Yan Tian down. Yan Tian was covered with bruises at this moment. The punch just now not only shattered his arm, but also cracked his skin all over. If he had not reached the peak of nirvana, his body would have already become extraordinary and that punch would have taken his life. But at this moment, the situation is not optimistic. Ahem. Yan Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, took out a bottle of pills from his arms and swallowed them. Master. Yao Guang was shocked when she saw Yan Tian's miserable appearance at this moment. He was well aware of Yan Ruyu's strength. That woman had just broken through to the nirvana realm not long ago. Although Yan Ruyu had the body of a dragon and a strong physique. But it's not possible to beat Yan Tian into this state with just one punch. Yan Tian is at the peak of nirvana realm and a semi-saint. I never thought that there would be such a person around that guy. Yan Tian took the pill and his injuries stopped. Master, is that woman really so powerful? Yao Guang still couldn't believe it. After all, he knew Yan Ruyu quite well. She has become holy in the flesh. I am no match for her. How could this be? She just achieved nirvana a few months ago. Yao Guang exclaimed, and Yan Tian was stunned when he heard this. Do you know that woman? Yao Guang nodded, and then told Yan Tian everything about Yan Ruyu. That woman has the body of a dragon. After hearing this, Yan Tian was shocked. Although the Jiaolong is not a real dragon, it also has dragon veins. If it gets the opportunity, it may be able to transform into a dragon. Everyone knows how powerful the dragon clan is. No wonder her body is so strong. Yan Tian took a deep breath. The bodies of monsters are already strong, let alone dragons. But this doesn't make sense. She just achieved nirvana not long ago. How could she be a match for you, master? Yao Guang's face was full of confusion. Yan Tian lowered his head and thought. This really didn't make sense. Even if the opponent is really a dragon, a small dragon in the early stage of nirvana will never be able to seriously injure itself with its physical body. Suddenly, Yan Tian looked up abruptly. Could it be that she has already shaped the body of a real dragon? Hearing this, Yao Guang was instantly shocked. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Originally, Yan Ruyu wanted to rely on his imperial blood to refine the body of a real dragon, but later Yan Ruyu betrayed him. What made Yan Ruyu willing to give up the emperor's blood and betray him? Unless Yi Yang gave her a reason that she couldn't refuse. For Yan Ruyu, the most important thing is to evolve into a real dragon body. Could it be that Yi Yang really did it? Only if that woman achieves the body of a true dragon can she seriously injure Yan Tian with her cultivation level of nirvana. It all seemed to make sense. She really turned into a dragon. Yao Guang was shocked. A real dragon could fight against a saint with just his physical body. That would be a great help. Originally, all of this should have belonged to Yao Guang, but now, it all became Yi Yang's. Yao Guang was immediately filled with rage. Ding! Yao Guang is furious, emotional value plus 1000. It can only be like this. Yan Tian forced himself to stand up. If Yan Ruyu is really as Yao Guang said, then this is the only possibility. That guy has a real dragon beside him. Even if this woman is not a saint yet, she has strength that is not inferior to that of a saint. Yan Tian frowned slightly. How could he not be jealous when such a great figure fell into Yi Yang's hands? The 6 holy places have always lived in peace because they maintained a balance among themselves. The appearance of Yan Ruyu is bound to break this balance. Hey, Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. If other sects learn of this, they will surely attack the Taishu Holy Land. How can that guy withstand the siege of the 5 major holy lands with only Yan Ruyu? Yantian sneered, already having a plan in mind. When Yao Guang heard this, she immediately became interested. Master, do you mean to leak this matter? No, Yantian waved his hand to stop Yao Guang. Didn't you say you were familiar with Yan Ruyu? Now I'm seriously injured, so I shouldn't be exposed for the time being. It will take some time to recover. Think of a way to try to persuade Yan Ruyu to join our Sun Holy Land. If she really doesn't want to, wait until I recover from my injuries and then unite the 5 major sects to attack the Taishu Holy Land together. Yan Tian opened his mouth and gave orders. In his current condition, if the matter was exposed, he would probably be the first to suffer. What's more, he also possessed the Great Emperor's array pattern, and Shen Linfang knew about this. That guy is probably still eyeing their holy land of the sun. At this critical juncture, he didn't dare let others know that he was injured. Only when his injuries are healed and he has the strength to protect himself can he come forward to make this happen. Yao Guang's face turned pale when she heard this. Doesn't he also want to win over Yan Ruyu? That is a real dragon. Now that he heard Yantian mention this matter, he couldn't help but start to think about it. He had come into contact with Yan Ruyu several times before, and although that woman attacked him, he could feel that Yan Ruyu was not sincerely helping Yi Yang. He knew that Yan Ruyu was definitely forced by Yi Yang. If he found an opportunity to rescue her, he might be able to completely conquer that woman. Chapter 286. The disciple is making rapid progress, and the master also wants to improve. Yao Guang took Yantian back to the Holy Land of the Sun. The most urgent task is to let Yantian recover from his injuries. Otherwise, with Yantian's current condition, once the 2 holy places get wind of the news, they will definitely take action against the Sun Holy Land. Just as Master Yao Guang and his disciples were fleeing in a panic. On Ziyang Peak, there is harmony. Ever since Zhang Hanyi came to Ziyang Peak, the originally quiet courtyard suddenly became lively. At first, everyone thought that Zhang Hanyi was a powerful person in the Nirvana realm and the master of Qingcheng and the others, so they were very respectful to him. But after a few days of contact, everyone gradually discovered that Zhang Hanyi, who looked like a girl, also had the mentality of a girl. She is humble and has no scheming, and gets along with Yunshu and the others like sisters. Qingcheng and the other girl were already accustomed to their master's personality. They treated him as both teacher and friend and were very close to him. After a few days, Yunshu and others also became familiar with Zhang Hanyi. Now, everyone seems to treat her as a peer. This made Zhang Hanyi quite happy. She originally had a special identity, and she had few friends either in the Zhang family or in the Tai Holy Land. Except for a few disciples, everyone else was respectful to her. But this also made her feel lonely since childhood, and her current personality is also due to the environment she grew up in. Now here, these girls finally let go of their reservedness and had a great time chatting with her, which made Zhang Hanyi feel particularly comfortable. Is this a saint-level magical power? In the yard, Zhang Hanyi watched his 2 disciples perform the 10,000 swords technique and immediately understood the trick. She herself is also a sword cultivator, which is why she trained these 2 sword cultivator disciples. As for the magical powers of swordsmanship, she naturally saw it clearly. Although Qingcheng and the other person were unable to unleash the full power of the 10,000 swords technique with their cultivation level, Zhang Hanyi could still see the origin of the 10,000 swords technique at a glance. Chu Shi nodded, glanced at Qingcheng silently, and spoke. This sword technique was taught to us by the Great Elder. Yi Yang. He taught you to practice saint-level magical powers. Zhang Hanyi felt that he had misheard. This is a saint-level magical power. Even in the ancient families, not everyone can practice this kind of magical power. As the saintess of the Zhang family, Zhang Hanyi is qualified to practice saint-level magical powers, but she has only learned one saint-level magical power so far. It can be seen how precious this level of magical power is. Qingcheng could understand Yi Yang teaching her, but Chu Shi and Yi Yang had no relationship, and it was a little abnormal that the other party was willing to teach Chu Shi such magical powers. Chu Shi knew what her master was suspecting, but she was naturally too embarrassed to say those things out loud, so she could only drag Qingcheng as a shield. The Great Elder was teaching Qingcheng how to practice, and I happened to be next to him, so the Great Elder asked me to practice with him. After saying that, Chu Shi looked at Qingcheng silently. Qingcheng naturally understood the relationship between her senior sister and her master, but for now she could only cover for Chu Shi. Well, master said that senior sister is extremely talented, so he came out to give her some pointers. Master, you won't mind, right? Why would I mind? Zhang Hanyi shook his head and smiled. You are lucky to have this opportunity. I am so happy. Zhang Hanyi's words were indeed true. She really wanted to teach her disciples well and she did not hide anything from them. Now that she saw that they were able to acquire such magical powers, she naturally felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Perform the sword technique again, let me see. Zhang Hanyi gave an order, and Chu Shi and the other two immediately continued to dance with their swords. As a sword cultivator, he is naturally curious about various sword techniques. This is the nature of sword cultivators, and even Zhang Hanyi is no exception. What's more, this is a saint-level magical power, and the sword-wielding principles contained therein are profound and extensive. It is natural that Qingcheng and the other two cannot see through these principles with their level. But Zhang Hanyi could see it clearly. When one's cultivation reaches her level, all that matters is the state of mind. She now wants to seek a breakthrough, focusing on enlightenment rather than cultivation. The 10,000 Swords art in front of her was a saint-level magical power that contained the ultimate truth of swordsmanship. Even if she only read it once, she felt that she had gained a lot. It's a pity that Qingcheng and the other person were never able to bring out the true power of the 10,000 Swords technique. She could only get a glimpse of the truth from those simple sword techniques. Saint-level magical power is indeed powerful. After Chu Shi and the other two had performed their skills, Zhang Hanyi couldn't help but sigh softly. Master, our cultivation is shallow and we have never been able to fully comprehend the profound meaning of this. If you are interested in this magical power, you may wish to discuss it with my master. Perhaps you will be able to gain some insights from it. Qingcheng was very clear that Zhang Hanyi was obviously interested in the 10,000 Swords art. As a sword cultivator, she understood this feeling too well. At the beginning, she was also attracted by the sword techniques and couldn't extricate herself. And she had only scratched the surface. With Zhang Hanyi's level of cultivation, he could see the sword art in it. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyi waved his hand. This kind of magical power must be the foundation of Elder Yi's survival. How can I spy on it? It's better not to embarrass others. Zhang Hanyi waved his hand. For those who practice Taoism, they are often unwilling to reveal their cards. What's more, this is a saint-level magical power. Yi Yang was able to teach Qingcheng and the others probably because he expected that these two people would not be able to figure out the mystery behind it. But if it were me, it would be different. With her level of cultivation, if she could obtain the 10,000 Swords technique, it would be entirely possible for her to practice it successfully. By then, Yi Yang would not feel at ease even if his secret weapon fell into his hands. Zhang Hanyi didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Yang, so she simply didn't mention the matter. However, in her heart, she was still thinking about the sword techniques that Chu Shi and the other person had just practiced, trying to comprehend some truth from them. Chu Shi and the other person looked at Zhang Hanyi, who was lost in thought and did not disturb him. They all knew that Zhang Hanyi would definitely not be able to let go of this kind of sword technique. However, they also understood the importance of this sword technique to Yi Yang, and Zhang Hanyi's consideration was correct. They didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Yang, so they simply turned around and left the yard, not bothering Zhang Hanyi anymore. Late at night, Chu Shi was sitting in the room in a daze. Tonight, Zhang Hanyi rarely came out to eat together. Chu Shi understood that his master might have become obsessed with the 10,000 Swords technique and could not extricate himself. Chu Shi really wanted to find Yi Yang and ask if he could teach the 10,000 Swords technique to his master. But she didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Yang. On one side is her master, and on the other side is her man. She really doesn't know how to choose. She thinks too much and can't fall asleep. Just at this moment, the door was opened. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Yi Yang walked in and closed the door. When Chu Shi saw Yi Yang, his body subconsciously shook. Chapter 287, Disciples' Filial Piety Deteriorates. These days, Cheng Suling moved to Lingyao Mountain. Yi Yang lived directly at her place a few days ago. During that time, Chu Shi also understood Cheng Suling's difficulties. But right now, she was a little scared. After all, her master is here. If her master finds out about her relationship with Yi Yang, how will she face others? Great Elder, why are you here? Chu Shi said this while looking out the window. I saw the candle was still on in your room, so I came to take a look. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Yi Yang walked forward, and Chu Shi instinctively wanted to dodge, but ultimately failed to escape Yi Yang's clutches. She let out a moan and subconsciously looked outside. Don't look, no one will come. Yi Yang spoke softly to comfort her. He had made sufficient preparations for today. He was not shy about harvesting the emotions of several of his disciples on a daily basis. However, today he set up restrictions outside. The relationship between him and Chu Shi cannot be made known to Zhang Hanyi for now. After all, he hasn't won that girl over yet. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Chu Shi breathed a sigh of relief, but then her heart suddenly began to lift. But when she thought that it had come to this, she completely let down her guard. Great Elder, my master saw the 10,000 swords technique you taught me. Chu Shi was silent for a long time, and finally decided to speak to test the waters. If Yi Yang doesn't care about this, then she might be able to persuade Yi Yang to show Zhang Hanyi the 10,000 swords technique. Oh, how is it? Is Elder Zhang satisfied with the results of my teaching? Yi Yang naturally understood the meaning of Chu Zai's words. Zhang Hanyi is also a sword cultivator, so what other reaction could he have when seeing the saint-level sword technique? You must be obsessed with it and forget about eating and sleeping. This is a common problem among sword practitioners. As the #1 swordsman in Kenglin domain, no one knows swordsmanship better than Yi Yang. Chu Shi took the initiative to bring up this matter, and the girl's little thoughts became clear. But Yi Yang didn't want to respond. It's not that he didn't want to teach, but there has to be some benefits, right? The Great Elder is an expert in swordsmanship. If you teach me personally, Master will naturally be satisfied. Chu Shi felt a little disappointed when she saw Yi Yang didn't respond. But she didn't speak directly, as that would seem to be forcing Yi Yang. She didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Yang. That's good. I was worried that Elder Zhang would say I was misleading the students. Yi Yang looked at the hesitant Chu Shi and couldn't help feeling a little amused. This girl is kind-hearted. She obviously cares about her master, but she doesn't want to make things difficult for herself. This is rare. How could that be? Master even said he wanted to thank the Great Elder for his guidance. Chu Shi took a deep breath and gave up completely in his heart. Since Yi Yang didn't agree, she planned not to bring up the matter again. Seeing this, Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head. Elder Zhang didn't come out for dinner tonight. Could it be that he was hiding away to comprehend the sword techniques? Hearing this, Chu Zai's heart moved and he nodded silently. She didn't know what Yi Yang was thinking, so she could only remain silent. After all, you have not yet comprehended the essence of the 10,000 swords technique. If Elder Zhang is willing, I would be happy to sit down and discuss swords with her. As soon as Yi Yang said this, Chu Shi instantly raised his head and asked excitedly, really? The Great Elder is really willing to teach my master the 10,000 swords technique. What do you mean by teaching? Your master and I are of the same generation, and we are just exchanging ideas and discussing swordsmanship. Yi Yang scratched Chu Zai's little nose and chuckled. When Chu Shi heard this, he realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered his head. I'll go tell master right now. Chu Shi hurriedly stood up, but was stopped by Yi Yang. Wait, you also know that the 10,000 swords technique is a holy level magical power, extremely precious. It's so easy to take it out, I feel a little reluctant to let it go. What does the Great Elder need? Chu Shi heard the words and hurriedly asked. Yi Yang looked Chu Shi up and down and said, it depends on your performance. After hearing this, how could Chu Shi not understand what Yi Yang meant? Her face instantly turned red with shame and she lowered her head, but she felt grateful in her heart. She knew that this was just an excuse made by Yi Yang to agree to her request. Thank you, Great Elder. Ding, Chu Shi is feeling inexplicably sentimental, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Chu Shi unlocks a new pose, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Chu Shi is very shy, emotional value plus 1000. Big sister, it's late at night, why are you guarding the door here? Outside the courtyard, Yunshu appeared curiously. Seeing Qingcheng with a livid face at the gate of the courtyard, she was startled for a moment, but quickly pretended to be calm and made a joke. Qingcheng looked at the unreliable junior sister in front of her, and thought about the even more unreliable master in the yard. She suddenly felt very tired. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Ching-chung glanced at Yunshu unhappily. Nothing, the moon is bright and round, I am just admiring it. Yunshu tried to laugh it off but was actually very panicked inside. She just couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so she came over to watch the fun. Who would have thought that Ching-chung would be here helping Yi-yang to watch the door? This matter is somewhat weird. Appreciating the moon, Ching-chung looked up at the cloudy sky. Do you think I'm stupid? Seeing this, Yunshu was so frightened that she broke out in a sweat. She was already very afraid of Ching-chung, and if Ching-chung discovered her little trick, she might be punished again. Yunshu's brain was working rapidly, and suddenly, she noticed that Ching-chung's face seemed to have a blush. No, what is this woman doing here in the middle of the night? Could it be that she is the same as me? Thinking of this, Yunshu suddenly became energetic. Big sister, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Are you here to see master too? When Ching-chung heard this, she immediately yelled angrily. What nonsense. I'm just worried about them. They. Hee, senior sister, you really know everything. Yunshu heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and walked forward with a smile. Big sister, I never thought that a fairy like you, who looks so cold, would actually be thinking about love. Clang, Yunshu had just finished speaking when a long sword was already placed on her neck. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will cut off your tongue. Ching-chung blushed. Of course, she had no other thoughts. She was just worried that her master would find out about Yi-yang and Chu-shi, so she came here to keep an eye on them. But she also understood what Yunshu meant. This girl actually came here to see her master. No shame at all. But Ching-chung didn't know what to say. After all, she had seen all of this before. Big sister, don't be angry. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone about this. I promise. Yunshu raised 3 fingers and swore, but there was a hint of threat in her eyes. Ching-chung stared at Yunshu with anger on her face. This girl was obviously trying to threaten her with this matter, but she couldn't explain it. How did you become like this? Big sister, put away the sword. You don't want others to know that you peeped at master, right? Ding, Ching-chung is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 288 Fishing Master, Controlling the Heroine. Ching-chung blushed, she just saw these things by accident. But how could she have the nerve to say such a thing? Looking at Yunshu who had misunderstood her, Ching-chung could only turn around and leave. Yunshu chuckled. She couldn't believe that Ching-chung would do such a thing. However, now she had caught Ching-chung's handle. Next time when facing this senior sister, she finally didn't have to be so cautious. Yunshu silently glanced at the yard and quietly moved closer. But just as he got closer, a restriction quietly appeared in front of him. Yunshu was immediately shocked. Why is there a ban in this place? Did master find out that I was peeking? Thinking of this, Yunshu blushed immediately and quickly turned around and left. Ding, Yunshu is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. The next morning, Zhang Hanyi sat alone in the yard, staring silently at a branch in front of him. She put her fingers together like a sword and gestured slightly, her mind constantly recalling the sword techniques that Ching-chung and the other person had performed yesterday. Elder Zhang, how was your rest last night? Yi Yang's voice suddenly came, and Zhang Hanyi stood up after hearing it. This place has beautiful scenery. It's a good place for spiritual practice. It's much better than my cave. Zhang Hanyi looked at Yi Yang silently, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be a faint sword intent from the other party. Zhang Hanyi's expression paused, his sharpness was restrained, as if he was acting real or fake. As a sword practitioner, being able to reach this level can be considered the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Although Yi Yang is known as the best swordsman in Kanglan domain, Zhang Hanyi did not expect that the other party's sword skills are so profound. Yi Yang's action was naturally intentional. Although Chu-shi asked him to come forward and give Zhang Hanyi some advice yesterday, the two of them were of the same generation. If he rashly made such a request, not only him, but also Zhang Hanyi would find it abrupt. This kind of thing can only be done step by step. Of course, Yi Yang also has his own little thoughts. Zhang Hanyi is the heroine after all. Even if Chu-shi doesn't ask for help, he will win this woman. For Yi Yang, these are all good materials for harvesting emotional points and must not be missed. But Zhang Hanyi is different from Chu-shi. This woman has a high level of cultivation and ordinary means cannot attract her. Therefore, Yi Yang can only show his realm to arouse her interest. Sure enough, after seeing this scene, Zhang Hanyi's expression suddenly became solemn. I've heard that Elder Yi is a master of swordsmanship, but I never thought that he has already entered the realm of swordsmanship. I really admire him. Sword practitioners use swords to enter the Tao, which makes them different from others. People who practice swordsmanship also have different levels of attainment. When one first enters the way of the sword, one holds a sword in one's hand and drives the sword oneself, which is the realm of man's sword. Going a step further, there is no sword in your hand, and everything in the world can be a sword. This is the realm of heavenly sword. But people like Yi Yang have restrained sword intent, seeming real and unreal. Wherever his mind goes, his sword intent goes, which is the realm of heart sword. To reach this realm is to attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even though Zhang Hanyi has extraordinary knowledge and knows countless people, Yi Yang's skills in swordsmanship are enough to rank among the top 10. Elder Zhang, you are too kind. I was just lucky. Yi Yang chuckled and sat down slowly. I wonder why the great elder wants to see me. Zhang Hanyi felt somewhat confused when she saw Yi Yang sitting down directly. Nothing much, I just heard that Elder Zhang was practicing swordsmanship, so I wanted to exchange some ideas with him. When Zhang Hanyi heard this, he was stunned. Although she had thought about practicing swordsmanship with Yi Yang, she was a guest after all, so this would be a bit abrupt. Now that Yi Yang actually took the initiative to propose it, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. It's rare that the great elder has this much free time. I'm happy to accompany you. Zhang Hanyi agreed immediately. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang chuckled, then raised his hand to pick up the branch on the ground and made a stroke. The sword energy splashed, leaving a sword mark on the ground. Zhang Hanyi was shocked when he saw this. Although the sword was plain and simple, it seemed to contain countless truths. If it were someone else, they might not be able to see through the sword intent in it, but Zhang Hanyi was a sword cultivator after all. With just one glance, she could tell that this sword was not left there casually by Yi Yang. She frowned and stared silently at the sword marks on the ground. Suddenly, her face changed and she felt happy. Although Yi Yang only threw out one sword just now, in fact, in just a short moment, he had brewed hundreds of swords and gathered them together. This sword seems to have similarities with the 10,000 swords technique. Zhang Hanyi turned her head to look at Yi Yang, with a hint of confusion on her face. She always felt as if Yi Yang was deliberately guiding her in practicing the 10,000 swords technique. Seeing the faint smile on Yi Yang's face, Zhang Hanyi confirmed his guess. Yi Yang was indeed deliberately guiding her to practice the 10,000 swords technique, so he took the initiative to demonstrate this sword. And this sword is the core of the 10,000 swords technique. Zhang Hanyi nodded slightly in greeting, then his eyes fell on the sword mark and examined it carefully. Yi Yang did not continue to disturb her, but turned around and walked out silently. You can't be impatient when dealing with someone at Zhang Hanyi's level. At this moment, Zhang Hanyi was obviously attracted by the swordsmanship, so he didn't need to be anxious. In the yard, Zhang Hanyi stared at the sword marks on the ground with a frown. Although this sword solved the doubts in her heart, it also made her more confused. She just sat there from day till night. I can never resolve the confusion in my heart. She silently picked up the branches on the ground, recalling the sword that Yi Yang had swung at that time, and gestured casually. But after trying hundreds of times, I still couldn't get it right. Is there any other trick? Zhang Hanyi murmured softly and looked up at the sky. It was already late at night. She wanted to go back and rest, but the sword was still on her mind. After a long silence, she was about to turn around and continue to comprehend, but suddenly she saw a flash of white light on the roof in the distance. Zhang Hanyi was startled and flew away. When I got closer, I found that Yi Yang was sitting on the roof, looking at the sword under the moon. The great elder is in such a good mood. It's so late and he hasn't slept yet. Isn't Elder Zhang asleep too? Yi Yang sighed lightly and put away his sword. Seeing this, Zhang Hanyi flew forward, staring at the sword in Yi Yang's hand, and gradually became distracted. Watching the sword under the moon, the great elder is indeed a sword lover. As sword practitioners, we should act like this. Yi Yang handed the sword in his hand to Zhang Hanyi. Seeing this, Zhang Hanyi took the sword and looked at it silently. Suddenly, she realized that the long sword in her hand was flashing a cold light under the moonlight, and the light was illusory and unreal, as if it existed and not. It seems like a phantom, yet so real. Zhang Hanyi's mind moved, and he held the sword in front of him. The light and shadow changed, and the sword shadow was hazy. At this moment, she seemed to understand. Hide the sword in your body, hold it back and don't use it, alternate between real and fake, like the real and the fake. Yi Yang recited softly, and Zhang Hanyi couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yi Yang when she heard it. This is the formula of the 10,000 swords art. 10,000 swords are fired at the same time, the real and the fake intersect, there is real in the fake and fake in the real. Chapter 289, Moonlight Invitation, Further Progress. Zhang Hanyi's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Is Yi Yang actually willing to teach himself the 10,000 swords technique? This is a saint-level sword technique. If it were shown to the outside world, even the 5 major immortal sects would be tempted. How could Yi Yang teach himself his secret formula so easily? Zhang Hanyi couldn't believe her ears, but she quickly memorized the formula. At this moment, her heart was full of curiosity about Yi Yang. Why would the other party take the initiative to teach me this sword technique? Is it because I am Qingcheng's master? Zhang Hanyi couldn't understand it, but she felt a little grateful to Yi Yang. Ding, Zhang Hanyi is grateful, emotional value plus 400. After all, this is a holy level sword technique, which is extraordinary. Zhang Hanyi believed that if he obtained this kind of sword technique, he would probably not use it easily. Qingcheng has been taken care of by Elder Zhang over the years. I am very grateful. This gift is just a small token of my appreciation. Yi Yang knew that his actions would inevitably arouse Zhang Hanyi's suspicion. After all, the two had only known each other for a short time, and the saint-level sword technique was of extraordinary value. Without a suitable reason, the other party may even resist. However, he didn't dare to say that Chu Shi asked him for help. That would probably make it even harder to explain, so he could only use Qingcheng to bring the two closer together. After hearing this, Zhang Hanyi's doubts were resolved. Although Qingcheng had never mentioned Yi Yang, Zhang Hanyi knew from the beginning that Qingcheng was Yi Yang's apprentice. When Qingcheng first became her disciple, she felt a little strange. After all, when it comes to swordsmanship, Yi Yang is number 1 in the entire Kanglan domain. Qingcheng has such a master, so why should she practice with her? But as he got more contact with Qingcheng, Zhang Hanyi gradually discovered that Qingcheng seemed to have been hiding her relationship with Yi Yang. At first, Zhang Hanyi also suspected that Qingcheng had ulterior motives. But after much probing, she realized that Qingcheng seemed to have a bad relationship with Yi Yang. This also explains why Qingcheng gave up a master like Yi Yang and instead became her disciple. But now judging from Yi Yang's actions, Yi Yang obviously still cares about Qingcheng. For Qingcheng, he even used the saint-level sword technique. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Zhang Hanyi was thinking in her heart. During these 2 days here, she also discovered that there seemed to be some kind of gap between Qingcheng and Yi Yang. She even rarely saw Qingcheng take the initiative to talk to Yi Yang. Zhang Hanyi also ran away from home. Looking at Yi Yang in front of her, she suddenly thought of her parents. It seemed that Qingcheng and I were in the same situation. Perhaps my parents are behind me, just like Yi Yang, but I just don't know it. Zhang Hanyi silently tightened the sword in his hand and suddenly felt homesick. After a long silence, Zhang Hanyi continued to speak. You're welcome, great elder. Qingcheng is also my disciple, so it's my duty to take care of her. At this moment, Zhang Hanyi's tone obviously softened a lot. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Perhaps in Yi Yang's eyes, he has already regarded Qingcheng as his own daughter. All parents in the world are so loving. Yi Yang has done his best for Qingcheng. Thinking of his current situation, Zhang Hanyi couldn't help but feel some empathy. No matter what, Elder Zhang is also Qingcheng's master. You and I are of the same generation. I dare to call you Miss Zhang. In the future, you and I will be friends. Miss Zhang, please don't be restrained here. If you need my help, just ask. Zhang Hanyi nodded slightly, and the two of them knew their identities. There are many things that are always difficult to say, but if you talk to friends, there will be no more concerns. Zhang Hanyi looked down at the sword in his hand, and then finally spoke. Master Yi, I still can't quite comprehend the sword you used during the day. Is there any mystery in it? Yi Yang was delighted to see that the other party had finally let down his guard. That sword was just a buildup of power. As Yi Yang spoke, he took the sword from Zhang Hanyi and then swung it into the air. A stream of sword energy gathered, but paused at the tip of the sword, gathering but not releasing. This scene really shocked Zhang Hanyi. Being able to control sword energy to such a level, it can be seen that Yi Yang's sword skills have indeed reached the pinnacle. It can be said to be whatever you want. Miss Zhang, why not feel it for yourself? As Yi Yang spoke, he grabbed Zhang Hanyi's hand and held the sword. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hanyi was shocked, but soon she let down her guard. She didn't think much about it, but just tried hard to feel the sword energy flowing in her hands. She slowly closed her eyes, as if entering a state of meditation. Yi Yang held her hand and gently swung the sword. Every move was elegant and sharp. After a moment, Zhang Hanyi opened his eyes and seemed to realize something. She felt the warmth on the back of her hand, even though she wasn't particular about details. But this was her first time in life to come into contact with a man, so she couldn't help feeling a little shy. She quickly let go of his hand, her little face flushed with shame. Thank you for your guidance, Master Yi. Zhang Hanyi lowered his head and spoke softly. Ding. Zhang Hanyi is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 500. You're welcome. I still need to comprehend the meaning of the swordsmanship. There's no rush. If Miss Zhang still has any questions, you can always come to me. Zhang Hanyi nodded and felt her cheeks getting hot. Well, it's late at night, I won't disturb Mr. Yi's rest, I'm going back first. Zhang Hanyi said this and flew away. Looking at Zhang Hanyi's nervous expression, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh. This girl looks easier to deal with than Chu Shi. Although Zhang Hanyi has practiced for many years, his character seems to be inferior to Chu's eyes. This may also be related to her special physique. The immortal body. Yi Yang murmured in a low voice, this seemed to be a breakthrough. Yi Yang knew that this woman had always been concerned about her special physique, and her immortal body was well known. Those who practice Taoism seek immortality, but those who possess the immortal holy body are born immortal. This is equivalent to reaching the end at birth. But this kind of physique also has disadvantages, that is, like Zhang Hanyi, one will never grow up. Of course, this cannot be called a disadvantage. Perhaps different people will have different feelings, but Zhang Hanyi obviously doesn't like it. For Zhang Hanyi, the immortal body is actually a curse. Yi Yang thought to himself that if he could help the other party remove the curse, perhaps he could use it to capture this girl. However, due to this special physique, Yi Yang had no good solution for the time being. Fortunately, Yi Yang has a know-it-all. Fairy, have you ever seen the immortal body? Yi Yang called softly in his heart, and Fairy Fuhua slowly opened her eyes. Of course I have seen it. Among the ancient immortals, there are people with immortal bodies. Will they never grow up? Of course not. Once you become an immortal and shed your mortal body, the so-called holy body will no longer exist. Chapter 290, Heart for Heart, forcing the heroine to swear. That means that if we want to lift the curse of the immortal body, we can only wait for it to attain enlightenment and become an immortal, and shed its mortal body. Yi Yang looked surprised. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to help. Not really. The key to the so-called immortal body lies in an immortal heart. If you can exchange a heart, you can break the curse. Hearing this, Yi Yang was shocked. Is it that simple? To Zhang Hanyi, who had reached the Nirvana realm, exchanging a heart was not a difficult task at all. If it was so simple, why would Zhang Hanyi have been troubled for so many years? Didn't she know? Simple. You think it's simple. Fairy Fuhua chuckled and continued. That's the heart of immortality. An ordinary heart cannot break the curse of the heart of immortality. I remember that in ancient times, there was an immortal who spent tens of thousands of years cultivating a heart with 9 orifices in order to break the curse of the heart of immortality. Only then did he break the curse of the heart of immortality. Hearing this, Yi Yang felt relieved. I don't think this matter would be that simple, otherwise, why would Zhang Hanyi have to endure so many years? However, it is even rarer to find a heart in this world that can break free from the state of immortality. This matter is also difficult for Yi Yang. Suddenly, Yi Yang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have such a heart. Fairy, can the innate sword heart replace the immortal heart? Upon hearing this, Fairy Fuhua was stunned. Innate sword heart, a natural spiritual being, how to transplant it? The innate sword heart is not the heart of an ordinary person, but is condensed from the innate nature and has no substance. Even Fairy Fuhua had never heard of anyone being able to artificially create an innate sword heart. But Yi Yang had an innate sword heart in his hand, which was the reward given by the system last time. Originally, Yi Yang was going to leave this item to Chingcheng, but now in order to win over Zhang Hanyi, he had no choice but to give it a try. Fairy, tell me whether the innate sword heart can replace the immortal heart. Of course you can. The Shantian sword heart is a natural spiritual object, much more precious than the so-called exquisite heart. If the immortal saint body obtains the innate sword heart, wow, with the two great saint body added together, I can't imagine what kind of peerless evildoer it will create. Fairy Fu Hua sighed softly. Although Shantian sword heart does not have the name of a holy body, it has the reality of a holy body. Possessing an innate sword heart and knowing thousands of sword arts in one's mind, one will surely become a sword saint. If one adds the immortal holy body to the mix, there has never been such a person in ancient times. After hearing this, Yi Yang suddenly felt confident. Now that we have a solution, the rest will be easy. In the next few days, Zhang Hanyi really let down his guard and exchanged swordsmanship with Yi Yang from time to time. After a few visits, the two of them had nothing to talk about. One day, Yi Yang finally found an opportunity and asked, I heard that Miss Zhang has an immortal body, which is rare in the world. I wonder if this immortal body is really as immortal as the legend says. When Zhang Hanyi heard this, his expression suddenly turned ugly. For a long time, the immortal body has been a thorn in her heart. To outsiders, the immortal holy body is rare to come by and is the peerless holy body that those who practice Taoism dream of. But for Zhang Hanyi, this is just a curse. She didn't like the way she looked now, but there was nothing she could do due to her physical condition. For many years, she hated it most when outsiders asked her about this. If it were someone else, she would probably be angry by now, but towards Yi Yang, she remained polite and explained softly. The immortal body is not as immortal as rumored. People can be immortal, but how can they be immortal? If you get hurt, you'll die too. Yi Yang was naturally clear about all these. The real power of the immortal saint body lies in its ageless heart, the agelessness of the body is secondary. The so-called evergreen heart is a childish heart. Only when you have a carefree mind can you have a free mind from distractions. Therefore, for those who possess the immortal holy body, there is no bottleneck on the path of spiritual practice. But I heard that the immortal saint body has a pure mind, so practicing will be twice as effective with half the effort. Zhang Hanyi frowned slightly, so what if my mind is pure? It's just a curse. Miss Zhang, don't you like this holy body that everyone envies? Seeing this, Yi Yang continued to persuade him patiently. Oh, everyone envies me. If anyone likes me, I'd be willing to exchange with them. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yi Yang spoke immediately. Why do you say that, Miss Zhang? Zhang Hanyi took a deep breath and sat down slowly. Then, he poured out all the depression he had accumulated over the years. Yi Yang was listening at the side, but his mind was as clear as a mirror. He already knew that Zhang Hanyi didn't care about this holy body that everyone envied, and what Yi Yang needed was for her to bring up the matter on her own initiative. This way Yi Yang can find an excuse to help him remove the curse. So, this immortal body has become a curse for the confused girl. Zhang Hanyi nodded helplessly. I heard there is a way to break the curse. When Zhang Hanyi heard this, he immediately raised his head. What method does Mr. Yi have? I've heard that if you exchange your heart for an ageless heart, you can break the curse of the ageless body. When Zhang Hanyi heard this, the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. Of course I have heard of this method, but unfortunately, there are few wonders in the world that can withstand the power of the holy body. Zhang Hanyi had also been looking for a way to break the curse, and she already knew the method that Yi Yang mentioned. It's just that an ordinary heart cannot withstand the power of the holy body, let alone exchanging hearts. I do have an innate swordsmanship. If you need it, why not give it a try? Zhang Hanyi stood up suddenly and looked at Yi Yang with surprise. Innate sword heart. Isn't that a natural wonder? Zhang Hanyi looked at Yi Yang's chest, thinking that Yi Yang himself had an innate swordsmanship. After all, Yi Yang's sword skills are so advanced that it makes sense that he has an innate swordsmanship. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood, Yi Yang smiled. Miss Zhang, you misunderstood. I don't want to exchange hearts with you. I just have a way to exchange an innate sword heart for you. Zhang Hanyi was stunned when he heard this. The Shantian sword heart is a natural wonder. Can such a wonder be exchanged at will? But when she looked at Yi Yang's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Does Mr. Yi really mean what he said? Of course I take it seriously. Zhang Hanyi's expression changed instantly, and a glimmer of hope seemed to ignite in his eyes. She didn't care about her image and hurried forward. Master Yi, if you can help me break the curse, I can do whatever you need. It can be seen that Zhang Hanyi really hates the immortal holy body, and she seems particularly excited at this moment. Miss Zhang, you are too kind. If I can help you, I will certainly not refuse. Yi Yang chuckled. It was obvious that this girl had taken the bait. However, he still needs to play the long game to catch the big fish. Zhang Hanyi looked at Yi Yang's slow pace and knew in his heart that the other party had other intentions. I wonder what the Great Elder needs me to do. Zhang Hanyi felt that Yi Yang was a little different at this moment. She didn't like being threatened, and her way of addressing Yi Yang became unfamiliar again. Haha, I just need the girl to make a vow to the heavens and do 3 things for me in the future. Chapter 291, Threatening the Heroine. She has to thank me. When Zhang Hanyi heard this, his heart tightened. She didn't know what Yi Yang wanted her to do, but if she made an oath to heaven, she could not go back on her word, otherwise she would be punished by heaven and die. Zhang Hanyi's face turned gloomy. She originally thought that Yi Yang was an honest person, but she didn't expect that Yi Yang would threaten her with this matter. At this moment, the last bit of good feeling she had towards Yi Yang disappeared completely. The look he gave Yi Yang was also filled with disgust. But when she thought about her own situation, she became hesitant again. What's more, if what Yi Yang said was true, that was the innate sword heart. She is originally a sword practitioner. If she can obtain the innate sword heart, her attainments in the sword will surely be further improved. Zhang Hanyi hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. I can promise you. As Zhang Hanyi spoke, he raised his right hand and a trickle of blood emerged from his fingertips. I, Zhang Hanyi, hereby swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. If you can really lift the curse for me, I can promise you 3 things. After all, Zhang Hanyi didn't completely believe Yi Yang in her heart. Ordinary people simply cannot master such a natural wonder as the Shantian sword heart. Therefore, the premise for her to keep her oath is that Yi Yang can really give her the innate sword heart, otherwise everything will be invalid. Of course, if Yi Yang can really help her remove the curse, other things can be discussed. Seeing Zhang Hanyi make a vow, Yi Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he didn't think of using this to threaten Zhang Hanyi into submission. This woman was born into an ancient noble family. Although she looks young and a little naive, she is from a noble family and has the pride of aristocratic people. If Yi Yang forced her, she would rather die than give in. But now that he has this heavenly oath, Yi Yang naturally has a way to slowly corrupt her. By then, I will break down her psychological defenses bit by bit, and then I won't be afraid that she will not compromise. Miss Zhang is really straightforward. Yi Yang chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Miss Zhang, please take a seat. I will replace your heart right away. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyi suddenly became nervous. If Yi Yang really had this method, she might be able to break the curse today. This was something she had dreamed of for many years, but as she approached this stage, she felt a sense of unreality. Zhang Hanyi looked at Yi Yang deeply, then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Yi Yang raised his hand and pressed it on Zhang Hanyi's forehead. These are just superficial work. In fact, he can give the innate sword heart bestowed by the system to anyone he wants with just a word. However, in order to avoid suspicion, he still had to disguise himself. After all, in his qi, there is a curious baby, Fairy Fuhua, who is staring at him with eyes wide open. Fairy Fuhua had indeed never heard of such a rare item as the innate sword heart, and that it could be bestowed by humans, so she was full of curiosity. It's a pity that with her vision, she couldn't see what Yi Yang was doing. After a moment, Yi Yang withdrew his arm. All right. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyi opened his eyes in surprise. Is that all? She didn't feel anything at the moment, as if nothing had happened. It's over. If Miss Zhang doesn't believe it, you can try using the sword technique. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyi immediately raised his hand, and his sword intention came into being as his mind moved. She looked at the wisps of sword energy that were gathering in between, her face filled with surprise. At this moment, she seemed to sense a mysterious feeling. She felt as if her heart had turned into a sharp sword. Whatever is in your mind, your body will involuntarily express. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Yang. But around Yi Yang, there seemed to be countless sword intentions surrounding him, which were so vast and magnificent that it was shocking. In her eyes, that hint of sword intent became particularly obvious and visible to the naked eye. This was the first time she had experienced this feeling. It is said that he has an innate sword heart and a myriad of sword techniques in his mind, and everything he sees and feels is hidden in his heart. Any sword intent will be exposed in front of her, and now it seems that she has obviously been able to do this. Is this Shantian sword heart? Zhang Hanyi's face was filled with shock. She was finally convinced that she had really obtained the innate sword heart. Yi Yang actually did it. Although he didn't know how Yi Yang did it, the facts were before him and she couldn't help but believe it. At this moment, she felt that her mentality seemed to have changed. This feeling is mysterious, but it does exist. Zhang Hanyi closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully feeling the changes in his body. Suddenly, she felt as if thousands of sword intentions were gathered in her body. Sword energy was running rampant in her sea of qi. All the sword techniques that she had practiced before had now been mastered. This change made Zhang Hanyi stunned in place for a moment. After a long time, she finally opened her eyes. She knew that she had lifted the curse from her body and she would no longer have to suffer from the pain of working without effort. She pursed her lips. Although she felt resentful about Yi Yang's previous threat to her to swear an oath, she still spoke softly at this moment. Thank you. Ding. Zhang Hanyi is filled with gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. You're welcome. This is just a deal between Miss Zhang and me. I hope Miss Zhang doesn't forget what she promised me. As soon as Yi Yang said this, the gratitude that Zhang Hanyi had finally built up in her heart disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by indifference. Yes, this guy threatened her with this, so why should she thank him? What do you want me to do for you? Zhang Hanyi's face was gloomy and he asked in a cold voice. Well, don't worry, let me think about it, it won't be too late to tell the girl after I've made up my mind. Yi Yang leisurely picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Yi Yang spoke again. I'm a little tired just now, girl, please massage my shoulders for me. Zhang Hanyi was slightly stunned when he heard this, but Yi Yang continued to add, this is considered the first request. Zhang Hanyi was completely stunned this time. Is it that simple? Just let yourself help with the massage. Zhang Hanyi couldn't believe his ears. Just now she had imagined countless requests that Yi Yang might make. But she never thought that Yi Yang's request would be so simple. This was somewhat beyond her expectations. Zhang Hanyi stared at Yi Yang silently, as if trying to see something from his face, but Yi Yang remained calm as always. Now Zhang Hanyi was completely confused. What exactly does Yi Yang mean by this? He helped me so much, even asked me to swear an oath to heaven, and in the end all he wants is for me to give him a massage. Suddenly, Zhang Hanyi reacted suddenly. Could it be that he was worried that he would feel guilty, so he deliberately used the excuse of a deal, but in fact he didn't want to feel guilty? Zhang Hanyi seemed to sense Yi Yang's good intentions. That should be the case. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why he went through so much trouble just to get me to give him a massage. When Zhang Hanyi thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little more grateful to Yi Yang. Ding. Zhang Hanyi is deeply moved, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 292, Pure Saint, completely regaining her heart. Enjoying Zhang Hanyi's